Yi Jiafeng dumbly pointed at him, speechless for a long time. Finally, he secretly asked Zhou Jiao, "Does your husband know internal martial arts?" Zhou Jiao nodded seriously. She assured him that Zhang Guoqing not only knew internal martial arts, but his lightness skills were even better. With the right opportunity, he could leap to Beijing in the blink of an eye. Yi Jiafeng was so exasperated by the couple that he stammered for ages, then gave Zhou Jiao a thumbs up. "I don't know about your husband's kung fu, but your bragging skills are definitely top-notch. With your breath, you could blow cows into the sky. That's some real qigong." Zhou Jiao blinked, gazing off into the distance. "It's lonely at the top. The higher you go, the colder it gets. You'd better work on your qigong, too." Wandaong laughed so hard he had to cover his mouth. Yi Jiafeng rolled his eyes and decided to follow Zhang Guoqing. He wanted to see a real master. Qigong wouldn't help him hunt and eat meat. 4 or 5 people followed Zhang Guoqing back and forth twice, hauling so much game the cart nearly collapsed. Finally satisfied, they called it a day. On the way back, they had to get someone to drive over to help. It was a true bumper harvest. After hauling all the meat back to camp, everyone was in high spirits. Not caring about the others still carrying game, Mu sneaked off with Zhang Guoqing, Zhou Jiao, Yi Jiafeng, Wandaong, and Ding Datu, changed clothes, and headed into the local village. Finally, they got to eat authentic hand-pulled rice and roast lamb. The 5 of them, dizzy with hunger, nearly cried with joy. It hadn't been easy. After eating her fill, Zhou Jiao ignored the others, ran into the courtyard, grabbed the lady of the house, and chattered away happily, following her inside. She bought up all the cheese and cleaned out their stock. She didn't care about the money or ration tickets, who knew when she'd be back. If they hadn't said the remaining lambs couldn't be sold, she'd have bought them all. Public property? So annoying. Zhang Guoqing made an excuse to mail things back to the northeast, left the others eating and drinking, and quietly wheeled a cart to the township post office. The whole thing took less than an hour. Zhou Jiao couldn't help but sigh. She remembered when they were just rookies, now the couple were seasoned pros. 6 people ate until they couldn't take another bite, shuffling along the courtyard wall, holding their stomachs. They glanced at each other, not daring to laugh out loud, no joke, who knew if one laugh would make everything come back up. Zhou Jiao was doing a bit better. She hadn't lost all self-control, but swept up by the group, she still ended up eating more than usual. They slowly made their way back, stopping halfway to relieve themselves, finally feeling normal again. Years later, whenever they reminisced about this meal, they still couldn't help but burst out laughing. Before they even reached the barracks, the rich aroma of meat was already wafting through the air. Everyone shook their heads helplessly. There was absolutely no way they could eat anymore. By the bonfire, eating big chunks of meat, singing and dancing, the revelry lasted until nightfall. Only then did everyone reluctantly say goodbye to the soldiers at the camp and board the trucks to leave. Listening to the gentle snores of her girlfriends beside her, Zhou Jiao couldn't help but grin. A truckload of wild game, a truckload of snoring, what an experience. As they neared home, she looked out at the night-shrouded Beijing with delight. So much meat, people in the compound were going to be over the moon. She glanced over at Zhang Guoqing. "We still have to rush to school in the morning, so let's try to get some rest." Fang Fei chuckled. Even a soft laugh sounded scary right now. "You guys don't want any more meat? Have you figured out how to split it?" Zhang Guoqing shook his head, then remembered he was driving and said quietly, "You guys handle it." "Brother Shefei, where's my fishing net? We confiscated it. Now we'll never have to worry about running out of fish." Zhang Guoqing looked at him speechlessly. These shameless guys, always taking and never returning. "Had fun? Next time, let's plan another trip. From now on, whenever we go hunting, I'll take you along. How's that for brotherhood?" Zhang Guoqing was exasperated by his shamelessness. "If you don't say anything, I'll take it as a yes." Zhang Guoqing refused to talk to him. "Too shameless." "Xiao Wu, your brother Zhou has been transferred to my department." Zhang Guoqing perked up. "That's great. I haven't seen him all year. I thought he'd been sent out of town. Is this a permanent transfer?" "Yep. We should get together sometime." Your brother Zhou really lucked out this time, no more guard duty for him. Zhang Guoqing raised his eyebrows. Interesting way to put it. Still, he was genuinely happy for Xiao Zhou. Talent never goes to waste. Rows of trucks lined up at the compound gate. Everyone was slapping each other awake, instantly full of energy again. The quiet street turned as lively as a morning market. In front of the truck loaded with game, representatives from each compound gathered to discuss the division. Zhang Guoqing glanced back at Zhou Jiao, saw her chatting with her friends, and finally relaxed, leaning against the truck to listen to the discussion. He didn't offer any opinions, just watched as they negotiated. People in the back were getting impatient, but finally a decision was reached. Each compound would get a share based on the number of participants, then handle their own internal distribution. Interestingly, everyone agreed to send all the meat to their respective logistics departments for further allocation. When the decision was made, everyone looked to Zhang Guoqing. They still needed his final approval, since he'd contributed the most this time. Zhang Guoqing smiled and nodded. He didn't care how much he got. His family wouldn't be shortchanged anyway, especially since he and his wife had privately hunted almost as much as what was on the truck. With the distribution settled, the trucks drove into each compound. Those who had to work still had to get up at dawn, and the students, after a quick goodbye, hurried home to their families. After the bustle, they entered the compound just as the bugle sounded. Everyone shook their heads and smiled, so much for getting any rest this time. Zhou Jiao pushed open her front door. It wasn't locked, just as she expected. Happily, she pulled Zhang Guoqing along, opened the side door, and peeked inside. "You're back? Go get some sleep, don't bother with school today." The sudden voice startled Zhou Jiao. She saw her father, Zhou Xiaozheng, standing in the living room doorway. She ran over and took his arm. "Dad, you're up. The scenery there was beautiful. It's a shame you couldn't come. Next time, we'll go as a family. Go eat something and get some sleep. Girls shouldn't stay up all night." Zhang Guoqing smiled and shook his head at the father-daughter pair. They could chat for ages. He took his bag to the kitchen. Although everyone had agreed to send all the meat to the logistics department, each person still had plenty of fresh meat in their own bags. Aunt Chin was already up making breakfast and wasn't surprised to see him. She'd heard the commotion in the yard earlier. "Breakfast isn't quite ready yet. Want some noodles first?" "We already ate, so we're not hungry. We'll head back to school soon. As for this meat, Auntie, please send half to the Chung family later. There'll be more coming down. Don't be stingy with it." Aunt Chin nodded happily. "You got a lot of meat this time, didn't you? Enough to last a while. Make plenty, save some for Brother Wang and the others." With that, Zhang Guoqing hurried back to the living room. "I'll call the school. You two can skip today." He came out just in time to hear this. "Dad, I'm feeling fine, really. No need to trouble yourself. Jiao Jiao can stay home. I'll go ask the teacher for leave." "Sure you can handle it?" Zhang Guoqing grinned and nodded. "I'll go too. If I get tired, I'll ask for leave." Zhou Jiao quickly changed the subject. "Dad, eat more of the antelope meat. It's amazing, melts in your mouth. We even had roast whole lamb, but sadly couldn't bring any home." Zhou Xiaozheng chuckled at her. "Fine, if the kids want to go to school, let them. Just remember to rest if you get tired." Zhou Jiao nodded happily. After seeing her father off to his morning exercise, she rushed to the master bedroom. Inside, she found her mother and child sleeping soundly, making her stifle a laugh. Two big sleepy heads, not even all the noise outside could wake them. Now she knew who Ping'an inherited his sleeping skills from. Zhang Guoqing was ready and saw her come out smiling. "Let's go, they're probably waiting for us." "I'll just change clothes, I'll be quick." Zhang Guoqing raised an eyebrow and waved the bag in his hand. If he left it to his wife, she'd dawdle for ages. Good thing he was here. Seems Jiao Jiao really can't do without him. Zhou Jiao had no idea someone was feeling smug. Sure enough, when they got outside, Wan Daong and the others were already waiting impatiently at the gate. As they walked, Yi Jiafeng eyed the two bags in Zhang Guoqing's hands suspiciously. "Don't bother looking, they're just clothes." Zhang Guoqing glanced at their bags and asked, "You guys didn't bring all the meat to school, did you? Aren't you worried it'll go bad?" We left half at home. The rest, my mom had the housekeeper rub with salt. Why does that sound so weird? Who exactly got rubbed with salt? Zhou Jiao watched them bicker with amusement. Her man was getting more and more childish, wasn't he? Seems like Zhang Guoqing could adapt to any environment. Maybe it was just in his nature. She herself wasn't like that. Sometimes she missed the quiet life she used to have. Time ticked by, and in the blink of an eye, the first snow arrived. Some students who lacked warm clothes or enough food received a notice from the school to collect quilts, cotton-padded jackets, and pants at designated locations. Other than that, daily life seemed unchanged. On campus, students still hurried between classrooms during breaks, their anxious footsteps accompanied by the blaring march of the athletes' parade and the broadcast calisthenics over the loudspeakers. Lab classes, open lectures, political study, and mandatory labor all continued as before. If anything had changed, what left the deepest impression on Zhou Jiao was that the food had gotten worse, fewer and fewer students participated in physical exercise, and she herself could no longer go home as often. Zhang Guoqing finished getting their food, politely declined his dorm mate's invitation to eat together, and returned to his room, only to see Zhou Jiao still buried in her books. He couldn't help but wonder how she managed to keep her eyesight so good. "Jiao Jiao, come eat first." Zhou Jiao heard his voice and looked at him in a daze for a moment before snapping back to reality. "When did you get back? How's everything at home? Did you see Ping'an?" That afternoon, Zhang Guoqing had gone into the city with some classmates on an errand and used the opportunity to stop by home. After seeing their son, he hurried back, worried she wouldn't eat on time. "Let's eat and talk." He handed her chopsticks. "I went to the nursery and saw our son. He's doing great, having a blast. I stayed and chatted with him for a while. The aunties there said he's doing well and told me not to worry." "What did you talk about?" "Hey, yesterday Mom took him to Dong'an for hot pot. The little guy's living better than we are. He even bragged and told me to let you know that his grandpa took him to see some real weapons." Zhou Jiao smiled and nodded. "That's good. I was worried he wouldn't get used to the weather. Did you give everything to Auntie?" Zhang Guoqing gestured for her to eat, and seeing her take a bite, nodded in satisfaction. "I did. I even told her to eat some of those supplements herself. I handed Ping'an's clothes to Aunt Chen right in front of her." Zhou Jiao told him to eat first and talk later. Unless she had to attend an evening meeting or class, she still planned to go home soon. After dinner, Zhou Jiao noticed he stopped her from washing the dishes and made 2 cups of tea, setting them on the table, clearly planning to have a long talk. The Lin family moved back to the compound the day before yesterday, and the youngest Lin has returned from the south. Andy said that this time, it seems second Lin wants to retire from the army and return to Beijing before the new year. The old man's been busy arranging the paperwork these past few days. Zhou Jiao never had much fondness for the Lin family. As long as they stayed out of her way, she was happy. See? Blood is thicker than water. As long as your surname is Lin, the old man will go all out for you. Zhang Guoqing smiled and nodded. He understood what Zhou Jiao meant. Just because her surname was Zhou, she wasn't under old Master Lin's protection. Some things just can't be compared. Human nature is selfish by default. That good-for-nothing second Lin really knows how to land on his feet. I thought he'd have to stay out there for at least 3 to 5 years, but he couldn't even hold out this long. Where's his integrity? And he calls himself a party member. Zhang Guoqing secretly wondered if he should meddle. Wasn't Gu Rui most fond of her youngest son? If her precious boy couldn't come back, would it worsen her illness and send her to her grave? That wouldn't do. He still wanted the old lady to live a long life and see the wonders of the world. Zhou Jiao caught his expression and quietly advised, "Just watch and don't get involved. What's the Lin family to us? Let's keep our distance. They still want to play tricks. Who in Beijing is that naive? You'll see if there's payback after the fact." While Zhou Jiao was advising Zhang Guoqing at that very moment, old Master Lin was also trying to persuade his wife. In the bedroom, old Master Lin was secretly relieved his wife's hearing was still sharp. He leaned in close and whispered, "The better the job, the more jealous eyes there are. My plan isn't wrong. Let second Lin's family stay in the suburbs for a few years and then make plans slowly. But old Lady Lin didn't see it that way. She'd had a stroke, but her mind was still clear. She didn't think her intelligence was any less than anyone else's. In a few years, people would forget about them who would help them. Better to get it all done now. Seeing he couldn't convince her, old Master Lin had to lay out the facts. Dear, times have changed. I've already used up a lot of favors to get second Lin out of the army. To be blunt, he doesn't even qualify for a transfer now. You understand what that means, right? Old Lady Lin stared at him blankly, full of regret. If only she'd let her son transfer out a couple of years ago, they wouldn't be stuck in this mess. And then there's second Lin's wife. Her file has a stain on it. No work unit or neighborhood committee in Beijing wants to take her back. I'll have to ask the eldest's family for help with that. So don't think everything can be solved at once. These things take time. There's no use rushing. Focus on getting better. There's still a long road ahead. Old Lady Lin grabbed a pen and quickly scribbled 2 words. Old Master Lin stared at the paper for a long time before recognizing the messy handwriting. Divorce. He looked at his wife in shock. Could she really mean it? He sighed. Dear, we can't do that. Old Jiang already did us a big favor. It might have been possible at the start, but now it's too late. Besides, don't forget second Lin's family gave us grandchildren. Even if there's no merit, there's hard work. Don't ever bring this up again. And second Lin would never abandon his wife. This time, old Lady Lin didn't object. After a moment's hesitation, she wrote, have the eldest and his wife come over. I was planning to have them over tonight anyway. Just remember not to lose your temper at the eldest's wife. She's a good daughter-in-law. Don't break her heart and drive her away. Old Lady Lin shot him a look of disdain and closed her eyes. The eldest's brother-in-law just got promoted to factory director. With that, old Master Lin left the room. Since he couldn't convince her, he'd let her think it over herself. Old Lady Lin watched him go stunned. The more she thought about it, the more frustrated she became. Why was it always those cold-blooded bastards who got promoted and rich? Heaven must be blind. When Lin Xuezhen saw the old man come out, she quickly stood up, looking nervous. Good child, sit down. No need to be nervous at home. Come chat with Grandpa. The old man didn't know how much this child had suffered. Such a lively, innocent girl had become as skittish as a startled bird. Lin Xuezhen snuck a glance at him and lowered her head. You've had a tough time out there, haven't you? Do you remember what Grandpa told you? People should always strive upwards. Who would be foolish enough to leave a good life and go suffer in the countryside? Grandpa, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. If I hadn't played that prank that day, you wouldn't have collapsed. If you hadn't collapsed, none of this would have happened. The old man smiled. Silly child, it was bound to come out eventually. It had nothing to do with you. In fact, Grandpa should thank you, otherwise, I wouldn't have discovered my health problems. Lin Xuezhen burst into tears. Grown-ups matters have nothing to do with you kids. Just go to your aunt's house and play with Zhao Jiao. Lin Xuezhen wiped her face with both hands. I'm afraid to go. The old man laughed heartily. What's there to be afraid of? It's your real aunt's house, not some stranger's. Zhao Jiao has a good temperament. She won't ignore you. Lin Xuezhen remembered how Zhou Jiao hadn't even replied to her letters and fell silent, listening to his advice. She hesitated, wondering if she should tell him the truth. What if he collapsed again? The Lin family's grandfather and granddaughter each had their own worries. Unfortunately, neither of them knew that Zhou Xiaozhong had already issued an eviction order against the Lin family. The Zhou family was not a place you could just come and go as you pleased. The fantasy was beautiful, thinking of Zhou Jiao as their own aunt, but the Zhou family quickly gave them a rude awakening. Once some things are exposed, there's no going back. Proud and aloof as Zhou Xiaozhong and Zhou Jiao were, how could they dance with wolves? What's lost is lost, there's no getting it back. As soon as the weekend arrived and evening self-study was over, Zhou Jiao couldn't stand to stay a moment longer. The bell had barely rung when she slung her bag over her shoulder and hurried out, so quickly that Zhang Guoqing barely had time to excuse himself to others before chasing after her. The snow on the dirt road had melted into icy water under the sun during the day. With so many people walking over it, the path had turned into a muddy, slippery track. A thin layer of ice covered the ground, and if you weren't careful, you'd end up flat on your back. Zhou Jiao clung tightly to his hand, feeling a piercing cold seep through her shoes, and regretted not wearing her sheepskin boots. With Zhang Guoqing half dragging, half pulling her along, they finally made it to the small train station. "Princess, why don't you let your dad come pick you up? We could bask in his glory too," someone teased. "Dad, I'm freezing." "I'm so cold, really cold," Jiafeng whined in a high-pitched, coddling voice. Wan Deong kicked him disdainfully. "Stop acting like a girl. You're giving me goosebumps. Come on, Wan Ji, give us a break. Traitor. You're with us in body, but your heart's with the enemy." Zhou Jiao took their teasing in stride. If it weren't for these guys hanging around, she'd have had Zhang Guoqing carry her home by now. Ever since the weather turned cold, Zhou Jiao, bundled up like a bear, had become the butt of their jokes, but she didn't even bat an eye anymore. Truth was, she was still underdressed for the cold. "Xiao Wu, wanna make a bet? Loser treats to hot pot." Zhang Guoqing just smiled and shook his head. "What, you don't even dare take the bet? Are you a man or not? I haven't even said what the bet is yet." Ding Data nudged Gung Dashing, waggling his eyebrows. "What's up?" Gung Dashing looked confused. Zhou Jiao glanced at the dazed Gung Dashing and stifled a laugh. Of all of them, this poor kid was the most honest, untainted by the world, impossible to corrupt. Everyone burst out laughing when Gung Dashing suddenly shouted. No need to ask, Ding Data was always picking on the honest one, but somehow always ended up outdone. Wan Deong slung an arm around Jiafeng's neck. "So what's the bet? Tell us. This weather's perfect for hot pot. How about we bet on whether Comrade Old Zhou will come to the gate to pick up his precious daughter?" At that, Zhang Guoqing signaled to Wan Deong, and a few others stifled their laughter. "Sure, why not? I'm bored anyway, let's do it. Count us in, don't leave us out." Jiafeng crossed his arms and shook his right leg. "I bet Old Zhou will definitely be waiting outside the house." "Heh, not betting on the gate anymore? Fine, I'll take the loss, let's bet." Aren't I a good buddy?" Those in the know could barely hold back their laughter. When they reached the compound, everyone dragged Jiafeng off for a stroll, staying well away from the Zhou family's door. If Zhou Xiaozhong caught them, he'd skin them alive. Jiafeng stared at the Zhou family's gate in disbelief. Heavens, is Old Zhou out of town? That can't be. Zhou Jiao shot him a sideways glance. "Serves you right for dragging my dad into this, making jokes about us. Let's see you lose your pants over this bet." No sooner had Jiafeng finished speaking than he grinned. "Great. Time for hot pot. You guys go in first. I'll run home and grab some meat." Everyone exchanged glances. Was that allowed? Wan Deong teased. "Aren't you afraid Old Zhou's waiting at home to give you a beating?" "I'm not stupid. Just because you won doesn't mean anything. Everyone, think about what good stuff you have at home and bring it over. I'll be back in 5 minutes. With that, he dashed off. Seeing everyone scatter to their homes, Zhang Guoqing didn't object. In these times, if you tried to host them with your own food, they wouldn't accept it. "Slow down, don't slip on the ice," Zhou Jiao called after them, pulling Zhang Guoqing toward home. She was eager to see her son. She hadn't seen him in days and missed him terribly. As they neared the door, she caught sight of someone standing at the Lin family's gate, but paid no attention and hurried on. Zhang Guoqing, sharp-eyed, saw it was Lin Xuezhen. He immediately turned away, ignoring her, and hurried his wife home. Best to have as little to do with the Lin family as possible, his wife always got annoyed when she saw them. "Daddy. Mommy. Why are you only just getting home?" Before they even reached the living room, Ping'an came running out, pouting in grievance. Zhang Guoqing quickly dropped his things and scooped him up. "What's wrong?" "Miss Mom and Dad. Grandma and Grandpa aren't home." Zhou Jiao stroked his cheek, heart aching for him. Poor kid. Her dad had sent word to her at school that morning, and she'd been worried about her son all day. Old Lady Chung came out and scolded with a smile. "You little rascal, isn't Great-Grandma here with you? It's cold outside, hurry in. Great-Grandma is the best. I love Great-Grandma the most." The old lady laughed heartily at his flattery. You little charmer. In the living room, Zhou Jiao saw even old Master Cheng had come out and felt a little embarrassed. Every little thing in their family, these two elders were always there to help. They owed them so much. Old Master Cheng smiled kindly at them. Your father had to go on a last-minute trip, and your mother won't be back for a couple of days. Will you two be all right at home? We've got plenty to eat and drink, no problem at all. Uncle, how about a drink with your grandson? Old Master Cheng stood up and shook his head. I'm getting old, I'll go to bed first. We'll have a drink when your parents get back. If you need anything, just send someone to fetch me. Zhang Guoqing nodded with a smile and saw the two elders safely home. In this icy weather, if they slipped and fell, he and Zhou Jiao would never forgive themselves. Aunt Chen brought out 2 bowls of dumplings. Eat while they're hot. The old lady made these herself and sent them over for your late-night snack. Zhou Jiao couldn't help frowning slightly. This month, all their fine flour had been used up on her again. Wasn't the old lady afraid her family would complain? Over time, anyone would start to feel resentful. She'd have to talk to her about it. Aunt Chen noticed and whispered, there aren't many dumplings. The chief already told me to send over some white flour, so don't worry and eat. Zhou Jiao relaxed and smiled. Andy, next time you make dumplings, eat some yourself too. Don't always keep things so separate. I know. Ping'an already ate a lot tonight, so don't feed him too much. I'll be in the kitchen if you need me. Zhou Jiao nodded with a smile. As Aunt Chen left the living room, she glanced back gratefully. She truly was lucky to have met the Zhou family. Compared to other households, she'd landed in a nest of good fortune. Thinking of the food coupons the Zhou family gave her every month, Aunt Chen smiled gratefully. Though the Zhou family said it was for taking care of the child, she knew it was just an excuse. Every family in the compound had 4 or 5 kids. Who else gave extra on the side? The Zhou family was generous and never looked down on their help. Zhou Jiao would never have guessed that a casual act of kindness would win Aunt Chen's unwavering loyalty for life. No matter how others tried to lure her away in the future, she would always put the Zhou family first. When Yi Jiefeng walked in carrying a bag, the group in the West Wing had already set up the charcoal brazier and copper hot pot. Aunt Chen's bone broth was simmering in the big pot. The large table, pieced together from several smaller ones, was piled high with everyone's contributions: mutton, pork offal, napa cabbage, daikon radish, tofu dregs balls, canned fruit, a few bottles of liquor, and a pack of cigarettes. If the school didn't keep stressing food conservation, Zhou Jiao would have wondered if this was really just an ordinary life in peaceful times. Seeing so much food, she didn't hold back either and added some vermicelli and specialty mushrooms. Leaving the group to their hot pot in the West Wing, she took her son back to the living room and told Aunt Chen not to bother with them, just eat something and get to bed early, or there'd be no rest tonight. Aunt Chen was used to it by now. This group had their hot pot gathering every month, more punctual than a woman's period. With Zhou Jiao's parents away today, it was bound to get rowdy. In the West Wing, a few guys rushed over to grab the bag, then dashed back to the table. Yi Jiefeng rolled his eyes. I thought you guys were lining up to welcome me. All these flirtatious looks wasted on the blind. Ding Data grinned and slapped his shoulder. Come on, we've done our part. Everything's ready, just waiting for you to open your mouth. Don't expect this kind of good fortune again anytime soon. Let's eat. If you can't drink, don't waste the booze. Man, are you a pig? You just dump everything in? Meat first, then veggies. Such a stickler. You just want to eat the meat first, don't you? If I don't put in the veggies, will you even get a bite? Oh man, who the hell put the tofu dregs in first? Now it's all mush. Zhang Guoqing watched them scramble for food, smiling. He'd just eaten a big bowl of dumplings and wasn't really interested in the hot pot chaos. Before he could even pick up his chopsticks, the pot was empty again. Are you dumb? Take off your coat or you'll get a heat rash. Will I even have time? Wait too long and there won't even be soup left. It's boiling in here. Everyone burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? Add more broth. Next round, let's be civilized and take it slow. Who's rushing? I saw you take 2 bites for every one of mine. Cut the crap, pour the drinks. Let's have a toast first. They sat around the table, chatting and warming themselves, the atmosphere lively and cozy. Unlike friends made in society, classmates were easier to get along with, less pretense, more sincerity. Zhang Guoqing was very pleased with this vibe and enjoyed discussing campus life and academics with them. Disease enters by the mouth and trouble by the tongue. Compared to the other kids in the compound who were always talking about current affairs, he preferred his high IQ classmates. The laid-back Yi Jiafeng, the always quoting lousy Wandeong, the cheeky Ding Datu, the flashy Gung Dashing, and a few others, they all saw through things, even if they didn't say it out loud. Looking at his energetic friends, Zhang Guoqing felt a surge of emotion. Times make heroes, especially those born into privilege. It wasn't hard to see why some people would always be ahead of the rest. Meanwhile, in the East Wing, Zhou Jiao helped her son wash up, made his formula, and brought out a fruit platter. She listened as her son, in his childish voice, shared his amazing discoveries. Mom, Auntie Wang is really nice to me. Whenever there are apples or eggs to share, she always gives me the biggest ones. But I don't like her, she always asks about our family. Grandma the director is really scared of Grandpa. When Grandpa comes to pick me up, she runs away. She likes Grandma best. When she sees Grandma, she comes out right away. Grandma says her little sister wants to pull strings for a job. After finishing, Ping'an took a sip of milk and grinned at her. Zhou Jiao gave him a thumbs up. Great job. You've uncovered all the adult secrets. You're even better than Mom. Do any kids ever bully you? The boy from the house with the white-bearded grandpa is mean. He broke my toy on purpose and tried to steal my gloves. I beat him up, and now he doesn't dare come near me. Grandpa says he's useless. Sister Wang always cries and follows me around. I don't play with her, and she cries even more. I hit her, and now she doesn't dare cry. Her mom is bad. I didn't even hit her daughter that hard. She told Grandma it's okay, kids will be kids, but she still glares at me when no one's looking. I told Grandpa I'm still too little to fight adults. When I grow up, I'll beat her up. Grandpa says, a gentleman's revenge is never too late, even after 10 years. Mom, do you know what a gentleman's revenge is never too late, even after 10 years means? Grandpa says after New Year's, in 9 more years, I can get my revenge. I really want to grow up fast. Zhou Jiao smiled and nodded as she fed him milk. For such a young child, his thinking was clear, observant, and he described things in an organized way. You can hit her daughter. If she bullies you, you can hit her kid. But you can't do it in front of her, and you need a good reason. Ping'an beamed. Mom, you're so smart. Zhou Jiao laughed out loud. Getting praised by her son felt so good. When their laughter died down, Zhou Jiao forgot to explain what a gentleman's revenge is never too late really meant. Maybe she didn't want to. To her, whatever her father said was right, even if it wasn't, it was still right. If she said peanuts were pearls, her dad would back her up and make it sound convincing, of course they're pearls. What's 9 years? If her dad said 8, she wouldn't even blink. Son, if someone you don't know says they're a relative and tries to take you away, what would you do? Ping'an, beat them up. Zhou Jiao was stunned. Was that really okay? Ping'an giggled. Grandpa said, except for Grandma, Grandpa, Mom, Dad, Aunt Chin, and Great-Grandma, I'm not to go with anyone else. Zhou Jiao tickled him, laughing. You little rascal, teasing Mom like that. Ping'an copied her usual gesture, raising his hands to surrender. When it didn't work, he fought back. The two of them played until they collapsed on the bed. After a short rest, Zhou Jiao stroked her son's head and kissed him, feeling content. Time flies, and kids grow up even faster. In the blink of an eye, her little boy was already learning to joke around. Ping'an, you're amazing. Mom is so proud of you. If you miss Mom and Dad, you can say so. There's nothing wrong with missing your parents. Mom misses you all the time when she's away, too. Ping'an happily crawled out of bed. Really? I want to go to school with Mom and Dad. Zhou Jiao held back tears and nodded firmly. Her child was still so young. If she didn't bring it up, he probably wouldn't even dare say he missed his parents. He'd just keep it to himself. She pulled him into her arms and gently patted him. School isn't fun for grown-ups. It's all classes and studying. That's why Mom hasn't taken you there. It's not that I don't want to, it's just that nowhere is better than home. From now on, Mom will come home more often to be with you. Watching her son nod with a big smile, Zhou Jiao silently encouraged herself. For her sensible, clever child and for their family's future, she had to work even harder. Early the next morning, after receiving the official notice, Zhang Guoqing cheerfully began packing 2 large bags of luggage for his child. Immersed in the joy of being with his son, he seemed to have forgotten that, even if they wanted to, he and his wife simply didn't have the ability to accompany their child for long periods. Watching his excitement, Zhou Jiao could only shake her head speechlessly. 2 big bags, how long does he think they're staying, until the end of time? They might as well move house. Anyone who didn't know better would think Ping'an had suffered some great injustice. No need to bring the quilt. He'll sleep with us, she said. Just 1 change of clothes is enough, she added. Zhang Guoqing shook his head with a smile. Let's bring a bit more. If they get dirty, we can bring them back for Aunt Chen to wash. No need for you to do laundry in the dead of winter. Fine, do as you see fit, just don't make it too obvious, Zhou Jiao replied, not wanting to dampen his enthusiasm. Ping'an meant the world to him. He was the son Zhang Guoqing had longed for over 2 lifetimes. If he could, he'd worship the boy like an ancestor. After bustling about and making arrangements, they had lunch and, unable to wait any longer, Zhang Guoqing took his wife and son back to the campus. If they didn't leave soon, he was afraid they'd never get away. Once outside the compound, he let out a huge sigh of relief. Zhou Jiao, holding their son, laughed. It's nothing. Great Aunt and Aunt Chen just worry that the child won't have enough to eat or wear outside. Zhang Guoqing shook his head with a smile and said softly, good thing we only have 1 room. Otherwise, they'd insist on coming along. I'm the boy's real father, how could they not trust me? Zhou Jiao shot him a sideways glance. This wasn't about trust. The old ladies just worried about food and lodging. With no time to chat, the couple hurriedly took their child and caught the bus, transferring along the way. After a long, tiring journey, they finally stepped through the school gates. All along the way, Ping'an quietly observed his surroundings, well-behaved and silent, answering questions when asked and smiling whenever praised. He knew this was the outside world his grandpa had talked about. He'd heard it was complicated, so he planned to look around carefully and report back to his grandpa on just how complicated it was. Squeezed onto the crowded bus, the little boy frowned slightly, then quickly put on a smile. Grandpa had said not to let others see what he was thinking when he was outside. Looking at the school gates, then at the nearby fields, Ping'an suspiciously glanced at the main road inside the campus. Grandpa had said this was the best school, and that when he grew up, he'd come here too. But why did it look just like home? He decided to tell Grandpa to come see for himself. As Zhou Jiao walked faster and faster, Ping'an thoughtfully looked around. So many beautiful big buildings, so many uncles and aunties in shabby clothes, but no children. Entering the dormitory building, Ping'an stared wide-eyed at the people coming and going in the hallway. Grandpa was right, the outside world was complicated, nothing like home. As soon as they entered the room, he got down and curiously wandered around, inspecting every corner. So, son, what do you think? Any thoughts? Tell Daddy, Zhang Guoqing asked, amused at his son's silent pacing with his chubby little legs. Ping'an looked at his parents, then at the closed door, and tried to curl his lips into a smirk like Grandpa did. Unfortunately, with his chubby face, the effect was completely lost. Zhou Jiao motioned for Zhang Guoqing not to laugh out loud, and she herself struggled to hold back her amusement. Children's self-esteem can't stand being laughed at by adults. Better not to discourage him. Daddy, these apartment buildings are just like the rabbit hutches, Ping'an said. Zhang Guoqing couldn't help but burst out laughing. He'd seen those stacked rabbit cages at the nursery. Weren't they just like a few rabbits sharing a hutch? He picked up his son and whispered, you can't say that outside. Lots of people live in apartment buildings, they wouldn't like to hear it. But my son's observation is spot on. Give Daddy a kiss. Seeing that it was still early for dinner, Zhou Jiao took out the camera and said to the father and son, "Let's have some snacks and then take a walk around campus." Zhang Guoqing nodded in agreement. Since it was the weekend and cold out, there weren't many people around, perfect for sightseeing and snapping a few photos as keepsakes for their son. After a short rest, Zhang Guoqing carried his son and led his wife out the door. They took a shortcut along a secluded path, worried they might bump into acquaintances and get delayed, but after a full circle, they didn't see a single soul. He glanced around thoughtfully. Compared to the northeast, the weather here was still like late autumn. As long as you had enough to eat and wear, the light snow outside wasn't really cold at all. After a few photos, Ping'an lost interest and wanted to go back. "Son, don't you like it here? When summer comes, Daddy will bring you again. The lotus flowers will be in bloom, and there'll be lots of trees and flowers, so pretty," Zhang Guoqing said. Ping'an shook his head. "It's not as pretty as Dakingshan. There's meat there too." Zhou Jiao burst out laughing. "Good eye, good taste. You really are Mommy's good boy. When spring comes, we'll go to the grasslands. There's even more meat there." Ping'an's eyes lit up and he nodded eagerly. "Mommy, pinky promise." "Okay, pinky swear, hang it high, 100 years unchanging. Whoever breaks it is a puppy," Zhou Jiao replied. Zhang Guoqing quickly snapped a photo, mother squatting with a smile, son looking up with delight, the two of them making a pinky promise, a precious memory of their little pact. The next morning, as Ping'an followed his parents out, he startled Yi Jiafeng, who was carrying a wash basin on the second floor. He dropped the basin in shock, soaking his pants, but he didn't care. Pointing at the family of 3, he exclaimed, "You're going to class. What about the little one?" Ping'an retorted unhappily, "Who are you calling little? Babies are little, I'm a little man." His childish protest made the onlooking students burst out laughing. All right, Uncle was wrong. You're a man. But when your mom and dad are in class, you have to sit still and not move around. Can you do that?" Ping'an didn't answer, just nodded. His big eyes curiously scanned the crowd, recognizing a few faces and smiling at them. "Xiao Wu, your son's something else. Not shy at all. Ping'an, want to go to class with us uncles? Little man, remember us uncles?" Ping'an turned and walked off, waving his hand. "I'm in a hurry. Bye." Zhang Guoqing hurried after him. There were stairs ahead. Watching the family leave, everyone burst out laughing again. That little guy, what's he in a hurry for? Where does he learn this stuff? From adults, of course. Did you see the way he turned and waved, just like his grandpa? Kids love to imitate. My nephew even pretends to smoke like the old man. For the next 2 days, Ping'an followed his parents from classroom to classroom. After a while, he started missing his little friends. Would the Annie forget his fruit snacks since he wasn't in class? What if Grandpa came home and couldn't find him? What if Grandma missed having him to cuddle at night? What if Great-Grandma missed him? What if someone ate his fruit at home? Just as Ping'an was starting to worry, his Grandma Lin Lishan finally arrived. He dashed out of the classroom, determined never to sit through another class with those strange uncles and aunties. When he learned Grandpa wouldn't be home for another 2 days, Ping'an looked at the car, then at his parents, disappointed. After a moment's hesitation, he made Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao Pinky swear they'd come home often to spend time with him. Satisfied with their promise, he happily got in the car to wait for Grandpa. It was from this trip to campus that Ping'an began to understand what Grandpa meant by the outside world being complicated. The adults thought he was too young, but they kept asking him all sorts of questions. He was starting to get it. Complicated meant there were too many bad people. He decided he wouldn't come to school again. When he grew up, if anyone asked him questions, he'd just give them a good smack. Amidst the hustle and bustle, another peaceful birthday passed, and time seemed to fly by even faster. In the blink of an eye, the year was drawing to a close, and the semester's classes had basically ended. In the wind and snow, the year of the tiger arrived. People hoped for the vitality and strength the tiger symbolizes, and, even more so, they wished the new year would bring a change in fortune. The common people's wishes are simple: favorable weather, a safe home, and a stable life. But judging by the difficulties classmates had buying train tickets, things weren't looking optimistic. At the ticket counters, it was nearly impossible to get a seat on trains heading north. When Zhang Guoqing heard about this, he deliberately picked a time to go to the station and contact Lu Ming. After going twice in a row, he finally caught Lu Ming's train. They barely had time for a few words before Lu Ming advised him not to take the family back home before the new year. First, the child was still young, and this winter was especially cold compared to previous years. Second, there were many refugees traveling with the old and the young, which brought numerous health and safety risks. It would be better to wait until spring to make the trip. Before Zhang Guoqing could decide, his father sent 2 letters in a row, telling them not to come home and that he and Zhang's mother would come to Beijing as soon as spring arrived. These 2 letters, written by his second brother on behalf of his parents, left Zhang Guoqing anxious and restless. If the letters hadn't come so close together, he might have been able to reassure himself, but with this unusual frequency, he was on edge. Why didn't they want the family to come back? After half a year apart, it didn't make sense that his parents wouldn't miss their son. Was something wrong at home, or was someone causing trouble again? What on earth was going on? His second brother's letters were vague and unclear, which almost made Zhang Guoqing curse in frustration. The inconvenience of communication only added to his anxiety. Finally, after enduring until the school holiday, he immediately collected his ration coupons and planned his trip. With his wife and child safe in Beijing, what did he, a grown man, have to fear about traveling? His parents, far away in the northeast, always reported only good news, never bad. His father, who always trusted him, and his mother, who doted on him endlessly, how could he bear to leave them or feel at ease? Zhang Guoqing entrusted his wife and child to his father-in-law, didn't bother to rest, grabbed his ticket, shouldered his luggage, and rushed to the station. He didn't notice that someone was watching him with a smile, neither stopping him nor saying a word. Watching his son-in-law stride away, Zhou Jiao gave his daughter a helpless glare. He wanted to scold her but couldn't bear to. He wanted to keep her home, but worried that if he tried, she'd sneak off on her own, which would be even less safe. Faced with his daughter's stubbornness, he was at a loss. If it were his son, he'd have given him a kick already, but this precious, delicate daughter, forget it. Zhou Jiao ordered the guard to help sneak his daughter onto the train and personally saw her off at the station. Along the way, he fussed over her, repeatedly reminding her to be careful, to keep an eye on that naive son-in-law, and not to let that hot-headed fool do anything rash. To be honest, he wasn't worried about his own daughter. It was the soft-hearted Zhang Guoqing that concerned him. People with a strong sense of justice often get themselves into trouble the fastest. In the sleeper car, Zhang Guoqing was stunned to see father and daughter show up. Hadn't they agreed? He'd be gone just 3 to 5 days and come right back. If his wife came along, what about their son? Zhou Jiao shot him a look of disdain. Fools have their own luck, he thought. What did the Zhang family do in a past life to deserve having this idiot marry my precious daughter? Glancing at the strangers in the compartment, he shifted his itchy right leg. Forget it, he'd let the fool save some face. Dad, I'll definitely take good care of Jiao. We'll be back in a few days, Zhang Guoqing promised. Zhou Jiao nodded coldly, but inwardly thought, who's protecting whom, really? If my Jiao didn't have knockout powder as a trump card, would I have agreed to let her go to the northeast? What a fool. As the train was about to depart, Zhou Jiao left them with a final word: listen to Jiao while you're out there. If you run into trouble, don't be afraid, I'll cover for you. Zhang Guoqing could only smile wryly as his father-in-law tossed out that line and strode away. He hadn't wanted to bring his wife, but in the end, it was because he didn't want his father-in-law to worry. It wasn't easy, but he finally let go and left. Zhou Jiao watched the train leave with disappointment. Kids growing up is really no good. They're always wanting to run off and play. He missed when they were little and safe at home. But his Jiao really did take after him. She was tired of the capital. Driving back, Zhou Jiao kept thinking maybe he should find a way to let his daughter go abroad for a while. He had the means to broaden her horizons. Zhou Jiao watched her father outside the window with reluctance. As the train started moving, she let out a long sigh. Why couldn't civilian air travel be available? She really didn't like these long journeys. Along the way, with snow and ice everywhere, many fellow passengers would get off at every stop and come back on with baked flatbread and dry food. This surprised the couple. Soon, Zhou Jiao realized that at each station, passengers could use their tickets to buy a certain amount of staple food without needing ration coupons. These savvy travelers had figured it out. At every stop, each person could get a couple of steamed buns or cornbread, and over the course of the journey, it added up. By the time they reached their destination, they'd saved their ration coupons and gained extra food. At the second stop, the couple followed suit, lining up to buy food just like everyone else. Rather than being happy about getting dry food, they enjoyed the excitement of this activity on an otherwise dull journey. What brings people closer together? Sharing in the same mischief. After a while, the atmosphere in their sleeper compartment reached a high point, with everyone excitedly sharing their tips and experiences. Zhou Jiao noticed that the woman across from her, traveling alone, would leave her pile of luggage behind and dash off faster than anyone else at every stop. Zhou Jiao couldn't help but marvel at how honest people were back then, not even worrying about their belongings being stolen. But soon, she had to eat her words. After a night, at a small station in the early morning, she saw someone accidentally fall, and the biscuits they dropped were instantly snatched up by the surrounding crowd. It wasn't that people were more honest, just that the environment was different. In the hard seat cars behind them, families crowded together so tightly that the aisles were packed, and people had even started getting on and off the train through the windows. In the freezing cold, who knew how they managed to open those tightly shut windows? Just thinking about the long nights and the biting northern wind sneaking into the carriage made her shiver. After that day, Zhang Guoqing forbade her from leaving the compartment, so Zhou Jiao could no longer observe the goings-on inside and outside the train. As the train stopped and started at small stations along the way, she soon noticed that the peddlers who used to hawk their wares along the route had almost disappeared. Luckily, the train still served meals. Otherwise, with such limited space, the couple would have had to survive on dry food all the way home. No matter how long the journey, there's always an end. After a nerve-wracking trip, they finally arrived safely in the provincial capital. Zhang Guoqing and his wife said goodbye to the new friends they'd made, their hearts filled with anxious anticipation. As soon as they reached the provincial capital, they didn't even stop to visit Zhao Chuangang and the others, but hurried straight back to their county town. Home was still the same place that haunted their dreams. The familiar dialect, the familiar long-stemmed pipes, the familiar loud voices, there was less of the old hustle and bustle and more solemnity. After several months away, stepping onto this familiar land again, they were now wanderers returning home. Standing at the gate, Zhang Guoqing took a deep breath and shouted, "Dad, Mom, I'm home." "Yes, I'm home. My father, my mother, I'm back." There is a kind of love that is etched into your bones and flows in your blood. That deep, weighty love from a father and mother is higher than the sky, thicker than the earth, always giving selflessly. This bond is like a kite, one end held by the parents, the string tethering their children. If the distance grows, sometimes the string can't withstand the changes of time and space, and it might snap. Zhang Guoqing didn't want that string to become old and frayed. He guarded it carefully, hoping his parents would leave their hometown and the family could reunite. But reality was too difficult. His parents were also holding onto many thick strings, watching over his siblings as well. Suddenly, hurried footsteps and his mother's suspicious muttering came from the Zhang family's courtyard. Soon, the front door swung open, revealing Zhang Guoqing's familiar face. Mother Zhang rushed forward in disbelief, grabbing her son and laughing joyfully. "Old man, it's our Xiaowu. Our Xiaowu has come home." Zhou Jiao laughed out loud. "Mom, I'm back too." "Dad, we missed you so much." Father Zhang's eyes turned red as he nodded, smiling. Good children, it's so good you're back." Seeing his father so overwhelmed with emotion made Zhang Guoqing's nose sting. His parents must think of him all the time. Thankfully, he was finally home. He dropped his luggage and went up to hug his father, saying softly, "Dad, your son is home." Father Zhang patted him on the back with relief, laughing heartily. Mother Zhang pulled Zhou Jiao over, looking her up and down for a while before nodding in satisfaction. "Good, you haven't lost weight. That's what matters." Zhou Jiao nodded with a smile. There were so many things she wanted to say, but words failed her. She was deeply grateful to her parents-in-law. They always told them not to come back, but wasn't that just because they were worried? "Wife, hurry and cook something for the kids to fill their stomachs." "Make more, I'll eat some too." Hearing this, Zhou Jiao paused and took a good look at their faces. Thank goodness, they hadn't lost weight. She'd been so worried. Zhang Guoqing and his father carried the luggage inside. Once in the living room, Father Zhang asked, "Are you two doing well? Didn't I tell you not to come back? Why did you come home again?" "We're doing great, better than anyone. We wanted to bring Ping'an home too, but we're worried about the journey. We haven't seen you for half a year and we couldn't stop worrying." Father Zhang looked at his son with a smile. He hadn't lost weight in half a year. In fact, he looked even stronger. Good, it seemed the whole family was doing well. That was all he could hope for. Zhang Guoqing glanced around. "Dad, is everything okay at home? Are you getting your rations every month? Is there enough firewood?" "We're doing just fine at home, don't worry. I still have the ration coupons you sent last time, haven't used them. Don't send anything else." Seeing this, Zhang Guoqing didn't press further. Some things he'd have to check for himself. He stood up, opened his luggage, and handed his father a bag of photos. Father Zhang looked at the photos of his grandson and burst out laughing. After a while, he asked, "He looks so chubby, obviously doing well. Now that you're back, will he fuss about wanting his parents?" Zhang Guoqing shook his head with a smile and said quietly, "Your grandson stayed with us at school for a couple of nights, but as soon as he went home with his grandma, he refused to come back. At the daycare in the compound, he gets the best of everything, but my father-in-law still worries. Other kids go home once a week, but he goes home every night and is sent back in the morning. Usually, my father-in-law and his family pick him up, and if they're busy, there's Mrs. Chung. There's even a nanny who goes over at noon to check on him. He doesn't have time to miss us. He's the youngest among all the families, and now that it's the holidays, a bunch of little uncles dote on him." Father Zhang sighed. "Our Ping'an has landed in a nest of blessings." Zhang Guoqing nodded. More than just a nest of blessings, if his son could grow up smoothly, he'd start life at a much higher point than his father ever did. "How are your brothers and sisters?" "They're all doing well, don't worry." "How long are you staying this time?" "If you're not coming back for New Year, you should visit your grandfather's grave first." Zhang Guoqing nodded. "I'll stay 3 to 5 days before heading back. There are still activities at the school. I can't be away too long. This time, I came to bring you and Mom with me. My father-in-law thinks so too. If you're with us, we can take care of you if anything happens." Father Zhang quickly shook his head. "Thank him for me, but I can't go right now and your mother can't leave either. Your second sister and second sister-in-law are both pregnant, and we wouldn't feel at ease leaving. As long as you're all doing well, I'm content. There will be plenty of chances to go to the capital in the future." Zhang Guoqing was surprised. "Why didn't you mention this in your letters?" "My second brother is something else. Always says everything's fine and nothing else." "Are they getting enough nutrition?" Father Zhang smiled and said they were fine. Everyone had jobs and didn't lack for anything. He thought to himself, who would dare tell you? If you knew, you'd send things every day. Zhou's family is already supporting their daughter's whole family. It wouldn't be right for them to support relatives too. Soon, Mother Zhang and Zhou Jiao brought in bowls of noodles, urging everyone to eat first and talk later. "Mom, this tastes amazing. No one cooks like you. Eat more meat. Now that your son is back, just say what you want to eat, don't skimp on yourself." Mother Zhang smiled as she watched him pile meat into her bowl. She didn't refuse, her son was so filial. "You left so much food behind, your dad, and I can't finish it all. We haven't been skimping." Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao exchanged dry smiles. They'd been worried there wouldn't be enough, and rushed back because they were afraid their parents would be too frugal and harm their health. "Food doesn't keep well, Don't save it. I'll go up the mountain later. There's plenty of meat there. And don't use the ration coupons at the grain store. Go to a restaurant and try something different. Mother Zhang nodded with a smile, then suddenly frowned and asked, I asked Yuan, and she said the school rations aren't enough. You're not saving them to send to us, are you? Zhang Guoqing smiled and pointed at Zhou Jiao, letting her answer. Zhou Jiao laughed. Dad, Mom, your son is really capable. He organized a group to go hunting and traded meat for lots of ration coupons. Don't worry, other families might be short on food, but not us. Father Zhang shook his head disapprovingly. Don't take risks. Trading for grain means going to the black market. If something goes wrong, it could ruin your future. We have enough rations every month. Life is so much better than before. We even used to eat grassroots. Just be careful out there, and don't take unnecessary risks. Seeing the couple nod earnestly, he smiled with relief. He wasn't worried his two smartest kids would listen. As long as they remembered, that was enough. Mother Zhang beamed at her son. The more she looked, the happier she felt. She always said her Xiaowu was clever and reliable. At this moment, she'd completely forgotten how she'd been tossing and turning at night, worrying her son's big appetite would leave him hungry and weak. Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao looked at their parents and grinned foolishly. Now that they had a son of their own, they understood even more how much parents worry about their children and how deep their love runs. Before leaving, Old Lady Qing and the others handed Zhang Guoqing 2 parcels. At the time, he was rushing to catch the bus and didn't have the chance to refuse them repeatedly, nor was it convenient to open them on the bus. Now, after finishing his noodles, Zhang Guoqing opened all the luggage he'd brought back, startling Father and Mother Zhang. Earlier, they'd been focused on their youngest son and hadn't had a chance to look closely. Xiaowu, why are there so many things? Zhang Guoqing shook his head with a smile. Those 2 bags are from Great Aunt for you. The rest are from my father-in-law. These old clothes are from my buddies in the compound. I asked them for them. Mother Zhang couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time, patting him. Silly child, how could you even ask? We don't lack clothes at home. But Zhou Jiao knew about these old clothes. He'd asked for them for the villagers. Some families were well off and wouldn't pass down their children's clothes to nieces and nephews, so when Zhang Guoqing found out, he took them all. I just told everyone, if you have any old clothes you don't want, give them to me. Who knew? Once word got out, everyone sent them over. I only picked some to bring back. Tomorrow I'll give them to third grandpa and let him distribute them. Father Zhang nodded repeatedly with a smile. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Coming from a poor background isn't shameful. The kids are thoughtful. At least they're doing something for the village. I'll pick out some good ones to save for later, Mother Zhang said. Zhang Guoqing didn't stop her. As long as his mother was happy. Mother Zhang was indeed very happy, especially when she saw the dry rations the young couple had bought without using ration coupons. She was so delighted her smile wouldn't leave her face. After chatting for a while, Zhang Guoqing took 2 boxes of preserved fruit and 2 boxes of pastries and went with Zhou Jiao to visit the neighbors. Since they were back, they needed to maintain good relationships. Distant relatives aren't as helpful as close neighbors, and with his parents still in their hometown, they'd need the neighbors to look out for them. As news of Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao's return spread, by evening, the courtyard was packed with people who'd come to visit. In those days, everyone had an indescribable reverence for Beijing. In the living room, everyone gathered around to look at photos and listen to stories about the capital, chatting and laughing until just before dinner, when they finally dispersed. At last, only the family was left, and Zhou Jiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. As lively as it was with so many people, the thick smoke in the room was something she wasn't used to. Compared to Zhang Meihao, who was just 2 months pregnant, Lin Juhua was already showing and had lost a lot of weight, though her cheerful personality hadn't changed. When Zhou Jiao saw her heading to the kitchen to help, she quickly stopped her. Second sister-in-law, you and second sister just sit. There are enough of us here. You don't need to help out with your belly. It's fine. I still work at the office every day. I'm used to it. I'll go with you. Let the men stay here and chat with Dad. Mother Zhang led the women and girls to the kitchen, with the children trailing behind. Compared to listening to the adults talk, they preferred to get into the kitchen early. Maybe they'd get a bite to eat. Seeing this, Zhou Jiao patted her own forehead. She actually had something for the kids. Shizi, go find your uncle. He's got lots of snacks saved for you. The kids cheered and rushed into the living room to find Zhang Guoqing. Zhou Jiao shook her head with a smile. Even the youngest, Mice Wei, ran after them with a look of delight. Clearly, the kids hadn't been living easy lives. In the kitchen, Mother Zhang directed her daughters-in-law and daughters as they cooked. She was still very frugal. 2/3 of each steamed bun was filled with soaked wild vegetables. Zhou Jiao watched her hesitate for a long time before finally deciding to cook 2 meat dishes. Now she understood why her mother-in-law had said they'd never finish all the food she'd left for them. If it weren't for the 2 of them coming home, Mother Zhang probably wouldn't even have added a meat dish. She didn't interfere. It wasn't her place to take over. She needed to help her mother-in-law maintain her authority. She'd rather persuade her privately or leave more supplies, but she couldn't contradict her in front of her sisters-in-law. Mom, why don't you sit down and rest for a bit? Mother Zhang shook her head with a smile. I'm not tired. I'm just so happy to see you all. You don't need to help, go rest. I'll call you when dinner's ready. Zhou Jiao felt a little embarrassed. Mother-in-law, aren't you being a bit too biased? I'm not tired from the trip at all. I'll just chat with you. Mom, do you think we should visit Uncle's house? Zhang Meili laughed. Since you didn't come back during the new year, you should go. Aunt mentioned you too last time, asking how you were doing. Mother Zhang nodded. Tomorrow, we'll visit the ancestral graves in the village first, and then stop by your uncle's before we leave. They won't mind. They know you're busy. Zhou Jiao was relieved. Changing the subject worked. They'd have to visit both uncles' families soon. In these times, it was important to help out honest relatives when you could. When you go back to the village, third grandpa will be over the moon. Did Xiaowu plan this trip to coincide with the village's annual hunt? Zhou Jiao couldn't help but laugh. She'd forgotten all about the village's yearly group hunt, but who had time to remember such things? Zhang Meili said worriedly, Xiaowu hasn't hunted in over half a year. What if he's rusty? Better not go up the mountain. It's freezing. What if something happens? Jihua, do you know when the village is heading up the mountain? Maybe we should delay our trip a bit. My husband said it's this week. Last time, they didn't catch anything big, so third grandpa is planning to send more people this time. Listening to their conversation, Zhou Jiao started calculating. They wouldn't be staying long before heading to the provincial capital, so there really wasn't time to join the hunt for several days. She'd originally planned to use this trip home as an excuse to bring meat back to Beijing. Looks like they'd have to discuss it further. Zhou Jiao noticed that aside from Zhang Meili's objections and Mother Zhang's enthusiastic nods, no one else commented. She smiled inwardly. Seems everyone was hoping her husband would bring back some meat. Who doesn't feel for their own husband? This way they could save on milk powder and ration coupons. Zhang Meili was the most considerate. She'd have to give her eldest sister an extra gift this time. In the living room, Zhang Guoqing chatted with everyone, picking up bits of information. Seeing that his parents were indeed doing well, as they'd said, he felt reassured. As for how his 2 brothers were doing, he didn't really care. If jobs at the grain store and public security bureau couldn't support their families, then they really were hopeless. Besides, both couples had dual incomes. He listened as second brother confided in him and just smiled. There are no fools in this world. If his parents could have such a shrewd second son, aside from himself being an exception, there's no reason his eldest brother would be stupid. He'd just gotten used to obeying his parents and wife. After so long in the city, hadn't he wised up? No matter what tricks the Huang family tried, if his eldest brother ignored them, there was nothing they could do. The Huangs were short on food, who wasn't? This time, his eldest brother did great. Having the whole family eat at work was a smart move. If Huang Cuilan wanted to help her family, let her. If she could stand the hunger, who could stop her from being filial? Sure enough, she couldn't take it after less than 3 months. Zhang Guoqing didn't comment on his second brother's disdain for his sister-in-law. As long as she treated father and mother Zhang properly and didn't cause trouble, her character was none of his business. Early the next morning, Zhang Guoqing and his wife got up at dawn. After breakfast, they packed their belongings and accompanied father and mother Zhang onto a horse-drawn cart, heading for Zhou Jiao village. After visiting Zhao Dashan and Zuolin last night, the couple planned to stay a few more days. They wanted to bring some wild game to the provincial capital to visit Zhao Chuangang and the others before setting off back to Beijing. Last time, they had cleaned out the house in Zhangjia village completely. They thought that after so long, the place would be covered in dust and had planned to give it a thorough cleaning. To their surprise, not only the bedrooms, but even the backyard had been kept spotless by father and mother Zhang. The couple didn't know what to say. They hadn't been home to look after their parents and had intended to show their filial piety, but in the end, it was their parents who had to do the work. After laying out 2 quilts and setting up a big pot and seeing that everything was in order, Zhang Guoqing took advantage of the morning work hours to head to the production team office with a bundle in hand. No matter how slack the winter was, there was still plenty to do in the team: sorting seeds, collecting cow dung, weaving willow baskets, twisting hemp rope, not to mention some people had to go out for temporary work. Aside from the outdoor farm work, inside the production team's yard, a row of women were busy sorting seeds on the heated kong beds. Sorting seeds was considered the easiest job in the team. There weren't any ready-to-sell seeds at this time of year, so every year the old team leader would have the village women pick out the shriveled, moldy, or bad seeds, leaving only the good ones for planting in the spring. Although the women chatted about family gossip as they worked, none of them dared take their eyes off the job. After all, these seeds would determine next year's harvest, and no one could afford to be careless. Sorting seeds was a job everyone was happy to do, especially picking out peanuts and beans. For people who could barely fill their stomachs, this was a great gig, and the temptation was strong. After assigning the tasks, the old team leader went inside to check on things. Seeing that the women were working properly, he didn't feel comfortable staying in the room as an old man, so he asked the women's director, Yezi, to keep an eye out. He was always worried someone might sneak a few seeds home. Leaving the house, he strolled over to the row of pigsties in the back. Seeing the pigs and chickens growing well, he chuckled with satisfaction. At least his efforts hadn't been wasted on these ancestors. When Zhang Guoqing arrived at the team office with a big bag of old clothes, the old team leader was standing at the door. Having just heard that Zhang was back in the village, he knew the young man would come to see him, and he was right. The old team leader smiled at him. "What's with all these bags? Everything going well outside? How long are you staying this time?" Zhang Guoqing smiled and nodded. "These are old clothes I brought back. You can decide how to distribute them. The kids didn't come back this time, so we'll be leaving in 2 or 3 days." The old team leader smiled with relief. "I'll hand them out to the kids later. You're not making your father-in-law lose face by doing this, are you?" "My father-in-law isn't that kind of person. He's always been helping out his old comrades too." As they walked, the old team leader said, "He's a real man, loyal and righteous. It's a pity. Remember to learn as much as you can from him. Even if you pick up just a little, it'll benefit you for life." This was the second time Zhang Guoqing had heard the old team leader say this. He didn't ask what the pity was, just nodded with a smile. The old team leader stood up and pointed to the snow-covered fields outside. "You've been away a long time, but you still remember what it's like to work the fields, right?" Zhang Guoqing understood what he meant. "Of course. This is my route. No matter how long I'm away, I won't forget I'm a farmer's son." Sigh. "Remember, no matter how far you go, don't become one of those bullies who throw their weight around. Our Zhang family descendants can't let our ancestors down, and we must never do things that would make people point fingers at us." After saying this, the old team leader continued, his tone full of anger and frustration. "Not long after you left for Beijing, the village was raided by those bullies. They claimed to have orders from above, saying no one was allowed to hide grain. I'm old and can't manage everything, but those rascals went too far. They even searched your yard, but someone reminded them it was your family's place, so they left in a hurry. Xiao Wu, if you ever run into people like that, just ignore them. They're opportunists. You have to be careful dealing with them. Zhang Guoqing nodded with a smile, understanding that even if he'd been home, he couldn't have stopped it. But some things were better left unsaid to the elders, so he smoothly changed the subject and chatted about other things. Xiaowu, you're back. Did your wife and son come too? Your parents have been longing for you to come home. How long are you staying this time? Uncle Zhang greeted him cheerfully as soon as he arrived at the team office, seeing his nephew chatting with the old team leader. Zhang Guoqing smiled and nodded. The kids didn't come back this time. We'll be leaving in a few days. How have you been, Uncle? What's good about it? Times are tough. Did you see all the refugees on your way back? If you hadn't come, I was about to write you a letter. The old team leader waved his hand to stop him from asking for help. Let's not talk about that now. This kid has a good heart. He won't stand by if there's trouble, but now isn't the time. The village just needs to hang on a little longer. If things get really bad, we'll talk then. Uncle Zhang nodded happily. He didn't want his nephew to suffer, but since he was the most promising child of the Zhang family, he felt he should do something for the clan. Sometimes, being pushed into it made it feel more meaningful. Zhang Guoqing didn't know what his uncle was thinking. He'd already heard a lot of rumors since coming back, and had his own plans, just waiting for the right time. Luckily, you found that patch of dense forest, or else it'd be hard for everyone to get enough to eat. But now even the animals have gotten smart and run deep into the mountains. It's too dangerous there. I don't dare let the young men go in. We'll just have to get by for now and think of something else if things get worse. Zhang Guoqing listened to the old team leader muttering to himself and didn't interrupt. Who would risk their lives if they didn't have to? Even if the old team leader wanted them to go into the mountains, not many would be willing. Third uncle, shouldn't the team hand over the pigs earlier? They eat a lot every day, Uncle Zhang asked. The old team leader hesitated before sharing his thoughts. Let's wait and see what the other villages do. Some villages don't even have a single pig left. The township will probably issue new policies. No need to rush. Zhang Guoqing glanced at the two of them. It seemed the village was doing all right. They at least had pigs that survived. He wondered if he should give them the corn and rice bran he'd brought. He didn't mind giving it away, but he worried they'd expect it every time. On the other hand, if he didn't give it to them, it would spoil, so he'd have to take it back with him. Sigh. What a dilemma. After chatting a bit longer, Zhang Guoqing excused himself and left. At lunchtime, the village canteen served 1 bowl per person. Zhou Jiao was lucky enough to get a bowl of porridge made from chopped cabbage cores mixed with a bit of dried sweet potato, plus a crumbly wild vegetable and bran bun. Even this was special. The village women had deliberately given the thickest part of the porridge to Zhang Guoqing and his wife, and picked the biggest bun for them. Zhou Jiao finally understood why the children like Shizi hadn't come back to the village with them. Unable to refuse their kindness, Zhou Jiao thanked the women and ate the meal, full of the warmth of the countryside. Compared to the school cafeteria, the food here wasn't much worse. The old captain's methods were impressive. Winning hearts and minds was truly the best strategy. Looking at the innocent, naive smiles of those children, Zhang Guoqing rubbed his face hard. After lunch, Zhang Guoqing trudged home with Zhou Jiao. He understood why the old captain let the children eat thin porridge while the strong adults got solid food. It was reasonable. But he just couldn't get over it. It didn't sit right with him. After all, children are the future. Zhou Jiao took out 2 sets of old clothes. She didn't say anything at this point. There was no need for many words between them. She knew they had to make a trip up the mountain. Seeing this, Zhang Guoqing took her hand and smiled. Let's go up the mountain. Big brother will take you for a walk. Zhou Jiao smiled at his words. She wasn't a saint, but she wasn't cold-hearted either. Compared to the refugees, the villagers were already much better off. They still had some thin and thick food, and occasionally even some wild game. With days like these, there was really no need to worry. Who doesn't care about their own children? Carrying Zhou Jiao on his back, Zhang Guoqing made his way around the outskirts of Dakingshan, not seeing even a single feather. The two of them, uneasy, made a point to check the collapsed Taoist temple. Thankfully, the huge boulder was still there. What was immovable for others was easily handled by Zhou Jiao, without Zhang Guoqing needing to exert any brute force. He was speechless, but also secretly proud. His wife was amazing. Zhou Jiao didn't have time to appreciate his pride. Luckily, the cold weather had preserved things well. After half a year, although some of the corn sacks had been gnawed by animals and were missing some, most of it was still in good condition. After gathering up the corn, dried sweet potatoes, and rice bran, Zhang Guoqing carried his wife further away. The dense forest had already been picked clean. There was nothing left to eat. The wild rabbits and pheasants that used to dart everywhere were nowhere to be seen, and even the grasslands had been dug up beyond recognition. As for his blessed land, there were no more animal tracks, not even a single fishtail in the creek. Even though Zhang Guoqing had mentally prepared himself, once a secret gets out, it's only a matter of time before everyone knows. Seeing the devastation still made his heart ache. His wife's medicinal herbs, their backyard garden, all ruined. It's fine, give it a couple of years and it'll recover, Zhou Jiao tried to comfort him. But her words didn't ease his worries. Coming from a family of hunters, Zhang Guoqing understood better than anyone that this kind of environmental destruction, squeezing out the animals' living space, was not a good thing. He didn't want to voice his concerns and make his wife worry. With the deep winter, once the animals in the mountains ran out of food, how long before they came down the mountain? The wolf disaster had just passed. If bears or tigers started showing up, it would be a real catastrophe. He sighed, picked Zhou Jiao up again, and hurried toward the wooden hut. He just hoped his grandfather's good intentions hadn't been torn down for firewood. From a distance, he finally saw the cabins still standing in the snow, which gave him some comfort. At least people hadn't been foolish enough to destroy it. Forget it, I'll just take a wild boar. There won't be any more if I keep looking. Zhang Guoqing shook his head in silence. He needed to see for himself. Had the animals retreated deeper into the mountains, or had they been hunted out? He had to check the surroundings to stay on top of any hidden dangers. Seeing that he didn't stop, Zhou Jiao glanced around thoughtfully and asked, "Are you heading to the wild boar woods?" "Yeah. Silly. We already wiped out the boars there. What if they're wolves? Then I'll feed you to them." "Shoo, quiet, let me listen." Zhou Jiao gave him a playful smack, wrapped her arms around his neck, and held her breath, not daring to make a sound. Her imagination ran wild. What if there was an old boar waiting to ambush them for revenge? There was no old boar, but there were plenty of boar brothers. As soon as Zhang Shiwu, the speedster, got close to the old wild boar woods, he set Zhou Jiao safely up a tree, then stealthily approached the area himself. Zhou Jiao was about to doze off waiting when finally he emerged, dragging a big and a small wild boar. She silently gave him a thumbs up. Zhang the finisher really missed his calling by not hunting in college. "Wife, pack up. Let's go right away." Seeing his serious face, Zhou Jiao didn't ask questions. She quickly stored the boars, jumped onto his back, and they sped off at a pace that exceeded her limits. Zhou Jiao, terrified, worried that if they didn't hurry, a tiger might come for revenge, and she'd have to accompany her reckless husband to the afterlife. After they'd gone a good distance, Zhou Jiao couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "What happened?" "Some slipped through the net. Looks like another group of wild boars moved in. There are still wolves on the nearby hills. These animals don't dare go deeper into the mountains. Probably something big is in there." Zhou Jiao shivered and tugged his ear. "Hurry up." "Haha. Don't worry, if they come, it's just more meat delivered to our door." Zhou Jiao didn't dare reply. If she weren't such a burden, she'd have dragged him to run faster herself. Last time it was a tiger, who knew what it would be this time? When they reached the cabin, Zhou Jiao still felt uneasy. Glancing back nervously for so long she started seeing things. She kept feeling like a pack of wolves was following them. "Let's not stay. It's all frozen and icy here. We'll talk when we get back." Zhang Guoqing was caught off guard when she yanked him, nearly making him fall. He quickly scooped her up and left. Just a little more and he, a grown man, would have been toppled by his petite wife, almost lost his dignity. The couple sneaked home like seasoned thieves. The house was empty, no surprise. Zhang's mother had gone to help select seeds again, and as for Zhang's father, after lunch he'd gone off with his old buddies to weave baskets and chat, not having come home since. Zhou Jiao closed the courtyard gate and whispered to him, "The little boar is tender, can we keep it for ourselves?" She pursed her lips and giggled, a bit embarrassed. Could Zhang Guoqing say no? Absolutely not. If it weren't for the extra meat in their secret stash, his wife would probably mourn even a single lost pig hair. He looked at her speechlessly and nodded. She didn't even like eating meat herself. Why did she love hoarding it like a hamster? Their little son was so delighted every time the guards delivered food and supplies that his eyes would disappear from smiling. This was definitely the result of prenatal education. Thinking of his son, Zhang Guoqing grinned. "Let's stew a big pot of meat this time. Ping'an likes plain stewed meat, not roasted. I'll check the black market for pork in the next couple of days." Last time, he and Dad both complained that wild boar was too tough. Zhou Jiao nodded happily. "If there's domestic pork, we can trade some fine grain for it. Get more bones, too. Maybe ask Uncle Dashing? Pig's feet and tails are the best." Luckily, no one overheard their conversation, otherwise, it would have sparked a lot of jealousy. Thinking of his son reminded Zhang Guoqing of the village children. Seeing it was getting late, he took a wild boar to the canteen before dinner. The old captain, hearing the news, immediately decided to keep the wild boar as a mission pig. Not even a single hair was left for Zhang Guoqing. As for rewarding the children, well, just being able to eat their fill was already a dream, let alone having big chunks of meat. Accountant Xiaosher, too, ledger in hand, calculated how much food the wild boar could be traded for and how many more days of full meals it could provide. For a moment, not just the adults, even the children kept silent, their eyes shining as they stared at the wild boar on the ground. Seeing this, the old captain's heart softened, and he finally decided that tonight they'd cook up the remaining meat bones from the storeroom so the children could have an extra bowl of meat soup. Zhang's mother had been careless for a moment and ended up causing a huge mess. She couldn't even describe how she felt about it. That was a genuine wild boar, and it was her youngest son who had hunted it. Was she upset about it? Of course, her heart ached for the loss. Did she regret it? When she saw the old ladies in the village looking so guilty that they couldn't even meet her eyes, she quickly let it go. Forget it. Let's just say my son did a good deed and accumulated some virtue. Seeing this, Zhou Jiao's eyes darted around. To keep her mother-in-law happy, she had to give away a whole wild boar for free. Otherwise, if the old lady worried herself sick, that would be a real problem. The old team leader smiled and promised to give Zhang's father an extra share of meat at the end of the year, making Zhang Guoqing grin from ear to ear. He hadn't expected anything in return for giving up the boar, so having his parents get a share was more than enough. After dinner, Zhou Jiao hurried home ahead of her in-laws and took out a wild boar. She patted the boar regretfully. It was all good meat. Late at night, when everything was quiet, Zhang's mother finally got to see the wild boar her son had hunted for the family. She watched and gave instructions with a big smile, while Zhang's father could only look up at the sky in exasperation. Thank goodness there was still one left, or else his wife would have been thinking about it until the end of the year. Xiao Wu, keep the pig's head for your father to use in the ancestral offering. Everything we have today is thanks to our ancestors' blessings. We still need your grandpa and them to watch over you from above. Zhang Guoqing grinned and gave his mother a thumbs up, making her even happier. After thinking for a moment, she continued, "And you should take more meat back to honor your father-in-law." Zhou Jiao couldn't help but laugh. How adorable was her mother-in-law? Wasn't she saying that her own father's contribution was no less than the Zhang ancestors? "Mom, I won't take any back this time. I'll cut some for my godfather's family, but the rest is all yours. You can give it to whoever you like." Hearing this, Zhang's mother patted Zhou Jiao. "Silly child, how much can your father and I eat? If you know anyone who needs New Year's gifts, just make sure everyone's taken care of." Zhang's father chimed in with a laugh. "Aren't you two planning to visit your uncle's family? You can bring some meat over tomorrow and let them know you won't be visiting during the new year. As for the rest, give some to Zuolin, Deshawn, and a couple of other families. It's a way to return some favors." Zhang Guoqing had no objections to his father's arrangements. They set aside a third of the meat for gifts and left the rest for Zhang's mother to handle. She liked to make cured meat every year and store it away for peace of mind, so this suited her perfectly. The next day, the couple brought 20 pounds of meat and 2 military coats as New Year's gifts to her two uncles' families. They deliberately went early in the morning and even stopped by the canteen to have a look. Compared to Zhongjia village, people here really didn't have enough to eat or wear. Fortunately, Zhang's mother often helped out her family. Otherwise, it was hard to imagine how the two uncles' families, with over 20 people between them, could get by. The arrival of their niece and her husband was a huge surprise for the two uncles. When they saw the gifts, they repeatedly refused, saying that their elder sister had already helped them so much, they really couldn't accept more. The cousins gathered around also looked embarrassed and urged them to take the gifts back. The two aunts went to their rooms and rummaged through their cupboards, insisting on giving the young couple a few boxes of pastries. The grandchildren standing nearby stared at the pastries with bright eyes, sucking their fingers but not daring to say a word. Faced with such honest and kind relatives, even the usually sociable Zhang Guoqing was at a loss for words. In the end, it was Zhou Jiao who unwrapped the paper, took out the pastries, and distributed them to the children, taking a piece for herself as well. Catching a glimpse of the two aunts' relieved smiles, Zhou Jiao felt a pang in her heart. She knew the adults were reluctant to take anything from her, so even though the pastries were stale, she forced herself to swallow them. No matter how bad they tasted, she had to eat them. After all, it was the thought that counted. Before leaving, Zhou Jiao considered giving them some food coupons but decided against it. She planned to secretly leave more money and coupons with her mother-in-law, so the old lady could help her family as she saw fit, without worrying about what her father-in-law or her two daughters-in-law might think. Thinking of this, she gave herself a mental thumbs up. She really was the model daughter-in-law. On the way home, Zhang Guoqing learned of her plan and couldn't help but laugh out loud at her self-praise. His wife had always had a peculiar quirk. If someone asked her for something, she wouldn't give a single hair, but for those shy relatives who never asked, she'd find every way possible to give them things. Who said his wife was cold and indifferent? Zhou Jiao was more sentimental than anyone. Back in the county, Zhang's mother had already dealt with the pork. Aside from a small portion given away, she cured and froze the remaining 200 pounds. Zhou Jiao was speechless when she saw that each of her two older siblings only got 2 pounds of meat. So that's where Ping'an's stinginess came from. It was inherited. But the old folks had their own way of thinking. Zhou Jiao just smiled, so long as her mother-in-law was happy. However, she did take charge and have the amount of meat given to Zhao Dashan's families. As her mother-in-law said, you couldn't even buy a pound of pork belly for 3 yuan on the black market these days. 5 pounds per family was just too much. Likewise, her godfather Zhao Chuangong's family also got much less. If each of the 5 families got 20 pounds, that would be 100 pounds gone in a flash. In the end, Zhang Guoqing packed even the bones to make sure there was enough left for the Huang family and old Master Zhao. While enjoying their parents' care at home, the couple was also kept busy. As schools across the country closed for winter break, some old classmates returned home, and naturally, a class reunion was organized. With supplies scarce, there was only a big pot of hot tea, a sack of sunflower seeds, and a plate of frozen pears. Even so, everyone was happy to catch up and share stories. Li Qinglin, who was at a top university in Haisher, couldn't make it back in time due to school activities. He was the only one of the group studying in the far south, and everyone had wanted to hear about life elsewhere. It was a pity he missed the reunion. Everyone agreed to meet again next summer. It was a nice thought, but Zhou Jiao knew it was unlikely. Even without considering others, after this winter break, Zhang Guoqing would have no time to return to the northeast. As a student union officer, with his reputation and ability, he'd likely take over as president when the current one graduated next year. Add to that all the practical activities, and he'd be even busier. As for Zhao Yuanyuan and the others, they'd be returning to school right after the new year for volunteer work, and might have to do grassroots internships over the summer. The college life she'd imagined, aside from major courses, was filled with meetings, ideological education, and farm work. There really wasn't much time for fun with classmates. Privately, Zhao Yuanyuan even complained to Zhou Jiao that she shouldn't have gone to college at all. If she'd started working earlier, she could have been earning a salary by now. But even if she wanted to drop out, it would be extremely difficult. Not only would she have to consider her parents' feelings, but she'd also have to worry about how others would judge her. If she wasn't careful, dropping out could become a stain on her record. Zhou Jiao comforted her with a pat. This child had really matured a lot since leaving home. After Zhang's father took his 3 sons back to the village to pay respects to Zhang's grandparents, they returned to the county town. It was only then that he finally brought up the real reason he hadn't wanted them to go back to their old home. He hadn't wanted to say anything at first, not wanting to burden the kids with more worries. But after his eldest son and daughter-in-law arrived home, it seemed the whole county knew they were back in no time. To prepare them mentally, he felt he had to give them a heads-up. The people from the old Zhou family were not to be underestimated. At lunch, Zhang Guoqing noticed his father seemed like he had something to say but was holding back. Now, finally pulling the couple aside for a private talk, it wasn't hard to guess it was something difficult to bring up. "Dad, if you have something to say, just say it. If there's a problem, leave it to me, I'll take care of it, no worries." Zhou Jiao nodded in agreement. Zhang's father smiled and shook his head. "What could I possibly have to worry about? It's just that the old Zhou family came to see me. I should have mentioned it in my letters, but I was afraid you'd go soft. Then I thought, forget it. Since they've already cut ties with you, why should you care?" Zhou Jiao's eyes flashed. She'd already guessed what this was about, nothing more than the old Zhou family trying to get her father-in-law to ask for food on their behalf. Shameless. How could they even have the nerve? Zhang's father tapped his pipe. "Isn't there a saying in those old plays, something about cutting but not severing, and the more you try, the messier it gets? Well, since you've already cut ties, there's no need to get tangled up again. I don't think the old Zhou family is really starving like some rural folks. Back then, your grandma gave them so much gold, and the old couple have their pensions and food rations. There's no way they're going hungry. Last month, old Zhou brought his little grandson to my door. I didn't let them in, just talked a bit at the gate. It was the middle of the day, and old Zhou was bawling like a woman, saying he was wrong and wanted to see your dad and you." Zhou Jiao stayed silent. She'd long expected this day would come, but she felt bad her father-in-law had to deal with it. Didn't old Lady Zhou say last time that it was all her fault? That wasn't long ago, and things aren't even at their worst yet, but here they are already, trying to play the victim. What a bunch of scoundrels. Zhang Guoqing shook his head and laughed. That old guy is really something else. Whatever his deal is, just be prepared. I'm just worried he'll hear you're back and come kneeling at our door. What would you do then? Seeing Zhang's father looking at her, Zhou Jiao smiled and shook her head. Old Zhou would never dare face me. He's just trying to get sympathy from you and Mom, hoping you'll speak up for him. Zhang's father was surprised. Really? Has he lost his mind? Why would I, instead of helping my own son and daughter-in-law, go feel sorry for him? What's going on in his head? Zhang Guoqing burst out laughing. Dad, old Zhou really doesn't dare face Jiao Jiao. He'd rather go to Beijing and see my father-in-law than see her. Back when Jiao Jiao was living under his roof, he knows exactly how he treated her. If he really wanted to see her, he'd have sent the old lady herself. Zhou Jiao thought of another angle. Old Zhou was only cozying up to her father-in-law because the two of them weren't in the northeast. If the two families got close, he could use her father-in-law's influence. Now that Zhang's father was in the county, with Zhang Guoqing in Beijing and Zhang Guoqiang at the bureau, plus the eldest son at the grain station, everyone around looked up to the Zhang family. Old Zhou was really underestimating her in-laws, thinking that just because her father-in-law was a farmer with little education, he'd be easy to fool. Never mind anything else, just his character alone meant he'd never deal with people like that. A clown as disgusting as Gu Rui, always overestimating his own intelligence and looking down on others, so vulgar it made her sick. If she didn't put these people in their place, they'd just keep coming back to bother her family. Looks like the old guy knows he can't get anywhere with your father-in-law, but he's not willing to give up such a good connection. So he's trying to get close to our Zhang family by putting on this little act. Zhou Jiao smirked to herself. See? Her father-in-law had already figured out their intentions. Zhang Guoqing said worriedly, let me handle it. Otherwise, you and Mom will never have a peaceful day. Zhang's father waved his hand dismissively. As long as he doesn't bother you too, that's fine. If he comes again and starts crying, I'll just keep him at the gate and ask him, if you know you were wrong, shouldn't you return the gold to your father-in-law? I bet they'll run for the hills as soon as I say that. Zhou Jiao couldn't help but laugh. All right, if that's settled, just ignore him. When you go back, remember to tell Uncle Zhou so he's aware. I'm just worried old Zhou will cause you trouble. Beijing isn't like other places. There are plenty of people who love to watch a spectacle. When you're out and about, be careful. Zhou Jiao nodded seriously. Clearly, Zhang's father had thought this through for a long time. Just in case, she'd have to make some more plans. That afternoon, while Zhang Guoqing had a meeting with Zhao Dashan, Zhuo Lin, and Li Aigua, Zhou Jiao didn't tell anyone and went alone to the neighboring county. If she didn't make this trip, old Zhou would probably think their family was tacitly allowing him to get close to the Zhangs. But who gave them the right to harass her family? After getting off the bus in the neighboring county, Zhou Jiao went straight to the village to find Zhou Xiaozuan. She didn't have Zhang Guoqing's patience. The two families had already torn all pretense of civility. What was there left to talk about? She might have cared about old lady Zhou in the past, but ever since the old lady avoided her last time, Zhou Jiao's heart had gone cold. Anything going on in the Zhou family was usually Zhou Xiaozuan's doing. As for old Zhou, after years of dealing with his shamelessness, she couldn't be bothered anymore. It was freezing cold. Zhou Xiaozuan was in the production team's yard twisting hemp rope with others when a little girl ran over to tell him someone was looking for him. He instinctively asked who it was, but the girl had already run off. As soon as Zhou Xiaozuan stepped outside, he saw a young woman talking to the team leader in the distance. He recognized her immediately. It was Zhou Jiao. Even if she'd put on weight and looked different, he could tell at a glance. Even if she turned to ashes, he'd remember it was this wretched girl who ruined his family. He'd cursed himself countless times for not being ruthless enough back then. If only he'd gotten rid of her quietly, what would it have mattered if Zhou Xiaozhang came back? No matter how much his father owed that bastard, they could have kept up appearances for the old lady's sake. But now, everything was ruined by this girl. Thinking of this, his eyes narrowed and he quickened his pace. If he was late, she'd probably be telling tales to outsiders again. The team leader pointed at the approaching Zhou Xiaozuan and said with a smile, "There he is. I'll leave you to it. If you need anything, just call me." Zhou Jiao thanked him and watched him leave, then turned to face her so-called uncle, still the same timid, shifty look. This was the kind of man who watched her like a viper. He probably saw her as a mortal enemy. No matter how harmless he pretended to be, the hatred in his bones was unmistakable. Zhou Jiao couldn't be bothered to explain herself or care. As long as he remained a bad element, he could live in hatred forever for all she cared. Seeing Zhou Xiaozuan standing silently to the side, Zhou Jiao glanced at him. In this freezing weather, she had no interest in playing guessing games. "You probably know why I'm here. You're a smart man, but smart people often go down the wrong path. Was it your idea for old Zhou to come to my father-in-law, crying about atonement?" She raised her hand to stop him from speaking. "I didn't come here to listen to your excuses. Since our families have turned against each other, let's keep it that way, no more contact." "Atonement? Can you and your father ever atone for what you've done?" "I'm not my dad, and I'm not Zhang Guoqing. My dad was willing to give up the gold just to cut all ties. Zhang Guoqing let you off for the old lady's sake. But I'm different. I remember exactly how I survived in your Zhou family. Don't believe me? Just see if Huang Zhaodi can walk out of this alive. Take this as a warning or a threat, I don't care. Zhou Xiaozuan, you'd better behave yourself. Don't force me to take action." With that, Zhou Jiao sighed and turned to leave. Have you forgotten how the old lady treated you? Zhou Xiaozuan shouted angrily behind her, unwilling to let it go. Zhou Jiao didn't look back, just held her head high and walked away. A cold wind from the north carried her final words to Zhou Xiaozuan, making him slump to the ground in despair. Is your life enough to repay the old lady's kindness? Zhou Xiaozuan knew this was her final warning. She was right, it was his idea to cozy up to the Zhang family. Life was too hard, and he was unwilling to accept it. Why did that bastard get to live the good life, become a general, while he had to live cautiously, watching others' faces? If only he'd run away from home back then, everything Zhou Xiaozheng had now would be his. He hated his old man, hated that idiot Huang Zhaodi. 3 days passed in a hurry. After taking care of all the miscellaneous matters, Zhou Jiao saw that even the old clan leader's grandson's affairs had been settled, so she suggested returning to the capital. The new year was approaching, her parents at home would be even busier, and she couldn't help but worry about her son being left at home. Zhang Guoqing, who had been enjoying himself so much he almost forgot to go home, finally suppressed his sadness at parting with his parents when he heard the word son. Even though his father and mother were reluctant to leave their homeland, he couldn't help but urge them again and again. Feeling disappointed, he once again stood at the gate to stop his parents from seeing him off, and once again asked the relatives and friends who came to send them off to take extra care of his parents. As the young couple's figures disappeared into the distance, Zhang's mother touched the stack of food coupons and money in her pocket, holding back her tears as she smiled at the street corner. She told herself silently not to be sad, her son wasn't leaving for good. She'd go to the capital after her second son's wife gave birth, just as her daughter-in-law Zhao Jiao had said. When spring came and the flowers bloomed, it would be a pity not to visit Beijing. Zhang's father, seeing his wife smiling all the time, was quite curious. After chatting with everyone for a while, and as the crowd dispersed to go to work, he followed his wife into the bedroom. Wife, have you figured things out this time? That's how it should be. When the weather warms up, I'll definitely keep my word and take you to Beijing. Mother Zhang nodded with a smile, hid the money from her pocket in the corner of the wall, and whispered, Jiao Jiao slipped us some more money again. Let's save it for them. She didn't mention that her daughter-in-law had secretly given her some private money for her own family. How could those two young ones know how hard it was to earn money, let alone get food coupons? No matter how much she helped her own family, she couldn't let her son suffer. In the future, her son would have children and raise them, who knew how much that would cost. She had to save for them just in case. Save it all up and give it back to them in the future. What do we need money for at home? Every time they come, it's either fine grains or meat. It makes me tired just looking at it. Mother Zhang burst out laughing. Who else could give birth to sons like she could? Of course, her father-in-law deserved some credit too. Not to brag, but each of her sons was more capable than the last. Her fifth, for example, she wasn't exaggerating, earning money was like child's play for him, and there was nothing he couldn't do. The fine grains and wild game that others couldn't get no matter how hard they tried, her son could get in a single trip. Meanwhile, Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao were on the car heading to the provincial capital, completely unaware that his mother was already mythologizing him. Looking out the window, thinking about his future plans, he felt a wave of melancholy. He really wouldn't have time to return home in the next few years. Once they arrived in the provincial capital, he didn't have time to dwell on his feelings. He threw himself back into the mundane world, went to the North Station, and visited Station Master Zheng. Besides visiting before leaving to strengthen their relationship, he also planned to arrange jobs for his two cousins on his mother's side. Relying on family support wasn't a long-term solution. Only if the two honest girls got jobs on the railway or in a factory, found good husbands, would his mother's burden be lightened. Zhang Guoqing would never admit that the real reason he insisted on arranging jobs for them in the provincial capital, and not in the county, was to avoid his own paternal cousins. Everyone is selfish. This time, aside from Zhou Jiao, he didn't even dare tell his father. After seeing the ugly side of human nature with Huang Suilan, He never wanted to see the Zhang family tear itself apart again. Zhou Jiao fully supported his decision. The main reason was that the two girls' hands, thick with calluses, moved her. She liked them. They could work and study at the same time, and even after dropping out and returning home, they didn't complain or try to cozy up to her for favors. People like that made her feel at ease. As for whether they'd change in the future, that wasn't her concern. There was no reason to help arrange marriages and guarantee they'd have sons too. Efficient and quick, the couple followed Zhao Guoqing and his wife around the provincial capital, visiting friends and relatives while quietly taking care of business. While Zhou Jiao was catching up and chatting with her godmother Huang Huimin, Zhang Guoqing had already finished the arrangements and sent his two uncles and cousins to report for work. During this time, something happened that left Zhou Jiao both amused and exasperated. The two cousins actually knelt down and kowtowed to her, scaring her so much she hid behind Zhang Guoqing. She never expected their gratitude. She just did things as she pleased. Their future would depend on their own luck. But the two uncles saw things differently. They understood their daughter's feelings all too well. If the girls hadn't failed to get into high school, they would have sold everything to send their precious girls to college. And going to college was just to get a good job. Watching their three nephews get jobs one after another in the past, they'd thought about asking their big sister for help, but in the end, they couldn't bring themselves to do it. If their sister's family was going to help, it would be their own sons first, and asking would only put her in a difficult spot. Now their daughters had escaped farm life, all thanks to their nephew's wife. Kowtowing wasn't enough, they'd give their lives if needed. After all, being a train attendant meant eating state food, getting a salary, and uniforms for all seasons. Who else could arrange two jobs at once? It showed how much their nephew and his wife had gone out of their way. Compared to their uncle's overwhelming joy, Zhang Guoqing was much calmer. He'd only taken advantage of the current shortage of staff on the Northern Railway line. It was just a matter of timing. Normally, such a good opportunity wouldn't come along. After giving them some advice, the couple bought 2 tickets and sent the uncles on their way, not thinking much more about it. In the years to come, as times got better, they would often receive parcels from their mother's side of the family. After saying goodbye to Zhao Chuang's family, they set off on their return journey. This time, their mood was completely different from when they came, relaxed enough to play chess and swap jokes. Compared to the northbound trip, there were far fewer passengers heading south. These days, if you could stay home, who wanted to spend money to leave? Out of the 6 bunks in the compartment, only the 2 of them were there. They passed several small stations along the way, but had no interest in getting off to buy food. First, there was no need to fight over food with others. Second, lining up to buy food was hard work. Tired, Zhou Jiao lay down on the small bunk to rest, quietly rearranging the supplies in her space. Seeing several sacks of rice bran, she piled them onto the coal balls in disgust. They took up too much space. She didn't need to rack her brains to know that Zhang Guoqing, worried the rough grains in the temple would spoil, had stashed them all in her space and would become a regular visitor there. She'd thought from the start that there was no need to keep all that rice bran. See? She'd been right. If she'd had her way, they'd have raised several pigs by now. Honestly, even she envied the pigs. Sure, pigs got slaughtered, but people died too, just a matter of time. Zhou Jiao was sure many in the village thought the same. After drinking confused porridge in the village once, she swore she'd never touch it again. A bowl was either full of husks or cornmeal mixed with chopped cabbage stalks or radish greens soaked by rain. And what did pigs eat to keep from losing weight? Their feed was all fine rice bran mixed with tender sweet potato vines. Pigs had it good, no need to work the fields, no need to worry about their families going hungry. People living worse than pigs, just thinking about it was enough to make you dizzy. No wonder the kids always looked at the pigs with such complicated expressions, wishing the pigs would hurry up and get reincarnated. Zhou Jiao understood the kids' feelings completely. It was true, being reborn sooner was better. After all, a single pig could feed a whole family for a day. Mom, I'm over here. As soon as Zhou Jiao got off the train, she heard Pingin's familiar voice calling out. She didn't even have time to be surprised following the sound. She saw her parents up ahead with the child. Dad, Mom, didn't I tell Godfather not to send you a telegram? It's such a hassle for you to come pick me up. Zhou Jiao shot her a glance. How silly. The family has a car and a driver. Normally, it's not convenient to pick her up from school, but coming all this way home, how could they not come to meet her? Lin Lishan cheerfully betrayed her husband. As soon as your dad got the call that you were coming back, I knew he'd insist on picking you up. I was afraid he wouldn't let me come along, so I brought Ping'an with me. Zhou Xiaozhen coughed twice to stop his wife from saying too much. Let's go. Xiao Wang and the others are coming out with the luggage. Zhou Jiao turned to look and sure enough, the two of them in their military uniforms stood out in the crowd. She grinned. Dad, will the car fit everyone? Don't tell me you're going to make them run home. Ping'an quickly held up 2 fingers. Mom, there are 2 cars. Dad, I'm here, Dad. Dad, Mom, you came in person? Zhang Guoqing happily quickened his pace, took the child, and greeted Zhou Xiaozhen and his wife. Grandpa and Grandma missed Mom and Dad, and I missed you too. The great-grandpas in the compound also missed Dad. They said, why hasn't Xiaowu come back yet? Everyone burst out laughing at Ping'an's spot-on imitation. When they got to the parking area, Zhang Guoqing didn't need to be told, he went straight to the driver's seat. In the car behind, Xiao Wang and the others just shook their heads with a smile. He'd find out soon enough. Sure enough, when the car reached the entrance of the compound, they were stopped. Of course, it wasn't the sentries. No one knew the sentry squad better than Zhang Guoqing. What are you guys doing here? Come on up to the house, Zhang Guoqing said helplessly as he stopped the car, calling out to Wan Daong and the others. You come out right away, we need to talk to you, Wan Daong and the others said, quickly waving him on. With thunder rumbling in the sky, they were surprised to see Comrade Old Zhou in the car as well. Zhang Guoqing glanced at their expressions, no urgency. He smiled, nodded, waved, and slowly drove into the compound. Once the car was out of earshot, Lin Lishan laughed. They're afraid of your dad. They ran into me earlier and asked several times when you'd be back. I bet it's nothing urgent. They probably just want to see if you brought back any meat. Zhang Guoqing could only shake his head speechlessly. His father-in-law was such a good man. He really couldn't understand why those guys didn't appreciate him more. Ping'an, not wanting to be left out, chimed in. The director's wife and aunties are also afraid of my grandpa. My grandpa has a gun. If they don't behave, he'll shoot them. The family burst out laughing at his childish words. Zhou Jiao played along. That's right. So kids have to behave too. If you don't, you'll get spanked. Ping'an looked at her aggrieved. He was always well-behaved. He never cried for his mom, better than any other kid. Even Grandpa praised him, so why wouldn't Mom? Zhou Xiaozhen ruffled his hair. Ping'an is very good. Keep it up. Ping'an's eyes curved into happy crescents, but then he straightened up, put on a serious face, and said, I'm a man. I keep my word. Everyone tried hard not to laugh. If they laughed now, the child would get upset. So they praised him a bit more, watching his little face light up with pride. No matter how smart kids are, they still need encouragement. Once home, a few soldier brothers helped carry in all the luggage. This time, the sacks were packed with all sorts of wild game, fine grains, and several barrels of oil. Since the family split and started cooking for themselves, Zhou Jiao had forgotten that most people still used a cloth dipped in oil just to wipe the bottom of the pan, and even Aunt Chen only used a couple of drops of oil for each dish. It was only when she went back home that she realized her oversight. Worried about the health effects of animal fats, she had specially sourced several large barrels of soybean and peanut oil from different oil mills. Aunt Chen was delighted to see the wild game, but when she saw the 2 20-kilogram barrels of oil, she was over the moon. Oil rations had been cut again for every household in the past 2 months. She'd been fretting about how to tell Zhou Jiao, but now there was enough for the whole year. Seeing this, Zhou Jiao didn't mention that half of it would have to be given away to relatives and friends. Let Aunt Chen be happy for now, she'd have to feel the pinch sooner or later, so better to delay it. When Lin Lishan saw her son-in-law about to leave, she quickly called out, Xiaowu, take some meat over. Zhang Guoqing waved her off. How could he? Whoever he gave it to, others would be upset. Zhou Jiao pulled her mother aside and whispered, Xiaowu has too many good friends. We'll bring it over when they have a get-together. If we give it to someone now, the others will be unhappy. Zhou Xiaozheng shook his head at the mother and daughter. Sort out the gifts for those who need them first. Your great-aunt can wait. She went to your aunt's this morning and should be here soon. Aunt's okay, right? Zhou Xiaozheng smiled. Xiaoyu got into a fight and his dad gave him a beating. The old lady went to put out the fire. Zhou Jiao raised her eyebrows in surprise. When Kongwen, the gentleman, actually hit someone? Wasn't he supposed to talk, not fight? She didn't ask further. If she guessed right, that kid would be coming to her for comfort soon enough. Dad, everything okay at home these days? Fine, just a lot quieter without you here. How are your in-laws? Did Uncle Dashin say anything? Zhou Jiao smiled, all good. Uncle Dashin and Xiaowu had a long talk. He still doesn't want to transfer to the provincial capital, says he likes being king of Qishao. The Zhou family wants to return to Beijing as soon as possible. Aunt Zhou said old Master Zhou will come back to Beijing to recuperate before the new year. Has Zhou Sen already been transferred back? Zhou Xiaozheng nodded. Zhou Sen's transfer order has been issued. He'll take up his new post after the new year. Zhou Jiao wanted to ask which department, but thought better of it. If her dad wasn't concerned, it meant everything was under control. She'd find out when the Zhou family returned to Beijing. Aunt Chen, seeing their conversation winding down, quietly said, Sir, please have your meal. I've kept Xiaowu's food warm in the pot. Zhou Jiao patted her forehead with a smile. She wasn't hungry, but forgot her parents and child had been waiting at the station. She quickly stood up and called everyone to eat. Halfway through the meal, as expected, old lady Cheng arrived with 12-year-old Wen Qingyu. Zhou Jiao quickly asked Aunt Chen to set another place, pulled the sulking Wen Qingyu over and said softly, Come on, tell big sister what you want to eat. Our Xiaoyu is an uncle now, you can't let your nephew laugh at you. Ping'an looked up at him and giggled, You got spanked because you were naughty. Egged on, when Chengyu perked up and ran over to retort, What do you know, little guy? I didn't get spanked. I beat 2 grown-ups all by myself. Ping'an rolled his eyes and said lightly, Dummy. Then he turned to Lin Lishan and opened his mouth, waiting to be fed. Old Lady Cheng, seeing her grandson's bewildered face, couldn't help but laugh and reminded him, Don't call him little guy, Ping'an doesn't like being called little. When Chengyu, annoyed, pointed at Ping'an, I'm never playing with you again. You forgot how I helped you sneak. Ping'an quickly tugged him over, pointing at the food. Look, there's meat. Come eat. Zhou Jiao and the others watched the 2 kids banter with amused smiles. The 3-year-old and the 12-year-old actually had plenty to talk about, chatting away as they ate. Wen Chengyu is the youngest son of Wen Kongwen and Qing Ruzhu, born when his parents were older, and he's grown up to be rather domineering. Strangely enough, though, his only nemesis is Ping'an. Every time the little bean drives him up the wall, the two, despite their huge age gap, are soon whispering together and hugging, thick as thieves. Truly, they are friends across generations. Among all his uncles, Ping'an likes Wen Chengyu the most. From his point of view, it's simple. Uncle Wen Chengyu is generous, always saving the best things for him. He's his best buddy. The Wen family patriarch and old Master Cheng are sworn brothers. Of course, in their scholarly way, they'd call themselves kindred spirits. Whatever you call it, ever since Cheng Ruzhu married into the Wen family and the 2 families became in-laws, their relationship has only grown closer. Similarly, the Wen family treats the Zhou family with the same level of respect and courtesy as old family friends. The Wen patriarch came from a scholarly family. According to his father's wishes, his life should have been spent studying, eventually going abroad, never stepping into the vulgar world of finance, which his family looked down upon. But fate is unpredictable. In his youth, the Wen family was destroyed by 2 bombs dropped by Japanese planes, leaving only the patriarch, who was away at school, and his older sister, who was out delivering living expenses, alive. Through a twist of fate, the siblings ended up seeking refuge with old Master Cheng's army unit. In an accident at the front, the older sister was killed in action, prompting the Wen patriarch, now the family's sole survivor, to take off his uniform and help establish the national banking system, becoming one of its founding heroes. The Wen patriarch had 4 children in his life, but only one son, Wen Congwen, survived. A few years after liberation, due to injuries from before the war, he retired early and now enjoys his old age at home. Wen Congwen followed in his father's footsteps and entered the banking industry. From a family of scholars to the vulgar world of banking, even in his old age, the Wen patriarch often jokes that he never imagined he'd end up writing strings of numbers instead of poetry. Despite his self-deprecating humor, the fact that he arranged for his only son to join his department shows he values his profession. When Cheng Ruzhu married into the Wen family, she gave birth to 2 healthy sons, finally fulfilling the old man's wish for a thriving family. Years later, Wen Chengyu's birth was an unexpected delight, making the patriarch overjoyed. Once his youngest grandson was old enough, he quit working altogether and devoted himself to raising him. It's no surprise, then, that this youngest grandson was spoiled and a bit domineering. Fortunately, Wen Qingyu is kind at heart and, despite his privileged background, never thought of bullying others. This time, when he got into a fight with outsiders, taking on 2 older kids by himself, he never thought to ask his 2 older brothers for help. What upset him most was that his father, Wen Congwen, gave him a beating. He just couldn't understand. If he saw someone bullying a little girl, why couldn't he step in and do the right thing? His father said he was foolish. Now, even the 3-year-old bean looks down on him for being foolish. He wonders if he really is dumb. But he still doesn't regret standing up for what's right. After dinner, Wen Qingyu took Ping'an off to play, seeing that the adults were busy chatting. He nudged Ping'an, who frowned up at him, making Wen Qingyu stifle a laugh. "Don't be upset. Little uncle just wants to ask you, why do you think I'm dumb?" "How am I dumb?" Ping'an glanced at him and went back to playing with his toys. "I get perfect grades in school. Teachers and classmates all admire me. I'm even the class monitor. How could I be dumb? I just don't get why all of you think I'm not smart." After listening to his rambling, Ping'an finally deigned to pat him. He wanted to pat his uncle's shoulder like Grandpa does, but quickly realized he was too small to reach. Fighting leads to bleeding. It hurts. Good kids don't do dangerous things. When Chengyu patted his own head, muttering, "I really am dumb. I thought you'd have some logic, but you're just afraid of bleeding. What a baby." Ping'an glared at him, furious. "Who's a baby? Babies wet themselves and cry for their moms. He's already a little man. How could he be a baby?" "Hey, I'm not saying you're a baby. Our Ping'an is a smart, good kid. Uncle likes Ping'an best, wouldn't play with babies." Ping'an nodded, satisfied. After a moment's hesitation, he decided he still had to make it clear, his Uncle Yu really is dumb. If there's a fight, get an adult. Bad guys have knives, adults have guns, they can shoot the bad guys. With that, he sighed pitifully for his uncle. When Chengyu was left speechless. After a while, he quietly asked, "Who taught you that?" "You're just too little to win a fight. When you're as big as your uncle, you'll want to take revenge yourself. That's the real satisfaction." Ping'an blinked his big eyes, unable to understand. As long as you get revenge, why does it have to be you personally? Since he couldn't figure it out, he decided to ask Grandpa and his parents that night. Thinking this, he decided he couldn't talk to his silly uncle anymore, or he'd become silly himself. This must be what Mom calls talking past each other, and what Dad calls playing music to a cow. When Chengyu saw him focused on building with blocks, quickly assembling 2 houses, he was about to tell him to stop playing and come find something to eat, when he saw Ping'an put a wooden car on the roof. He quickly called out, "No, no. Who puts cars on the roof? They should go in front of the house. Cars are supposed to be on the street." Ping'an rolled his eyes at him, then continued placing 2 cars on the roofs, a few little wooden people on the street, and built a small yard on the side. Soon, Ping'an finished and happily explained, "Uncle Yu, look this way. When kids go out, there are no cars on the street, so they can go wherever they want." When Chengyu was speechless. "No cars? Wouldn't everyone have to walk everywhere? What's there to be happy about?" Meanwhile, old Madam Chung and the others finished chatting about things up north and turned to the Wen family's affairs. The Wen patriarch had never lived in the company's housing. Now, 3 generations of the Wen family lived together in their own 2-courtyard Sihiyuan. This time, Chung Ruju was allocated a new apartment. Since her family has 3 sons plus the couple, 5 people in total, they were lucky to get a 2-bedroom unit of about 50 square meters. She couldn't bear to give it up, but as a daughter-in-law, she couldn't just leave her in-laws behind. But if she didn't move in after getting the place, that wouldn't do either. All the neighbors are colleagues and leaders from the commercial bureau. What would people think? Those who didn't get an apartment would gossip behind their backs. This troubled Chung Ruju. She wanted to bring it up with her in-laws, but worried they'd take it the wrong way. People might think she, as a daughter-in-law, was looking down on her elders. Old Madam Chung brought it up as a joke. In her eyes, her daughter was being silly. Why not just ask the elders directly? Why bother with roundabout reasons? How do misunderstandings happen? It's when people aren't open and honest. If you just speak plainly, there's less distance between you. If you don't communicate, how can others understand you? As Zhang Guoqing stepped out the door, he had to greet several acquaintances along the way before finally making it to the main gate, only to find that Wan Daong and the others had already left. Xiao Wu, they told you to go straight to the vacant courtyard next door, to the Yi family, the gate sentry informed him. Zhang Guoqing quickly thanked the sentry. He didn't rush off right away, instead staying to chat and joke with the sentries, exchanging some small talk. Several older officers passing by teased him a few times before Zhang Guoqing finally said his goodbyes and headed toward the empty courtyard. Zhang Guoqing's good reputation wasn't something he was born with. He was good at talking to people, a willing listener, and never mocked others. Even when others gossiped about outsiders, he would just smile and never join in. Over time, everyone said that Xiao Wu was a straightforward and genuine person, never two-faced. Sometimes, connections are everything. Even though he'd been away from the compound for a while, he still seemed to know everything that was going on, and his pass was as good as a free pass anywhere. Sure enough, as soon as he approached the gate of the empty courtyard, the sentries there smiled and pointed him toward the Yi family's house, telling him to hurry, and several people were waiting for him. As he left, he had to answer a few more questions from the sentries. It seemed that news of his return to the northeast had spread through every compound on the street. Speaking of Yi Jiafeng's family, they were actually relatives of the Smiling Fox Yi family. Yi Jiafeng's father still had to call Old Master Yi uncle. The two families were closely related, not more than 5 branches apart. Zhou Jiao had once analyzed that back when Old Master Yi fought the Japanese, he must have brought his own relatives along, otherwise, he couldn't have risen to become Deputy Chief of Staff of the Air Force. The Yi family lived in a small courtyard, not as nice as the Zhou families, but still quite decent. Yi Jiafeng had 2 older brothers and an older sister. The eldest sister married early and stayed in their southern hometown. The eldest brother joined the army before the liberation, married, and now lived elsewhere with his own family. The second brother died before the liberation, killed by the Japanese, a painful memory for the Yi family. Because of this, the youngest, Yi Jiafeng, was doted on by his mother, spared from a military career, and after getting into university, was allowed to do as he pleased. Unlike the Zhou family, the Yi family was run by Yi's mother. The daughter of a professor, she'd received a modern education and had once been a passionate activist. After raising her children alone in the rear, she now worked at the Women's Federation, just like Lin family's eldest daughter-in-law, Qin Jingru. When Zhang Guoqing arrived at the Yi house, Yi's father was busy at work and not home. Yi's mother was in the living room, knitting and listening to the radio. As soon as she saw Zhang Guoqing, she cheerfully pointed to the right side wing room and casually asked if it was cold in the northeast for the young couple, and why they hadn't brought their parents along. Hearing this kind of question again, Zhang Guoqing was secretly grateful he wasn't someone important, otherwise, his every move would be known to all. He smiled helplessly. It's colder back home than here. It's the dead of winter now, so they really don't want to go out. Yi's mother nodded in understanding. People don't like to travel when they get older. Now that you two are settled in Beijing, they'll have plenty of chances to visit. She smiled and said, "Go on, you young people have fun. I won't get in the way." Zhang Guoqing grinned. "Auntie, you can't call yourself an old lady. If you do, all the other aunties will want to find a block of tofu to smash their heads on." Yi's mother burst out laughing. "I'm old, my grandson's almost a young man now." As Zhang Guoqing walked away, he joked, "If you go out with Jiafeng, people will think you're siblings." Yi's mother laughed even harder. "You rascal, teasing your auntie. Go on, if you keep it up, I'll start acting like a young girl again." As Zhang Guoqing entered Yi Jiafeng's room, he could still hear Yi's mother's laughter. Truly, no woman ever thinks she's old, hit the nail right on the head. "Hey, you didn't come empty-handed, did you?" Someone called out. "Actually, I did come empty-handed." "What, not happy? Then I'll leave," Zhang Guoqing said, pretending to turn and go. "Oh, come on, we know each other too well for that. So, what goodies did you bring?" Zhang Guoqing flopped onto the kang, stretching out lazily. "Wild boar and venison. If you want some, go to my place and ask Zhou Jiao. Or just come over for a meal." Wang Daong and the others cheered, but none of them wanted to go to the Zhou house to face the northeast tiger, too scary. Zhang Guoqing rolled his eyes at them. "You're always hanging out at my place, so what's there to be afraid of now? Day, send your aunt over." Wang Daong and the others quickly waved their hands. "We'll have a get-together in a couple of days, just save some for us." "Don't worry about that, we have more important things to discuss. Food can wait." Zhang Guoqing's eyes flashed with curiosity. He smiled at the group. He had no idea what these idle guys could possibly want from him. Yi Jiafeng just grinned and gave the others a look. They all snickered, until Ding Dada couldn't hold back and blurted out, squeezing in next to Zhang Guoqing, "How about another trip to the grasslands at the end of the year? Isn't it too cold?" Yi Jiafeng shot him a look. "Colder than the northeast? This time, every compound is organizing people to go. They'll definitely ask you. If you're going, take us with you." Zhang Guoqing had no objections and nodded. A trip would be good, better than having the smell of meat at home every day, attracting attention. They sat around chatting about everything under the sun for a while. Zhang Guoqing glanced at his watch and stood up to say goodbye. Everyone knew he'd just gotten home and had a lot to take care of, so they urged him to go, agreeing to meet up another day. On the way home, Zhang Guoqing ran into Fang Fei and a few other friends, which delayed him even more. By the time he got home, more than 2 hours had passed, and he'd missed a rather unique invitation. At home, Zhang Guoqing found the house empty and raised his eyebrows in surprise. Aunt Chen saw him come in and smiled. "Hungry? I'll bring you some food." "No need, I just ate out." "Aunt Chen, where is everyone?" Aunt Chen paused and replied, "The chief and Jiao Jiao went to the Chung family, and your mother-in-law went to her family's place." "Want some tea?" Zhang Guoqing nodded. Sitting on the sofa, he didn't have time to wonder why Lin Lishan had suddenly gone to her family. His mind was occupied with Fang Fei's invitation. Zhang Guoqing always tried to avoid mingling with those princelings, but sometimes you just can't help it. Lost in thought, he didn't notice Aunt Chen's hesitation. Aunt Chen, bored and wanting to gossip about the Lin family, saw him tapping his fingers on the armrest and quietly set down the teacup before slipping away. After a long while, Zhang Guoqing let out a sigh and shook his head with a smile. Going with the flow is never easy, but no matter how hard it is, he's still luckier than Fang Fei. Thinking about Fang Fei's arranged marriage, he couldn't help but smirk. Not being able to choose your own spouse, how sad is that? You win some, you lose some. No one escapes fate's reckoning. Thinking of this, Zhang Guoqing picked up his teacup and drained the now cold tea in one gulp. He stood up and headed out to look for his wife. On his way to the Qing family's house, he passed by the Lin family's home. It was only then that he remembered his mother-in-law had gone back to her parents' place tonight, probably to bring some wild game to the old man. With that thought, he didn't pay it much mind. Seeing the Lin family's front gate wide open, he listened carefully but didn't hear anything unusual, so he didn't stop and just walked on by. Not far ahead, old Master Mo came out of his house. As soon as he saw Zhang Guoqing, he waved at him with a beaming smile. "Where are you off to?" Roaming around at night instead of sleeping, Zhang Guoqing hurried over to him. "Old master, you can't forbid the common folk from lighting their lamps, can you? Where are you off to at this hour? Is Mrs. Mo okay with you going out? Want me to be your walking stick?" "You rascal. I say one thing and you give me a whole speech. I don't need you as a cane. Just remember to come over and play chess with me. And don't forget to go to bed early and exercise in the morning." Zhang Guoqing pulled a long face and clasped his hands in mock supplication. "Grandpa Mo, dear grandpa, have mercy on me. I'll do anything you ask, except play chess. Can't we negotiate on that?" Old Master Mo burst out laughing and shook his head firmly. Zhang Guoqing sighed in mock resignation. "Looks like I'll have to stay up late memorizing chess moves for the next couple of days. You rascal, keep pretending. I'm done chatting with you. I'm off to play a few rounds with Old Man E. Remember to find time to practice with me." With that, Old Master Mo strode off, but not before turning back to remind him again. Seeing Zhang Guoqing nodding and smiling, he finally felt at ease. It really wasn't easy to find a new opponent to practice with these days. Old Master Mo lamented his increasingly rusty chess skills, but then remembered that Zheng Xiwu had agreed to be his sparring partner. Soon, he'd be unbeatable in the whole compound. The more he thought about it, the happier he got, and he couldn't help but hum a tune. Seeing this, Zhang Guoqing couldn't help but laugh. He watched the old man disappear down the path to the Yi family's house before turning to leave himself. It was already past 8 in the evening. He wondered if Old Man Yi would scowl at the sight of an unwelcome guest at this hour. What was Zhang Guoqing most afraid of? He would definitely say it was playing chess with a terrible player. And Old Master Mo wasn't just a bad player, he was indecisive too. Worst of all, if he lost, he wouldn't let Zhang Guoqing leave until he finally won a game. Every time he played chess with Old Master Mo, it was exhausting. But since the old man treated him so kindly, he just took it as a way to entertain his elders. Old Master Mo had a loud voice, especially at night, making it even more booming. With all the commotion, neighbors from several nearby courtyards came out, and Zhang Guoqing found himself caught up in another round of idle chit-chat. What puzzled Zhang Guoqing was that, despite the Lin family's door being wide open, not a single person came out. What was going on? Were they playing at an empty city strategy? When he arrived at the Qing family's house, he paid special attention and noticed that Lin Lishan wasn't there either. His eyes flickered, but he set the matter aside and caught his son, who came running up to him. "Daddy, where did you go? I couldn't find you anywhere." Zhang Guoqing picked up his son, greeted everyone, and then replied quietly. Where else could he go? He was just wandering around the compound. He knew his son was just asking casually. Old Master Chung saw him come in and assumed he was there to pick up his family. He smiled and said, "We've been chatting so long we lost track of time. You'd better head home and get some rest. The kids just got off the train today, they must be tired. Go home and rest, we can talk more later. And don't let things get too tense with the Lin family. After all, Old Man Lin isn't a bad guy." Hearing this, Zhang Guoqing glanced at Zhou Jiao and saw that, though she was smiling, the smile didn't reach her eyes. He frowned slightly. It seemed something must have happened while he was gone earlier. Zhou Xiaozheng stood up and nodded. Old Mrs. Cheng shot her husband a sideways look, clearly dissatisfied. Not bad? He's just reaping what he sowed. That old man spoiled his wife so much she became insufferable. Serves him right. What noble lady, he thought he'd found a treasure. Old Mrs. Chung didn't believe for a second that Old Man Lin was really so clueless. The whole Lin family was cut from the same cloth, none of them were any good. Old Master Chung gave his wife an apologetic smile. What could he say? Old Lin had already asked him several times to help persuade his nephew. After seeing Zhou Xiaozheng's family off, Old Master Chung didn't return to the bedroom, but instead went back to sit in the living room. Chung Sijin, seeing his father close his eyes to rest, understood what was going on and tried to persuade him. Dad, if Uncle Lin comes to you again, just tell him the truth. Don't worry about saving face. Old Master Chung opened his eyes and waved his hand. You don't understand. Old Mrs. Chung spoke up slowly. That's right. We don't understand, but we are curious. Can you tell me why Old Man Lin wants you to mediate instead of having his own family come and apologize? I just don't get his way of thinking. Chung Si-jin nodded in agreement. Exactly. After everything the Lin family has done, aside from sending that granddaughter to the core, they've never properly apologized to Big Brother. They just want to gloss over everything. How is that possible? They want you to persuade Big Brother, but why don't you ask Uncle Lin why? Aside from all his wife's nonsense, his youngest son's family never apologized to our Zhou Jiao? How does he have the nerve to ask you? Old Master Chung looked at his wife, eldest son, and daughter-in-law, all of whom clearly disapproved. Justice really does live in people's hearts. It wasn't as if he didn't know these issues. He'd already tried to stand up for his nephew's family with Old Man Lin. But Old Man Lin had shed so many tears over the years. With their long friendship, he just couldn't bring himself to be too harsh. Chung Si-jin, noticing his father's expression, pressed harder. Uncle Lin wants the two families to reconcile because he values Big Brother's status and abilities. But it's too late. Who wants to be used like that? And another thing, little sister told me that Zhao Jiao got the truth out of her with just a few words, and as soon as Zhao Jiao found out what happened in the hospital that day, her face fell. Sure enough, the next day, Big Brother's family banned the Lin family from coming and going as they pleased. Do you really think it's appropriate for you to intervene? Old Master Chung laughed. All right, I just mentioned it in passing earlier. I won't bring it up again. Besides, after tonight's attitude from your big brother and his daughter, I doubt Old Man Lin will come asking for my help again. Chung Si-jin's wife, Lu Ting, saw the old man finally smile and cautiously tugged at her husband's sleeve, asking quietly, what did little sister say that made Zhao Jiao so angry? She knew that it took a lot to make Zhou Jiao lose her composure. That child was always calm and steady, rarely revealing her true feelings. Chung Si-jin glanced at his parents, and seeing they didn't object, he said quietly, last time Uncle Lin had an accident, old Mrs. Lin tried to hit Lin Lishan, but Xiuwu stopped her. That old witch called Xiuwu a bootlicking peasant and called Big Brother a beast. If Dad hadn't been there, the Lin family would have tried to beat up Xiuwu. Lu Ting's mouth fell open in shock, barely able to believe it. She stammered, then how come this didn't get out? And how did little sister find out? Old Master Chung scolded with a laugh. Don't listen to your husband exaggerate. It wasn't that serious. But Chung Si-jin wasn't having it. I'm not making it up. Xiao Chen and the others heard everything from outside. Little sister heard it from them. Would they dare spread rumors? He winked at his wife. And something even more serious happened that day. This matter was set aside, and later Uncle Lin told the guards not to spread it around. But Xiao Chen and the others are close to Xiuwu. They'd already spread it in private. Lu Ting was furious. The Lin family is outrageous. After all the bad things they've done, they still want to beat people up? And now they have the nerve to show their faces at the Zhou family? So what if our Xiuwu is a peasant? What's it to that old witch? She may come from a big family, but her house is full of crooks. She has no right to insult others. Doesn't she ever look in the mirror? Xiuwu is too soft-hearted, getting involved in Lin Lishan's mess. She's no good either. Her son-in-law was bullied, and she still ran back to her own family. Old Master Cheng, who had been about to speak, shut his mouth tightly at that. Forget it. Let them misunderstand. He couldn't be bothered to explain that Zhang Xiuwu wasn't so easy to mess with. The Lin family had gotten a real taste of defeat that day. If it had really come to blows, none of them could have taken Zhang Xiuwu, not even Lin's eldest son, even empty-handed. Just as he thought this, Chung Si-jin, ever his father's son, slapped his thigh and complained, "You shouldn't have stopped Xiuwu that day, Dad. He should have given the Lin family a good beating, might have taught them a lesson. Maybe then that Lin girl wouldn't dare cause trouble." Old Master Chung looked to his wife for comfort. Was everything his fault now? At his age, he wasn't about to argue with his son and daughter-in-law. Old Mrs. Chung enjoyed the father-son debate immensely, laughing heartily. She'd heard her husband's account of what happened in the hospital and knew better than anyone what really went down. A peasant? Huh. Ever since Zhang Guoqing got into a top university, The Lin family's pride had been thoroughly trampled. That old woman's eldest grandson had been spoiled rotten, but what good did it do? He couldn't even get transferred to the Northeast Military District. So much for being the outstanding talent of the family. Old Mrs. Chung scoffed inwardly. With rotten roots, how could the vine grow straight and strong? Chung Si-jin, seeing his father's embarrassment, quickly changed the subject. Dad, what do you think Big Brother's thinking? Why won't he let the old man help Shiwu get into military school? Uncle Lin is so eager to win him over because of his status. But Big Brother won't let his only son-in-law take over, who will get the family's resources in the future. I've tried to talk to him, but he always stays silent. It's frustrating. Now that they were talking business, old Master Chung regained his usual shrewdness. He smiled mysteriously and said, sometimes, if you don't want something, others will try even harder to give it to you. Zhang Guoqing still has a long way to go before graduation. What's the rush? Chung Si-jin's eyes lit up in understanding, and he nodded. Rather than rushing into the system, it's better to build relationships first. Look at Zhang Guoqing. He gets along with everyone, and your big brother doesn't stop him. Would he have such good connections if he were already in military school or the army? Seeing that his son and daughter-in-law were listening intently and that there were no outsiders present, old Master Chung decided to offer some advice. His eldest was outstanding, but relied too much on courage and not enough on strategy. That was why he'd chosen Lu Ting as his eldest daughter-in-law. Having a smart and capable daughter-in-law had always been his pride. Zhou Jiao took the children and left the Chung family home, passing not far from the Lin family's house. Coincidentally, Li Jianjun was walking ahead, pushing a cart with his wife. Hearing Pingin's voice, Li Jianjun turned his head, saw their family, and stopped, greeting them with a beaming smile. He didn't bother asking where they were coming from. There was really only the Chung family to consider. Zhou Jiao nodded at him and kept walking. Zhou Jiao glanced at Lin Liang, who stood beside him with a sullen face and smiled as she nodded to Li Jianjun. In the past, she might have greeted this aunt, but since the other party was giving her the cold shoulder, she couldn't be bothered to say a word. Pingin, ever the clever child, noticed the adults weren't prompting him to greet anyone. Pointing in the direction of their home, he said, "Daddy, I'm sleepy. Let's go home." Zhang Guoqing had a pretty good impression of this uncle-in-law. Seeing everyone silent and the atmosphere a bit awkward, he laughed when his son spoke up. "All right, we're almost home. Uncle, take care." Zhou Jiao gave a knowing smile. It seemed that when the Lin family ganged up on Zhang Guoqing the other day, this uncle-in-law hadn't intervened. Of course, he hadn't taken Zhang Guoqing's side either, or else Zhang would have invited him over by now. "All right, you all should get the kids home. Come by our place when you have time. Your two cousins are always talking about you," Li Jianjun said. Zhang Guoqing nodded with a smile, picked up his son, and followed after his wife and the others. Since they were outside, he didn't ask any questions, but he was still quite curious about what had happened that evening. Once they got home, they found Lin Lishan in the living room, staring absent-mindedly at a newspaper. Hearing them come in, she snapped back to herself and smiled. "You're back. I was thinking of visiting your aunt's place, but it got late, so I figured you'd already be home." Zhou Jiao noticed her father ignored her mother and didn't look pleased. She sighed inwardly and quickly replied, "Why didn't you rest first when you got home? Are you hungry? Want a late-night snack?" Lin Lishan stood up and hung everyone's coats, shaking her head. "I'm not hungry. Let Aunt Chen make some dumplings for your dad. He didn't eat much tonight." Pingin complained from the side, "Grandpa loves Mom's shrimp dumplings. But Uncle Xiaoyu ate too much. He even ate Grandpa's share." Zhou Xiaozheng was amused and beckoned him over. Holding his grandson, he laughed. "Isn't Xiaoyu your favorite uncle? Feeling bad for Grandpa now?" Pingin hesitated, then shook his head. "I just don't like that he eats so much and even takes some home." Zhou Jiao shook her head with a smile. "What a petty little guy. Don't worry, your mom made plenty, enough for the whole family." Zhang Guoqing, the ever-doting father, quickly comforted his son when he saw him pouting. Imitating Grandma Zhang's tone, Pingin said, "Oh dear, Jiao Jiao is wasting food again." The child's babyish mimicry made everyone laugh. Seeing Zhou Jiao head to the kitchen, Zhang Guoqing quietly followed, declining Aunt Chen's offer to help. He had something to ask his wife, no way he'd let an outsider over here. In the kitchen, once Aunt Chen left, Zhou Jiao smiled at Zhang Guoqing. The Lin family is up to their tricks again? Who's sick this time, or did someone come back to Beijing? Why is it that every time they return to the compound, there's always so much drama? Can't they ever just leave well enough alone? Zhou Jiao snorted. Exactly, so much drama, all because someone keeps indulging them. Let's see if they dare come knocking again in the future. Come on, tell me, what actually happened? Zhang Guoqing pressed. Zhou Jiao didn't intend to hide it from him. As she boiled water, she recounted the events. That evening, except for Zhang Guoqing, the whole family had dinner with old Lady Qing and her grandson. Not long after, Zhou Jiao's aunt, Lin Liying, showed up. But Aunt Chen, following prior instructions, stopped her at the door. Blocked like that, Lin Liying started cursing Aunt Chen loudly, so loud that everyone in the living room heard. Zhou Jiao and her father's faces immediately darkened. What was that about? Even if you beat a dog, you have to consider its owner. Zhou Xiaoyang immediately told her to get lost and ordered Aunt Chen to shut the door. He even threatened that if Lin Liying caused trouble again, she'd be grounded. Let's see if she dared act up at the Zhou house again. Snubbed by Zhou Xiaoyang, Lin Liying ran off crying. Not long after, Lin Aigua came over. Since he was a man from the Lin family, Aunt Chen didn't block him at the door. Once inside, Lin Aigua didn't mention Lin Liying's outburst, but instead relayed that old Master Lin wanted Zhou Xiaoyang's family to visit the Lin house. Zhou Xiaoyang had no qualms about speaking plainly to the subordinate. He first pointed out Lin Liying's unreasonable behavior and told Lin Aigua to advise her not to come meddling at the Zhou house. No matter how humble the Zhou family was, it wasn't for outsiders to run wild in. Lin Aigua gave an awkward smile and repeated old Master Lin's invitation. Zhou Xiaoyang really started to doubt his own judgment. How had he ever thought his subordinates weren't fools? He'd made himself perfectly clear. Did he really need to spell out his refusal? Lin Lishan, however, asked directly what exactly did the old man want with their whole family. The kids had just come back, and they hadn't even had time to talk as a family. What was the rush? Lin Aigua finally explained that Lin Liying had come earlier to invite Zhou Xiaoyang's family over for a gathering, and that old Master Lin hadn't seen them in a long time and wanted to see Zhou Jiao and her husband. At this point, Zhou Jiao let out a cold laugh. She was just a country bumpkin daughter-in-law. Why go to the Lin family's high and mighty house to be insulted? So, what happened next? Why did Mom end up going over? Zhang Guoqing asked. After that, Zhou Jiao couldn't even be bothered to explain. If Zhang Guoqing hadn't wanted to know, she wouldn't have brought it up again. Wouldn't it be better for both families to just live their own lives? Why keep stirring things up? Lin Aigua was surprised that even his foolish younger sister opposed going back to her maiden family. In front of Zhou Xiaoyang, he couldn't scold her, so he patiently invited Zhou Xiaoyang again. The whole scene gave Zhou Jiao a headache, so she asked directly, did old Master Lin have something important to discuss, or was it just a get-together? Lin Aigua didn't hide it. Besides a family gathering, the old man wanted to discuss Lin Lauer's, the second son's, retirement. Before Zhou Xiaoyang could respond, Zhou Jiao bluntly told Lin Aigua, the Lin family's affairs weren't for the Zhou family to meddle in, especially when it came to someone's personal future. Zhou Xiaoyang agreed with his daughter and reminded Lin Aigua not to keep doing thankless tasks and to consult the person involved more. The father and daughter's back and forth left Lin Aigua a bit at a loss. In fact, everyone present, except for the two young Ping'an and Wen Chengyu, understood the real reason. Old Master Lin wanted Zhou Xiaoyang to help Lin Lauer. All that talk about not having seen the family in a long time? The Lin and Zhou families lived just a few steps apart. Why hadn't they visited the son-in-law's house when they returned? From the sanatorium? Old Lady Cheng, especially, was contemptuous, talking a good game, but if they missed the kids so much, why not visit themselves? Why insist on having the Zhou family come over? She never expected old man Lin to put on such airs, trying to make the kids come to him. but who was going to indulge him? Lin Aiguo wouldn't leave, so Zhou Xiaozheng had no choice but to have his wife go with him. Once they left, Zhou Jiao and the kids took old Lady Qing and her grandson to the Cheng house. Zhang Guoqing couldn't help but laugh wryly after hearing all this. What a troublesome family. He suspected this was yet another bad idea from that old witch in the Lin family. There was one thing he didn't say. The Lin family's threshold was, as his godfather Zhao Chuanggang put it, way too high. After the last conflict, with both sides having torn off all pretense, Zhang Guoqing had no intention of ever visiting again. That night, what exactly happened when Lin Lishan went to the Lin family, or what important topics were discussed, remained a mystery. With Lin Lishan keeping her lips sealed, the rest of the family also chose to stay silent. Life in the Zhou family carried on as usual, completely unaffected. The two families lived only 200 or 300 meters apart, but aside from the occasional visit from old Master Lin, there was little contact between them. A few days later, the day of Feng Fei and friends gathering arrived. The young couple decided to follow Zhou Xiaozheng's suggestion and arrived at the venue early. What was Zhou Xiaozheng's suggestion? He encouraged the couple to go out and have fun. No matter what faction you belong to, only by mingling with others can you truly understand the current situation. In Zhou Xiaozheng's eyes, what his two children lacked most was experience, especially his daughter, who spent all her time at home, wasting her youth. He'd been observing for a while. Compared to his smooth and sociable son-in-law, Zhang Guoqing, his own daughter Jiao was always wary of opening up to others. She didn't seem to have any real friends, treating everyone the same. Zhou Xiaozheng found this both amusing and exasperating. Caution was good, but too much of it was a problem. His daughter was overly careful, like a little mouse. At the slightest sign of trouble, she'd scurry back home. How could that work? How would she cope in society in the future? He knew her childhood experiences had left her with many scars, but what's done is done. The only solution was to encourage her to get out more, meet more people, and gradually build her confidence. As for all those so-called princes and princesses, Zhou Xiaozheng didn't think much of them. Still, he had to admit, these kids possessed a sense of superiority his daughter lacked. Sometimes, a little showiness or arrogance was a skill in itself. Throughout history, children from prominent families always carried a certain pride. Take his own little grandson, for example. In less than a year, the boy already had a distinct aura and confidence, all thanks to the environment he was raised in. After seeing the young couple off, Zhou Xiaozheng returned to his study and sat quietly at his desk, deep in thought. Meanwhile, Zhou Jiao had no idea her father was worrying about her. If she knew, she'd definitely argue with him for overthinking things. In Zhou Jiao's world, what's so impressive about relying on your parents' achievements and showing off everywhere you go? No matter how much you flaunt, you'll have to pay the price eventually. Life is full of ups and downs. Who can claim to be undefeated forever? And as for friends? Why would she be foolish enough to let outsiders get close and give them the chance to stab her in the back? Zhou Jiao would never allow herself to make such a mistake. The gathering was held in an ordinary small courtyard house. The location was great, not far from Zhou Jiao's own larger courtyard. The surroundings were pleasant too, with a famous garden just a short walk away. Before they even entered, someone suddenly jumped out, grinning as he gave Zhang Guoqing a playful punch. Turning to Zhou Jiao, he gave her a thumbs up and joked, "Little sister, you're impressive. You've got Xiao Wu so well trained he doesn't dare leave your side." Zhou Jiao feigned annoyance. "Careful or I'll tell your wife on you." "Come on, did you sneak out again?" The man clasped his hands in mock surrender. "Good sister, my wife's inside. Give your brother a break, don't add fuel to the fire. That lady at home doesn't go easy on me." Zhou Jiao held out her hand with a sly smile. "Then bribe me. I don't charge much, just 2 bottles of Maotai." He tapped her hand with a laugh. "Xiao Wu, rein in your wife. She's getting bold, daring to extort her own brother." Zhang Guoqing put his arm around the man's shoulders as they walked through the gate, teasing, "You've got it all wrong. If my wife asks, I have to back her up. Being a brother isn't as easy as you think." The three of them joked and bantered as they entered the living room, where 4 or 5 people were already seated. Even though they didn't see each other often, everyone was familiar and had shared drinks before. When the three entered, the teasing began right away. "Hey, Xiaowu, this won't do. We have to send you an invitation before you show up, huh? College girl, tell us, what do you do all day cooped up at home?" "Having babies, of course." Zhang Guoqing laughed and grabbed some sunflower seeds from the coffee table, tossing them at the group. "Look at you showing off. College students, huh? Who here hasn't studied abroad? You, wasting food is shameful." "Yeah, right? You're lucky I didn't throw an orange at you." "So, what's the occasion today?" Everyone waited for the couple to sit down, grinning but staying silent. Just then, 2 girls came out from the next room, arms linked. One of them, tall and dressed in a military uniform, was Cao Xiali, the wife of their friend Wu Yong, who had greeted them earlier. Wu Yong now worked in the general political department, and his wife was his colleague. They'd been married 2 years, but still had no children. Zhou Jiao had heard they were trying, but apparently, instead of making a baby, they'd run off to the party first. Jiao, why didn't you bring your little one along?" Zhou Jiao greeted the 2 women with a smile. "It's too cold, and the baby's still small." "Where did you and Sister May just go?" Cao Xiali protested. "What do you mean, sister-in-law? Call me Sister Xiali." "You have so many sisters-in-law, but there's only one Sister Xiali." Li Mei covered her mouth, stifling a laugh, and winked at Zhou Jiao. Zhou Jiao caught on Wu Yong must have done something to upset the Chao family's young lady again. She shot Cao Xiali a mock disdainful look and said to Li Mei, "If she's hitting and scolding, that means there's still love. Looks like their marriage is going strong." Li Mei nodded in agreement, gloating a little. "Your sister Xiali barely has to lift a finger and your brother Wu goes all soft. He's a pushover." Zhou Jiao couldn't help but laugh. Seeing Cao Xiali raise her right hand, she quickly changed the subject. "So, is there something to celebrate tonight? Everyone looks like they're waiting for a show." Cao Xiali lowered her fist, finally letting them off the hook, and glanced at the group of men nearby. She whispered with a grin, "2 special guests are coming tonight. We're all waiting for the drama." Zhou Jiao listened carefully to the men's conversation and finally realized that Feng Fei was going on a blind date tonight. He'd have to choose between 2 women. Curious, she leaned in and asked, "Whose daughters are they?" It was a fair question. Anyone invited to this kind of private gathering had to be someone of note. She could guess only a few possible families. The Chu family and the family. Their daughters will be coming with their brothers. Both families have their eyes on Feng Fei. He's really lucky, an old cow eating young grass. Zhou Jiao choked on her tea at Cao Xiali's bluntness. After all, several of the elders present had also married much younger wives. Before Zhou Jiao could recall which girls from those families were of marrying age, a group of people entered, chatting in small clusters. With Feng Fei, 3 men and 2 women came in. The room fell silent. After all, gossiping behind someone's back wasn't exactly polite. This was the first time Zhou Jiao had met the eldest grandson of the family. He served in a southern military unit and rarely came back to the capital, so she couldn't help but steal a few more glances at him now. He was indeed quite handsome, good genes clearly. Although Zhou Jiao had never met Yiming, that old fox, she could tell this young man took after his father, not his mother. As soon as Ija walked in, he spotted Zhou Jiao. There was no helping it. Sitting there quietly with a gentle smile, she was impossible to ignore. He hadn't expected a girl could have this kind of quiet, pleasing presence. There were plenty of female cousins and sisters in the Yi family, all sorts of personalities, some quiet, some lively, but none as delightful as this young woman. Noticing Zhou Jiao's attention on him, Ija felt his face flush a little. Luckily, years of sun and wind had darkened his skin, so it wasn't obvious. The thought gave him some comfort. Meanwhile, Zhang Guoqing was fuming at the side. What kind of look was that? Was it really appropriate to stare at someone else's wife like that? Clearly, this kid hadn't inherited Yi Taiji's shrewdness. What a blind fool. When Zhang Guoqing saw his wife exchange a smile with Ija, he nearly rushed over to beat the brat up. If this weren't their first meeting, he'd have given the kid a proper lesson. Elite of the family? More like a clueless rookie. No wonder he still didn't have a wife. All these thoughts flashed by in an instant. Just then, Fang Fei came in and, seeing the Zhang couple already seated, let out a sigh of relief. If there'd been fewer people, he'd have felt awkward coming alone. But buddy, why do you think having more people is better? Doesn't that just spread the news faster? Fang Fei didn't think of that at the moment. He smiled and said, "Looks like everyone's here. Should we take our seats?" Ija chimed in, "Aren't you going to introduce us? My little sister and the others are here for the first time, and this guy looks unfamiliar." Young Master Wu and a few others burst out laughing. "Xiao Wu, your friend really is a stranger." "Oh man, this is hilarious." "Old E, you don't even recognize your father's old friend? That's unfilial. Watch out, the old man might give you a beating when you get home." Xu Zhihai just smiled quietly on the side. He knew Zhang Guoqing was Zhou Jiao's son-in-law, but because of his cousin Chu Xiao's feelings for him, he hadn't gotten close. Ija was sharp. With those few words, he immediately realized this was Zhang Guoqing from the Zhou family, his father's so-called Little Wu. He quickly guessed that the young woman from earlier must be Zhou Jiao's daughter, Zhou Jiao, the one he'd lost as a fiancé. If not for Zhou Jiao's accident back then, Zhou Jiao would have been his wife. That thought made him uncomfortable, especially after seeing Zhou Jiao in person. In the past, when his father teased him about it, he didn't care, but now, knowing he'd missed out by just a hair, he felt a pang of regret. Ija cleared his throat, stepped forward with a smile, and offered his hand to Zhang Guoqing. "I've heard so much about you. My dad's always comparing me to you." Zhang Guoqing shook his hand with a smile. "That's only because Uncle E thinks highly of me. Don't take his nonsense seriously. Nice to meet you." Ija had planned to give Zhang Guoqing a firm handshake, maybe even hurt him a little, just to get back at the guy who'd stolen his bride. Even though he knew it was a bit childish, he couldn't help but wish time could turn back. It wasn't that he was deeply in love with Zhou Jiao, they'd never even met before, but she was pleasing to the eye, and losing a fiancé like that still left a sour taste. He studied Zhang Guoqing closely. The two of them kept shaking hands, neither letting go first. Of course, Ija wasn't foolish enough to actually try to embarrass Zhang Guoqing. He knew the man was famously strong. He'd have to be crazy to pick a fight and end up humiliated. After a moment, everyone at the table sensed something was off. Ija finally relaxed his grip, gave Zhang Guoqing a friendly punch, and saw that he didn't even flinch, just kept smiling. Ija sighed inwardly and said with a laugh, "Lucky guy. I hear your son's already 3. Every time my old man sees him, he practically drools. Man, you're really making the rest of us jealous." Zhang Guoqing returned the punch lightly and chuckled. "Get married sooner and you'll have a chubby boy of your own. How's Uncle E these days? Still not planning to come back to the capital?" Ija shook his head with a smile. "My dad's always been a free spirit. Looks like he'll be away for a while longer. Let's catch up later, time to eat." As the food was brought out, everyone took their seats without ceremony. The table was loaded with good food and wine. Zhou Jiao sat with Zhang Guoqing on her left and Li Mei on her right, followed by a row of young women. Unlike the sensitive Zhang Guoqing, Zhou Jiao, oblivious as ever to matters of the heart, didn't notice anything odd about Ija. She was quietly observing Yi Shumin from the Yi family and Chuan from the Chu family. The 5 girls chatted in low voices, exchanging smiles. From the details, Zhou Jiao could see the difference in upbringing. The Yi family's girls were indeed more outstanding than the Chu family's. Yi Shumin was open and straightforward, never shy when speaking. Chuan was prettier, but a bit affected in her manner. Zhou Jiao noticed Chuan holding her chopsticks with her pinky raised, carefully avoiding any food others had touched, secretly picking out scallions, and counting her rice grains as she ate. Zhou Jiao couldn't help but sigh. This girl was sure to be disliked by Fang Fei. Fang Fei wanted a tough, straightforward woman. "Girl, just relax, don't be afraid to let loose." Zhou Jiao secretly hoped to see Fang Fei caught between 2 women. The prospect excited her, but seeing how things were going, she felt a bit let down. What a pity, a love triangle would have been so much more interesting. Oblivious, she ate the food Zhang Guoqing picked out for her, not noticing how out of character he was today. He was being so attentive, even testing the soup temperature for her in the middle of winter. How could she be so oblivious? Even Yi Shumin, who was focused on Fang Fei, noticed the man sitting next to Fang Fei, this little Wu. She stared in surprise, then quickly composed herself. The young men at the table were busy drinking and joking around. Except for Ija, no one else noticed anything unusual. He gave his sister a subtle shake of the head. After a late dinner, the group moved to the living room. A basket of tangerines was set out on the coffee table, along with plenty of seeds and pastries. Zhang Guoqing peeled a tangerine and handed it to Zhou Jiao, chatting casually with the others. Everyone knew Fang Fei was the main character tonight, so they all started asking him personal questions about his hobbies and interests, so the girls could get to know their matchmaking prospect better. This subtle maneuvering amused Zhou Jiao. Li Mei even winked at her, and the two of them took turns asking the girls about their usual pastimes. For a while, the conversation was lively and warm. When the clock struck 9, everyone realized it was late and began to say their goodbyes. Only then did Zhou Jiao realize everyone was leaving. Whose house was this anyway? Of course, she didn't ask out loud. If she needed to know, she could always ask Zhang Guoqing. Satisfied with her rare dose of gossip, Zhou Jiao happily watched the drama unfold between the three suspects on the way home. Her expression made Zhang Guoqing beam with joy. He'd always said his wife was slow to notice admirers, and he was right. Obliviousness was a good thing. He'd make sure she never sensed any lurking rivals, especially those annoying love rivals. As the end of the year approached and the younger generation from various families returned to Beijing for the new year, Zhang Guoqing found himself busier than ever. The moment the workday ended, friends would inevitably show up at the Zhou house. Most activities involved either social gatherings outside, group movie outings, ice skating, or the occasional friendly match. At first, Zhou Jiao accompanied him to these gatherings, but after a while, she grew impatient. All they ever did was idle chatter, boys boasting over drinks, girls competing like social butterflies. She was such a positive, capable young woman. How could she let herself fall into that? When Zhou Jiao wanted to do something productive, she realized there really wasn't much for her to do. Her father was out early and back late. Her mother was busy leading rehearsals for the New Year's program, and her son was off to preschool every morning, bouncing with energy. She had already prepared the family's winter clothes. In the past, she could at least stroll through the markets, but now, no matter where she went, there was a shortage of goods everywhere. Life inside the compound was still manageable, with supplies from the military's farms and livestock facilities, but outside, things were much tougher. One of her female classmates invited a few of them over. In just one afternoon, Zhou Jiao overheard plenty of complaints from people in the same courtyard: what couldn't be bought, what required queuing all night just to get a few ounces the next afternoon. What made Zhou Jiao especially uncomfortable was the look on her classmate's mother's face when she came home from work to see a group of them there in the evening. So complicated. Luckily, none of them had planned to stay for dinner. After that, Zhou Jiao didn't even want to answer the phone at home, afraid someone would suddenly invite her out. She wasn't used to visiting others with ration coupons in hand, only to eat some barely edible cornmeal. It was during this chat with her classmates that Zhou Jiao learned many of them, finding travel expenses too high, had stayed at school to take on odd jobs and earn some money for their families. This made Zhou Jiao even more reluctant to invite anyone over, nor did she feel comfortable joining them at their homes. Sometimes, the gap between people was just too big, and it was easy to feel a sense of distance. Bored out of her mind, she happened to receive a letter from Aunt Chen's family, asking if she could take a day or two off for some urgent matter. Before Aunt Chen could even finish, Zhou Jiao immediately agreed. Aunt Chen was so moved she cried, making Zhou Jiao feel a bit guilty. What a happy misunderstanding. With Aunt Chen gone, she could finally unleash her culinary skills at home. Aunt Chen left happily with a bag of rations, while Zhou Jiao gleefully started simmering nourishing soups, preparing a feast to welcome the family home for dinner. All afternoon, Zhou Jiao busied herself and the pantry filled up with more and more food. If she weren't worried Aunt Chin would notice something was off in a few days, she'd have stuffed the pantry to the brim. When old lady Chung came knocking, she was a bit surprised to see Zhou Jiao answer the door. "Child, you haven't been doing heavy chores, have you? Where's Aunt Chin? How did you end up working?" Zhou Jiao glanced at her old clothes and smiled. "Auntie, I wasn't doing anything hard, just cooking. Aunt Chin had an emergency at home, so I let her go. Come in and try my cooking." The old lady tapped her on the forehead, exasperated. "Silly girl. Did you need to change into these old clothes just to cook? Who are you trying to fool? Go rest in the living room." She gently pushed Zhou Jiao inside, full of concern. "Auntie, I really didn't do any heavy work. Just made some dumplings and sticky bean buns. If we were in the Northeast right now, we'd be preparing for the new year. I wonder if the village has started making pig-killing stew yet." Old lady Chung couldn't help but laugh. Just because she was from the South didn't mean she didn't know what pig-killing stew was. It was just pork offal with sauerkraut, maybe some blood sausage and bones. Was it really that special? I thought you didn't eat offal. If you want, we can make pig-killing stew tonight. I'll have the housekeeper bring some meat over. She makes a great stew. You can have your fill. Zhou Jiao didn't want the old lady making phone calls about it. Phones weren't like in later years. Calls had to go through an operator, and anyone could overhear. So much for keeping secrets. Hee, I wasn't actually craving pig-killing stew. In this cold weather, what's better than a hot pot with lamb? You should stay over tonight, and I'll have uncle and cousin come too. Let's have a cozy dinner together." Old lady Chung nodded with a smile. The child wanted some lively company, so why not have both families gather? She could also bring over some of the fine grains they'd just received. Compared to her nephew's household, the old lady felt much more secure. Her husband, eldest son, and herself all received a good amount of fine grains each month. How could her nephew's family compare? Zhou Jiao could easily guess what the old lady was thinking. Every time she brought over fine grains, it was always, "Our Jiao needs to keep her strength up. Ping'an is still little." Zhou Jiao could only accept it and then quietly return the grains mid-month. This little game between the two families was exhausting. Old lady Chung had never been inside the Zhou family's pantry. This time, Zhou Jiao took her in, and the old lady was a bit surprised. She then gave Zhou Jiao a stern lecture about not buying from the black market. Why not? The old lady said that people like them couldn't knowingly break the rules. They had to set a good example. Zhou Jiao felt so wronged, more wronged than Dou Yi. She stood up straight and listened to the lecture, finally letting out a secret sigh of relief when it was over. She didn't notice the sly smile on old lady Chang's face. The old lady was sharp. She'd finally caught the girl in a slip-up and wasn't about to let it go. As for the black market, who could really stop it? There had never been a dynasty in history that could stamp it out. She wasn't about to bother with such trivial matters. Now that she was retired, she didn't care much about worldly affairs. All she wanted was for her family to be well-fed and well-clothed. The idea that patriotism meant tightening your belt was nonsense. How could you contribute to society if you didn't have the energy to study or work? That would just be a joke. After checking the pantry, old lady Chung was satisfied. Now she didn't have to worry about her nephew's family struggling at the end of the year. She happily went off to call her housekeeper to bring things over to the Zhou house. She then called her eldest son, Chung Sijin. She didn't say much on the phone, just told him to come to the Zhou house after work. Chung Sijin immediately understood and hung up with a big smile, making the staff beside him wonder if something wonderful had happened in the chief's family. After mentally going through all the family members, one age shook his head in disappointment. He just couldn't figure out what the boss was thinking. As the workday ended, Zhang Guoqing picked up his son, and the two waited outside Zhou Xiaozheng's office for him to finish work. When Zhou Xiaozheng came out, he could hear his son-in-law chatting happily with the guards, even little Ping'an giggling. He didn't know what was so funny, but seeing his subordinates laughing together at the door, he figured it must be something amusing. But before he could approach, the group scattered like they'd seen a ghost. Zhou Xiaozheng frowned at the few who remained. How dull. Ping'an ran up as soon as he saw his grandfather. Grandpa, let's go home. Zhou Xiaozheng picked him up. Are you cold? Next time, have your dad wait in my office, okay? Dad said we shouldn't disturb you at work. I was very good, Grandpa, and the uncles all praised me. Zhang Guoqing watched the two leave, said goodbye to everyone, and walked home with a few of the guards, chatting along the way. As soon as they reached the house, the delicious aroma hit them, making the guards' stomachs growl. Before they could leave, Zhou Xiaozheng told them to stay for dinner. As his personal staff, none of them had it easy. Unlike other leaders' guards, Zhou Xiaozheng often dragged them into special training. If they had to rely on the canteen's food, they'd never survive. Being chosen by Zhou Xiaozheng had made Xiao Wang and the others excited for days. He was the king of soldiers, their idol. They knew their boss put them through the ringer for their own good, so they cooperated enthusiastically, determined to become the best of the best at his side. But kids, you're too naive. Zhou Xiaozheng never did anything without a reason. He was already planning to send them to the army or military academy for further training when the time was right. But enough about Zhou Xiaozheng's plans. At that moment, Zhou Jiao and old lady Cheng, hearing the commotion, brought out 3 copper hot pots. Xiao Wang and the others desperately signaled Zhang Guoqing. They didn't want to eat in the living room with all the leaders. That would be way too awkward. They were used to hanging out with Zhang Guoqing, who was easygoing and approachable. Whenever anyone needed something, he was always their go-to guy. Sure enough, Zhang Guoqing just smiled, picked up one of the hot pots, and called them over to help. The young men happily carried it to the West Wing. By the time the Cheng family arrived, the bone broth in the hot pots was already bubbling. There was no time for small talk. Everyone rushed to wash up and get to the table. Zhang Guoqing, worried the guys in the West Wing wouldn't have enough to eat, brought them a whole leg of lamb and told them to carve more if they needed. He knew from experience that a little informality made everyone more comfortable. He wasn't some pampered young master, no need to put on airs. His generosity and warmth were what people liked about him, and his hunting skills were a real asset. How could he let his future allies think he was stingy? For a real hot pot feast, just cabbage, radish, and wild game wouldn't cut it. The men liked big chunks of meat, but Zhou Jiao didn't care for that. The spinach and chives she'd carefully prepared for dinner were devoured in no time, leaving her heartbroken as she tried to grab as many veggies as she could. Zhou Xiaozheng, knowing what she was thinking, just smiled. People wondered where Ping'an got his stubborn streak. Wasn't it obvious? He took after his mother. His daughter had everything, even tiger meat. There was nothing she lacked. But her quirks were endearing. Zhou Xiaozheng couldn't help but feel proud as he helped her pile more veggies on her plate. Before long, the Zhou family table was once again the scene of a familiar sight. Zhou Xiaozheng and his daughter each piling food onto the other's plate, Zhang Guoqing and Lin Lishan doing the same, and little Ping'an in the middle, enjoying food from all 4. The Cheng family had seen this many times and were used to it. They'd even picked up the habit themselves, husbands, wives, siblings all sharing food. It just goes to show how much the environment can influence people. At the very least, Lu Ting, Chang's eldest daughter-in-law, often went home saying that every time she ate at the Zhou house, she'd end up stuffed. The atmosphere was just too warm and loving. Of course, the smile on her face showed how much she enjoyed the affection from her husband and children. 3 days later, Aunt Chin returned from her holiday, bringing with her a string of bad news that instantly snapped Zhou Jiao out of her cheerful mood. After the drought, frost, and floods in the north, some places in the south were faring even worse. On top of that, windstorms, hail, locust plagues, and armorworm infestations kept coming one after another. Zhou Jiao didn't even need to ask to know. There would be no harvest at all. It was another year of disasters. Even though she'd mentally prepared herself, hearing it confirmed by someone else made her feelings even more complicated. Before she could even sigh, Aunt Chin was already whispering in her ear, telling her to tighten her belt. Now, city officials received a monthly grain ration of 28 jin, while ordinary citizens only got 26 jin. Each person was allotted just 2 liang of pork per month. Hearing this, Zhou Jiao felt a wave of frustration. Looks like she'd have to cut back again when she returned to school. Wasn't life hard enough already? Now both she and her husband would have their rations reduced and would have to dip into their reserves again. And as if that wasn't enough, something else happened that made her heart ache. Before I came back, I made a point to check with the supplies office. Every household in the compound, except for pregnant women and infants, will have their rations cut. From now on, most of the meat will be distributed from the internal livestock farms, and cigarettes and alcohol will only be available on holidays. Zhou Jiao weakly waved her hand. Aunt Chen, just tell me everything at once. Don't hit me with bad news wave after wave. Aunt Chen just chuckled. This year-end, you'd better give me more for household expenses. I have to line up at the service co-op every day. After the new year, once the holidays are over, it'll be even harder to buy anything. Zhou Jiao gave her a thumbs up, impressive. Lining up in the freezing cold for yarn, it's a wonder she doesn't freeze to death. Aunt Chen finished speaking and hurried off to check the storeroom. She was worried. After being away for a couple of days, who knows how much this girl had gotten into. A moment later, Aunt Chen came out beaming and praised, "You did a good job this time. Any other connections? Have Xiaowu stock up on more goods." Zhou Jiao looked at her speechlessly. She didn't even need to make up an excuse. Aunt Chen had already given her a reason. Who needs the black market when you've got her? She was the biggest connection of all. Forget it. Better not take any risks. No matter how much they cut rations, the supplies office won't let the chief go hungry. What could Zhou Jiao say? It was all Aunt Chen talking to herself, amusing herself. Honestly, without her secret stash, the whole family might really go hungry. No matter how capable or high-ranking her father was, could he just snatch army rations? I heard there won't be a market fair this year, so even more people will be flocking to the temple fairs. Imagine how crowded it'll be with all of Beijing there. Times are tough, but there are still plenty of people with money. Won't it be packed shoulder to shoulder? Once again, Aunt Chen's words hit Zhou Jiao hard. She could only give a wry, silent smile. By that logic, every temple fair in the city would be packed this year. Besides joining in the festivities, even more people would be looking for chances to stock up on supplies. The nature of the temple fairs had changed, so what was the point of going? What was there to see on the streets? Just more crowds? Her son's dream of a giant candied hawthorn stick was even less likely now. He'd probably get crushed in the crowd. Originally, Zhou Jiao had planned to take her son to a temple fair during the new year to let him experience a grand festival. Compared to waste dancing and fireworks, temple fairs were much more down-to-earth. Now, she'd have to rethink her plans. That afternoon, Lin Lishan sneaked home and, without a word, pulled Zhou Jiao into a room with a conspiratorial grin. Zhou Jiao was dying of curiosity. What was her mother up to? Was she so happy because she got a promotion or a windfall? But then why all the sneaking around? Lin Lishan grinned and proudly pulled out a handful of ration coupons from her bag. Well, isn't your mom amazing? Zhou Jiao didn't even have time to see what kinds of coupons they were before she blurted out, "Mom, where did you get these? You didn't do anything wrong, did you? We're not short on food or supplies. Don't let anyone catch you out." Lin Lishan was so annoyed, she gave her daughter a light smack on the head. "Aren't you usually smart? How come you're so clueless at a critical moment? You think I've been leading the team day and night just to earn some silly merit? I'm already a regimental commander. How much further could I go?" Zhou Jiao giggled sheepishly. "Your daughter was wrong. Please forgive me. These are all subsidies and trades, right? Mom, you're so clever. You're amazing." Her words made Lin Lishan laugh, and she ruffled Zhou Jiao's hair before letting her go. After a bit of playful banter, Lin Lishan sighed, "I've left the household to you, but I can't let my daughter try to cook without any rice. After the new year, we'll all have our rations cut, so I need to find a way to get you some extra grain coupons for school. Especially since Xiaowu has such a big appetite, we can't let him go hungry." At first, Zhou Jiao felt touched, but then she started to pout. "So Xiaowu's your real son? Aren't you worried about me going hungry?" She couldn't help but laugh at herself after saying that. "You eat like a little cat. How much could you possibly eat? Don't think I'm only looking out for Xiaowu. He's your husband, and he takes care of everything for the family. If I treat him well, won't he treat my daughter even better?" Zhou Jiao blinked and nodded with a smile. What kind of logic was that? Still, as long as it wasn't some young girl doting on her man, she was happy to have someone care for him. Mom, your son-in-law is prepared. Don't ever humble yourself to curry favor with outsiders just for a few extra goods. Lin Lishan shot her a look, straightened her back, and said haughtily, "Do you think I need to suck up to those people?" Zhou Jiao just smiled and nodded. That's good, as long as the Zhou family's pride is intact. Even if her mother couldn't know about her secret space, there was no need for her to suffer for a few material things. I'm not stupid. I know where we stand, better off than some, not as good as others. With your father's position and Xiao Wu as a capable son-in-law, who would dare disrespect me? Why would I need to bow to outsiders? Lin Lishan's pride left Zhou Jiao a little dazed. Her mother was a truly fortunate woman. Even after the Lin family fell, she had her husband and son-in-law to rely on, and in the future, there would be Ping'an, who was close to her. This was the real aura of a heroine. Check if there are any coupons about to expire and use them up quickly. I have to rush back to work. Call the regiment if you need anything. Zhou Jiao saw her mother off at the gate and couldn't help but chuckle when she realized there were only a few hours left before her mother's shift ended. Looking up and seeing that the weather was still decent, Zhou Jiao went back inside to change. After letting Aunt Chen know where she was going, she slung on her specially made backpack and strolled out of the compound. With the end of the year approaching, there were more people coming home to visit family. The closer she got to the city center, the more she saw kids in little cotton jackets and pants, some with cotton hats and mittens, and little ones with 5-eye cotton boots. She'd almost forgotten that school was out for the holidays, which explained why the streets and alleys were so crowded. Braving the light snow, Zhou Jiao strolled leisurely, a gentle smile on her face as she watched the elderly carrying or leading their grandchildren, occasionally sharing a knowing smile with them. As she wandered, she didn't notice that people on passing buses and hurried pedestrians all glanced at her as they went by. Zhou Jiao's mind drifted as she wandered through the streets and alleys, trying to get a sense of how ordinary families lived. Leaving the compound and facing reality, she couldn't quite put her feelings into words. Life was hard, so hard. Rice, oil, salt, none of them could be done without. No one had it easy. A single piece of candy split in half brought laughter to children. Getting 4 liang of oil brought joy to old ladies. Thankfully, there were still people who could find contentment in what they had, and because of them, life was still full of sunshine. A young woman in her prime, dressed in a black cashmere coat and straight black pants, with a bright red scarf covering half her face. Her long, beautiful hair was loosely tied up, with a few playful strands dancing in the wind, occasionally veiling half of her jade-like face. Anyone passing by would wish they could help her tuck her hair behind her ear. After finishing his errands, Ija squeezed onto the bus, and the first thing he saw was this picturesque beauty. He instinctively got off at the same stop, afraid of startling Zhou Jiao, and followed her from a distance. Snowflakes drifted down from the sky, carried by the wind. One landed on Ija's eyelashes. He stuck one hand in his pocket and gently brushed it away with the other. He looked up at the sky, then at the unhurried figure ahead. Suddenly, Ija noticed that Zhou Jiao was carrying an oversized black cloth bag slung across her body. What caught his eye most was the cheerful embroidery on the bag, a mighty tiger facing off against a delicate little white rabbit. Seeing this, Ija covered his mouth with a fist to hide his smile. This girl's thoughts really were unique. Weren't girls supposed to embroider flowers and plants? But strangely enough, he felt this was exactly Zhou Jiao's true nature. The same Zhou Jiao who could silence a crowd with a single word, who could grow through adversity without ever losing her composure. Wasn't this enigmatic girl just like that delicate little white rabbit? Even when facing a fierce tiger, she always maintained her own pride and backbone. Eva followed Zhou Jiao for 2 blocks, watching as she calmly queued up, leaned against a wall, and lit a cigarette. Through the smoke rings, he quietly observed Zhou Jiao from afar. He didn't know how much time had passed before she finally entered the shopping mall. Finishing his last cigarette, Ija sighed regretfully. Hands in his pockets, he looked up at the sky ahead, unable to explain why he was so reluctant to leave. He comforted himself, telling himself he was just worried about a pretty girl walking alone. In the end, he reminded himself that his character had to be worthy of the military uniform he wore. When Zhou Jiao came out of the mall looking dejected, her lonely figure made Ija unconsciously take a step forward. He immediately realized this was inappropriate and resolutely stayed put. After a while, Ija gazed deeply at her retreating figure and once again followed her from a distance. Seeing that she was heading home, he couldn't quite tell what he was feeling, part relief, part disappointment. It was too late. Their fate had been sealed when his father failed to reach out to the helpless Zhou Jiao. By then, his would-be bride had already slipped away. No matter how many sleepless nights he had, or how much he resented it, Ija knew better than anyone. A girl like her could never tolerate betrayal. Even if Zhang Guoqing was gone, the one by her side wouldn't necessarily be him. He watched Zhou Jiao enter the compound, watched her leave. Ija glanced up at the red star above the main gate, paused, straightened his uniform, composed himself, and strode inside. In the Yi family's living room, a middle-aged woman had come to visit with her daughter, chatting with old lady Yi. Anyone paying attention would notice that the woman kept glancing toward the door during their conversation. Old lady understood perfectly well. The woman had brought her daughter over under some pretense, but her real motive was obvious. She had her eye on the eldest grandson. The old lady felt both happy and sad. Her grandson was outstanding, so it was no surprise that people were interested. But what could she do if the child wouldn't cooperate? She, too, longed to hold a soft, chubby grandchild. As soon as Ija entered the courtyard and heard the exaggerated laughter from inside, he frowned instinctively and turned to head for the east wing. After a moment's hesitation, he changed his mind and went back to the living room. Xiaoxia, come here. To Grandma. Did you finish your errands? Isn't the northern weather too cold for you? Before Ija could reply, the middle-aged woman smiled and said, Auntie Yi, this must be Xiaoxia. You're so blessed, he's such a fine young man. Like father, like son. Old Lady Yi smiled and introduced her grandson. This is your Auntie Wang, and that's her daughter. I'm sure Xiaoxia doesn't remember me. I held you when you were little. Even then, you looked like you'd grow up to be someone special. I was right. Ija glanced at her with amusement and nodded. What nonsense about holding him as a child, she could really spin a tale. Even his name, Ija, had been changed by his father when he was an adult. Brother Ija, I'm Wang Hui. Seeing the girl blushing shyly in front of him, Ija resisted the urge to bolt, nodded politely to the mother and daughter, and immediately said to his grandmother, Grandma, I'm going to the study to take care of something. Don't call me for dinner. Old Lady Yi watched her grandson leave before he'd even finished speaking. She'd expected this. But this time, she wasn't angry. She didn't think this girl was suitable to be the Yi family's eldest daughter-in-law either. Sit down. When he gets busy, he doesn't even remember to eat. Meanwhile, Ija went to the study and found his grandfather there, quietly enjoying himself. Without a word, Ija poured tea for both of them. Funyo, you're not getting any younger. Isn't it time you found yourself a wife? If you have your eye on someone, tell Grandpa quickly, or your grandma will start matchmaking at random. Ija looked at him expressionlessly. All right, I know there's no one yet. But Xiaoxia, that nickname of yours was given by your great-grandmother at the temple, such an auspicious name. Ija couldn't be bothered to argue. He was a grown man. What kind of nickname was that? He'd stopped using it long ago. Old E rolled his eyes at him. Is there something you're not telling me? Grandson, if you have someone in mind, don't worry about us caring about her family background. As long as she's a good girl, that's enough. Ija smiled and shook his head. What's a good girl? What's the standard? I'm not in a hurry to get married. Old E got anxious. How old are you and you're still not married? Where will the chubby grandkids come from? Has the army made you stupid? You don't even know how to spot a good girl. You know? Then point one out and I'll use her as a template. Seeing his grandson sitting there leisurely drinking tea, old E glared at him. How would I know? I didn't even pick your grandma myself. There are so many girls in the compound. If you can't find a standard, just look for one like that Zhou girl. Yi's hand trembled, and the lid of his teacup slipped to the floor. Realizing his slip, he quickly stood up and laughed. "Grandpa, if you're my old man, what should I call my dad?" Old Yi's eyes flickered, and he said softly, "There are plenty of good girls out there. How about I have your grandma arrange some blind dates for you before the new year?" A beautiful image flashed through Yi's mind. He lowered his head and closed his eyes for a moment. After a while, he looked up and smiled. "All right. Let Grandma pick first, and I'll meet them after." Old Yi sighed inwardly and smiled at his grandson. "You're the eldest grandson of the Yi family. Your grandma will definitely find you a girl worthy of you. The Yi family can handle anything. There's no obstacle we can't overcome." Yi's clenched fists tightened even more, but his face remained calm as he changed the subject. "Why does Dad think so highly of Fang Fei?" "I've been looking into things lately, and the Fang family seems pretty messy." Old Yi shook his head with a meaningful glance. "Your dad doesn't want the kids to marry into families of equal status. He insists on picking ones worse off than ours. He'd have you all marry orphans if he could. His favorite candidate for a son-in-law is an orphan, the child of a martyr, now 23 and living out of town." Yi nodded. He more or less understood what his grandfather meant. "Your grandma can't bear to let Xiaomin marry too far away, so I pushed for Fang Fei. After all, the only boy in the compound your dad approves of is that Fang kid, and your sister wants to marry him too." Yi didn't have much to say to that. To be able to spend your life with the one you love was a great blessing. He couldn't help, but at least his sister's wish had come true. The Yi family's grandfather and grandson were discussing the Fang family. Coincidentally, in the Fang family study, 3 generations, grandfather, father, and son, were also discussing this marriage proposal. To be precise, old Master Fang was urging Fang Fei to make a decision quickly. "Grandpa, this isn't something to rush. Forget about the Chu family, they're still looking at other candidates besides me. I'm not some big carrot for them to pick and choose. As for the Yi family, let me think about it some more. Things aren't as simple as you imagine." Old Master Fang smacked him a few times. "Of course I know it's not simple. But what does our family have that others could possibly covet? I'm just worried that if we miss this opportunity, there won't be another. Do you know how long the Lin family has had their eye on the Yi family's girl? Old Lin has been doting on his eldest grandson all this time just to find him a good wife." Fang's father quickly intervened, gently patting Fang Fei's back. "Dad, talk all you want, but don't hit the kid. Our Xiao Fei isn't lacking for marriage prospects. There are plenty of girls who want to marry him. You're the one who deserves a beating, you rascal. If you hadn't spoiled him, would I still be waiting for a great-grandchild?" Fang's father muttered under his breath, "Like you didn't spoil your eldest grandson." "What did you say? Say it louder." Seeing this, Fang Fei burst out laughing, winking at his dad before turning to old Master Fang with a grin. "Grandpa, just look at your eldest grandson, handsome as can be. There are girls crying and begging me to marry them every day. What are you worried about?" Old Master Fang was amused, unable to stop smiling. "All right, tell me. What are you hesitating about? You said the Chu family's girl is too petty, so I listened to you and dropped that. But the Yi family's girl is really nice. Even your grandma says she's got a great personality. Xiao Fei, why don't you talk it over properly with your grandpa? If you really don't want to, then forget it. Finding a spouse you're happy with is important for a good life. You little brat, get out of here. Always stirring things up. Back then, I listened to you, but it's not like your life turned out so great. My life's fine, my wife is virtuous, and my sons are all outstanding. Look at my younger brother's family, the daughter-in-law you picked for him, their house is a mess every day. What good did that do?" Old Master Fang was fuming. This rascal son always knew how to poke at his sore spots. What a little devil. Fang Fei shook his head with a wry smile. Looks like these two would be arguing for a while yet. He sat alone to the side, closing his eyes. The Yi family. He really couldn't figure out why they were interested in him. Over the past 2 years, so many rich young men had proposed, but the Yi family turned them all down. Now they were actively discussing a match with his grandfather. If there wasn't some underlying reason, he wouldn't believe it. Fang Fei didn't think he was inferior to others, but when things seemed off, he always liked to get to the bottom of it. Compared to the Chu family's two-faced carrot picking, the Yi family's approach this time really left nothing to criticize. Thinking this, he glanced at his still bickering father and grandfather, but didn't interrupt. Quietly, he slipped out of the study. Standing in the courtyard, a cold wind blew, making Fang Fei shiver. That woke him up, clearing his mind. Looking in the direction of the Yi family, a strange look flashed in his eyes before he turned and went back to his room. After dinner, feeling confident that he knew Zhang Guoqing inside and out, Fang Fei strolled over to the Zhou family's house. Aunt Chen from the Zhou family saw him and, smiling, pointed to the east wing before leading him to the small study on the west side. Xiaowu didn't go out tonight. Aunt Chen smiled. He came back this afternoon and saw his little wife sneaking out alone. The two of them are probably still fussing over it now. Fang Fei couldn't help but laugh. That guy's such a wife guy, always acting like someone's going to steal his wife. So funny to watch. Aunt Chen knocked on the door first. Xiaowu, Fang Fei's here. Zhang Guoqing had already heard the commotion. He put down Zhou Jiao, stood up, and opened the door. Seeing Fang Fei alone, he smiled. Xiao Fei, come on in. Fang Fei teased. I'm not interrupting you two, am I? It's cold outside. Come in and talk. What brings you here tonight? Zhou Jiao greeted him with a few words, then excused herself to the living room to check on the kids, leaving the two men to talk. Seeing Fang Fei come alone, she guessed he had something important to discuss with Zhang Guoqing and didn't feel right staying to listen. Once Zhou Jiao left, Fang Fei didn't rush to the point. He took the tea Zhang Guoqing poured for him, took a sip, and sighed. You really know how to live. This tea is great. Give me some. Zhang Guoqing shot him a look. Your workplace doesn't have tea? You'd be surprised. Since last year, tea's become a rare commodity. What with all the steel production, tea plantations being converted to farmland, and exports. I'm drinking tea dust these days. Zhang Guoqing just smiled. Their relationship was close enough for these sensitive topics to come up. Otherwise, Fang Fei wouldn't say such things. Still, he didn't want to get involved in this topic with anyone. This is just some wild tea from the mountains, nothing special. If you like it, take some with you next time. Fang Fei laughed. Didn't expect to see the so-called tribute tea. I've never dared to ask for it. Cut the nonsense. Fang Fei was joking about the tribute tea. The reason was that Zhou Jiao had given some of this tea as a gift to the president and several top officials. According to insiders, a few of them really liked it, and lately it often appeared at their meals. After chatting for a while, Fang Fei fell silent, then looked at the calm-faced Zhang Guoqing and quietly asked, Xiaowu, you're close to old Master Yi. Why do you think their family is interested in me? Zhang Guoqing looked at him speechlessly. That's not like you. Where's your confidence? What about you isn't good enough for their daughter? Speaking of the Yi family, Zhang Guoqing was actually annoyed. Just a few days ago, that old man had accused him of stealing his granddaughter-in-law. Never mind the previous life. Even in this one, Zhou Jiao had been his fiancée since she was a baby. What nonsense. And saying Zhou Xiaozhang agreed to Yiming's proposal, what a joke. If his father-in-law could bear to marry off his precious daughter so early, that would be a miracle. Zhang Guoqing didn't even need to ask. He knew with absolute certainty that was impossible. He'd already decided that in the future, his own children would be kept far away from the Yi family. He couldn't let old Master Yi get his hooks into them. The girl's nice enough. It's not that I'm not good enough. I just worry the Yi family has some agenda. I don't want to marry someone and end up tied down. With their family status, there are plenty of young men lining up. Why pick me? Zhang Guoqing was silent for a moment, then asked, So you've given up on the Chu family? Fang Fei snorted. Don't tell me you haven't heard the rumors these past few days. Chuan's been seeing several other men besides me. I'm not some carrot for her to pick and choose. Xiao Fei, setting aside family background, what do you think of Yi Shumin as a person? She's fine. For a wife, she's a good choice. It's not like you can find someone perfect. Zhang Guoqing tossed a pillow at his head. That girl's crazy about you. Her eyes never left you that day. Old Lady Yi dotes on her, so it's probably her idea. Fang Fei gave him a sidelong glance. Zhang Guoqing nodded in confirmation. He knew better than anyone that the Yi family was a good match. Even though he was annoyed at old Master Yi's stubbornness, he had to admit the old man treated him well. If I remember right, Yiming was your old boss, wasn't he? You've interacted with him. What's he like? Zhang Guoqing wasn't surprised by the question. The smiling fox Yiming hadn't been in the capital for years, but his legendary reputation remained. Old Master Fong would definitely have warned his grandson. He considered how to answer. He was wary of Yiming. If Fong Fei became his son-in-law, their friendship might change as their interests overlapped. He's in the provincial capital. I'm in the county. Aside from a few meetings, we haven't interacted much. He's professional at work. If it weren't for meeting his eldest son this time, I wouldn't even know what his family looked like. When I'm with old Master Yi, he never mentions his son. Fong Fei eyed him suspiciously. Your father-in-law didn't warn you in advance? Zhang Guoqing laughed. My dad isn't the type to use connections. Why would he tell me? Besides, he's only just come back, and with his hands-off attitude, he probably didn't even know Yiming was my boss. Fong Fei laughed. Just imagining that cold, aloof man gossiping with Zhang Guoqing was hilarious. On this point, he agreed. That's the thing about Zhou Jiao, he's a deep one. Who would have thought the first assignment he gave his son-in-law was to keep an eye on Yiming? Whenever father and son-in-law had time, they'd gossip in the study about all sorts of people. Youngsters like Fong Fei couldn't see the deeper layers, but if the Qing family's father and son, who knew the Zhou family well, heard this, they'd definitely scoff. Zhang Guoqing always tailored his words to his audience, half true, half false. Only a fool would believe everything he said. But Fong Fei and the others did believe him. Sigh. Just thinking about sharing a bed with someone, splitting my salary, and having someone nag me about everything, I really don't want to get married. Zhang Guoqing burst out laughing. At this point, he didn't intend to say anything more about the marriage. It looked like Fong Fei had made up his mind, time to get his red envelope ready for the wedding. Being the son-in-law of an old fox, who knows what that's like? And who knows how many of her father's strengths Yi Shumin inherited? Zhang Guoqing was curious to see how his buddy's future would turn out. Late at night, after Zhang Guoqing recounted the conversation, Zhou Jiao's eyes flickered. She wanted to give him a hint, but in the end, kept quiet. With Zhang Guoqing's personality, he'd never let his feelings show in front of Fong Fei. Everything would go on as usual. The only pity was that, as people grow, pure friendships become rarer. As for Fong Fei's doubts, Zhou Jiao understood. The key reason Yiming chose Fong Fei was the subtle position of old Master Fong and the nature of Fong's father's work at the research institute. No wonder they called him an old fox. Getting real benefits was better than marrying into a high-status family. Thinking of this, Zhou Jiao was even less willing to share her thoughts, lest she burden Zhang Guoqing. Every class has its strengths, countryfolk have their own advantages, and noble families aren't guaranteed a lifetime of glory. Little darling, what goodies did your mother-in-law send you this time? Zhou Jiao was carrying a parcel, shuffling along slowly, when she ran into an old lady from the courtyard. The old lady beamed at her, curiosity written all over her face. Zhou Jiao smiled and replied, she mentioned in her last letter that it's clothes for the child. I haven't opened it yet. Are you heading to the market, Auntie? No, my second daughter-in-law gave birth to a big, healthy boy early this morning. I'm on my way to see the baby. Oh, that's wonderful news. What a lucky day for the child to be born, just in time to celebrate New Year's Eve with you all. He's sure to be a filial child in the future. The old lady laughed heartily. You always know what to say, little darling. Thanks for your kind words. When the baby turns 1 month old, I'll invite you over for noodles. Zhou Jiao nodded with a smile. Is that parcel heavy? Why didn't you ask your aunt to help? Do you want me to carry it for you? Zhou Jiao quickly waved her off. It's just a small bag, I can manage. You'd better hurry and see your new grandchild. He's waiting for his grandma. The old lady chuckled, waved goodbye, and hurried off. Zhou Jiao watched her leave, exchanged a few more greetings with other familiar faces, and then picked up her pace to head home. People were unusually enthusiastic today. Some faces she barely recognized. If not for her good memory, she wouldn't know who belonged to which family. If Zhang Guoqing hadn't been taken out of town by her father to broaden his horizons, Zhou Jiao wouldn't have wanted to leave the house at all. With New Year's Eve approaching, there were just too many people coming and going. When she got home, the place was empty. Even Ping'an had been taken by old lady Chung to visit the Wen family, and Aunt Chen had gone out shopping with ration tickets at the crack of dawn. Everyone was busy, so busy that Zhou Jiao felt if she didn't move around a bit herself, she'd soon become a hermit at home. She cut open the parcel. Inside was a set of cotton-padded clothes for Ping'an, a set of woolen underwear for Zhang Guoqing, and the rest were fur scarves, leather gloves, and plenty of thick socks. One look, and Zhou Jiao knew the clothes for Ping'an were another New Year's gift from Lin Juhua, who was pregnant herself. She was so thoughtful 3 years in a row now. Zhou Jiao wondered where she kept getting all that cotton. The woolen underwear was hand-knitted by Zhang's mother. Zhou Jiao had seen it before. The rest of the fur items were probably from Huang Suilan as her New Year's gift. Zhang's mother was always considerate. Last time, she'd heard Zhang Guoqing mention how tough army life was. With all the daily training, he'd worn holes in several pairs of socks. This bundle of thick socks was definitely her mother-in-law's doing. Zhou Jiao shook her head and smiled. A few days ago, Zhang Meili and her sister had already sent over lots of things. Now, with gifts from her in-laws too, Zhou Jiao wondered if the gifts she sent back home would seem too meager in comparison. After lunch, Zhou Jiao took a nap. When she woke up, Aunt Chen was already busy in the kitchen. "Auntie, when did you get back? Why didn't you wake me?" Aunt Chen laughed. "Why wake you? I put everything I bought in the living room. Go check if there's anything we forgot. While I'm still here, you'd better take a look." Zhou Jiao nodded. Seeing Aunt Chen busy with dinner prep, she didn't linger. She just reminded her to finish up quickly and head home for the new year. This year's holiday atmosphere was different from previous years. If not for the couplets and red lanterns everywhere in the compound, and the occasional sound of firecrackers, Zhou Jiao would have forgotten that tomorrow was New Year's Eve. She remembered the old days, when every household was filled with delicious smells. Sadly, those days were gone. At dusk, Zhou Xiaozheng came home with Zhang Guoqing, and soon after, Ping'an returned, grinning, with a bag full of red envelopes. At last, the quiet holiday felt a bit more festive. At dinner, the family gathered for an early New Year's Eve meal. Since they could never spend New Year's Eve together every year, they'd gotten used to following local customs. Zhou Xiaozheng put some food into Zhou Jiao's bowl. "Don't be shy at the canteen tomorrow night. Since I won't be with you, stick with your great-aunt." Lin Lishan laughed. "If they go with me, the whole table will be full of old folks. Better let them sit with the young people. If they get hungry, they can come home and cook for themselves." Zhou Jiao, amused to see her father deflated, said, "We can always join my aunt and the others. Let's just see how things go. It's the first time we're having a collective New Year's Eve, so it'll probably be a bit chaotic." Zhang Guoqing chuckled. "The kitchen staff have already got everything arranged. It won't be chaotic. I've checked, Dad can eat with us in the canteen before heading off. Mom, you're the one who has it tough. The art troupe will probably have to eat in a rush and then go perform." "Yeah, it's the same as every year. I won't join the other troops' festivities, just take a few people to perform at the grassroots level." No one in the family objected to Lin Lishan's work arrangements. After so many years, no one knew the drill better than she did. Suddenly, Zhang Guoqing remembered something and laughed. "This year's New Year is pretty interesting. Not long ago, someone suggested we shouldn't engage in feudal superstitions during Spring Festival, but do couplets and peach wood charms count? They say we shouldn't be wasteful, but the whole city is waiting for tomorrow's dumplings stuffed with rich meat. We're told not to wander around, but the temple fair starts on the first day of the new year. No drinking before work, but even if you wanted to get drunk, there's no alcohol to be found. People grumble about all this in private, but nobody dares say it out loud. Instead, everyone claps and cheers in public." Zhou Xiaoyang snorted and shook his head. Zhou Jiao also smiled and shook her head. "You wouldn't know since you weren't home. The other day, a classmate called to say this collective New Year is the most meaningful ever and kept bragging about it. Lin Lishan looked at her in confusion. Your classmate can make phone calls? Must come from a good family, but why brag to you? Does she even know where we live? Silly girl. The whole family burst out laughing at her words. Zhang Guoqing explained, her classmate probably has a phone for the whole building. She probably thinks our family is just like hers. Zhou Jiao nodded. None of us ever brought classmates home, and we rarely talk about family matters outside. All they know is that our parents are in the army. That was just like his daughter, Zhou Xiaozheng thought with a knowing smile. Still, that classmate really was a bit of a bookworm, got into a top university, but not necessarily that smart. No wonder Zhou Jiao never liked to get too close to people like that. Zhou Jiao had wanted to share her classmates' brilliant opinions from the other day, but after her mother's comment, she lost interest. The compound really was different from the outside world, especially with their family's circumstances. No wonder her mother was so proud. What exactly is a collective New Year? Her mother didn't get it. She'd never lived outside, and the army itself was a big collective, so she overlooked the essence. The compound had its own supply and demand system. There was a hall for watching movies, while outside, people relied on tickets from their parents' work units or the neighborhood committee to go to the cinema. For this collective New Year, the neighborhood committee's power was enormous. Besides distributing tickets and ration books, they organized everything from cleaning to entertainment events. There was plenty of room for maneuvering within all of this. For children, celebrating the New Year is always a time of joy. Eating rare meats and delicacies, putting on long-awaited new clothes, making paper lanterns, and lighting little red firecrackers one by one. These simple pleasures can bring happiness that lasts the whole year. Early the next morning, Ping'an woke up bright and early. Today, Zhang Guoqing had promised to take the children of friends and family out to buy firecrackers together. Opening his eyes, Ping'an realized he was the last one up again. He rolled his eyes, climbed off the heated brick bed, and after a mighty struggle, finally managed to put on his coat and pants. Holding the sweater with its stubborn collar in his arms, he dashed straight out of his bedroom and into Lin Lishan and her husband's room. As soon as he pushed the door open, Ping'an was delighted. Sure enough, his grandma was still being a lazybones. Oh my little darling, how did you get here by yourself? Aren't you cold? Lin Lishan said, scooping him into the warm bed. Grandma, Xiao Wu and his wife went with Grandpa to exercise. Lin Lishan burst out laughing, instantly wide awake. Good kids shouldn't call their dad that way. Are you itching to go out? Wait till Grandma's off work and I'll take you to Lao Mo's. Ping'an grinned and glanced outside. Lao Mo's too expensive. Grandma, just buy me a popsicle. But don't let Mom know I had one, she'll get mad. Oh, I wouldn't dare. What if you get a tummy ache? Grandma will take you to Lao Mo's for ice cream instead. I just want a taste. Lin Lishan laughed and bargained with the child as she helped him get dressed again. She truly admired her grandson's cleverness. She'd been outwitted by him more than once. Do you want to come with Grandma to the office? The aunties there have prepared lots of little gifts for you. Ping'an immediately shook his head. I can't just take things from others. It'll cause trouble for you, Grandma. Dad says we have everything at home, more than I can use. I should save them for my own son. Lin Lishan laughed so hard she fell back onto the bed. After washing up, the grandmother and grandson headed out. Zhou Jiao was already in the kitchen preparing breakfast. Seeing her, Ping'an giggled with delight. Once he ate, he could go out. Leaving Zhou Jiao and her mother in the kitchen, he trotted off to the front gate by himself. Passers-by couldn't help but smile at the sight. The Zhou family's little one was so polite, greeting everyone he saw, always cheerful just like his father. It was especially amusing to see such a young child running around to keep warm. When Zhang Guoqing and his father-in-law returned, they saw a group of little kids already gathered at their gate. No need to ask, Ping'an was sure to be among them. Zhou Xiaozheng glanced at his son-in-law with a smile, like father, like son. At such a young age, Ping'an was already gathering friends. The house would only get livelier in the future. The two men deliberately slowed their pace, enjoying the children's games and laughter. Xiao Ping'an, a string of firecrackers has 100 pups. Last year my dad bought me a string, and if you take 10 each time, you can set them off from New Year's Day to the Lantern Festival. It's awesome. You're lying. I only made mine last 5 days last year. Girls shouldn't play with firecrackers. Go away, I'm talking to my buddies. None of your business. You brat, I'm older than you. I'm already 6, I could be your big sister. You're unreasonable, not a good kid. I'm not playing with you anymore. As if I care. Us boys don't play with girls. Xiao Ping'an, Xiaowanzi is a little tigress. Don't play with her. Big sis, give me some candy. Fine. I'll give you a chocolate. My aunt gave it to me in secret. See how nice I am to you. 2 pieces. I'll play with you in the morning and with big sis in the evening. Ping'an, don't bother with his lousy chocolate. It's bitter and gross. I've got money, let's go get popsicles together. Seeing the 2 kids about to start fighting, Zhang Guoqing hurried over to break it up. You're all good kids, no fighting. Go home and find your moms for now. Come back this afternoon and I'll help you make lanterns. Everyone gets one, okay? I want a rabbit lantern. Uncle Xiaowu, you know how to make lanterns? Even my grandpa can't do that. Zhang Guoqing picked up his son and checked his little hands. Thankfully, they weren't cold. Smiling, he nodded to the children, promising that everyone would get a lantern. As for paper lanterns or ice lanterns, no matter the craftsmanship, fooling a few little kids was no problem. After breakfast, before the Qing family's kids arrived, Zhang Guoqing brought out a pile of empty canning jars, filled them with colored water using painting dyes, and placed candles cut into short pieces inside to make simple lanterns. Ping'an was so excited he didn't want to move an inch, his eyes shining as he watched his dad. When he heard that the jars would freeze in the yard and become colorful ice lanterns by evening, he was over the moon. If it weren't for the temptation of going out, Ping'an really wouldn't have wanted to leave. Even as he left, he kept looking back and reminded Zhou Jiao to keep an eye on his lanterns. This new year was a happy one for Ping'an. The colorful, translucent ice lanterns, all kinds of animal-shaped paper lanterns, the sound of firecrackers lit by his father's hand, the laughter and song at the New Year's Eve dinner, the song and dance performances at the big hall, all of it. Only when Ping'an grew old enough to understand the hardships of the outside world did he realize how much his parents had done for him. Compared to his peers, he had a warm home. No matter how tired he was, just thinking of the careful nurturing from his grandfather and parents filled him with endless courage. Compared to the joyful new year in Zhou Jiao's Beijing home, things weren't going so smoothly for Zhang Guoqing's parents back in their old home in the northeast. In the small courtyard in the county town, except for Zhang Guoqing's family, who were away, the Zhang children and grandchildren all gathered to celebrate New Year's Eve with their parents. A life of relative comfort had made Zhang's father and mother plumper and younger looking. Life was getting better and better, though their 3 sons and 2 daughters' families lived simply. At least they had enough to eat. Without needing their youngest son to send money home, the old couple was secretly pleased. But their happiness didn't last long. Just after the big family gathering on the 4th day of the new year, trouble arrived. The Zhang family courtyard became crowded with distant relatives coming to pay New Year's visits every day, and the warm-hearted Zhang mother couldn't bring herself to turn anyone away. As a result, even the most distant relatives, hearing the news, flocked to the house, calling out for their second nephew and refusing to leave the county town, giving Zhang's father a headache. In just 2 or 3 days, the grain jar was nearly empty. Except for the east wing, which was locked, and the study, which was also off-limits, every heated brick bed in the house was lined with heads at night. After the 7th day of the new year, Zhang's second son, dressed in his uniform and looking stern, took Zhang Guofu and sent their parents away. As soon as they left, he went straight to the kitchen, packed up the remaining food, and took it home, leaving the so-called relatives staring at each other. Then, Zhang's second son hired 2 ox carts, picked up the kids, and sent off those distant cousins and aunts who were clinging to the courtyard gate for dear life. Thank goodness for the bad guy Zhang's second son, or Zhang Guoqing would have had to rush home to deal with it himself. Even Aunt Wang next door applauded his actions. Aunt Wang had long disapproved of Zhang mother's ways. Who had enough food to spare for others? It was hard enough to feed your own family. If Zhang Guoqing hadn't sent food coupons from time to time, would the old couple be living so comfortably? Let alone distant relatives, even she herself didn't dare visit her own family. All this fuss only made things harder for the children. After dealing with lice and fleas on the bedding and finding the cupboards much emptier from then on, Zhang's father and mother wore their keys around their necks every day, spending their days at their sons' homes. Even when they were at home, they never dared open the door casually again. When it comes to survival, pride means nothing. In the face of the harsh spring of 1960, sympathy was worthless. Zhang Guoqing only learned about this commotion years later from his nephew. By then, forget sympathy, just not kicking someone when they're down was already considered kindness. As soon as the new semester began, Jianping happily went off to daycare every day, and Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao started packing their things to return to school. After a winter break, everyone at school had changed a lot. With one semester under their belts, they'd seen a bit of the world, and many had gained some life experience from going home and returning to campus. Aside from a few, most people gathered together, and behind the laughter, there were more hidden emotions: joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. Going home to visit family, reuniting for the new year, and enjoying the warmth of family should have been something to be happy about, but things are rarely that simple. Still waters run deep. A steady person speaks little. To speak deeply with shallow acquaintances is something a gentleman avoids. This is the way many smart people handle things. Even if the students who got into prestigious universities weren't very worldly, after hearing about a few students from nearby schools being expelled, they learned to be cautious with their words. Everyone knew that if you got expelled and had to go home, your life was basically over, and it would even implicate your family. At school, you could still tighten your belt and send some food coupons home. If you graduated early, you could help support your family. No one wanted to talk about their own hardships, but after receiving their food coupons, many faces that wore smiles also had swollen red eyes. Class 59, 1, of the Mechanical and Electrical Department was managed like a fortress by Zhang Guoqing and Jia Fang from the Student Council, with help from several cadre students. You could say that outside troubles rarely affected the class. This time was no different. In the cafeteria, the students of Class 1 gathered together, but no one brought up how their winter break had gone. Everyone just buried their heads in their food. The few who were more talkative only discussed lab work. But just as the tree wants to be still, the wind does not cease. Soon, voices of complaint started to rise around them. A girl to the right side, you city folks have it good. You can still get high-quality flour and polished rice. Even if it's not much, it's still white flour and rice. Where I'm from, sigh, never mind. Talking about it just makes me want to cry. You're near the coast, that's not so bad. My hometown is in the mountains, and life is really tough. My parents and siblings have never eaten white flour. When I got off the train, I used my food coupons to buy 5 steamed buns. When I brought them home, no one could bear to eat them. My little brother even saved half for me to eat on my way back. For a moment, the clatter of chopsticks fell silent. We should cherish what we have. It's not easy to get a bite to eat these days. Once spring comes and wild vegetables start growing, things will get better. A girl gave a self-deprecating laugh. Better? Heh. Her companion comforted her. Back in the day, the older generation even ate leather belts while crossing the grasslands. What can't we get through? Life will only get better, it can't get worse. The other girl spoke softly. When I left, my village was already eating chaff. My youngest nephew's head is huge from hunger, and he's always dizzy. We might not even have enough chaff to last until spring. I'll need your help again this month. All right, I'll make do. You send it home this afternoon. A boy nearby overheard and frowned, saying to his friend, I hate eating chaff the most. Not only is it hard to swallow, but every time I finish, my gums are full of tiny splinters. Pulling them out one by one hurts like hell. I didn't go home this winter break. I wonder how things are at home. Don't worry, your eldest brother knows what he's doing. He told me to tell you to eat more and that the elders at home will take care of things. When I came back, he made sure I'd keep an eye on you and told you to study hard and graduate early. Zhang Guoqing glanced at his classmates and signaled to Yi Jiafeng it was best not to linger here and to finish eating and leave quickly. Even if no one with ill intent overheard, these conversations could really affect everyone's mood. He was worried someone might break down and start crying, and then things would get serious. Yi Jiafeng winked back at him. He wasn't about to leave just yet. He hadn't heard enough gossip. Spending all his time in the capital, he'd almost forgotten what the outside world was like. Zhou Jiao saw them exchanging signals and looked at Zhang Guoqing's worried face, finding it both funny and a little sad. Such a mother hen, why did he care so much about other people's business? Could she admit that she was also curious about what was going on outside? Since your dad said so, don't worry. The older generation has plenty of life experience. Once spring comes and the summer harvest arrives, you won't have to worry so much about your family. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have brought up my grandma. These days, I dream about her every night. My family relies on her. My dad is honest, my mom just works hard, and everything at home depends on my grandma's arrangements. If she were still alive, I wouldn't have to worry about my family all the time. After speaking, he wiped his face, finished his soup, and gazed into the distance, saying with a heavy heart, "Our village has the most poplar trees. Every spring, the first thing to sprout is the poplar catkins. Early in the morning, the ground is covered with them. My grandma would have me sweep them up right away. Then she'd soak them in a big basin for a day and a night, peel off the hard shells, wash the fluff clean, chop it up, mix it with elm bark flour, and steam it into dumplings. They were bitter, but at least they filled your stomach." My grandma was really capable too. I only found out when I went home this time that last year she even dug up couchgrass roots. If it weren't for that sack of roots, we wouldn't have survived on just thin rice porridge from the village. She was afraid people would find out, so she secretly cut the roots into pieces and dried them at home. When I came back for the new year, she ground them into flour and steamed them for me to eat. Before I left, she held my hand and told me to focus on my studies and not to send anything home. A girl nearby turned her head curiously. "Where are you from?" "In my hometown, forget couchgrass roots. Even the bark has been stripped clean by the production team. We're from the south, near the mountains. We grow crops all year round, and if there's not enough grain, there are still some melons and vegetables. Plus, the local teams don't allow townsfolk to dig up the mountains. Once the insects start buzzing in spring, all kinds of wild greens come out. It's better than your hometown." After speaking, he smiled smugly, then quickly lowered his head. After finishing their meal, the class returned to the classroom to wait for Counselor Xiao Wu to hold a meeting. During this time, a female classmate handed Zhou Jiao a note, which surprised her. The girl wanted 10 minutes of her time. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Jiao nodded. After class, Zhou Jiao followed her outside to a deserted area. The girl seemed hesitant, so Zhou Jiao smiled encouragingly. No one would seek her out unless it was something important. "Zhou Jiao, I want to ask you something, but please keep it a secret." What did Zhou Jiao fear most? Secrets. But since the girl had already asked, she could only nod and smile. "If it's something serious, don't tell me. I'm afraid I won't be able to keep it." "I trust you." "I trust you and Zhang Guoqing." Zhou Jiao looked at her helplessly. Even trusting her had to involve Zhang Guoqing. Just how serious was this? Could she leave now? The other girl laughed at her expression. After a moment, she glanced around and whispered, "I want to ask about the Northeast. I heard many people who fled there are doing pretty well. So it really was a matter of life and death." Zhou Jiao's expression turned serious. "Has the person you care about already gone to the Northeast? You should know that the situation in the 3 northeastern provinces varies from place to place. I won't hide it from you. My parents want to take the whole family to the Northeast. Our situation is even worse than what those people in the cafeteria described. We have no choice but to leave." Zhou Jiao didn't ask if her family leaving would affect the girl's future. They weren't that close, and she had no interest in other people's private affairs. Thinking back to what she'd seen and heard when she went home before the new year, she said softly, "There are inspectors at the provincial train station and people guarding the roads at the county seat. Along the way, there are families heading north, usually toward the grasslands and the far north. I've heard the management there is more relaxed. If you have close relatives there, you can apply to join them. Did you see any outsiders in your area? How are they doing?" Zhou Jiao shook her head. "I only stayed at home for a few days. The weather was too cold, and there weren't many people out on the streets. I didn't see any outsiders in the county." The girl thanked Zhou Jiao, her mind heavy, and walked back to the classroom with her. Zhou Jiao didn't say anything more. The girl probably came to her today hoping for her help. Zhou Jiao didn't bother to think too much about her motives. In any case, no one could make her get involved. The human heart is unpredictable. Who knows what background the other person has? Trustworthy? Zhou Jiao didn't even trust herself. At the start of the new semester, Zhou Jiao kept her head down and did things diligently, behaving properly in all matters. The more undercurrents stirred beneath the surface, the more time she spent in the student affairs office serving everyone. On campus, she simply smiled and kept quiet. Zhou Jiao understood better than anyone that the toughest times had arrived. After shuttling back and forth between the compound and the school several times one weekend, seeing that there were no school activities, everyone agreed to go home together. On the way back, the group passed by a large department store and were shocked to see a queue far longer than they'd imagined. Even the usually thick-skinned Wang Deong couldn't help but exclaim, "What's going on? I haven't been home in half a month, and suddenly there are so many people. Is there some big event happening? We came and went with you." "How should we know?" someone replied. "Listen, there are a lot of different dialects," another observed. Zhang Guoqing glanced at them and shook his head speechlessly. "What? You know something? Right, you two go home more often, you must know what's up." Seeing several pairs of eager eyes fixed on him, Zhang Guoqing felt the pressure. He glanced around and lowered his voice. "They're all residents from nearby counties and cities." Seeing that the others were still confused, he didn't elaborate further. Instead, he pointed to a high-end restaurant not far away. There were even more people there, and quite a few looked desperate, clutching their stomachs. Yi Jiafeng nodded knowingly. "No wonder my mom said some relatives were coming to visit and told me to come home and see them. Looks like they're here to take advantage." Wang Deong grew anxious. "What relatives? Distant ones? Don't you dare take this lightly." Ding Datu and the others all turned to stare at Yi Jiafeng. "What? Even if they come, can I kick them out? I think it's my mom's cousin this time, but I'm not too sure about the details. The guest house in our compound is packed," Zhang Guoqing added coolly, making Wang Deong and the others shiver instinctively. "We're doomed. With so many outsiders flooding in, my uncle is going to be run ragged." Zhou Jiao knew Geng Dage was straightforward, but even he was shouting so loudly that people nearby were shooting them cold looks. "What a silly kid. Let's go. We'll talk at home," she said. Seeing Zhou Jiao giving them meaningful looks, everyone quickened their pace. Once they'd left the intersection, Ding Data suddenly slapped his forehead with a loud smack, startling the others. He grinned sheepishly and whispered, "Do you think with all these people, some criminals might sneak in and cause trouble? Good thing our compound has sentries at the gate." A chill ran down Zhou Jiao's spine. She finally understood why she'd been feeling so uneasy lately. Influenced by her past life experiences, she'd simply thought the warmer weather meant more tourists. How could she forget that the people with money these days were a different breed? Who's to say there aren't those with bad intentions looking to take advantage of the chaos? Before the new year, the provincial capital's department stores back home were already running out of goods. Why should Beijing be able to keep supplies stable? There were bound to be people who felt resentful and dissatisfied. Who knows what they might do? Zhou Jiao glanced around at the city buses passing by, each with a large airbag attached. She broke out in goosebumps. She lowered her head to hide the panic in her eyes, no longer in the mood to listen to the others' chatter, and hurried back to the compound, her mind racing with ways to prepare and prevent trouble. As soon as she got home, Zhou Jiao didn't bother with anything else. When she saw her chubby son Ping'an come running out of the living room with a big smile, She scooped him up anxiously. "You're back?" "I'll go add a few dishes," Anchen said. Before Zhang Guoqing could reply, he saw his wife looking at Anchen with a serious expression. His heart skipped a beat. No one knew Zhou Jiao better than he did. It looked like she was even starting to suspect Anchen. Luckily, Zhou Jiao spoke up before he could intervene. "Auntie, has anyone suspicious been asking about our family lately? Have you seen any strangers hanging around near our house?" Anchen was startled and quickly asked, "Did something happen?" Without a pass, no one can even get through the side gate, let alone into the compound. Zhou Jiao smiled. She realized she'd scared herself, forgetting about the environment they lived in. Still, some things needed to be said seriously. One careless mistake could put her son in danger. "Nothing's happened yet, I'm just worried. There are a lot more outsiders in the city now, you know." Of course Anchen knew. Even people from her hometown who had a bit of spare cash were coming to Beijing one after another. No need for ration coupons. If you had money, you could eat at expensive restaurants, and if you were lucky, you could queue up and buy things. No wonder there were so many people. "There are more strangers in the compound too, right?" Zhou Jiao pressed. Seeing Zhou Jiao still clutching her child tightly, Anchen understood and whispered, "Are you worried someone might try to kidnap the child?" Sure enough, Zhou Jiao nodded. Anchen smiled, "Don't worry. Other than the chief and you, I personally pick up and drop off the child every day. As soon as I get him, I come straight home." At that moment, Zhou Xiaozhang came in and stopped Zhang Guoqing from saying anything. After hearing Aunt Chen's words, he spoke in a deep voice, "No matter what happens, your only job is to keep an eye on the child. Don't let him leave the compound." Aunt Chen felt a chill under his gaze and quickly agreed. Zhou Jiao scratched her nose in embarrassment. "Dad, did I overreact?" Zhou Xiaozhang shook his head. "You can never be too careful. You did the right thing. No matter how smart a child is, he's still too young. When you have time, teach him about danger." That set Zhou Jiao off. She told Ping'an everything she could think of about kidnappers, con artists, all sorts of scams, abductions, and tricks, leaving nothing out. After discussing the dangers and making sure Ping'an promised not to leave the compound without his grandfather or parents' permission, Zhou Jiao finally relaxed. Actually, even the compound wasn't entirely safe. The guest house next door was packed, and every household had relatives staying over. Zhou Xiaozhang thought even further ahead. No matter how much Ping'an hid his talents, he was still far ahead of his peers. Besides Gu Rui, that venomous woman, there were plenty of hidden enemies. If others couldn't get to his daughter and son-in-law, who's to say they wouldn't try to take advantage of the chaos? Even for the slightest chance, Zhou Xiaozhang followed up on his daughter's concerns. The next day, he sent Secretary Chen to the nursery with instructions. From now on, only the 4 family members and Aunt Chen could pick up the child, no one else. He even worried about old Lady Cheng, fearing she was too frail to watch the child. He made a special trip to the Cheng family to explain. Zhang Guoqing spent a whole day and night carving a small gourd, filled it with knockout powder, and tested it with Ping'an using a dog. Once it worked, he hung it around his son's neck and told him, other than his parents and grandfather, never tell anyone about it. This was his secret weapon. With the family taking things so seriously, even a precocious child like Ping'an knew it was a big deal. From then on, except for nursery, he developed a good habit of reading picture books and listening to the radio at home by himself. There were gains and losses, but this was a good thing. In the blink of an eye, it was Qiming Festival. After the family visited the Zhou ancestral graves and the tomb of Zhou Jinyu and Gu Mingzhu, they returned to the city, planning to eat out. But all the high-end restaurants were packed, with long lines outside. Seeing this, Zhang Guoqing went out to ask around and quickly got the news. At first, you could still buy some food on the street, but supplies were dropping fast, and prices were quietly rising. In just a week, peach crisps went from 1.6 yuan to 2.4 yuan per jean, but people still lined up to buy. In the study, Zhou Xiaozhang and his daughter listened to the news with calm faces. They all knew what these developments would lead to. No one could save anyone else. Sure enough, just as they'd expected, all the big department stores and supply cooperatives couldn't hold out. Apart from empty boxes and a few display items, candies and pastries had all but disappeared. Time flew by in a flash, and before she knew it, the school announced in June that students would be sent to the countryside to pull up wheat. Zhou Jiao had already expected that she'd be doing farm work. Ever since Qiming Festival, every time she went home, she'd see more and more empty lots along the way, with farmland being reclaimed both inside and outside the village walls. She knew then that this summer's tasks wouldn't be easy. For this activity, Zhou Jiao kept the real situation from her father, only telling him her workload wasn't heavy. For a while, even the busy Zhou Xiaozhang was fooled. Pulling up wheat, just hearing it sounded unbelievable, but for many years, farming families had been reluctant to cut their wheat. They really did pull it up by the roots. Why? Because aside from the precious wheat heads, even the roots were valuable. After pulling up the whole plant, they'd chop off the roots with a cleaver, dry them, and use them as firewood for cooking. As for wheat straw, it had even more uses. It could be used as roofing material, for making curtains, or braided into straw ropes. After the busy season, each production brigade would have the women braid straw, which could be sold for a decent sum, a significant annual income for the team. Zhou Jiao's class and Class 3 were assigned to a nearby rural area where they'd work alongside lifelong farmers. Compared to some students who were sent to remote state farms, this was much easier. Zhou Jiao secretly felt lucky, but soon news came that not only students, but also cadres and soldiers would be sent to pull wheat this time, which meant the pressure was on. The more people, the more competition, and with competition came model workers, which meant no one dared slack off. In this vicious cycle, you just had to grit your teeth and push through, no matter how exhausting. Over 100 students set out at dawn. No matter how much Zhang Guoqing wanted to protect his wife, Zhou Jiao got no special treatment. Today, all the girls were assigned to pull 3 rows each, while the boys got 5. Just last night, some feminist girl had shouted about gender equality and wanted everyone to do 4 rows. If it weren't for the wrong time and place, Zhou Jiao would have slapped her. Staring at the endless sea of wheat, Zhou Jiao squeezed her eyes shut. She felt so stifled. She had her own secret space, so why was she putting herself through this? No matter how many thoughts she had, she couldn't just turn and run now. Especially with Zhang Guoqing watching her nearby, worry written all over his face. Zhou Jiao raised her fist at him in mock defiance. Piece of cake. Zhang Guoqing looked at her, eyes full of concern. Your anemia is serious. Don't push yourself, or you'll end up in the hospital again. The couple's little act made their classmates nearby genuinely worried. All this made Yi Jiafeng, standing to the left, roll his eyes at the sky. This couple, anemia, hospital, my foot. Just listening made his teeth ache. The worst part was, he had to play along, he had anemia too, okay? All right, those who aren't feeling well, help each other out. Let's get to work and not dawdle. Class 3 has already started, someone called out. Zhou Jiao smiled, put on her protective gear like everyone else, and headed to her assigned rows. After a quick training from the local uncles, Zhou Jiao learned that to shake the dirt off the roots, you had to stand on your right leg, lift your left foot, grip the wheat with both hands, and smack it against your foot until the soil was gone. But reality soon taught her this was exhausting and painful. There's a saying, your back aches, your waist hurts, and your neck is stiff. If you want to know what that feels like, try pulling wheat. Zhou Jiao had to admire the ancestors who came up with such vivid expressions. She squatted for a while, then bent over for a bit, wanting to rest, but afraid of falling behind. She stood up and looked around. Her hands were burning with pain. Seeing that Zhang Guoqing was far to her left and the next person on her right was also far away, Zhou Jiao quickly put on cotton gloves. She worried that if blisters started oozing, she'd be unable to keep working. The damp ground in the early morning made pulling easier, but as noon approached and the sun beat down, it got harder and harder. The wheat scratched her skin, sweat poured down. The discomfort was unforgettable. Every half hour, Zhang Guoqing would finish his rows quickly, sneak over to shade his wife, give her water, share an ice pop, and help her with her work. The two of them stole little moments of fun, dodging away whenever someone approached. It added a bit of joy to the otherwise grueling labor. By noon, the loudspeaker finally announced a break for lunch. After eating 2 cornmeal buns, Zhou Jiao handed the rest to Zhang Guoqing, then leaned softly against a tree, rubbing her sore knees as she looked at the battered, leafless trunk. Zhang Guoqing asked quietly, "Does it hurt?" Zhou Jiao shook her head with a smile. She wasn't about to tell him that he'd already done the work of 2 people all morning. If she complained, he'd probably insist on helping her with her last row, too. "I think I finally understand why you insisted we be classmates," she said. Zhang Guoqing gave a wry smile and shook his head. He almost regretted it. He should have let Zhou Jiao go straight to work after graduation. He thought college life would be easier for her, but reality proved otherwise. Zhou Jiao smiled back in reassurance. They understood each other without words. Compared to working, campus life really didn't seem that hard to her. Given the current situation, even if she were working, she'd still be sent to the countryside to support agriculture. Unless they left their homeland, left the land that raised them. But Zhou Jiao had never considered leaving, especially with her father still around. Unless she was truly desperate, she didn't want to leave her family. After nearly 10 days of hard work, they finished pulling wheat. On the other side, the team used blindfolded donkeys to trample the wheat, piling it up into little mountains. When the work was finally done, they watched the experienced elders winnow the grain with wooden shovels. Each toss sent wheat flying like rain, the chaff blown away by the wind, leaving golden piles of grain. Seeing the harvest, the smiles around them, Zhou Jiao felt it was all worth it, no matter how hard it had been. Radishes in the first heat, greens in the second. No sooner had they finished than the next task arrived, sowing Chinese cabbage in the freshly cleared fields. To ensure the cabbages would be ready for market in early November, everyone worked from dawn till dusk for days on end. After nearly a month of farm work, even though there was enough coarse food to fill their bellies, the hard labor left everyone tanned and thin. Luckily, the couple didn't tan easily, and Zhou Jiao's summer malaise was cured this time, so she was in good spirits. Otherwise, Zhang Guoqing wouldn't have dared face his father-in-law. As soon as the farm work ended, the school announced a one-day holiday. Missing their child terribly, the couple rushed home without a thought for their exhaustion. Since Ping'an was born, they'd never been apart from him for so long. As soon as they got back to the compound, before even going home, they picked up their excited son. Listening to his childish stories about daily life, Zhou Jiao knew they were in trouble. This time, even Xiao Wang, who'd driven over to visit her, might get dragged into it. Once home, Zhou Jiao didn't even stop for a drink of water. She rushed to the bedroom to do some skincare, reminding little Ping'an to help plead with Grandpa when he saw him. As the hot summer arrived and work was about to move to the seaside, Zhou Xiaozheng was busy with meetings and work arrangements. By the time he saw his daughter's sunburned, peeling face, it was already too late. What could Zhou Xiaozheng do? Other than immediately having the doctor treat the kid's blisters, all he could do was sigh and feel proud. His children stood tall and fearless in the face of every hardship. This incident served as a warning for Zhou Xiaozheng. To avoid the school assigning any new activities or tasks over the summer break, he packed everything in advance, planning to take the kids to the seaside as soon as vacation started. As for whether his son-in-law would want to go back to his hometown, Zhou Xiaozheng wasn't worried at all. That boy's weakness was his wife and son. Just put that fair, chubby little guy in front of him, and could he possibly leave with peace of mind? Zhang Guoqing, meanwhile, had no idea about his father-in-law's scheming. At this moment, he was happily reading a letter from his family with Zhou Jiao in their dorm room. Second brother must be over the moon this time, Zhou Jiao said. Zhang Guoqing scoffed, old-fashioned thinking. What's wrong with having a daughter? Now that he's got a son, his burdens just got heavier. Having more children is always a blessing, Zhou Jiao replied. Zhang Guoqing quickly said, don't be silly. Having kids is risky these days, and there's no guarantee of safety. You need to take care of your health before thinking about another child. At most, we'll have one more. Zhou Jiao smiled and nodded, seeing how relaxed he looked. Let's talk about what arrangements your parents are making. Zhang Guoqing flicked the letter and sighed. It's a tough spot, both sides are family. Now that Lin Jihua's had a son, it's like she's tied my parents down. Looking at Zhou Jiao's smiling face, he said with emotion, "You called it." "It's only natural," Zhou Jiao replied. Lin Jihua has to go back to work after her confinement, and second brother can't have his mother-in-law take care of the baby. So what then? Your parents aren't the type to just enjoy themselves and not worry. They don't trust the daughters-in-law's families either. What if the grandkids go hungry? And second sister is about to give birth too. With all this, they can't leave even if they want to. Seeing how matter-of-fact she was, Zhang Guoqing laughed. Then why are you tidying up the house? Isn't that a lot of work? You don't get it. You always have to be prepared, just in case. Whether they come or not, we should be ready. When my parents are on break, I'll go back for a visit. This time, you and the kid can stay here. Honestly, there's not much to arrange. We've done our best to provide for them. If they really want to stay long-term in the compound, it's not suitable. Did Zhou Jiao not think of this? She rolled her eyes at Zhang Guoqing. I know you've prepared a room in the courtyard, but that's even less suitable for a long stay. I'm a country girl, I get nervous. Zhou Jiao couldn't help but laugh. She was just being cautious. She never planned for the whole family to live outside the compound. She was even more timid. Besides, how could she bear to leave her father? At this point, the couple understood that Zhang's parents probably thought the same, especially when it came to food rations. Knowing their personalities, they might come for a month or so, but there's no way they'd settle in Beijing for good. So what could they do? Forget it, let's just take things as they come until the baby turns 1. What do you think about naming the baby Zhang Mingtao, after his brother Zhang Mingho? Zhou Jiao looked at him speechlessly. Second brother and his wife had written such a formal letter just to ask him to pick a good name. Was he really going to be so casual about it? Zhang Guoqing rubbed his chin and chuckled. It's a drought year back home. Let's give the little guy a name with water in it. That'll make the old team leader happy when it goes in the family register. Whatever you say, Zhou Jiao replied, thinking of how second brother had specifically mentioned the drought in his letter, and feeling a bit heavy-hearted. Even though second brother wrote that the village had opened up more land and planted lots of melons and vegetables, it was clear that with the water shortage, the harvest wouldn't be much. While the couple discussed things back home, over in Zhangjia village's production team, the old team leader was beaming at the bag on the table, patting Zhang's father on the shoulder. Everyone in the office was excitedly watching the two of them, just waiting for the team leader to give the word. Seeing this, the old team leader grinned. Remember to write in your letter to Xiaowu that the hundreds of people in the Zhang family thank him. Now that we have seeds, we'll plant every nook and cranny in the village. I don't believe we can't beat this drought. That kid is great. Every team nearby is grateful to him, and the way he marked the mountain water sources was so meticulous. Zhang's father smiled modestly, but he was deeply moved inside. His youngest son had really brought honor to the Zhang family. Even his own father probably never imagined how capable his grandson would be. Ever since they'd received Zhang Guoqing's map after Qiming, Zhang's father had been both touched and proud. The boy was so far away but still thinking of home, truly his own flesh and blood, loyal and dependable. Now, even the pond in front of the shed had dried up, but the 3 water sources his son had marked out impressed even old man Wang. No wonder he always took his wife up the mountain. Clearly, the young couple had planned ahead. With a bag full of all kinds of seeds, Zhang's father was happy for the whole clan, though he wondered how many favors his son had called in to get them. Since spring, they'd been sending packages every 10 days or so. He worried about whether his son still had enough money left. We're all family, what he's done is nothing. Third uncle, when you have time, see if you can use bamboo pipes to divert water. Carrying water like this isn't a long-term solution. The old team leader shook his head and sighed. We still have to keep watch over the fields, and we don't have enough people. It's hard work, but once the weather turns cold in a month or so, everything will freeze anyway, it won't help. With that, he gave Zhang's father a meaningful look. Zhang's father understood immediately. He knew the patch of dense forest was being kept as a backup. His youngest son had long suspected there was a hot spring there, but they'd never found it. After settling things in the village, Zhang's father didn't linger. He chatted briefly with his elder brother and younger brother, then headed back to the county town. Before he even reached his doorstep, he saw his wife chatting with the neighbor. When she spotted him, she waved the letter in her hand. Aunt Wang laughed. "Old Zhang, Xiao Wu is urging you to go to Beijing again. You two really don't know how lucky you are, not going to see your son." Zhang's father laughed heartily. "Second son's family just gave us a new grandson. We can't leave right now. Why don't you come inside and chat?" Huang Wan waved her hand with a smile. "I have to get dinner ready soon. Big sister, you two have a good talk. If there's anything you don't understand, I'll help you read it." Zhang's mother beamed. "Thank you, little sister. I'm lucky to have you since I can't read." Everyone dispersed, and Zhang's father followed his wife into the living room, grumbling, "Why let outsiders read our letters? What if Xiao Wu says something private everyone will know?" Zhang's mother glared at him. "Don't you know your own son? I can recite his letters by heart. If there's anything important, Jiao writes it. I could tell at a glance this was from Xiao Wu, so I asked someone else to read it." Zhang's father was speechless, then burst out laughing. What a character. The older she got, the more she acted like a child, showing off everywhere. Seeing her thoughts exposed, Zhang's mother awkwardly smoothed her hair and turned to leave, telling him, "I'm going to second son's house for dinner tonight. Take it slow." Zhang's father called after her, but she was already gone. He shook his head, smiling. Zhang's mother locked the door and hurried over to Zhang Guoqing's house. Hearing sounds from the kitchen, she went in and found Lin Juhua busy inside. "Child, didn't I tell you to rest and recover?" Lin Juhua smiled. "Mom, I'm almost done with my confinement. I can't let you wait on me forever. I'm lucky. Who else has it this good?" Zhang's mother glared at her, then smiled. "You kids are silly. Jiao couldn't sit still either, and you're the same. Women have it tough. Having a child is like losing half your life. In the past, we had no choice, but now that life is better, you need to make up for what you lost. Otherwise, you'll have back pain when you're older." Lin Juhua nodded gratefully. She really had fallen into a lucky family, just as her own relatives said. Her parents-in-law were kind and reasonable. Her husband was devoted. She had nothing to worry about. Ever since her husband's words, Zhang's mother had grown more and more satisfied with her second daughter-in-law. This girl really knew how to behave. Of course, she couldn't compare to her own Jiao. No, she shouldn't compare her to her youngest daughter-in-law. "Mom, what should I do about all the things Jiao sent? How should I thank her?" Zhang's mother laughed. "No need for gifts. Didn't you see she sent plenty for Meiwa too? When life gets better, you can give her a proper gift. For now, just accept it for the child's sake." Though she said that, Zhang's mother was very pleased with her attitude. Gratitude was enough. Speaking of her youngest daughter-in-law, she still felt annoyed. After all this time, she still didn't know how to be discreet. Luckily, this girl was smart enough to send things to her for distribution. Thinking of this, Zhang's mother decided to have her eldest daughter write a letter, just to sound things out. She mustn't let anything slip. As soon as summer vacation started, the weather grew even hotter. Zhou Jiao felt sorry for her father. There was never enough ice from their monthly purchases. Luckily, she'd planned ahead and stored plenty of ice over the winter. Every day at noon and in the evening, she placed 2 large trays of ice in both the study and the bedroom. Sipping on her homemade sweet drinks in all sorts of flavors, Zhou Xiaozhang didn't want to step outside at all. This scorching summer, Zhou Xiaozhang's temper was unusually mild. The rare smiles he showed actually frightened his subordinates out of their wits. Lin Lishan, who was a bit slow on the uptake, only enjoyed this comfort for a few days. After visiting a colleague's house and being nearly suffocated by the heat inside, she couldn't sit still. After a bit of small talk, she hurried home. As soon as she stepped through the door, she rushed into the east wing. Sure enough, it was sweltering in there too. She was touched. How could her child be so filial? What if she got heat stroke? "Mom, what's wrong?" Zhou Jiao asked, puzzled, as Lin Lishan came in with a complicated expression and hugged her. On such a hot day, hugging for warmth? You silly child, always worrying about your dad and me. Have you been saving ice these past few days? Zhou Jiao instantly understood. Her mother had misunderstood. Hey, ice doesn't cost much, does it? Why would I need to skimp? The ice I give you is different. You don't have to go out, and it's cool enough in the living room during the day. At night, I just put some ice in the bedroom before bed, perfect. Really? Zhou Jiao nodded firmly. Seeing her mother relax, she quickly changed the subject. Weren't you going to a colleague's house for a gift contribution? Why are you back so early? Lin Lishan shook her head and sighed. A tiny room packed with people, everyone either complaining about their kids or how they can't buy anything these days. It was hot and stuffy, and I couldn't find anything to talk about with them. If I mentioned you guys, they'd probably hate me even more. Zhou Jiao chuckled and stood up, signaling Aunt Chen to bring her mother a bowl of mung bean soup. I've heard prices are going up everywhere, and on the black market, things are 10 times higher. Do we have enough money? Zhou Jiao honestly didn't know the current black market prices. She hadn't gone even once this year, though she'd used it as an excuse to get a few things. She shook her head. How much could prices go up? Just a few cents here and there. With your monthly salary, we can't even spend it all in a month. We haven't even touched our savings. As she finished, Aunt Chen brought in the soup. Zhou Jiao gave her mother a look, and the two dropped the subject. Just then, Zhang Guoqing came in with Ping'an and a few others. As soon as they entered the courtyard, they heard music from inside. The melodious sound of a flute, Zhou Jiao must be playing, accompanied by Lin Lishan's beautiful singing voice. It really was lovely. Jia Fong exclaimed, Da Yong, go borrow an accordion, bring any instruments you can find. Let's show them what we've got. Why me? You don't hang out in your own yard, you mooch our food and drinks, even our swimming pool, and now you're bossing me around? Should I beat you up? Come on, man, this is called sharing the good times and the bad. Shameless. Xiaowu's family has all those instruments anyway. The group joked and bickered their way into the living room, where mother and daughter quickly stopped playing. Lin Lishan glanced at the time. Why are you all back so early? Was the swimming pool crowded? Ping'an grinned. Dad said it was like dumplings in a pot. Did you have fun, Ping'an? Yeah, I love playing in the water. Grandpa said if he's not busy, he'll take me to the seaside. Jia Fong, still a bit nervous, glanced at the study. Aunt Lin, Uncle Zhou's at work, right? The others burst out laughing at his obvious relief. Jia Fong didn't care about their reactions. Seeing Lin Lishan nod with a smile, he shouted, Aunt Chen, anything to drink? I'm dying of thirst. Zhou Jiao smiled at Aunt Chen. Just bring the whole pot and let them help themselves. Meanwhile, Wan Daong and the others headed straight for the kitchen, grabbing bowls and checking for snacks to go with their drinks. They handed a plastic jug to Ding Datu, telling him to go buy draft beer from the supply store. Ding Datu silently vowed to make Wan Daong pay for sending him out in this heat. Watching their greedy antics, Zhang Guoqing shook his head with a smile and went to the study to fetch a spare harmonica and accordion for the living room. In no time, Ding Datu returned with a big jug of draft beer and a plate of pig's head meat from somewhere in the compound. Add in Zhou Jiao's homemade dried fish, and the coffee table was set. Mom, play Happy Holiday and How Happy We Are. Ping'an, already drooling from trying to play the flute, handed it to Zhou Jiao in defeat. Zhou Jiao wiped it clean and played for him, watching her son hum along. It was quite amusing, seems the kindergarten had taught him plenty of songs. Zhang Guoqing joined in on the accordion. Watching this happy family, Wan Daong nudged Jia Fong and the others. Makes me want to get married. If any of us ever hesitate about settling down, just bring them here, guaranteed cure. Jia Fong laughed and turned to Lin Lishan, who was keeping time. Aunt Lin, does Uncle Zhou play instruments too? Can he keep up with you artsy types? You think he only knows how to use a gun? Your Uncle Zhou is a master of the erhu and flute. When he was young, his era playing could move people to tears. What Lin Lishan didn't say was that she'd fallen for him after hearing him play. Now, Zhou Jiao had inherited her father's musical talent, though her Zhengji preferred melancholy tunes, often singing foreign songs she didn't even recognize. Thinking of this, Lin Lishan looked at Zhou Jiao with a hint of regret. Her daughter had inherited all of her husband's strengths. If only she'd followed her into music. Yi Jiafeng nodded in understanding. No wonder even his own mother always called him Zheng Ji. Following Lin Lishan's gaze to Zhou Jiao, he suddenly recalled something his cousin had said. Could it be that Funyoji's questions about Zhang Guoqing were actually about Zhou Jiao? He glanced at Zhou Jiao again, then shook his head. What was he thinking? Funyo was like a monk. What would he know about women? And as for Zhou Jiao, well, not to put her down, but with how she's always tripping over her own feet, no soldier would be interested. Wang Deong nudged him. What are you daydreaming about? When's your family heading to the seaside? Want to come with us? My mom said we'll go after my cousin leaves. They're still not gone? After all this time? Yi Jiafeng just smiled and shook his head. He didn't want to say more. They were clever, leaving a little girl at his house to keep his mom company, then coming back with the rest of the kids after a couple of weeks. But it wouldn't last much longer. Even his dad was getting impatient. You're not skipping out this year, are you? We've all agreed to go play nearby for a few days. Don't forget to come. Looks like they're planning something big. Yeah, even my brother and the others have talked to Xiaowu. We'll see how it goes when we get there. Hearing this, Yi Jiafeng agreed right away. As for the guys in his own courtyard, he'd deal with them later. That summer, Zhou Jiao finally set foot on that magical beach with her parents. She ran wild with Zhang Guoqing and the others, finding fishing boats, climbing hills, and wading through rivers, finally experiencing what it meant to be carefree and spontaneous. And little Ping'an, with no safety worries, roamed the neighborhoods like a local. By the end of the holiday, he left reluctantly, carrying a bag full of gifts and saying goodbye to his many friends. No matter how enjoyable a holiday is, it always comes to an end. With their return to Beijing approaching, Zhang Guoqing decided to first make a solo trip back to his hometown to visit his parents. Upon hearing the news, Yi Jiafeng, Wang Deong, and Geng Dashing hurried over to the Zhou family's small building, their eyes shining as they stared at the surprised Zhang Guoqing. What did you say? You want to go to my hometown? Geng Dashing immediately sold out the other two. That's right. Old Yi said you know how to hunt, so there'll be meat to eat. Wang Ji decided we're going with you. Zhou Jiao, off to the side, suppressed a laugh and secretly flashed them a V sign. Yi Jiafeng winked at her, then put on a serious face. Xiaowu, once school starts we won't have time to travel. This is the perfect chance for a trip. Don't you want to see what the outside world is like these days? Zhang Guoqing rolled his eyes, talking a good game, as always. Wang Deong threatened, believe it or not, if you leave first, your wife will take us and follow right after you. Didn't Zhou Jiao want to go south? Perfect, we'll take the military train tomorrow night. Let me tell you, that's my turf. Once we get there, you'll be living the good life. Zhang Guoqing was fuming at Yi Jiafeng. There was still that wild man Ija down south. How could his little white rabbit go there? He shot the three of them a fierce glare and raised his hands in surrender. The three of them cheered and high-fived each other in delight. Hey, don't celebrate too soon. I'm not dealing with logistics. If there are seats or not, you'll have to sort it out yourselves. And make sure you get my wife's spot too. Wang Deong laughed heartily. No need for you to remind us. I already found someone before I came. With that, he tossed Zhang Guoqing a note. These are your hometown contacts on the grasslands. Big brother will take you and your wife on a tour. Zhou Jiao couldn't help but laugh. Take a tour had become a catchphrase. Everyone was saying it these days. Zhang Guoqing glanced at the paper, tossed it back, and said with disdain, "You're something else. Even better than your grandpa. Just don't come running to my place if the old man beats you up again." Everyone burst out laughing at Wang Dayong's indignant reaction. When it was time to leave that night, Zhou Jiao explained things to Zhou Xiaozheng, but to her surprise, he just calmly replied, "Oh," and said nothing more. Dad, aren't you supposed to be reluctant to let me go? Shouldn't you be telling me not to go too far? Zhou Xiaozheng patted her head and laughed. You've run wild all summer, how could I keep you here? Go on, travel while you're young. Zhou Jiao grinned and flattered him. Dad, you're the best. But you'd better explain things to Ping'an, or he'll be upset if you don't take him along. Zhou Jiao couldn't stop laughing. He's even busier than I am. I asked if he wanted to go home, and he said he's swamped. He'll go after he's done with his little friends. Zhou Xiaozheng laughed as well. With us here, you two can go with peace of mind. When you see Xiaowu's parents, send my regards. Tell them to come stay in Beijing when they have time. As the couple left, they ran into the three wide-eyed guys, Yi Jiafeng and the others, who rolled their eyes at the pair. As if it was a big deal. After they'd gone some distance from the house, Yi Jiafeng asked in a low voice, "That was old Zhou's laugh just now, wasn't it?" "Absolutely. Precious, tell your brothers your secret. How did you make old Zhou laugh like that?" Zhou Jiao shot them a sidelong glance. "My secret? I'll tell you, I have no idea." The five of them avoided the rest of their friends, snuck onto the train, and began their journey to the northeast. In the living room of the small courtyard in the county town, Zhang's father lay on a rattan chair, eyes closed, listening to opera on the gramophone, humming along and tapping the armrest from time to time. Zhang's mother came up from the cellar, smiling, and returned to the living room. Seeing her husband so relaxed, she couldn't help but give him a gentle push. Zhang's father looked at her in confusion. "Old man, do you think we should go to Meihao's house?" He glanced at the clock and shook his head. "Let's wait until dark and bring 5 kilos of rice over. Why is everyone having sons this year? If I'd known, I'd have had Jiao Jiao give us one too." Zhang's father burst out laughing. "Silly woman, didn't old Ding's granddaughter-in-law just have a girl the other day? Xiao Wu and his wife aren't in a rush. They're young, no shortage of kids in the future." Zhang's mother nodded repeatedly, then sighed. "Didn't you say the kids would be back for sure? Why aren't they home yet?" "Don't worry. Since Jiao Jiao said in her letter that they were vacationing with old Zhou, they must have something going on. They'll be back in a few days. You'll see your son soon." After a moment's hesitation, Zhang's mother said softly, "I miss my grandson. Haven't seen him in a year. Looking at photos every day just isn't the same. Now, whenever I hold a little boy, I think of Ping'an when he was little." Seeing this, Zhang's father fell silent for a while, then finally made up his mind. "This time, we'll go with Xiao Wu, and I'll take you to see what Beijing is like." Now that it was really happening, Zhang's mother hesitated. "But the little grandson is still young, he needs looking after. What if the in-laws come to help and refuse to leave?" Zhang's father waved his hand. "We'll stay at most a month or so. The little one has his mother, and our second son is here. His father-in-law can't make too much trouble." He knew his 3 sons well. The second was the most cold-hearted. Aside from his parents and siblings, he wasn't close to anyone, not even cousins. He was the least afraid of falling out with people. If his father-in-law caused trouble, he'd send him straight to the authorities. He'd definitely do it. Zhang's mother was so happy she spun around in circles, but then she thought of the things in the cellar and grew uneasy. Even though she knew the door would be locked, she glanced outside, then ran over and whispered, "What about all the stuff at home?" Zhang's father was amused by her sneaky behavior. "Why don't we just eat it all in the next couple of days?" "Oh, come on. Don't worry, just leave it. We'll lock the door and give the key to our second son. Who dare sneak in?" So, Zhang's parents waited for their youngest son to come home so they could discuss going to Beijing. Meanwhile, on the train, Yi Jiafeng and the others eyed the 2 large suitcases with curiosity. Yi Jiafeng nudged one with his foot. "What did you bring home? Why are these bags so big?" Zhang Guoqing grinned. "Don't break it. If you do, you'll go hungry. Those are full of rice and flour." "Yeah, right. Who would be dumb enough to bring rice home when you've got ration coupons?" Zhang Guoqing just laughed and changed the subject. Truth was, he really was that dumb. Even with ration coupons, you couldn't always buy rice and flour in the county, especially for 5 people. The military train was much faster than regular trains, only stopping at major stations. When they arrived in the provincial capital, the 5 of them didn't go back to the county first. Instead, they followed the military district's transport truck straight to the logistics department and quickly found Zhao Chuangguang. "Godfather, these are my good buddies, Yi Jiafeng, Wan Deong, and Geng Dashing. Uncle Zhao, do you have any goddaughters left?" Hello, Uncle Zhao. Uncle Zhao, we're going to have to trouble you this time. Zhao Chuangguang burst out laughing. You little rascals. All right, I'll notify your uncles. Otherwise, they'll have my hide. He wasn't surprised at all. Ever since Zhou Xiaozhang had told him who was coming, he'd known the backgrounds of these three. Besides, before they'd even arrived, their various uncles had already gotten word and asked him to let them know. Inside the office, the three of them finished their phone calls and exchanged wry smiles. Seeing this, Zhao Chuangang chuckled. All right, I'll hold the fort for you. Come on, let's go out and try some northeastern cuisine. But when we get back, you'll have to contact them yourselves. Uncle Zhao, you're the best. You brat, show some respect. Zhang Guoqing had long known that Zhao Chuanggang's personality would mesh well with these three. At this moment, he and his wife watched them joking around and burst out laughing. A restaurant in the provincial capital was also serving expensive dishes. The difference was you had to take a number in advance and could only get in the next day. Zhou Jiao wasn't sure if her godfather, Zhao Chuanggang, had gotten wind of their arrival ahead of time, but when they arrived, someone was already waiting to take them inside. The place was quiet, the dishes served in big bowls, enough to satisfy anyone who'd been living off dry rations. After eating their fill, Zhou Jiao finally asked about her godmother and two younger brothers and learned that Huang Huimin was staying at the sanatorium with her two sons, keeping the old man company. Zhou Jiao's eyes flickered. Glancing at the four chatting happily, she quietly asked, "Godfather, should I go visit the old man?" Zhao Chuangang gave her a look. "It's too much trouble to go back and forth. Your godmother and the others will be back in a couple of days." Zhou Jiao nodded in understanding. When they were leaving, Zhao Chuangang insisted on driving them back to the county, but Zhou Jiao stubbornly refused until he finally relented. He only turned back after seeing them off at the station. Not having a car was inconvenient, but Zhou Jiao knew that if they swaggered around openly this time, it would only give others leverage against them in the future. After all, Zhao Chuangang was her godfather. She couldn't ruin her family's prospects for a moment's fun. No wonder the Zhao family treated Zhou Jiao like their own daughter or sister. She was always reminding them about things, often helping them avoid trouble. Relationships need genuine care. If only one side keeps giving, how can you truly be like family? Meanwhile, the three in the car were envious of Zhang Guoqing and his wife. With their backgrounds, there was little self-interest mixed in. Pure relationships like that were rare. Having such a thoughtful elder was a blessing. Even though none of them had started working or entered society yet, everyone had been taught the ways of the world by their elders. When they arrived in the county, Yi Jiafeng and the others followed the couple all the way to their courtyard and finally understood just how popular Zhang Guoqing was. Everywhere they went, people greeted him, young and old, men and women alike. "Is there anyone in this county who doesn't know you?" Yi Jiafeng teased. Who knew how many times they'd been stopped along the way? "It's all right. I've been around here since I was a kid, so I know quite a few people." The three nodded knowingly. With his personality, even the little troublemakers on their street back home knew him, nothing surprising about that. "So this is your house? If you lock the door, won't there be no one here?" Zhang Guoqing replied confidently, "Unless my parents go back to the village, they'll be back within 10 minutes. All four of my older siblings live nearby." As he spoke, he spotted his father and mother hurrying over from a distance. "See, I told you, that's my mom and dad." Yi Jiafeng muttered, "Didn't you say your family was from the countryside? Why do I feel like I'm the real country bumpkin here?" Wan Deong chimed in, "We should beat this kid up later. He tricked us into looking for shabby clothes." "Damn, what a joke." Zhang Guoqing waved at his parents and laughed, "Cut it out. My mom's clothes are all handmade by Jiao Jiao. Don't be fooled by how well they're doing now. They used to work the fields in the village just like everyone else." Zhou Jiao smiled, "You guys really helped out a lot last time. When we go back to the village, you'll see everyone is grateful to you." "All right, but let's keep a low profile. No need to make a fuss." Zhang Guoqing laughed, "No need for that. Everyone's busy with farm work now, no one has time for chit-chat. This time, I'll make sure you have a good time." Mother Zhang was overjoyed to see her youngest son. If he hadn't brought friends, she would have run straight over. Now, seeing him in front of her, she happily touched his hand, saw his rosy cheeks, and glanced at her smiling daughter-in-law. She finally felt at ease. Father Zhang beamed at the three. You must be Xiaowu's friends. Come in, come in. Wife, go make some noodles for the kids. Oh, look at me. Kids, let's go inside. If we don't, a crowd will show up soon and you'll never get any peace. Those folks can talk your ear off. Yijie Feng and the others couldn't help but laugh at Mother Zhang's straightforwardness. Inside, the three looked around the living room, forgetting to scold Zhang Guoqing as they greeted his parents. Jiao Jiao, help me make some tea. I'll go to the kitchen, Mother Zhang said. Auntie, really, there's no need. We already ate, Wan Deong quickly protested. Zhang Guoqing pulled him to sit down. When we go out, we eat dumplings. When we come home, we eat noodles. Mom, just make a little, we'll save room for dinner. Zhou Jiao followed Mother Zhang to the kitchen. Father Zhang smiled at the kids. Don't be shy. Xiaowu's friends always make themselves at home here. Treat this as your own house. Dad, they won't be shy. They're my best buddies. How's the village? I want to take them there for a couple of days. Father Zhang grinned. I figured you'd be back around this time. The house in the village is all ready. Just bring a pot and you're set. Dad, you're amazing. I didn't send a telegram this time because I didn't want you to go to any trouble. Zhou Jiao and Mother Zhang finished cooking the noodles. When they brought them out, Father Zhang was already chatting happily with the four of them, talking about Pinyin. Zhou Jiao smiled. It seemed the old folks missed their grandson. She regretted not bringing the child back, but was glad her in-laws were coming with her this time. After eating, Father Zhang gave his wife a look and smiled at the group. You all should get some rest. Once Xiaowu's classmates show up later, you won't get any sleep tonight. Xiaowu, take good care of them. Your mom and I have to go to your second brother's house. Mother Zhang quietly told Zhou Jiao, we'll be staying at your eldest brother's tonight. The food is in the usual place. Mom, why are you leaving? Stay and chat with me. Mother Zhang laughed. Silly girl, we'll be going to the capital with you soon. There'll be plenty of time to talk then. We'll leave you youngsters to yourselves. Once the Zhao girls get here, the house will be turned upside down. Zhou Jiao didn't insist and personally saw her in-laws out. Before she could reach the living room, she heard the four inside already horsing around. Smiling, she turned to the kitchen. She didn't know how much of the supplies she'd prepared last time Mother Zhang had used, so she'd better check. There was still a lot left from before the new year. Zhou Jiao shook her head. It seemed her in-laws were still reluctant to use the good stuff. If she guessed right, Lin Juhua and Zhang Meihao hadn't gotten much when they were pregnant or in confinement either. Who knew what her in-laws were saving it for? After playing for a while in the living room, the four of them collapsed onto the heated brick bed, panting and exhausted. They glanced at each other and burst out laughing. Xiaowu, you really have it good. No worries at home or outside. As if your life is so tough, Zhang Guoqing retorted, not wanting to dwell on the topic. Do you guys want to take a break? I'm not tired. How about you guys? Yijie Feng looked at the others, who all shook their heads, then turned to Zhang Guoqing. So, what's next? How about I take you out for a walk? Yijie Feng looked at Wan Deong and the other two. What do you think about heading out to the countryside right now? Gung Daji hesitated. But we can't hunt if we go now. Isn't it a bit late? After a quick discussion, the three decided to head to the countryside now so they could go up the mountain early the next morning. After all, the whole point of this trip was to hunt. Why sit around indoors? Zhang Guoqing didn't object. In fact, he felt more at ease in the village anyway. He told them to wait a bit while he went to find a horse cart to carry some supplies back. When he returned, Li Qinglin, Zhang Yuntao, and the Zhao siblings were already gathered in the living room, chatting and laughing with Yijie Feng's group. Zhang Guoqing listened for a moment, then rolled his eyes as he walked in. They were shamelessly using him and his wife as the butt of their jokes. Xiaowu, let's go together. Zhao Yuan shouted excitedly when she saw him. You'll need to make a trip to talk to Uncle, Zhang Guoqing reminded her. See if we need to arrange a car to the grasslands in the next few days. He'd heard in town that supplies were running low, so he had a quick idea. This was the perfect opportunity to get some help. Zhao Yuanyuan's eyes lit up. Isn't that festival happening these days? I'll go right now. You guys better wait for me, don't leave me behind. Before Yi Jiafeng could ask what she meant, she'd already dashed off. He looked around, puzzled. What's going on? Someone fill me in. Everyone turned to look at Zhang Guoqing. He smiled helplessly. We've been there before. It's near the military horse farm Dong mentioned. Every year around this time, they hold a horse racing festival. There's also an open market for the local ethnic minorities during the festival. After hearing Zhang Guoqing and his wife's explanation, Yi Jiafeng was delighted and said they'd come at just the right time. Then he gave Zhang Guoqing a hard kick. If the three of them hadn't come, they would have missed out. Zhang Guoqing dodged quickly. Geng Daji shouted, "Don't hurt him. We still need him tomorrow." Everyone burst out laughing. When Zhao Yuanyuan came back to say that Zhao Dashan told Zhang Guoqing to wait for news, he knew things were pretty much settled. Since he'd brought his friends here, he planned to have a great time once school started. It would be back to the grind. A group of them headed into the village, and soon the foot of Beishan was bustling with noise. When the old team leader came by, Zhang Guoqing made sure to tell him they wouldn't be eating in the canteen for the next couple of days. The old team leader felt a bit embarrassed. In previous years, he would have insisted on inviting them over for a meal at his house. Now, all he could do was tell them to let him know if they needed anything in the village. This group knew how to have fun. Without Zhang Guoqing leading the way, they'd already run off to the riverbank at the edge of the village. If it hadn't been for the drought, with only a thin layer of water left, they probably would have jumped in for a swim. Even so, they managed to dig up a big plate of river delicacies, snails, loaches, eels from the mud and fields. Meanwhile, Zhang Guoqing went up the mountain to scout the route for everyone's safety the next day. He brought back a few wild rabbits and pheasants, and generously sent half of them to the village canteen. As night fell, they lit mosquito-repelling herbs, and the group enjoyed a feast in the courtyard, barbecue, stewed meat, and soup. They really indulged themselves. When Zhang Guoqing learned his parents had gone to Beijing for a trip, he excitedly brought out the liquor he'd brought home, and everyone drank it all. They partied late into the night. The next morning, Zhang Guoqing didn't bother waking them up. He'd expected them to sleep in after chatting until dawn. No surprise there. By mid-morning, everyone finally got up, washed, and after a quick bowl of porridge, clamored to head up the mountain, as if they were afraid all the game would be gone if they were late. Zhang Guoqing didn't plan on coming home for lunch that day. He had everyone pack iron pots, lunch boxes, rice, and coarse grains for a picnic on the mountain. The group was so excited they could barely wait to drag him along. Under Zhang Guoqing's lead, they snuck up the mountain from the back. In recent years, Daiqingshan had been heavily foraged by the locals, and many of the trees on the outskirts were gone, never to return to their former lushness. But on the bright side, the safe areas had expanded. As they walked toward the cabin, the deeper they went, the more trees and thick undergrowth they saw. Shrubs began to appear in the mountain gullies. At this moment, Zhang Guoqing was actually glad that wolves hadn't been wiped out, otherwise, Daiqingshan would have turned into a barren wasteland. The occasional howl at night was enough to keep overlogging in check. They stopped to rest halfway up the mountain. Zhou Jiao handed out medicine pouches and reminded everyone to be careful. Just because the trip up had been uneventful didn't mean it was safe. Zhang Guoqing had been clearing out poisonous snakes ahead of them the whole way. If anyone else had been leading, Zhou Jiao would never have dared to come up the mountain. She'd provided so much medicine and antidotes to the village over the years, she knew just how dangerous it was. Zhang Guoqing watched Zhao Yuanyuan chattering nonstop and felt a headache coming on. Did she really think this was just a picnic? With all that noise, wasn't she afraid of attracting wolves? Luckily, he had Zhou Jiao to help, or he really would have left her behind. They made it safely to the cabin. This time, Zhang Guoqing was determined not to take them any deeper into the mountains. Compared to his friends from town, Yi Jiafeng and his group were much more capable. While Zhou Jiao led Zhao Yuanyuan and the others in cooking, Zhang Guoqing and the three men took out their hunting rifles and set off. Zhang Guoqing didn't want to take any risks. He'd invited his friends here to have fun, not to get hurt. They took a wide loop and hunted some small game, agreeing to hunt more after lunch. Maybe the animals on the mountain hadn't expected Zhang the finisher to show up again. On the way back, they heard a noise in a grove, and Zhang Guoqing was delighted. Finally, no shortage of meat. He led the three to sneak closer, but before Zhang Guoqing even had to do much, they managed to bring down 2 wild deer. As for the other animals that got away, they didn't bother chasing them. The hall had the three grinning from ear to ear. They were too excited to pay attention to anything else. They carried and hauled the game back, gnawing on dry rations as they went. By the time they returned to the cabin, it was already afternoon. After a quick meal, they barely rested before getting busy again. At least up on the mountain, they didn't have to avoid outsiders. The group went all out roasting and stewing wild chicken, rabbit, and venison, plus wild fruits and watermelons they'd found. Everyone ate so much they could barely move. The result? After returning to the village, the venison had them either too energized to sleep all night or running to the outhouse nonstop. Thankfully, Zhou Jiao had prepared medicine. Zhang Guoqing just shook his head. He'd saved the deer blood and other things for them to take back to Beijing, worried they wouldn't be able to handle it. He thought after a bowl of rice porridge in the morning, they'd be off meat for a couple of days at least. But who could explain it? These guys bounced back full of energy, still clamoring for more meat. The noisy group spent 3 days running wild around the village, helping harvest melons, catching loaches in the fields, leading the village kids to call them Big Brother with greasy mouths. By the time they got word from Zhao Dashan, they'd truly had their fill of fun. Zhou Jiao watched as her group reluctantly bid farewell to the warm-hearted villagers, promising to come back if they had the chance. She could only look up at the sky, speechless. Come back? Who knows when that'll ever be? As soon as they arrived in the county town, before they could even go home, Zhang Guoqing and his group were dragged off to Zhao Dashan's house. Ostensibly, it was to discuss their upcoming trip to the grasslands, but in reality, it was just another big feast. Seeing this, Zhou Jiao quickly handed the bundle she'd brought to Zhang Guoqing to take to the kitchen. With so many people eating, she figured the Zhao family would be left hungry for 10 days or half a month. If the Zhao family lacked anything, it wasn't alcohol. They had plenty stored up. By the end of the night, a few young men had passed out drunk, and only then did the meal come to an end. When a few sobered up, they kept swearing they'd never dare drink in the Northeast again. Everyone here could drink like a fish. Learning that they'd be setting off the next day, everyone except those who'd drunk themselves under the table went home to get ready. Zhang Guoqing even had to bring a pot over to the Zhaos. Once a few people were left to sleep over, Zhang Guoqing finally had time to take Zhou Jiao to visit his older siblings and nearby elders, carrying boxes of pastries and preserved fruits as gifts. They visited several homes in a row. In the past, you'd be embarrassed to show up without a proper gift, but now a box of pastries and preserved fruit was considered generous, saving the couple quite a bit of money. Reunions always felt especially warm. Zhang Meili, in particular, had waited days to see her little brother, and when she finally did, she clung to the couple's hands, needing to be sure they were doing well. She fussed over every little detail of their lives, giving advice over and over, always worried the young couple was having a hard time away from home. Her big sisterly concern had never changed. Back at home, Zhang's mother finally felt at ease enough to bring out her hidden stash and have a private chat with her youngest son and daughter-in-law. Zhou Jiao couldn't help but laugh to herself. She'd known all along that her mother-in-law would cut back on the gifts she distributed. Zhou Jiao had deliberately given her extra. After all, Lin Jihua had given birth to her grandson, and Zhang Meihao was her own daughter. Zhou Jiao really didn't want to get involved in these matters. It was old lady Qing who'd advised her to send everything to her mother-in-law and let her handle it. I split the fabric and cotton in half for Jihua. Once a few people were left to sleep over, Zhang Guoqing finally had time to take Zhou Jiao to visit his older siblings and nearby elders, carrying boxes of pastries and preserved fruits as gifts. They visited several homes in a row. In the past, You'd be embarrassed to show up without a proper gift, but now a box of pastries and preserved fruit was considered generous, saving the couple quite a bit of money. Reunions always felt especially warm. Zhang Meili, in particular, had waited days to see her little brother, and when she finally did, she clung to the couple's hands, needing to be sure they were doing well. She fussed over every little detail of their lives, giving advice over and over, always worried the young couple was having a hard time away from home. Her big sisterly concern had never changed. Back at home, Zhang's mother finally felt at ease enough to bring out her hidden stash and have a private chat with her youngest son and daughter-in-law. Zhou Jiao couldn't help but laugh to herself. She'd known all along that her mother-in-law would cut back on the gifts she distributed. Zhou Jiao had deliberately given her extra. After all, Lin Jihua had given birth to her grandson, and Zhang Meihao was her own daughter. Zhou Jiao really didn't want to get involved in these matters. It was old lady Qing who'd advised her to send everything to her mother-in-law and let her handle it. I split the fabric and cotton in half for Jihua. I figured you'd want her to have it since she makes clothes for Ping'an every year. That's done. I gave her a bag of milk powder, just like eggs. The rest I kept. As for your second sister, I gave her the same as your brothers, according to city standards. Zhou Jiao smiled and nodded, pushing the things her mother-in-law handed her back. Mom, just keep them for now. The baby will need them when he's 100 days old. Seeing that the two women had settled things, Zhang Guoqing turned to his father with a smile. Dad, you and Mom should come with us tomorrow. My godfather Dashan and the others are all going. Father Zhang looked at his wife. He really wanted to see this grassland competition. If it weren't for his youngest son, he'd never have had the chance in his life. Will we be a bother? I'm just an old woman, not much to look at. Your dad can go with you. I'll stay home and tidy up. Mom, you're not old at all. Come with us. I'll call you big sister, and people will believe it. Aunt Qing is going too. You'll have company. Mother Zhang burst out laughing. Soon, it was all settled. Seeing it was getting late, Zhang Guoqing left Zhou Jiao and his mother to cook while he went to Zhao Dashan's house to round up the others. Around dinner time, Li Qinglin and Zhang Yuntao showed up at the Zhangs, each carrying grain and dried goods from their parents for the young couple. Zhou Jiao didn't refuse. She knew that these days, everyone brought food coupons when visiting, and making a fuss would only look bad in front of outsiders. She just took the gifts to the kitchen, planning to return the favor before they left. The next morning, a truck left the county town, meeting up with Zhao Chuangguang's transport truck in the provincial capital, and together they set off for their destination. This time, unlike last time, they didn't get off midway, but went straight to the race course with Zhao Chuangguang's group. Thanks to Wan Dayang's uncle working there, they were arranged a place to rest for the night. The next day, they left the transport truck behind and, led by Uncle Wan, headed to the horse racing grounds. There was singing and dancing, horseback sports, everyone shouting and joining in, having a blast. Unfortunately, their schedule was tight, so after a full day of fun and buying some local specialties, they returned to their lodgings. The next 2 days were spent waiting. The elders relaxed together, while Zhang Guoqing and his friends roamed around with weapons, hunting, and occasionally dropping by herders' yurts to share their game and drink kumis with the locals. When it was finally time to leave, Zhao Chuangguang's group had to go, but the others, reluctant to leave, decided to stay a few more days. There were still places the herders had told them about that they hadn't visited, and lots of local food they hadn't tried. Since it was a rare trip and they weren't short on money or tickets, the younger group insisted the elders take the game home first, while they continued to travel and would take the train back later. Zhao Chuangguang and the others, eager to get home and needing to drive the transport truck, had no choice but to leave some food coupons behind and head back on schedule. The younger group, meanwhile, went wild. They traveled along, sending things home as they went, sometimes helping out strangers, until their pockets were empty. Only then did they scrape together enough food coupons for a good meal before heading back to the county town. After this trip to the grasslands, everyone was tan dark. Even Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao were sunburned red all over. The trip was meaningful, filled with both joy and hardship. What they saw and experienced on the road made these young people grow up a lot. Like flowers in a greenhouse weathering a storm, they gained some steadiness and insight. On the ox cart, Yi Jiafeng lay back with his hands behind his head, resting against his companion, gazing up at the sky. The old carefree attitude was gone. He felt it was time to seriously reflect on his life. Wan Deong, a year older than the rest, was even more deeply affected. He seemed to finally understand what his grandfather meant when he often spoke of the hardships of ordinary people. Geng Dashing kept a stony face the whole way, staring off into the distance. What was he thinking about? The barefoot, big-headed children? The makeshift shacks everywhere? Or those unfamiliar, staggering figures? No one asked. Some things were far from them, others right at their doorstep. Everyone was lost in their own thoughts. Sometimes, a realization can change a person's life. Like a moment of enlightenment in martial arts novels, how much you grasp depends on your luck, but everyone goes through these trials as they grow. Zhou Jiao leaned tightly against Zhang Guoqing, closed her eyes, and tried hard to forget the faces that had disturbed her heart. She smiled wryly to herself. A life that's half heaven, half hell. She wondered if she'd end up with a split personality. She used to comfort herself by saying life was like a play, but now it no longer felt like watching faded photographs. She seemed to have become part of it, turning into a flesh-and-blood stranger even she didn't recognize. Zhang Guoqing looked at the pile of luggage on the floor and hurriedly advised, "Mom, just bring your clothes. I've already prepared everything else. There are so many relatives you kids don't understand. Go on, be good and chat with them." "I know what I'm doing," his mother replied. Zhang Guoqing glanced outside, then ran over to whisper in his mother's ear, "It's too much. They think our family is loaded. We've got enough game to share with the relatives, but if we keep curing it in this heat, it'll spoil." Mother Zhang hesitated, but decided to listen to her youngest son. In the living room, Zhang Meili looked at their mother with teary eyes as she came out. "Mom, don't go and never come back." Zhang Guofu and Zhang Guoqiang just grinned at her. Meanwhile, Shizi was so anxious he was sweating. How could his grandparents forget he was the eldest grandson? He'd already arranged with his teacher to report to school a bit later, wasn't that fine? Zhou Jiao noticed that the boy had come over early, leaving his younger siblings behind, but she didn't know when he'd speak up. As soon as Shizi saw her heading outside, he immediately followed. "Auntie, I want to go to Beijing with you. Have you sorted everything out? Do you need your uncle to talk to the school for you?" Shizi looked at her in surprise and delight. Why, don't you want to go?" "Auntie, you're the best." "I'll go. I already told my teacher I wanted to see the world with you, and he agreed right away." Zhou Jiao smiled, noticing the backpack he was hiding behind him. "Tell your parents openly that you're going to Beijing. Don't worry, they'll definitely agree." Shizi dashed into the living room and loudly announced that he was going to accompany his grandparents. For a moment, everyone objected. Seeing this, Zhang Guoqing quickly said, "It's good for the kids to experience the outside world early. When the younger ones are older, they should go out more too. Shizi can keep my parents company this time." Zhang Guofu looked at his younger brother. "Will it be a bother for your father-in-law?" Then, seeing Zhang Guoqing shake his head with a smile, he added, "Teenage boys eat a lot. I'll go get some more ration coupons." Zhang Guoqing quickly pulled him back. "It's fine, don't trouble anyone. I've got plenty of coupons saved up." He wasn't lying. They'd traded the wild game they'd hunted with old Liu for a good number of national ration coupons. It was hard to use them in Beijing, but in the provincial capital, they were much more convenient. Huang Zuelan hurriedly pulled her eldest son Shizi aside to give him instructions and checked his clothes again. Zhang Guoqing glanced at his eldest sister's expression and was speechless. How could she not think of Ziwen? He knew his sister's personality, but his eldest nephew was also a teenage boy. How could he not want to keep up? He signaled to his brother-in-law, and the two slipped outside. Without much explanation, he just asked his brother-in-law to fetch Ziwen to come along with Shizi. Zhang Chunming, who doted on his son, was worried that the boy would be upset if he found out Shizi was going to Beijing. If there hadn't been so many people around, he would have asked his brother-in-law to take his son too. Compared to his two older brothers-in-law, Zhang Chunming most enjoyed dealing with his brother-in-law. Letting his son go with his uncle wasn't just about seeing the world, he hoped the boy could learn a thing or two from him as well. Zhang Chunming happily ran off without another word. Zhang Guoqing shook his head with a smile. To him, nephews and sons were about the same, especially since his father had mentioned that his eldest nephew often came over to help with chores. That morning, Zhao Dashan drove a truckload of people to the military district. When he saw his old superior, Yiming, there, he couldn't help but shiver inside. When he heard Yi Jiafeng call out uncle, he shot Zhang Guoqing a fierce look. Zhang Guoqing had honestly forgotten about this. Seeing the look, he just grinned sheepishly. He'd refused his godfather Zhao Chuangguang's offer to pick people up from the county, partly so Zhao Dashan could meet a few people. Connections always came in handy. He'd never forgotten Zhao Dashan's help, both openly and behind the scenes. Just the matter of getting his job transferred had been a huge favor, and as his father-in-law said, this status would be a valuable credential for future assignments in Beijing. Of course, none of this could have happened without his father-in-law's behind-the-scenes planning. But no matter how you looked at it, Zhao Dashan had truly treated him with loyalty and affection. The fact that he refused to transfer to the provincial capital, even when it would have been easy, moved Zhang Guoqing deeply. Yiming, the old fox, still wore a smiling face, clearly fond of this distant nephew. Zhou Jiao watched as Yi Jiafeng blurted out everything he was asked, and couldn't help but worry for Yi's father. Having such a troublesome son must be hard on Mr. and Mrs. Yi. Have you seen your cousin Xiaomin? Yiming's sudden question snapped Zhou Jiao out of her thoughts. She smiled and replied, "We met up a few times at the beach before coming." Congratulations on gaining such a fine son-in-law, Uncle Yi. Will you be going home for the National Day holiday? Yiming nodded with a smile, reminding her, you girls should keep in touch. If she does anything wrong, give her some advice. Zhou Jiao just smiled and nodded. No matter how sincere Yiming was, she had to be polite. As for correcting Xiaomin, that wasn't really her place as an outsider. As the time to part drew near, Zhou Jiao listened to her godmother's endless instructions, hugging her tightly and breathing in her motherly scent. If Zhao Chuangguang hadn't confessed his feelings first, this woman would have been the perfect match for her father. Huang Huimin had come to appreciate the joys of having a daughter during their time on the grasslands, and now she was truly reluctant to see Zhou Jiao go. She whispered, "After the new year, our whole family will go to Beijing to see Ping'an." Zhou Jiao looked at her in surprise. "If all goes well, we'll definitely make the trip." With excitement in her heart, Zhou Jiao boarded the train. As the whistle blew, the figures on the platform grew blurrier and blurrier, but their faces remained etched in everyone's memory. "They're so warm and welcoming, I almost don't want to leave," someone said. Gung Dashing accidentally blurted out the truth. "You're just worried you won't get to eat big chunks of meat anymore." Yi Jiafeng glared at him. "Why do you always have to say what you're really thinking? Don't you know how to be subtle?" Everyone burst out laughing at their antics. Mother Zhang's anxiety faded, and she began to look around, secretly feeling the bedding in the sleeper compartment. This big metal box wasn't unfamiliar to her anymore, but the sleeper bunks were a novelty. Novelty? These were just ordinary sleepers. In the future, she'd see things she'd never even imagined. From the moment this optimistic, straightforward woman set foot in Beijing, a whole new world would unfold before her. Zhang Guoqing knew his parents well, especially his mother. To distract her, at every stop, whenever history repeated itself, people getting off to buy food, he'd rack his brains to introduce the local customs of each small town, telling jokes along the way. Unfortunately, his sharp-eyed father caught on. At the next stop, Zhang Guoqing, full of energy, stuck close to his father and joined the crowd. Zhou Jiao held on to Mother Zhang, keeping a close eye on the two boys. Even though kidnappers were short on food these days and might not want such big kids, if they really got lost, it would be a disaster. These little episodes made the journey more interesting. With Father Zhang bonding with fellow passengers, there was plenty to talk about, and the trip was no longer boring. When Zhou Jiao returned home with his wife and grandson, he was handed a telegram by old Madame Cheng. Seeing her in-laws arrive, she raised her eyebrows with a smile. This time Xiaowu's parents are coming. How should we arrange things at home? There are Jiao's saviors. I have to think about how to treat them well. Old Madame Cheng busied herself asking Aunt Chen if there was enough food and whether the rooms were ready. Only after Lin Lishan showed her the guest rooms did she finally relax and return to the living room. Zhou Xiaozheng looked at her speechlessly. He was about to say that with their daughter around, the house was always in perfect order, but before he could speak, the old lady turned and headed out. I need to go home and see what else we can use. This time, we must make sure Xiaowu's parents are completely comfortable. Aunt Chen sidled up to Lin Lishan, curious. Why is the old lady so happy? Lin Lishan smiled. Just look at Xiaowu and you'll know what kind of people his parents are. Every time we visited the Northeast, our in-laws were always so warm and welcoming. What she didn't say was that the old lady was quite superstitious. Ever since she had a fortune told for her daughter, she'd been especially fond of Zhang Guoqing. Now that their saviors were coming, of course she'd take it even more seriously. Zhengji, do you think they'll be uncomfortable staying here? Should we tidy up the back wing of the courtyard for them? Zhou Xiaozheng shook his head. I've known Zhang Erji since we were kids. I know what he's like. If we prepare a separate place, he'll definitely insist on leaving. Back home, relatives never stay outside the family house. Seeing him take Ping'an back to the study, Aunt Chen quickly whispered to Lin Lishan, "Are there any special dietary requirements?" Seeing her a little anxious, Lin Lishan chuckled. They're the easiest people to get along with. The Zhang family is known for their kindness, and all 5 of their children are easy to talk to. Aunt Chen felt even less reassured, though she didn't show it. It wasn't that she doubted Lin Lishan, she believed the family was kind, but all 5 children easy to get along with? Who is she kidding? Having worked here for so long, Aunt Chen felt more and more that Zhang Guoqing was no ordinary man. If he wasn't capable, would his father-in-law value him so much and take him along on business? Would so many people in the compound like him? The smarter someone is, the harder they are to deal with. Could parents who raised such a son really be that easy? Then she remembered they'd only be staying for a while and felt a bit more at ease. Leaving Aunt Chen's worries aside, old Madame Cheng was racking her brains for ways to make Zhang's parents comfortable. Amidst all the bustle, the day of their arrival in Beijing finally came. The day before, old Madame Cheng had instructed all the children to put aside their work and come meet the in-laws. She didn't want anyone thinking her grandson was without family, and she wanted the Lin family to see it too. The rest of the Cheng family was fine, but the second son, Cheng Siyu, and his wife, who were stationed at the military district in Cheng City, had a hard time. They had to rearrange work and travel overnight. Luckily, the 2 places weren't far apart, or they really wouldn't have made it. On the day, besides the Qing elders, Zhou Xiaozheng and his wife, and little Ping'an going to the station to pick them up, a whole group waited at the Zhou house. When old Master Lin arrived with his family, he saw the Zhou family's living room packed. He turned to Cheng Si. They'd thought that after the new year, only Lin Lishan would visit, and that the relationship was about over. Old Master Lin's intentions were clear to Zhou Xiaozheng. As long as Gu Rui didn't set foot in his house, he'd deal with whatever else came. The car rolled to a stop. Zhang Guoqing saw his parents getting out with the Qing elders and couldn't be bothered with the Lin family, instead slipping over to help Wan Daong and the others. "We can handle it ourselves, you go keep your father company. We won't bother you these days, just call if you need anything, we're on standby 24/7. Zhang Guoqing glanced into the distance and smiled. "My parents are already familiar with everyone. Do you need a ride home? I need to stop by my 3rd grandfather's place first, drop some things off for his family." They hadn't finished talking when old Master Yi and a few other elders strolled over. "Old Cheng, who's arrived?" Old Master Wan laughed. "If I'm not mistaken, it's Xiaowu's parents." Old Master Cheng nodded with a smile and introduced them. "This time, you must stay a while." Old Master Lin chimed in, "Of course. I've been waiting for Xiaozhang to visit." Finally, someone to drink with me. You old Lin, still drinking? How's your health these days? Xiao Zhang, my grandson must have caused you trouble, right? Once you in-laws meet, come over to my place for a drink. My house is in the first row, very close by. All right, I'll be sure to bring Xiaowu over to pay a visit. From the moment he got out of the car, Zhang's father felt unsteady on his feet. He hadn't expected his son's so-called compound to be so grand, more impressive than the provincial one. If it weren't for the Qing elders accompanying him, he'd worry his legs would give out. Now, meeting all these bigwigs, Zhang's father pushed aside his nerves and focused on chatting with the elders. He glanced worriedly at his wife, who was laughing heartily among the women. Oh dear, this silly woman, laughing so loudly. Did she know where she was? My house is next to Old Qing's. Come by when you have time. Xiaowu often visits. Just treat it like your own home. No need to be formal. You make it sound like Xiaowu is closest to you. You're always bossing him around, and you still have the nerve to say that. Zhang's father watched the old men banter with a smile. Suddenly, he felt these people were just like the uncles back in his village, always bickering. Getting used to things here, Xiaozhan? I'm Fang Fei's grandfather. My eldest grandson's mentioned you before. Xiao Fei's getting married during the National Day holiday. Don't forget to come for a drink. Before Zhang's father could reply, Old One laughed. You're handing out invitations everywhere. Will you have enough wine? Your grandson's getting married. You must be thrilled. Old Master Fang smiled at Zhang's father. They all have grandkids to hold, but they don't know how I feel. Every time I see little Ping'an, I get itchy. Aren't you afraid you won't get a chubby grandson next year? I like the sound of that. He glanced at Old Master Yi and laughed. Don't worry, I'd be happy with a granddaughter too. As long as someone calls me great-grandpa, I'm happy. Everyone burst out laughing at that. Old Master Cheng explained to Zhang's father, Xiao Fei is marrying his granddaughter. Zhang's father knew about this. His son had told him about Xiao Shou and the others. He smiled and congratulated the two elders. The elderly gentleman politely declined the invitation to drink together, each taking their grandsons and grandnephews and heading home. Inside the Zhou family's living room, Zhou Xiaozhong signaled Aunt Chen to start serving the dishes. Xiao Wang and a few others fetched extra stools from neighboring homes, finally managing to seat everyone. Soon, 2 tables were filled with food. At the women's table, old Mrs. Cheng beamed as she pulled Zhang's mother to sit beside her, urging her to eat more. At the men's table, old Mr. Cheng and old Mr. Lin introduced their sons and sons-in-law to Zhang's father, who they were meeting for the first time. For a while, everyone toasted each other, and the atmosphere was warm and harmonious. From the moment Shizi and Ziwen entered the compound, their eyes darted around curiously. If they hadn't been in the car, they would have jumped out to explore. At this moment, Ping'an decided to play the role of little host. He left his table and came over to Zhou Jiao, who picked him up and set him at the table. Grinning, he said to Shizi and Ziwen, Big brothers, how come the other brothers and sisters aren't here? Zhang Ziwen asked in surprise, You still remember them? Brother sure too, sister my meow. I remember them all. Seeing them put down their chopsticks, Ping'an imitated his father, waving his hand grandly, Don't be shy, make yourselves at home. Eat and chat. Everyone at the table noticed the scene and looked at him with amusement. Ping'an continued, This dish is really good, you should try it. Want a drink? Zhou Jiao gently patted her son. All right, that's enough mischief. Ping'an wasn't the least bit embarrassed at being exposed. His eyes rolled mischievously as he said to the 2 brothers, After we eat, I'll take you to play. I've saved a lot of good stuff for you. Shizi and Ziwen stifled their laughter. Such a little kid talking like an adult, so funny. Who's taking whom to play anyway? Lin Lishan quickly chimed in, You can play with anything, just don't even think about firecrackers. Your mom will be upset if she sees that. Ping'an sighed, Grandma, you're no fun. Lin Liang looked at him and sighed, Kids grow up so fast. In the blink of an eye, he's talking already. I still remember when he was just a tiny bundle in my arms. For a moment, the group fell silent. With the Zhou and Lin families having grown distant, there were fewer topics to talk about. Many things just couldn't go back to how they were. They wanted to take Ping'an back to our hometown, but I was worried about safety on the road, so I told them to wait until he's a bit older, old Mr. Chung said. Zhang's father nodded at this, raising his glass to toast the old man. You're always so thoughtful. The situation outside really is bad these days. How's everything at home? Zhang's father smiled, pretty good. Besides the monthly rations, we get some harvest from our own yard. We're doing better than most. That's good to hear. Come, let's drink. Old Mr. Lin glanced at his always silent son-in-law, then at Zhang Guoqing, who was busy pouring drinks. He smiled at Zhang's father. I can't drink much, so you go ahead. Zhang's father noticed the tea in the old man's hand, his eyes flickering as he nodded with a smile. It was too hot recently, so we've been staying at the sanatorium. We'll move back in a couple of days and get together with the kids then. Hearing this invitation, Zhang's father finally realized someone was missing and was about to respond when old Mr. Chung cut in. Isn't it a hassle to keep moving back and forth? What do the doctors say these days? My health's fine as long as I'm careful. It's just the kid's mother who hasn't improved. The Russian doctors left a while ago, so we need to find someone new. Zhou Xiaozheng raised his glass and clinked it with his in-laws. Second brother, you and second sister-in-law should stay longer this time and let the kids show their filial piety. Zhang's father didn't stand on ceremony with Zhou Xiaozheng, downing his drink with a smile. Even if you didn't say so, I plan to stay a few more days. It's much more comfortable here than at home. Zhou Xiaozheng laughed. Oh? Willing to leave your home behind? If you ask me, you might as well not go back. I'll figure out a way to transfer your household registration here. Zhang's father quickly waved his hand and said seriously, don't owe anyone favors, it's not worth it. He knew better than anyone how hard it was to transfer a household registration in a county, let alone in a place like this. With Xiao Wu by your side, I'm at ease. The rest at home still need me to keep an eye on things. Isn't there a saying, it's hard to leave your homeland? I still need to visit the village from time to time. If I really moved too far away, I wouldn't feel at peace. Zhou Xiaozheng shook his head at this. Their mindsets were different, so he didn't push further. Even while chatting with old Mr. Chung, old Mr. Lin kept an ear on their conversation. Hearing this, he was tempted. If only he could get Xiao Wu's parents to move over, maybe he could also sort out his own second son's situation. It would be a great opportunity. But no matter how much he wanted it, it was useless. If Zhou Xiaozheng really wanted to help, he would have done it already. Why else would old Mr. Lin still be struggling to get Lin Aidong's transfer sorted out? Speaking of Lin Aidong, his luck really was terrible. With all the personnel changes lately, especially with big city household registrations locked down, no one dared make exceptions. He was still stuck in the same place, waiting for news from home. After several rounds of drinks, the women's table finished early and moved to the sofa to chat. It wasn't until late at night that everyone left, carrying gifts from Zhang's mother. In one of the guest rooms, Zhang's father lay on the bed, eyes closed in thought. He only opened them when his wife came in, watching her closely. Zhang's mother hurried over and whispered in his ear. Xiao Wu said the two families haven't really been in touch since the new year. Even for New Year's greetings, only his mother-in-law went back to her family. Zhang's father smiled and shook his head, signaling her to turn off the light and go to sleep. After a while, the couple lay in bed, unable to sleep. Zhang's mother nudged her husband. Do you think something happened between them? Of course. Didn't you notice the atmosphere at the table tonight? Old Zhou didn't talk to his father-in-law at all, and even our Xiao Wu didn't offer old Mr. Lin any tonic wine. Zhang's mother grumbled, all you care about is the wine. Zhang's father chuckled, silly woman. It's not about the wine. I just thought it was odd that Uncle Lin only drank tea. That tonic wine is good for him, but Xiao Wu didn't mention it at all. That's not like him. Forget it. If they don't want to talk about it, we'll just pretend we don't know. Dear, what kind of official is our in-law anyway? Everyone salutes him when they see him. Zhang's father hesitated for a moment. They have servants at home, so it must be something big. Our youngest is really lucky. I never dreamed our child would live like this. Hey, get some sleep. They're taking us out tomorrow. With that, Zhang's father closed his eyes, but sleep wouldn't come. His youngest always said life was good, But ever since he stepped into this compound, his heart ached. He wasn't like his wife, he didn't know all the ins and outs. To have all those big shots praising his son tonight, he could only imagine how much effort his boy had put in. Everyone has a bit of self-interest, especially those big shots. They wouldn't look at a farm boy differently for no reason. Besides his in-laws' background, his son must have had a tough time making his way here. What's the latest trend these days? It's definitely, what did you eat? This craze has swept across the whole country, from north to south, inside and outside the Great Wall. Old Zhang finally managed to write a complete letter for the first time in his life and send it off to the capital. The message was simple: Xiao Wu, stop sending food coupons. This sudden message left Zhang Guoqing completely baffled. Fortunately, letters from his other siblings soon followed, clearing things up. Recently, several production teams near Zhang Family Village have seen an influx of visitors, where once farmers envied city folk, now city dwellers are humbling themselves, searching for relatives, stepping into rural courtyards and open fields. It's hard not to see the irony. Those who used to look down on poor relatives from the countryside are now trailing behind these so-called country bumpkins. How must that feel? The Zhang family had been farmers for generations, living off hunting and farming. Except for Zhang Guoqing, the exception, the whole family had moved to the county town. At this moment, old Zhang looked at the commotion in a few village households and secretly felt lucky that he and his two brothers didn't have any particularly thick-skinned relatives. He conveniently ignored his troublesome nephews and nieces. Uncle Zhang frowned and scolded the crowd, then followed his second brother to the old team leader's house. "Why did you come back? Look at you, rosy-cheeked, looking younger than our little brother. Don't wander around for no reason at your age. What if something happens on the road? Big brother, you're wrong. I could take on 10 people by myself, no problem." Uncle Zhang shot his second brother a headache-inducing glance. How confident could this guy be? 10 people? Go home. Old Second and Xiaowu's courtyards are already arranged for people to stay in. There won't be any issues. If you have nothing to do, just go back to the capital. Don't hang around in front of me. Old Zhang wasn't offended. He was actually grateful his big brother had arranged for the village's elderly widows and orphans to stay at his son's houses. Otherwise, if families with children had moved in, it would be awkward to ask them to leave later. At the fork in the road, old Zhang watched his brother walk away, hunched over, and shook his head helplessly. Back at the old house, he found his two sons had come over again, and he glared at them in annoyance. "Dad, let's go. It's freezing out here, such a waste of energy." Second brother Zhang quickly tugged at his big brother. Geez, what a way with words. If they weren't careful, their dad might think they were only here to stop the old couple from wasting food. "Dad, it's not right to leave Xiaowu's courtyard empty. You should go back and check if anything's missing." Sure enough, as soon as second brother Zhang said this, Mother Zhang hurriedly pulled her husband to head back to town. Others might not know, but second brother Zhang knew his little brother had stashed quite a bit of private supplies for their parents. Just last month, their dad had him trade 50 jin of rice for coarse grains. If it weren't for their dad and little brother, both his and his big brother's families would be struggling to put food on the table. On the way back, second brother Zhang walked slowly behind old Zhang. He noticed his mother and big brother walking quickly ahead, leaving quite a gap. He whispered to old Zhang, "Uncles was said even the universities in the capital are cutting rations, and even Uncle Zhou's supply has been reduced a lot. Xiao Wu really can't send any more food coupons home." Old Zhang glanced at him and said nothing. Easy for him to say. If he hadn't been supplementing them with coarse grains, they'd probably have already written to the capital for help. But it was true, the youngest son couldn't keep sending food coupons. If he had too much food at home, his daughters-in-law would start getting ideas. Did they think he didn't know the eldest's wife had secretly sent 10 jin of cornmeal to her parents? If second brother's son hadn't kept an eye out, their family would have done the same. Back in the county town, old Zhang refused to stay at either of his other sons' homes. Sons were his own, but daughters-in-law were outsiders. They'd avoid their own husbands, put on fake smiles for the old couple, and constantly talk about their own family's hardships. Did they think he couldn't see through them? He just couldn't be bothered to deal with it. Mother Zhang ignored her son's pleas and insisted on living by themselves. This way, she and her husband could eat what they wanted, and if they wanted to cook something nice for their grandkids, they didn't have to worry about anyone else. With their youngest son leaving them plenty of supplies, she'd be a fool to go suffer with her daughters-in-law. The old couple holed up in their room, finally managing to write a letter after much effort. Yes, they were satisfied. Being able to write themselves was so much more convenient. This letter was especially weighty, filled with the love and care of old Zhang and his wife, and it finally reached Zhang Guoqing ahead of time. When Zhou Jiao saw the letters from second brother Zhang and the others, learning that her in-laws had gone back to live by themselves, she guessed something must have happened to make the old couple uncomfortable. This time, the couple didn't try to persuade them otherwise in their reply. Instead, they wrote to big sister Zhang Meili, asking Ziwen and his brothers to visit the elders often. With kids like Shizi and Ziwen around, their parents wouldn't be lonely, and it would also help ease the burden on Zhang Meili's family. From the clues in the letters, the couple realized that sending food coupons home had made their sisters-in-law jealous and put their parents in a tough spot. Considering the food situation at home, they decided to follow old Zhang's instructions and stopped sending food coupons. This decision made old Zhang breathe a sigh of relief. Especially after seeing all sorts of substitute foods and green algae appearing in the textile factory's cafeteria, the old couple felt secretly glad their youngest son didn't have to scrimp and save to send food coupons home, and hopefully wouldn't have to eat that stuff. Zhang Guoqing indeed didn't have to eat substitute foods, but unfortunately, the food situation at school wasn't getting any better. In fact, it was getting worse. Starting this fall semester, all they had was cornmeal, dried sweet potato, sorghum flour, and buckwheat flour. Even the occasional wheat flour wasn't the usual 85% refined kind, but of course, whole wheat bran-in flour. What's bran-in flour? It means you get 100 g of flour from 100 g of wheat, nothing removed. Swallowing it, you could feel your throat scratch. Even that was rare. The most common staples on the table were cornmeal and buckwheat flour. The flour looked white, but once steamed into buns, it turned black. These coarse grains were improved in the cafeteria by adding all sorts of things, tree leaves, corn cob powder, and other random stuff, making the food even harder and more astringent, with a bitter taste and a hint of sweetness. Worst of all, it caused constipation. In the past, Zhou Jiao could still manage to disguise the black, lumpy steamed buns and veggie dumplings, but this time, she was at a loss. The ingredients were too complicated. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't make anything similar at home. Not long after, in an effort to fill everyone's stomachs, the cafeteria added more varieties, including some substitutes. The most common was a kind of green algae. After eating it, your stomach would burn, then bloat up like a drum, and even passing gas became a problem. Still, at least it helped with hunger. To get more of these foods, many people braved the snow to go to the countryside, returning to school at dusk with their spoils to weigh in at the cafeteria and exchange for food coupons. Luckily, the school no longer forced everyone to eat in the cafeteria. Unless they had to, Zhang Guoqing and his wife avoided the cafeteria as much as possible. Yi Jiafeng and the others were so hungry they'd go home every few days to bring back some dry rations, making soup in their rooms to barely get by. Seeing their classmates getting thinner and thinner, everyone tacitly agreed not to bring any food with a hint of meat back to school. After enduring and waiting for so long, the semester finally came to an end, and at last, it was time for winter break. The local students at school rushed home immediately. Life here was just too tough. This winter was especially cold. In the middle of the night, hungry and freezing, everyone in the dorm would huddle together for warmth. Sometimes, they didn't even dare to get up to pee, afraid that moving would make them even hungrier. For most students, things might not be any better at home. Many families weren't better off than the school. But after being stifled for so long, everyone still clung to the hope of escape. Originally, the class was supposed to follow their professor for an internship at a work unit during the break. But now, not even the teachers mentioned it, and the students scattered in a flash. Zhang Guoqing happily played dumb, telling his classmates that he and his wife were heading back to their hometown in the Northeast. If there really was an assignment, let those teachers come find him in the Northeast if they had the guts. Carrying their luggage, Zhang Guoqing, Zhou Jiao, and a few buddies like Yi Jiafeng cheered loudly as they ran all the way to the small bus station. It hadn't been easy. His wife was practically skin and bones by now. Zhou Jiao stomped her feet anxiously. These idiots. Aren't you afraid of getting caught, being so energetic? Haven't you noticed all the other students from nearby schools look weak and listless? At the station, Zhou Jiao, panting and bracing her hands on her knees, said, "Guys, can we be a little more discreet?" Everyone burst out laughing, but realizing she had a point, they exchanged glances and quieted down. "You're really going home? Well, make sure you get back safely." Zhang Guoqing shook his head with a smile. "Unless something unexpected happens, we're not actually going back." Yi Jiafeng and the others looked crestfallen. What about their meat? Their families were big, unlike the Zhou family, which had Zhou Xiaozhang to make sure everyone got a taste. "The bus is here, let's talk later." Zhang Guoqing helped Zhou Jiao up and led the way. He still needed to check out the black market in Beijing before the year ended. He really had no intention of going home. Near the compound, even Yi Jiafeng didn't go home, insisting on bringing his luggage to the Zhou house first. They planned to discuss how to get through the winter. Who knew when everyone would be together again? A group of them burst into the Zhou family's west wing, luggage in tow. The elders hadn't gotten off work yet, so everyone sprawled out on the heated brick bed, completely unrestrained. Zhou Jiao was used to the scene. She went to the bedroom alone, unpacked, and took her change of clothes to the washroom. Seeing it was still early and Ping'an wasn't home from school yet, she strolled into the living room and saw Aunt Chen had already made 2 bowls of noodles. "There are too many people, I didn't prepare for them. You eat first, then let Xiaowu have some." Zhou Jiao shook her head with a smile. "Auntie, just make some dough drop soup for them to fill their stomachs. They gave us plenty of biscuits recently, don't let them go hungry." "All right." Xiao Fei seems to have something to discuss with Xiaowu. He left a message for him to get in touch as soon as possible. "The chief wants you to stay home and rest, don't go running around." Zhou Jiao nodded. Thinking of Fang Fei, she remembered his wedding this October. It was so simple, just a few vows in the canteen, both of them in military uniforms, and they were married. She and her husband gave 2 yuan each as a wedding gift, and her father gave 5 yuan each to the Yi and Fang families. Thinking of the New Year's money Fang Fei had given Ping'an before, she realized they'd lost out. At this, Zhou Jiao couldn't help but giggle to herself. If anyone knew what she was thinking, they'd say her son took after her. Meanwhile, Zhang Guoqing was in the West Wing, listening to the guys animatedly debating which black market was best. These buddies all knew what they were doing. "All right, that's settled. Next is the meat issue. I've already asked a friend to help with seafood. The price is double the usual. If you want some, speak up now. There's not much, just 10 jin per person. 10 jin isn't even enough to fill the gaps between our teeth. See if you can get more." Wang Deong grumbled at Yi Jiafeng. "Bro, there's nothing I can do. Yellow croaker used to be 40 cents a jin. Now you can't even get it for a yuan on the black market. We can't make things too hard for our contacts." Zhang Guoqing watched them bicker over 10 jin of seafood, amused. In his mind, he remembered the days when sacks and sacks of it cost less than 5 yuan. It really was the difference between heaven and hell. Wang Deong slapped his forehead. "Did we forget to tell him about coming back?" Ding Data laughed. "He already talked to him yesterday, I was there too. But he won't get the news until he's back home." "Not bad, the kid's got potential." Yi Jiafeng brushed Wang Dayong's arm off his shoulder and grinned. "Don't get too excited. Even if there's something, it'll just be a drizzle, nothing much." Aunt Chen came in with a wooden tray. "Fill your stomachs first, don't just sit around chatting." "Auntie, you're so loving. I'm so hungry my back is sticking to my stomach." After being hungry for so long, I almost forgot what an empty belly feels like. Zhang Guoqing got up and left the room, leaving the guys inside. In the living room, he saw a bowl of noodles waiting for him. Why did eating alone feel so satisfying? I'll go out with them later to pick up our son. You go lie down for a bit. Zhou Jiao lowered her voice. Did they come to a decision? They've pretty much worked it out. There's nothing more we can do. Seeing this, Zhou Jiao didn't ask further and told him to hurry up and eat before the noodles got soggy. Early the next morning, Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao, both in disguise, sneaked off to the southern suburbs black market. He'd heard about the place, but had never been there, so he didn't know if it was really the biggest in the city. When they arrived, it was pitch black except for the faint glow of gas lamps. The couple didn't really plan to buy much. After looking around, they saw everything was available. To avoid suspicion, they bought 2 river fish. After asking about a few prices, Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao exchanged shocked glances. It was like a day in the mountains, 100 years in the world. They never imagined prices had soared so ridiculously. It was like paper in Luoyang is worth its weight in gold. No wonder people were reluctant to eat their goods, preferring to trade them instead. A loaf of bread cost 15 yuan, and a jean of biscuits was 10 yuan even with ration coupons. Zhou Jiao's eyes flickered as she looked down, tugging at Zhang Guoqing. In the blink of an eye, a jean of ration coupons couldn't even be bought for 5 yuan anymore. Zhou Jiao couldn't help but be tempted. If she sold the biscuits, she could exchange them for ration coupons, and even after giving up a jean, she'd still make 10 yuan. It was a great deal. Seeing her eager, Zhang Guoqing pulled her into a corner, laid out a black bag on the ground, and placed 2 packs of biscuits on it. Just like that, the couple started their business. Don't be fooled, though Zhou Jiao had supported herself since childhood, she'd never actually run a street stall before. But Zhang Guoqing was an old hand at this and very skilled. Soon, a middle-aged man came over, gestured for a price, and bought 5 packs of biscuits. Zhang Guoqing took 5 packs from the black bag and handed them over, while Zhou Jiao took the money. The couple worked seamlessly together. Their first sale was a success. After selling 20 packs, Zhang Guoqing saw that all the ration coupons he'd gotten were only valid locally for a month. Exchanging them for national coupons would be a hassle, so he switched to trading for goods, bran specifically. He wasn't picky, 1 jean of bran for 3 yuan, no ration coupons needed. As for why he set the price at 3 yuan, it just slipped out. Could he tell anyone it was because he liked collecting 3 yuan notes? Given the high prices everywhere else, his was the lowest. People must really be short on food. Soon, all 100 jean of bran they'd brought as a prop was sold out. Zhou Jiao kept taking the money, marveling at the huge profits. If they weren't worried about attracting too much attention, they could have sold all the bran from their stash and not had to work for the next 10 years. They could just sit back and live off the proceeds. Early in the morning, Zhou Shaoying noticed his daughter was in high spirits, grinning from ear to ear. He reached out and ruffled her hair, thinking to himself how wonderful his Jiao was. Just look at those good genes she inherited. Zhou Jiao leaned in close to her father's ear and whispered, "Dad, prices have skyrocketed. Even rice bran is selling for 3 yuan a jean. Hee, I made over 300 yuan just this morning." Seeing his daughter giggling like a little mouse that had stolen some oil, Zhou Shaoying was left speechless. He could only advise her, "Sweetheart, we come from a scholarly family. Don't take after your grandmother from the Gu family." The Gu family's secret storeroom was already filled with untold wealth. Her grandmother was a shrewd businesswoman, after all. Zhou Shaoying couldn't even imagine his own daughter hunched over an abacus. No, better not to follow in his mother's footsteps. It was too exhausting a way to live. Just look at his daughter now, a life of comfort, more money than she could ever spend. No need to haggle over every penny with outsiders and lose her composure. Zhou Shaoying glanced out at his son-in-law and grandson having a snowball fight in the yard and felt a surge of happiness. His daughter wouldn't share her grandmother's misfortunes. The thought brought a smile to his face. "Grandpa, I won. Ping'an shouted joyfully, his little face already showing the best features of both parents. Anyone could tell he'd grow up to be a handsome young man. In the north, it could snow for days on end, piling up several feet deep. When the snow melted, the ground became treacherously slippery, and it was all too easy to take a nasty fall. Zhang Guoqing, worried about his family slipping, always rushed out to clear the yard as soon as the snow stopped, often doing the work of several people by himself. Now, the shoveled snow was piled up in one spot. After their snowball fight, father and son braved the cold to start building snowmen. "Dad, the smallest one should be mine," Ping'an declared. Zhang Guoqing nodded with a smile. Watching Ping'an use a wok spatula to shovel snow with great focus, he chuckled, "Need a hand?" "No, I can do it," the little guy replied, stubbornly speeding up. This time, Dad was making 4 snowmen, and he only had one to do. He was determined to manage it. Zhou Jiao knew his grandson's stubborn streak all too well. He said, "The more anxious you get, the more likely you are to make mistakes. When things get hectic, it's best to calm down and steady yourself first." Ping'an paused, then circled the snow pile thoughtfully. He set aside his little spatula and dragged out a dustpan from the shed. The family watched from the sidelines, pretending not to notice. Ping'an put the dustpan in place, glanced enviously at the big iron shovel in Zhang Guoqing's hands, compared it to his own height, and sighed. He picked up his little spatula again and started shoveling snow into the dustpan. He easily dragged the full dustpan of snow to the center of the yard. The whole family struggled to hold back their laughter. Even though the dustpan was getting a bit battered from all the dragging, no one said a word to stop him. When Ping'an finally took a break, Zhou Jiao praised him. "Excellent job. Today you learned to think things through and work within your abilities." "That's very good." Ping'an giggled. "When I'm as tall as the big shovel, I'll be able to use it too." "Well said. We shouldn't do anything reckless. Grandpa has to go to work now. Take your time with the snowman. There's no rush." Lin Lishan couldn't help but burst out laughing. These two, grandfather and grandson, were just too funny. Ping'an shook his head at her, making even Zhou Jiao laugh out loud. Happy days made time fly by. While Zhou Jiao and Zhang Guoqing made the rounds at various black markets to earn some extra cash, Zhou Jiao never forgot to bring goodies home for the family. One early morning, after a few days' rest, the couple headed to a black market in a nearby alley, planning to pick up some supplies for the new year while they were at it. No sooner had they squatted down and set out their rice bran than Zhou Jiao's eyelids started twitching uncontrollably. She looked around suspiciously, but the alley was pitch dark, with only a faint glimmer of light. She couldn't see a thing. "Let's go," she said. Zhang Guoqing looked at her in confusion. "Something's not right," she said. The moment he heard that, Zhang Guoqing packed up their things and grabbed her hand, ready to leave. A nearby vendor sidled up and whispered, "Hey, it's not easy for you country folks to come all this way. How about you sell it to me for a bit less? The price is firm. This sack weighs 110 jin. I'll sell it to you for 300 yuan, but only if you take the whole lot," Zhou Jiao replied. The man hesitated, but Zhou Jiao's eyelid was twitching even more fiercely. Annoyed and uneasy, she turned to leave, dragging Zhang Guoqing with her. "All right, I'll take it. With a deal this big, I just needed a moment to think," the man said. Zhang Guoqing quickly counted the money, handed over the goods, and hurried off. Even after they'd walked a good distance and reached the end of the alley, the man was still following them. Zhang Guoqing didn't have time to ask questions, as Zhou Jiao was picking up her pace. Once they were out of the alley, they spotted a breakfast shop open nearby. Without a second thought, Zhou Jiao dropped her disguise and went straight in. "Comrade, 2 bowls of fried liver and 5 fried dough cakes, please," she ordered. She handed over a jin of ration tickets and a yuan note. She wasn't short on Beijing ration tickets these days. If the food was good, she planned to bring some home for the family. When Zhang Guoqing brought over the food, he glanced at the man from earlier, but with so many people around, he didn't ask why the man wasn't setting up his stall in the alley. The couple ate their breakfast slowly, keeping an eye on the street outside. Even after they finished eating, nothing seemed amiss. Zhou Jiao winked at Zhang Guoqing. Maybe her premonition was off? But no, her eyelid had stopped twitching the moment they left that place. Zhang Guoqing smiled. Just as he was about to speak, he heard shouting in the distance. His face stiffened and he said quickly, "My legs cramped. Let's sit a bit longer." He glanced over and saw their sack of rice bran sitting brazenly under the man's table. He shot the man a look. What luck to have benefited from his wife's intuition. "Don't run. If you keep running, your crime will only get worse. You on the left, one more step, and I won't be polite." Soon, shouts and the sound of running feet echoed down the street. Zhang Guoqing hooked the sack with his foot and kicked it further under the man's table. The man smiled and nodded at him, and Zhang Guoqing nodded back. Whether it was fear of being reported or something else, not a single person tried to hide in the breakfast shop. After about an hour, things finally calmed down. They watched as a group of people, tied together, were led away. Only then did the couple get up, grab their packed breakfast, and leave the shop. After walking for a while, Zhang Guoqing couldn't hold back any longer. He turned and said, "Uncle, are you planning to follow us all the way home? Isn't that sack heavy?" "Haha, I was just curious. Why do you two keep heading the same way as me?" "I'll turn at the next corner. Don't tell me you're going that way too." Even if they were, Zhang Guoqing would never admit it. Who knew what this man was thinking, following them all this way? If his wife hadn't disguised herself so well that even he barely recognized her, he'd be worried about being exposed. "After you," then Zhang Guoqing said, pulling his wife aside to let the man go first. After circling around to make sure it was safe, the couple changed back into their disguises and headed home. If you walk by the river often, your shoes are bound to get wet. After this scare, the couple finally decided to take a break from their side hustles and focus on getting ready for the new year at home. After the summer frenzy and the sky-high prices on the black market, a batch of sugar and flour was finally imported into the country before the new year. This brought some much-needed joy to everyone. With the market now offering high-priced pastries and candies, and a number of expensive restaurants opening up, many families with savings were able to ease their immediate worries. Department stores and food shops were packed with people jostling for space, and the counters were crowded with citizens eager to buy these pricey treats. But in the end, these were still luxury items. Milk candies cost 6 yuan per jean, and pastries 5 yuan. When you did the math, the prices weren't much lower than the black market. It didn't take long before even high-income earners found it hard to keep up with such spending, let alone families already struggling to make ends meet. The once bustling high-end restaurants were now nearly deserted, looking empty and forlorn. With each dish starting at 4 or 5 yuan, and some going for 20 or 30, it really wasn't something ordinary people could afford. Zhou Jiao didn't know what others thought, but as for herself, she clung to her mother and refused to let her go. "Mom, seriously, don't go. Whatever you want to eat, just tell me, I'll cook it for you, and you can eat to your heart's content. We just want to have a look." Zhou Jiao shook her head firmly. "I'm afraid I won't be able to stop you, and then you'll regret it so much you won't sleep at night." With the average worker's monthly salary barely enough for a single dish, this kind of curiosity just wasn't worth it. At first, the fat sheep with money to burn came in droves, but now even the foolish ones had stopped coming. She'd have to be crazy to join in just to please her mother. Never mind the supplies they had at home. Just her father's special rations alone meant there was no need to go to any expensive restaurant. When had her mother ever had to lower her standard of living? It was just irrational. As the year of the rat drew to a close, the bullish year of the ox was about to begin. Another new year was here. No matter how carefully Zhou Jiao prepared, the festive atmosphere just wasn't what it used to be. After a big family New Year's Eve dinner, they welcomed the first day of the Lunar New Year with visits and greetings. Gone were the days of clasped hands and bows with Gong Xie Kai, wishing you prosperity. Whether it was a group visit or friends and relatives dropping by, it was now just a nod and a Happy New Year. Zhou Jiao guessed that apart from safely receiving their New Year's money, all the children in Beijing now greeted their parents with "Hello, Comrade Dad," and "Hello, Comrade Mom," and the old custom of giving lucky money was practically abandoned.
As you know, on this channel, we don't leave stories unfinished, we go all the way to the final page. So if you're enjoying the journey so far, make sure to like the video, subscribe for the full series, and share it with someone who loves a great story as much as you do. And if you'd like to go even deeper, there's now a website linked below where you can unlock an exclusive bonus chapter, a little extra beyond what you'll hear here today. Check the details in the description or pinned comment, and now, let's get back into the story.
The collective New Year was just like last year. The temple fairs and amusement parks in the city couldn't recapture their former glory. After the Spring Festival, the number of well-dressed people on the streets seemed to dwindle with hunger, and you'd only see a few in the expensive restaurants. Most people hurried along, and the leisurely strollers of the past were nowhere to be seen. Once the first month was over, Zhang Dad's third letter arrived. Inside the envelope, along with 2 pages written by Shizi on his behalf, was a personal note in Zhang Dad's own handwriting. He told his eldest son and daughter-in-law that, worried about their grain supply being exposed, he'd asked Zhao Chuangang for help and managed to exchange most of their fine grains for coarse grains in the provincial capital, then swapped those for grain coupons, making several times the profit. Now, no one was as well off as he was, and if his eldest son ever needed grain, he just had to say the word. Zhou Jiao smiled as she read. Her father-in-law really was something. Avoiding Zhao Dashan and going straight to her godfather, what a clever move. And looking at those neat, upright characters, he really was a talented man. What? My dad's always known a lot of characters, it's just that he used to write in traditional script, and his writing was a bit rough. Now that Shizi and the others are around, what's so hard about simplified characters? Don't forget, he personally kept the family's account books when we split up. Zhang Guoqing was quick to defend his father's literacy. Zhou Jiao smiled, lips pressed together. Dad is impressive. Otherwise, how could he have swapped fine grains for coarse ones all those years and kept the family fed? I didn't expect that while we were making a profit here, he was making a killing over there. Zhang Guoqing nodded with a grin, carefully finished reading the letter, folded it, and put it in a box for Zhou Jiao to store away. Secrets like these couldn't see the light of day. Thinking of what Shizi mentioned in the letter, Zhou Jiao couldn't help but feel sorry for women. Do you think 10 jean of cornmeal is really enough to marry a pretty girl? She didn't wait for Zhang Guoqing to answer, just looked ahead. She was being silly. How could something like that be faked? As the head of a household, whether it was for settling down or for a daughter's future, it wasn't a bad solution. Zhang Guoqing didn't want outside affairs to affect his wife's mood. He picked her up and praised, "Wife, you're so smart. These days you need a ticket for everything, you don't have to worry at all." Talking about supplies, Zhou Jiao grew a bit smug. The best stuff is still the old goods from Huaihai, so affordable. Once the canteen is disbanded, all those pots and knives inside can be traded for a lot. Little penny pincher. The couple were joking around when they heard Madame Cheng Ruju, and Aunt Chen chatting outside. Zhou Jiao got up from Zhang Guoqing's arms, straightened her clothes, and followed him out of the room. "Auntie, little aunt." After greeting them, Zhou Jiao noticed the bundles on the floor and looked at Madame Cheng and her daughter. "Let's talk inside," the old lady said, asking Aunt Chen to tidy up as she led them into the living room. "What's going on?" Qing Ruju said lightly, "Just a little something for our Ping'an." "Don't refuse, I know you don't lack anything, but this is from the heart." Seeing Zhou Jiao about to refuse again, Madame Cheng smiled. "All right, listen to me. You two have been quietly helping out Xiaoyu and his brothers. Did you think your little aunt didn't know? We're all family, don't be so polite." Qing Ruju nodded. "Pushing things back and forth just makes us strangers. Your uncle even asked me to bring him some dumplings. He said he finished all the ones you made." Everyone laughed at that. "You two really don't stand on ceremony." "We can't afford to. Several of someone's colleagues have swelling in their legs and are relying on hospital recovery powder. Xiaoyu and his brother's school is so poor they're eating tree leaves." Zhang Guoqing smiled. "Why didn't you bring the cousins over today, little aunt?" He really didn't want bad news from outside to upset his wife, so he changed the subject. Qing Ruju didn't want the kids coming over all the time. How could they keep eating at their big brother's house and feel good about it? She smiled. Once school starts in a few days, you won't see even their shadows. For now, their grandpa wants them to keep him company. After chatting for a while, Zhang Guoqing remembered some rumors she'd heard. She glanced at everyone, hesitating whether to speak. If she didn't, she worried the kids wouldn't know. If she did, she was afraid it would upset them. Zhou Jiao noticed her expression and lowered her eyes, knowing it must be about the Lin family. She'd heard some rumors too, but didn't expect even Zhang Guoqing, all the way in the north of the city, to know. After thinking it over, Zhang Guoqing decided not to say anything for now, planning to tell the old lady later. As long as it didn't involve her big brother's family, it was fine. Actually, even Madame Cheng knew there was no need for Zhang Guoqing to worry so much. The Lin family always made a big scene out of everything, as if they were afraid no one would notice. This time, Lin Aigua, the eldest son, had been ruined by his own mother, and the family was falling apart. After all the hardships her son had gone through to come home alive, instead of letting him take care of the wife who'd waited for him all those years, she clung to him every day and wouldn't let him go home. What kind of mother does that? Outsiders might think Gu Rui, that old woman, was seriously ill and wanted her son by her side. But Madame Cheng knew full well that she was just being spiteful. If she didn't stir up trouble, how could she show she was the head of the family? Well, now she got what she wanted. The eldest daughter-in-law refused to serve the Lin family anymore. That's karma. As dusk fell, deep in a narrow alley in the north of the city, a small courtyard was filled with the aroma of dinner. In the kitchen, Qin Jingru carefully smoothed out the heaping sorghum flour in a small bowl. Her mother, old Madame Qin, sat by the stove tending the fire. Seeing her daughter's careful movements, she sighed, put in a little more. We will be coming over soon. Don't let the child go hungry. Qin Jingru nodded gently, but her hands didn't change their movements. Jingru, what are you really planning? If you really get divorced, life won't be easy. That wretched old woman, how much longer can she live? Just outlast her, and things will get better for you. Qin Jingru's hand paused as she set down the bowl. She glanced at her mother with guilt, lips pressed tightly together, saying nothing. Forget it, I can't control you. You never listen anyway. The neighbors all envy you, but who knows you're the one having the hardest time at home. If I'd known, I'd never have let you marry into the Lin family. And you never listened. You were doing so well in college, why did you have to go so far away? If you hadn't met Shaolin, you wouldn't have suffered all these years. Now your niece says she doesn't want to go to school, so I told your second sister-in-law to just let her be. Too much schooling makes girls silly. What's the point? Better to start working early and earn some money. Women, after all, can't compare to men. Qin Jingru listened to her mother's rambling, her thoughts drifting back through the years with every word. Sigh. What's the use thinking about all this? She shook her head hard, took out some dried wild greens, and finally chopped them. Thinking about how the family would be eating thin porridge again tonight, she couldn't help but worry. What if her son went hungry? And Lindsay, who knows how she's doing? She was never close to us, and now that we haven't sent her any grain coupons, she'll probably resent us even more. Qin Jingru frowned and said softly, let's not mention her at home. My sisters-in-law don't like to hear about her. I've already sent her some. She won't go hungry. Old Madame Chen studied her daughter's face, choosing her words carefully. Don't blame your sisters-in-law. Lindsay was raised by her grandmother and never felt close to us. Now she's asking for 50 pounds of grain coupons. No wonder your sisters-in-law are unhappy. Look how well they treat, shall we? It's not about favoring boys over girls. I know. I didn't raise my own child well, why blame them? That's good. Life's hard for everyone. Not just now, even in the past, our family couldn't spare so many grain coupons. It's only since your eldest brother got promoted last year that things have gotten a bit better. Hearing this, Qin Jingru felt both bitter and amused. What kind of promotion was being a factory director? But she knew her mother was illiterate and didn't bother explaining. After talking so much, old Madame Chen felt she'd said enough. As long as her daughter understood the family's difficulties and didn't blame her own family, that was enough. Truth be told, Even she didn't want her grandchildren to get too close to that granddaughter. Usually, she didn't care about the snide remarks from the in-laws, but when it came to real harm, that was another matter. How heartless must someone be to hurt their own cousin? Luckily, her grandson hadn't gotten involved with that girl, or who knows what trouble might have come. Just thinking about that granddaughter's temperament, old Madame Chen wished she'd stay in the Northwest and never come back. Otherwise, her eldest grandson might get dragged into trouble too. Why did that girl hurt her own cousin? Wasn't it just jealousy over someone else's better life? Qin Jingru didn't know her mother's thoughts, but she did know her family felt ashamed and didn't want to talk about it. She lifted the pot lid, saw the water boiling, and quickly tossed in the wild greens. Is Shell in here? Don't bring anything over next time. How's your father-in-law? My dad wanted to come see you, but I stopped him. He just got over a cold. When he's better, you two can get together. When you get old, you're like a worn-out machine, no worse. Machines can be fixed, but people can't. Hearing her husband and son-in-law chatting outside, old Madame Chen pursed her lips. What's there to be so happy about? The precious Lin family, always making a fuss over a little cold. Who doesn't get sick in winter? But looking at her daughter, she stood up and took the ladle. Go on out. Your father will start yelling for you soon. Qin Jingru was pushed aside, but she stood there unmoving. Don't be stubborn. The original couple is always best. Your father won't let you get divorced, so give up on that idea. Listen to him laughing out there like a fool, like he's never seen a son-in-law before. Jingru, bring out a few bowls. Let your mother handle things in here, you hear? Old Madame Chen waved the ladle fiercely toward the door. See? That old man never changes, makes me do all the work. One day I'll stop cooking and let him go hungry. Maybe I should be the one divorcing him. Marrying a man, what good has it ever done me? Qin Jingru couldn't help but smile, lips pressed tight as she turned to fetch 2 bowls and some chopsticks. Old Qin lit up when he saw his daughter come out, grinning from ear to ear. He turned to Lin Aigua, showing off. She's such a filial child, always busy helping as soon as she arrives. Dad, have some wine. Qin Jingru opened a lunchbox to find pig's head meat and another filled with cabbage and shredded pork. She couldn't describe the feeling. How long had it been since her son had tasted such food? She wanted to save half for her son, but after hesitating, she gave up the idea. We will be here soon. After dinner, you should all head back. Jingru, I won't keep you. There's not enough food at home. You'd better go back. Old Qin and his son-in-law had a few drinks. Seeing the couple still not talking, he grew anxious. He spoke up. These two were just too stubborn. If they had issues, they could fight at home, but in the end, they still had to live together. Divorce? What's so special about that? His foolish daughter had been a widow for so many years. Now that her husband was finally back, who would let her get divorced? The son-in-law had come so many times already, enough was enough. Dad, it's all my fault. Jingru, come home. Without you, everything's a mess. If you're angry, take it out on me, but don't keep silent. How can I know what to fix if you don't say anything? Qin Jingru glanced at him, then turned and went back to her room. She didn't even want to go to the kitchen, lest her mother start nagging again. The small room had 2 wooden beds, barely enough space to turn around. Even so, her 2 nieces shared one bed so she could have her own. Thinking of this, Qin Jingru stood at the door, a bit lost. She really couldn't stay here any longer. Old Qin saw his daughter leave without a word. He patted his son-in-law's shoulder and said meaningfully, "Take care of your own wife. When you're old, it's your wife who's closest. Go home and live well together. When Xiaowei comes back, I'll find a way to send her home too." Every couple argues, but the key is not to let each other's hearts grow cold. Once that happens, it's too late for anything. He took a sip of wine, glanced at his silent son-in-law, and continued. I'm not just bragging about my daughter. Over the years, so many people wanted her to remarry, but she refused. Back then, Xiaowei wasn't even in school yet, and people came with all kinds of offers. But she said she'd never thought of her own happiness. She had to care for your parents too. She's lived with your family all this time. Thinking of this, Old Qin felt a pang. He knew his in-laws looked down on their family, so except for necessary occasions, he never let his family visit the Lin house. His daughter was stubborn, who knew how much she'd suffered at her in-laws. "Dad, I know Jingru's had a hard time all these years. She's taken on all my responsibilities. I've let her down, making her suffer so much." Old Chin waved his hand. The son-in-law could talk, but if he'd really done what he said, would his daughter be clamoring for divorce now that he was finally back? He didn't want to say more. But his poor grandson still needed a father. Xiaohui's had it tough too. When he was 5 or 6, he told his mother that people called him a fatherless bastard. "Don't think he's distant with you, he wants to be close. Spend more time with him. In a few years, when he's working, you won't even have time to talk." After saying this, Old Chin saw his son-in-law lost in thought and didn't want to say more. He couldn't say he was satisfied with his son-in-law. If not for his daughter, he wouldn't bother with him. Even after coming back alive, the man barely visited except for holidays. At dinner time, the Chin family and Lin Dinghui came back one after another. After dinner, Lin Dinghui sat in a chair with a book, occasionally glancing at his father chatting with his uncles, then lowering his head to read again. Seeing it was getting late, Old Chin told his wife to pack up their daughter's things, called his daughter out, handed the bag to his grandson, and ushered the family out the door, waving them off. Watching his sister's family leave, the eldest Chin son said worriedly, "Dad, what if little sister goes to stay somewhere else? If she really doesn't want to go back, let her be. She has a job and a son, what's there to be afraid of?" The youngest son agreed, "Dad, you shouldn't have let little sister go back with her husband if Xiaohui's grandpa didn't come to fetch her." Old Chin glared at them. "Stop talking nonsense. How many times has your brother-in-law come already? Do you really want your sister to spend the rest of her life alone?" The youngest son grumbled, "Why come only now? What was he doing all this time?" The eldest son, seeing their father's glare, slapped his brother enough. "You want outsiders to laugh at us? Get inside." The family went back inside, but Old Chin still stood at the door uneasy. Even when it was too dark to see, he kept looking ahead. After what his youngest son said, he didn't know if he'd done the right thing. He could only hope his son-in-law would take his words to heart and treat his daughter and grandson well. After some time, Old Chin noticed that whenever his daughter came home, she no longer asked to stay for a few days, and his grandson said his mother was doing well, so he finally felt relieved. But what Old Chin didn't know was, with old Madame Lin as her mother-in-law, his daughter would never have an easy life. Mother-in-law and daughter-in-law battles have always been fierce and drawn out. Who wins or loses depends on the man caught in the middle. As for the future, who can say? Everyone has their own path to walk. The long icicles hanging from the eaves had disappeared, little green shoots were sprouting from the wastelands on the outskirts of the city, and the willows by the riverbank were budding. The breeze that brushed against their faces was now gentle, no longer biting cold. In the blink of an eye, winter had passed, and spring had finally arrived, albeit late, for Louis. With spring's arrival, it was finally possible to go out and dig up wild vegetables to fill their stomachs. This time, there was no need for a school announcement. Students automatically streamed out of the school gates and into the wild. But as it turned out, they weren't the only ones with this idea. All around the outskirts, you could see elderly people, women, and children wandering about with empty baskets in hand. It was only when they got closer that everyone realized this spring, which had brought so much hope, had very little wild food left to offer. Last year, no one had the luxury of worrying about the environment when they were starving. It wasn't the people's fault. When you're so hungry you'd eat dirt, who has the energy to think about ecological preservation? As a result, last year's wild vegetables had been dug up so thoroughly that hardly any seeds were left behind. This year, there were even fewer wild greens than the year before. The elm trees, once seen as life-saving trees by many, had been stripped of their bark and left to die. Even the ones that survived stood bare, with barely a leaf left on them. With nothing left to eat, many people turned their attention to the ponds and the small rivers and creeks nearby. The water plants swaying in the pond, the duckweed floating on the surface, and the snails, clams, river crabs, loaches, and eels in the creeks. But the water was still freezing cold, and every year, many people drowned in those ponds. Filling your stomach was one thing, but risking your life for it was another. No one dared to go in. Still, not going into the water didn't mean giving up. Plenty of people used bamboo poles and rakes to try and fish out whatever they could from around the water plants and duckweed. Even more people flocked to the creeks within a 10-mile radius, searching for snails and clams. If they were lucky, they might catch a few river crabs, loaches, or eels. But as more and more people joined in, the catch grew smaller and smaller. After hours of searching, they'd come back with only a few ounces. Spring had come, but food was still scarce. For the sake of survival, the school finally issued a call: reclaim land and grow your own vegetables. This time, the entire school responded enthusiastically. Unlike supporting rural areas, this was something that directly benefited themselves. Many students and teachers had already set their sights on the vacant lots and rubble-strewn spaces within the campus. As soon as the announcement was made, students from every class rushed out in groups of 3 or 5, searching for the best plots to claim before anyone else could. Xiao Wu, why are you guys so slow? If you don't hurry, all the good spots will be taken. Zhang Guoqing saw Yi Jiafeng's anxious face and quickened his pace with the others, secretly scoffing at these kids who'd never farmed before. No matter how good a plot you claimed, the harvest would all go to the cafeteria anyway. Their class had plenty of capable people. The sharp ones had already picked their spots. As long as it wasn't a patch full of rocks, it would do. By now, they'd probably already staked their claim. Once the land was divided up among the departments and classes, the grand reclamation effort began. With the whole school pitching in, there weren't enough hoes and shovels to go around. Everyone made do with whatever tools they could find. If all else failed, they just used their bare hands. Aside from the main classes, all their time and energy was poured into these little plots of land. Everyone hoped to get the land ready, sow the seeds, and see a harvest as soon as possible. Days passed. With hope sown in the ground, everyone would stop by their plot whenever they had a free moment. The day they saw the first tender shoots, the whole class was filled with laughter. You reap what you sow. After a few spring rains, in less than half a month, fresh green vegetables poked their heads above the soil. The harvest brought hope. Laughter echoed throughout the campus. When spinach, bok choy, radishes, scallions, and chives finally made it to the cafeteria tables, people were so moved they couldn't bear to swallow each bite. Even without oil or meat, everyone ate with relish. And in the cafeteria, the coarse grains no longer had to be mixed with all sorts of strange, unpalatable things. Life was finally getting a little better. After a few rounds of spring vegetables, they planted eggplants, beans, potatoes, and other crops. With harvests coming one after another, students no longer felt so weak with hunger that even climbing the stairs was a struggle. With classes and farm work alternating, the semester flew by. As the semester ended and the holidays began, perhaps for safety reasons, students whose families were far away were advised not to leave campus unless they had special permission from their counselor. Zhang Guoqing, with the necessary paperwork and permission from Counselor Xiao Wu, left campus with the others, leaving his classmates behind to continue farming and doing experiments. He couldn't quite describe how he felt. Only when the situation was truly dire and transportation was blocked would such measures be taken. What was happening outside, he didn't know. Were his distant relatives really as well as their letters claimed? Were his parents truly doing fine? After returning home with the group, Zhang Guoqing dropped off his luggage, greeted Zhou Jiao, and immediately headed for the train station. He wanted to ask Lu Ming in person about the situation. Before he even reached the station, he heard the loudspeakers blaring the same message over and over: "Comrades, please do not go to Baosher. You need food coupons to eat in Baosher. You need food coupons to eat in Baosher." Standing at the station again, looking at everything around him, Zhang Guoqing didn't need to think. He could see that compared to last year, the number of people heading north had surged again. "You're looking for Brother Lu? Is it urgent?" "I know you're Zhang Guoqing. Want me to pass on a message?" "He won't be here until next weekend at the earliest." Zhang Guoqing smiled. It's nothing urgent. I just haven't gone back and wanted to ask how things are at home. My parents always say everything's fine, but I can't help worrying. The other man leaned in and whispered, You see all these people? It's packed, everyone's heading north. On my way here, I heard the relocation station sends off a batch of people every day and a new batch arrives right after. Zhang Guoqing quietly asked, Have you heard if things are chaotic in the county towns down south? The man patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry. Every intersection is guarded. Otherwise, where do you think all those refugees at the relocation station come from? They're all caught. Don't worry, just another 2 or 3 months. Once it gets cold, no one will dare come. Zhang Guoqing nodded with a smile. He knew there was no point asking more, and he didn't want to waste the man's time. He'd only come for some peace of mind. Thanks, man. No need. I won't keep you, I've got things to arrange. I'll be off. After they parted, Zhang Guoqing didn't rush home. He wandered slowly among the crowd, listening intently to the conversations, the debates, and the parents instructing their children. Thanks to his sharp hearing, Zhang Guoqing overheard many private conversations. Looking at the children among the crowd, he felt a chill run down his spine. Even if they made it safely to the north, after the hot summer would come a brief autumn, and then the long, harsh winter. How would these children, lacking warm clothes and enough food, survive? No, I can do it myself. The little guy stubbornly quickened his pace, determined to build his own snowman after his dad had already made 4. The rest of the family watched quietly, not offering to help, just observing. Ping'an set down the dustpan, glanced enviously at the iron shovel in Zhang Guoqing's hand, compared it to his own height, and sighed regretfully. Then he picked up his little spatula and continued shoveling snow into the dustpan. We need to go, she said. Ever since Zhang Guoqing came back from the train station that day, scenes from what he'd witnessed kept replaying in his mind. To keep his wife from worrying, he didn't dare mention a single word about it. Zhou Jiao had always had a soft spot for children, a kind of psychological weakness. Zhang Guoqing was afraid she'd stubbornly insist on helping those kids herself, even at the risk of exposing their secret. So, to keep her away from outside troubles, he used the excuse that their son hadn't had time alone with them in a while, and ended Ping'an's time at the nursery early, bringing him home to be with them. Sure enough, once their son was home, Zhou Jiao's attention shifted completely to his early education. Zhou Jiao was a diligent and devoted mother. Ever since Ping'an had learned the 1,000-character classic, the fables and picture books she used to make for him no longer satisfied his hunger for knowledge. The children's newspapers and magazines they subscribed to were so well-read the pages were fraying. Bedtime stories were no longer enough. He was now obsessed with listening to storytelling performances. Not wanting to waste her child's talent, Zhou Jiao threw herself back into writing books for him. This time, without the need for illustrations, her progress was much faster. She had no experience in educating children, and since it wasn't something she could discuss openly, after much thought, she decided to write a children's book based on the 36 stratagems. Fortunately, Ping'an's comprehension was more than up to the task. Her efforts weren't wasted. The 3 of them settled into a quiet, simple life, only going out when absolutely necessary. When the telegram from the northeast arrived, Zhou Jiao couldn't imagine what could be important enough for her in-laws to spend the money. Mom always says sending a telegram costs 3 cents a word, and unless the sky is falling, not to send one. What's going on? Just 6 words. Dad says don't come home. Zhang Guoqing shook his head. Dad's probably worried we'll spend money coming back, and the road isn't safe. We'll know more when their letter arrives. Lin Lishan, nearby, laughed. Gave me a scare. At least they're not telling you to hurry home. Anshin glanced at her, this woman, and her mouth. She quickly added, exactly. If they told you to hurry home, that'd be bad news. Don't come home means everything's fine, nothing to worry about. Zhang Guoqing smiled. If his father didn't want him to come home, it was probably about saving on travel expenses, or maybe there was something going on that would put him in a difficult spot. With food to spare and his parents safe and sound, he couldn't be bothered to guess further. Seeing that everything was fine, Lin Lishan asked, "I'm going shopping. Want to come with me and Mom?" Zhou Jiao glanced outside and shook her head. "It's too hot. You go with Aunt Chin." "Grandma." Ping'an ran over and hugged her leg. "I haven't been out in ages." Lin Lishan saw him winking at her behind Zhou Jiao's back and smiled knowingly, winking back. She quickly scooped him up, grabbed her bag, and called for Aunt Chin to come along. Watching them hurry off, Zhou Jiao shook her head helplessly. With her mom's thoughts written all over her face, how could she not know what was going on? Standing under the eaves, the sun blazed like fire, the air was stifling, and even the wind brought waves of heat. The cicadas buzzing only made it feel hotter. She retreated into the bedroom. "If you're worried, just go back and check on them," she said to Zhang Guoqing. Now that they were alone, Zhang Guoqing didn't care about the heat. He pulled her onto his lap. "It's too much trouble. As long as Mom and Dad have enough to eat and wear, they'll come see us if they miss us." Zhou Jiao swatted away his wandering hands. "Fine. So, what's your plan now?" Zhang Guoqing looked at her with a hint of grievance. "I just want to spend some time alone with you." With their son always around and visitors coming and going, their private time had been completely taken over. What about his benefits? "All right, I won't go back with Dad. We'll go to the seaside later." With all the people coming and going, now that it's finally quiet, don't tell me you can't handle it. Zhang Guoqing winked at her and whispered, "As long as I have you, that's enough." Zhou Jiao shot him a sidelong glance. "Look at you. Baby, you're so blessed. With no one else around, we can spar every day. So, what moves do you like?" Tell me." Zhou Jiao blushed furiously. Shameless. If Zhang Guoqing hadn't said anything, it would have been fine, but now that he had, he got excited seeing her cheeks flush red. He couldn't help himself and carried her to the bed. "Wait, we still have to eat later." Zhang Guoqing silenced her with a kiss. That was it. Who cares about food? He'd been starving for so long. In the dorm, even the slightest movement could be heard next door, and at home, their son monopolized his wife. For half a year, he'd barely gotten a taste. Zhou Jiao struggled to free her mouth, panting. "Did you lock the door?" "It's locked ages ago." Zhang Guoqing looked at his wife, her eyes misty, her skin flushed. He quickly slipped off her dress, her fair and delicate skin making his heart race. He lowered his head to kiss her eyes, his left hand slipping off her clothes, tracing her curves. Listening to her soft moans, he couldn't hold back any longer. Zhou Jiao was tossed up and down, her arms wrapped around Zhang Guoqing's neck, eyes half open. "Brother, it's so hot, I can't take it." "Can't take it already?" "Looks like she still needs more training." "Almost done." "Almost? How long is that?" Zhou Jiao felt like a rag doll, tossed and turned until she was half dead. As she fainted, she thought, men on the king really can't be trusted. When she woke again, Zhang Guoqing was grinning at her. Zhou Jiao pinched his waist hard. "Easy, baby. Don't put your pants on and deny everything. You're the one who said you wanted more. Poor brother is exhausted." Zhou Jiao hurriedly covered his mouth, blushing. "Nonsense. I did not." Right, whatever you say." Zhang Guoqing was in a great mood. No matter what his wife thought, he still had to coax her. Next time, he'd guide her again and try out the rest of the moves. Seeing him grinning, Zhou Jiao couldn't be bothered to argue. She glanced at her watch and her face changed. "How did I sleep so long? Is it dark outside? This is so embarrassing." Feeling guilty, Zhang Guoqing quickly said, "I'll just say you didn't sleep well last night because our son kept you up, so I gave you some milk and let you nap this afternoon." "You're the one who drank milk." "Unbelievable, making your son take the blame." Zhang Guoqing just grinned foolishly. Not only had his son taken the blame, he'd also lost his benefits. From now on, he'd have to sleep in his own little bed. He didn't dare push his luck any further. "Did Ping'an come looking for me?" "He did, but when he saw you sleeping soundly, he took his book and went to find Dad." Zhou Jiao noticed she was clean and dressed and gave him a smile. Not bad, at least she hadn't embarrassed herself in front of her son. Zhang Guoqing quickly changed the subject and urged her to eat. If they delayed any longer and she found bruises on herself, that would be trouble. It was evening. In a small courtyard deep in an alley in the north of the city, Qin Jingru was carefully smoothing down a heaping bowl of sorghum flour in the kitchen. Her mother, old lady Qin, was sitting by the stove feeding the fire. She sighed when she saw her daughter put in a bit more. We will be coming over later, don't let the child go hungry. Old lady Qin studied her daughter's expression and chose her words carefully. Don't hold it against your sisters-in-law. Lindsay was raised by her grandmother, so she's not close to us. Now she wants 50 pounds of ration coupons, no wonder your sisters-in-law are upset. Look how close they are to shall we, it's not about favoring boys over girls. I know. I didn't raise my own child well, why blame my sisters-in-law? That's good. Life's not easy for anyone. Even in the past, our family couldn't spare so many ration coupons. It's only because your eldest brother got promoted last year that things are a bit better now. Truth be told, it wasn't just her daughters-in-law. She herself didn't like her granddaughter mixing with that child. Usually, it was fine to look down on the other side of the family or speak sarcastically, who would take offense at a child. But to actually harm someone, that was too much, too cruel. Luckily, her own grandkids didn't have much to do with that girl, or who knows what might have happened. Just thinking about her granddaughter's temperament, old lady Qin wished she'd stay far away in the northwest and never come back. Otherwise, who knows, her eldest grandson might get into trouble too. Why did that girl harm her own cousin? Just because she was jealous of someone else's better life. Her eldest grandson was doing well, and that made her uncomfortable. In the kitchen, old lady Qin heard her husband chatting with their son-in-law outside and curled her lip. What's he so happy about? As if the Lin family is so precious. A cold? Everyone gets a headache or fever in winter. Don't be stubborn. It's best for a couple to stay together. Your dad won't let you get divorced, so give up on that idea. Listen to that old fool laughing like an idiot. TSK. Like he's never seen a son-in-law in 8 lifetimes. Shiru, bring out a few bowls. Let your mother handle things in here, you hear me? Old lady Qin waved the ladle fiercely toward the door. Hear that? That old fool never changes, makes me do all the work. One day if I stop cooking, he can go eat cold wind. Maybe I should be the one divorcing your dad. Marrying a man, what good days does it bring? Qin Jingru pursed her lips and chuckled quietly, then turned to fetch 2 bowls and chopsticks from the kitchen. Old Qin beamed when he saw his daughter come out. He turned to Lin Igua, showing off, see how filial she is? Always busy as soon as she arrives. Dad, have some wine. Qin Jingru opened the lunchbox and saw pig's head meat and another box full of cabbage and shredded pork. She couldn't describe how she felt. How long had it been since her son tasted something like this? The small room had 2 wooden beds squeezed together, barely enough space to turn around. Even so, her 2 nieces shared a bed to leave one for her. Thinking of this, Qin Jingru stood at the door, a little lost. I'm not just bragging about my daughter. All those years ago, so many people tried to get her to remarry, but she refused. Back then, Shelby wasn't even in school yet, and people put in so many good words for her. But she said she'd never abandon her family, and she'd take care of your parents too. She's been living with your folks all these years. Old Qin saw his son-in-law deep in thought and didn't say more. He couldn't say he was really satisfied with his son-in-law. If not for his daughter, he wouldn't bother with him. After all this time back, the man only visited on holidays. Seeing it was getting late, Old Qin told his wife to pack up their daughter's things and called his daughter out. He didn't say much, just handed the bag to his eldest grandson and pushed the family out the door, waving them off. As Zhang Guoqing reminisced about Dakingshan, the various brigades at the foot of the mountain Zhangjiao village, were suddenly plunged into a perilous crisis. A black bear had appeared. Third grandpa, 2 loafers from Xiaolin village were killed by a black bear up in the mountains. A young man from the village came running across the fields, shouting at the top of his lungs. The moment the villagers heard this, they all dropped their work and crowded around him, bombarding him with questions. Ever since Xiaolin village and 2 neighboring villages had merged to form the Hongshu Brigade, everyone had lived together at the foot of the mountain. How could something like this happen so close to home? Especially since Xiaolin village, once dirt poor, had been on a lucky streak since moving to the Hongshu Brigade. First, everyone got to eat at the communal canteen, and then last year, all the bachelors managed to marry without spending a penny. Now, hearing that people from Xiaolin village had been killed by a black bear, everyone found it hard to believe. With their luck, what were they even doing up the mountain? The old brigade leader shouted, "What are you all doing? Get back to work." So they got killed, no need to make a fuss. He glanced at the panting young man. If they're dead, they're dead. Why the commotion? The young man shrank his neck. Third grandpa, those two were mauled so badly. There's nothing left but bones. It happened right by the temple halfway up the mountain. At this, everyone, including the old brigade leader, froze. Outsiders dying was one thing. In these times, human life was cheap. But the location changed everything. If the black bear really came down to the village, it wouldn't even take half an hour. And with the autumn harvest coming up, how were they supposed to go up the mountain? Usually, they considered the halfway point up the mountain as the safe line. The old brigade leader didn't think the kid was lying, but he still asked, "Did you see it with your own eyes?" "I didn't go up there. It was the search party from their brigade who said it. Lots of people threw up when they saw it." The old brigade leader nodded. "Good kid, go have some water." Then, seeing some of the young men getting restless, he glared at them. "If any of you are tired of living and want to go up the mountain, don't blame me when you get skinned." "We won't. We're going back to work." "Yeah, me too. Wait for me." Normally, the old brigade leader might have said a few more words, but now he was too preoccupied. He greeted Uncle Zhang and a few others, then set off to visit the neighboring brigades. He needed to find the elders from each village. Titles like brigade leader and squad leader sounded impressive, but when real trouble hit, it was the old-timers who had to step up. "Old Zhang, is this about the black bear?" someone asked. The old brigade leader nodded, frowning. "Sigh. Harvest time is almost here. Who knows what else might come down the mountain besides the bear?" The old brigade leader waved him off impatiently. "Enough with the doom and gloom. We old guys need to get together and figure out a plan. I'm off to gather people. Are you coming or not?" The white-haired elder stood up with a grin, still as impatient as ever. "Let's go. I think we'll need the hunters from all the villages to go up and take a look. I heard this black bear is over 2 meters tall, weighs more than 600 jin, about 660 pounds, and has a cub with it. If we don't have enough people, we're in trouble. If we really run into it, one swipe could kill a man." As they walked, he glanced at the old brigade leader and chuckled. "Old Zhang, the incident happened pretty close to your village. Shouldn't you provide some rations or something?" The old brigade leader snapped, "And your village is so far away? Maybe the bear likes to wander." "Rations? We're lucky not to starve. What rations? That's not fair. Our villages have taken in several families of refugees. Yours hasn't. Don't tell me you're not better off than us." The old brigade leader's eyes flickered, and he forced a bitter smile. "Last year we had 2 pigs. This year, not even a pig hair. If we were better off, wouldn't we be raising more? Now we're just waiting for the wheat harvest, otherwise, the whole village would be done for." When I heard the news, I rushed over because I was worried those beasts would come down and ruin our crops. Sigh. The 2 old men fell silent, both sighing at their troubles. Within the hour, several elders had gathered at Old Man Wang's house, all looking expectantly at him. Old Man Wang was cursing Zhang Guoqing in his heart. If it weren't for that troublemaker, he wouldn't have had to step in last time. Now, trouble kept coming to his door. Back in the capital, Zhang Guoqing sneezed 3 or 4 times in a row, earning a private joke from Wan Daong about young people overexerting themselves. No matter how Zhang Guoqing argued, Wan insisted he was just weak. But back to Old Man Wang. Stretching out his legs and pointing at his wrinkled skin, he said, "Look how old I am. You think I can still go up the mountain? Forget black bears. Even a black rabbit would be too much for me. You all know how tough those mountain paths are. I really can't do it anymore. I say we notify the authorities. They've got advanced weapons now, black bears, black leopards, nothing to worry about. If we send our village hunters up the mountain and something happens, then what? Those hunters are the backbone of their families. Our homemade guns can't compete. The old brigade leader rolled his eyes. All this old man talk, he really was getting old. If you don't want to help, just say so. Hope the bear visits your village next time. Let's see what you do then. Another elder nodded. We should definitely notify the authorities, but you know what they'll say. Don't go up the mountain for now. And then what? All the wild fruits and mountain delicacies will ripen, and what are we supposed to do? Those are lifesavers, everyone's counting on that harvest. What could Old Man Wang say? He could only agree to report it and let the higher-ups handle it. He wasn't about to risk his own family. They had plenty to eat and wear, why risk their lives for others? So everyone went home and reported it to the township, waiting for news. But before dawn the next day, a big black bear and its cub broke into the cornfields of the brigade next to Zhang Jiao village. Overnight, a huge swath of nearly ripe corn was trampled, with most of it ruined before it could mature. The patrol team of a dozen strong men was powerless against the bears. One was seriously injured, and it took a barrage of homemade hunting rifles and firecrackers to finally drive them off. Now, the old brigade leader was truly desperate. Just a few more miles, and their own crops would be gone too. Watching the women of the neighboring brigade wailing and sobbing, he silently prayed for his ancestors' protection. He didn't even bother lecturing the younger generation about conscience anymore. Not waiting to see what would happen next, the old brigade leader led his villagers back to the threshing ground. Under the scorching sun, his steady, powerful voice rang out from the loudspeaker. From now on, everyone must give their all. Whether we have enough to eat next year depends on this harvest. If anyone tries to slack off or only thinks of themselves, I'll kick your whole family out of the brigade. You can go wherever you want. Let me make this clear, after the busy season, the communal canteen will be dissolved. If you want to fill your belly, you'd better work hard. This time, I'm not dividing food by head count. Except for babies and arms, everyone's share will depend on their work points. If anyone's unhappy about it, go ahead and report me to the township. I don't even want to be brigade leader anymore. As long as I'm brigade leader, I'll do my job. From now on, every able-bodied man between 16 and 60 will patrol at night. The militia captain will arrange the shifts. And most importantly, if you see the black bear, don't try to be a hero. Just set off firecrackers and drive it away. Got it? The old brigade leader's authority was instantly reinforced, and everyone on the threshing ground shouted their agreement. Uncle Zhang watched, wondering if he'd have the same presence if he ever became brigade leader. Soon, he shook his head, apart from the old brigade leader. No one else could keep these villagers in line. Zhang Lauer had just received the latest news. This time, the old team leader hadn't informed him, but he still wanted to do his part. Strictly speaking, there was no need for him to go back at this point, but if anything happened to the three brothers in the future, the villagers' attitude would definitely change. His younger brother had already done so many good deeds, he'd walked 99 steps, so why stop at the last one? When he asked Tuolin for leave, he explained his reasoning. No matter how selfish it sounded, he didn't want to hide it from Uncle Zhou, who treated him just like Xiao Wu's godfather treated Xiao Wu. He and Uncle Zhou and Aunt Zhou were only missing the official god family title. Why bother keeping secrets? Every time he messed up, Uncle Zhou would privately criticize him without holding back. Zhou Lin nodded when he heard this and reminded him, remember to go to your Uncle Dashan in a personal capacity and mention it to him. He definitely knows about this, but he's waiting for word from above before making a move. Zhang Guoqing immediately understood, grinned, and left work. He first went to see Zhao Dashan, gave him a heads up, and then hurried to his father's courtyard. Dad, I'll go back with you. What did Big Brother say? Father Zhang looked him up and down and laughed. Did the sun rise in the west today? What's gotten into you, wanting to go back to the village? You always looked down on Xiao Wu for being such a goody two-shoes. Dad, come on. How can you talk about your own son like that? Mom, don't laugh, listen to what Dad's saying, as if I'm not willing to do my part for the clan. Mother Zhang patted her husband. All right, stop teasing the child. Your dad's been waiting for you two brothers to come over. He said once he leaves, you definitely won't be at ease and will follow him back to keep an eye on him. Zhang Lauer felt secretly relieved. He really hadn't thought of that. With the way he handled things, if he didn't go, he'd definitely drag his dad along and never let him leave alone. He watched his father fussing over a big bundle of bottles, jars, and oiled paper packages. Dad, where did all this come from? You're not planning to take everything, are you? Father Zhang grinned proudly. All of this is from our Zhou Jiao. I used to think it was useless, but now look, I need it all at once. Zhang Lauer leaned in curiously, picking up a bottle and looking through the rest. His jaw dropped further with each one. Except for the oiled paper packages, which he couldn't identify, everything else was good stuff. He looked at his father with mock resentment. Dad, when I had diarrhea last time, why didn't you give me any medicine? And this hemostatic powder, why didn't you give me some, just in case? Could Father Zhang admit he'd almost forgotten about them? If his wife hadn't been rummaging through old things and found them by accident, he wouldn't have remembered. They'd been there for a year or two already. Annoyed and embarrassed, he gave his son a light smack on the head. You think I don't know Xiao gave plenty to you and your siblings too? After saying that, he glanced at him guiltily. Sure enough, his son and daughter-in-law were both spendthrifts. What we got is almost all used up. These are all hand-prepared by Jiao herself, and I think they work even better than the stuff you buy in town. Dad, don't bring them all to the village, it'd be a waste. Zhang Lauer pointed at a few oiled paper packages. What's in these? Your mom says Ping'an uses these to keep mosquitoes away. She only remembered Jiao gave us a bunch when she saw the kids getting bitten. The more Father Zhang talked, the guiltier he felt. He coughed. The ones wrapped in oiled paper are for self-defense. Jiao gave them to me last year in the capital. Don't tell anyone. Look at this, itching powder. If anyone annoys me, humph. Zhang Lauer was speechless. Why didn't his dad mention these treasures earlier? He wanted some too. Before Father Zhang could finish, he saw his son's eyes light up, staring at him intently, and quickly shut up. He couldn't say any more, or the kid would snatch them away. After much sweet-talking, Zhang Lauer finally managed to get a small packet of itching powder, so happy he forgot to ask what else was in the bundle. Father Zhang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He still wanted to try it out himself, but unfortunately, he couldn't find a suitable target. Like father, like son, Zhang Lauer was already plotting to use the powder on his mother and father-in-law. Make them itch all over whenever they visited, and see if they'd still dare to come by. Of course, Zhang Lauer considered himself a good person. He'd only use a little. This stuff was too precious to waste. In the near future, Lin Jihua's parents would keep complaining that their son-in-law's new house had bad feng shui and urge their daughter to sell it and move. After all, they were fine when visiting the Zhang family's village homes, but every time they came to the county house, they'd start itching all over, yet couldn't scratch in front of their in-laws and son-in-law. How could they enjoy their daughter's good fortune like this? When Zhang Guoqing came by, Zhang Lauer's eyes flickered, considering whether to give his big brother a packet too, just in case the Huang family acted up. But then he thought about his brother's personality. He probably wouldn't sleep well if he had it. Better not. If everyone who didn't get along with the Zhangs ended up itching, wouldn't that give them away? Father Zhang picked out some medicine to take with him, and with his two sons, headed back to the village. They stayed in the village, patrolling with everyone else for 3 nights. The Zhang family village was locked down tight, but if the bear didn't come down the mountain, there was nothing they could do. Father Zhang was getting anxious. His 2 sons had jobs to get back to. If the bear didn't show up soon, the 3 of them would have to leave. Eating nothing but green mush every day was making him turn green himself. On the 4th night, a farce unfolded. The bear, with its cub, retraced its old path, tearing up the neighboring village's wheat fields. In the end, it was the Zhang village patrol who spotted it first. In an instant, both villages were in an uproar, surrounding the bear with every weapon they could find. But even badly wounded, the bear managed to escape into the forest with its cub. Father Zhang looked at the gap where the bear broke through and felt embarrassed for the neighboring village full of cowards, every last one. They hadn't managed to kill the bear, and no one dared chase it into the deep mountains. By late morning, everyone had no choice but to head home. The Zhang men were all disappointed, thinking in unison, if only their youngest brother or son had been home, would they have let that meat get away? The old team leader figured the bear would need time to recover, or maybe it would get killed by other wild animals in the mountains. He immediately ordered that, apart from the night watch, everyone else should return to farm work. After all, the villagers depended on their harvests. Just look at the neighboring village, mourning their losses every day. The team leader sympathized with their disaster but was powerless to help. The other village could at least get some of their grain taxes reduced this year, but his own team wasn't so lucky. They just had to tough it out. Who knew how long it would be before everyone could eat their fill and never worry about food and clothing again? With their minds at ease, the Zhang men finally said their goodbyes and returned to the county town. Zhang Guoqing had no idea about this. Otherwise, with nothing better to do, he'd definitely have run home. Right now, he was holding a letter from Shizi in his hand. After reading it, he raised his eyebrows. Second brother found out that old lady Zhou is seriously ill. Should we give Dad a heads up? Zhou Jiao put down what she was holding, hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. Forget it. Dad's under a lot of pressure at work these days, always in meetings. Besides, what difference would it make if he knew? Her dad had sent money to old lady Zhou all this time, but never got a single word in reply. Later on, she even started blaming them. And now, when she's sick, she didn't even let the two of them know. Maybe it's for the best, cutting ties cleanly. With that thought, Zhou Jiao picked up her book again and lost herself in reading. Zhang Guoqing watched as his bookworm wife spent the whole afternoon with a cup of tea and a book, perfectly content. He was happy to let her stay in, too, otherwise, if she went out in a swimsuit and walked up and down the beach. Well, that scene. Having a beautiful wife is really a mixed blessing. No matter how conservative the swimsuit, it still turns heads. Yep, home is best. As soon as Ping'an walked in, he saw his dad clinging to his mom again and shook his head like a little grown-up. Dad, you should pay more attention to me. Zhang Guoqing was delighted to see his son and immediately scooped him up as he ran over. Where did you go visiting today? I'd love to dote on you, but I have to see you first. Grandpa Lu's place, Ping'an replied, then lifted his chin in dissatisfaction. You should buy me popsicles. Don't let Mom scare you into shortchanging your son. Zhang Guoqing kissed his son. Son, Dad's not afraid of your mom. She's just looking out for you. See, popsicles melt into water, no nutrition at all. You're still little, your stomach is still a baby's stomach. Eating cold stuff isn't good for you. Ping'an looked at him, aggrieved. When will I be grown up? Yesterday you said I was a little adult and should listen. Zhou Jiao looked up and saw Zhang Guoqing at a loss for words and couldn't help but smile. Serves you right for tricking the kid. Your mind is like a little adult's, but your body isn't there yet. What Dad means is, our Ping'an is smart and knows a lot, but you're still a little kid. When you're about 10, you'll be able to eat whatever you want, as much as you want. As soon as he finished, Zhang Guoqing saw his son start calculating in his head, so he quickly changed the subject. What do you want for dinner? Dad will cook for you himself. Ping'an grinned slyly. I want you guys to take me hunting. I heard the uncles say they're going to the Bahang grasslands, and they're going to see little girls too. He frowned and asked, Dad, who are these little girls? Are they as smart as me? Why do the uncles all laugh so happily when they talk about them? Zhou Jiao spat at her tea. Zhang Guoqing burst out laughing. The little girls the uncles are talking about aren't a specific person, they mean young women. Those uncles are just missing their wives. You know now, but don't go repeating it. I promised you, but you haven't promised me yet. Zhang Guoqing pinched his son's arm. Can you hit the target with your little stones now? If you're accurate, Dad will take you hunting himself. Otherwise, running around with them in this heat isn't much fun. Zhou Jiao stood up and went into the room to pull out a wooden box. Ping'an quickly opened it, took out a few thick sticks and assembled them, put on a helmet stuffed with thick cotton, grabbed a bag of pebbles, stepped back a good distance, and started throwing the stones at the helmet. His movements were smooth and practiced, clearly the result of lots of training. With a thwack, the stone hit the black circle on the cotton-covered helmet. Zhang Guoqing watched for a while, saw that his son could now control his strength well, and nodded in satisfaction. At first, every time he tried, the dummy would fall apart or the cotton would fly everywhere. Not bad. Time to practice with a bow. Tomorrow I'll set up a straw target in the yard, and you can practice a bit every day. But don't overdo it, rest if it hurts. Zhou Jiao saw the excitement in her son's eyes, but he still kept a straight face, waiting for the final verdict. She smiled and said, "Your dad means you're good with the stones now. Once you've practiced with the bow for a few days, he'll take you hunting." Zhang Guoqing saw his son waiting for his confirmation and was secretly amused. Finally, he got to make a decision for his son. Having a genius kid is really exhausting. He nodded and gave his son a thumbs up. "You're better than Dad. Don't worry about not getting a chance to practice. Even if we don't go to Bahang this time, I'll find a chance to take you hunting by the end of the year." Zhou Jiao quietly said to her son, "For the Bahang trip, we shouldn't be too eager. Let's wait until they've set the date, then we'll join in." "Do you know what that means?" Ping'an rolled his eyes, nodded, glanced at the kitchen, and whispered, "Don't be the first to stick your neck out." Zhang Guoqing followed his gaze and was secretly delighted. Just like Zhou Jiao, suspicious by nature. Aunt Chen treats Ping'an better than her own grandson, but Ping'an is still cautious. But that's a good thing, better than me. In the future, we can't always hold his hand. As long as he keeps a bit of suspicion, he'll protect himself and not get hurt. After dinner, Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao set up a target in the yard so their son could practice archery the next morning. In the study, Ping'an was standing on Zhou Xiaozhang's knees, massaging his grandpa's shoulders. "Grandpa, does that feel good? Once I get good with the bow, you'll never lack for meat again. I've already decided, not bringing home anything that doesn't taste good." Zhou Xiaozhang let the boy knead his shoulders and smiled when he heard the childish voice declare he'd only bring back tasty game. Birds in the sky and animals on the ground all have their own ways to survive. You might not catch them that easily. You need to keep practicing. It's survival of the fittest. Only if you're better than the rest can you win. Ping'an nodded. "I'm learning the 36 stratagems every day now. Mom says once I've learned to use them, I can start reading The Art of War." Zhou Xiaozhang patted his grandson. "Isn't that too much? You're still so young. Go play when you want to, don't try to learn everything at once." "No, it's really fun." Then Ping'an squatted down and whispered, "Today Grandpa Lu said on the phone, 'Oldest, don't go stirring up trouble, just stay put.'" He called Grandma Lu and said it's second brother's critical moment. Can't let oldest drag him down. Xiaoji and I heard it while we were playing hide-and-seek in the living room. "Grandpa, is this what they call sacrificing a pawn to save the king?" Zhou Xiaozhang smiled with satisfaction. "That's about right. Now think about this. If the pawn being sacrificed isn't his own son, but an outsider, what will happen to the pawn? Second question. If you wanted to deal with the Lu family, who would you target first?" In the study, Zhou Xiaozhang was patiently teaching his grandson. Their conversation was already far beyond what a 4- or 5-year-old could grasp. One asked with care, the other answered with joy. At this moment, even Zhang Guoqing probably never imagined that the child he cradled and spoiled was so exceptional. While other people's sons were mischievous and causing trouble, his eldest was already wise beyond his years, calmly observing the world. The next morning, for once, no one from the Zhou family went out for their usual run. Instead, everyone gathered in the courtyard to watch. "Plant your feet firmly, lean your body forward a bit. That's it, good." Zhang Guoqing stood to the side, observing Ping'an's posture. "Now inhale, tense your abdomen. Then exhale, let it out slowly. When you draw the bow and release the arrow, your exhale should be slow and steady, all in one breath." Following his instructions, Ping'an slowly let out a breath. "Now try drawing the string. When you release, let your fingers relax naturally, don't jerk it back. Remember, only use the strength of your hands to draw, keep the rest of your body relaxed." "Good, now try inhaling and exhaling again." Zhang Guoqing looked on with satisfaction as his son stood steady. Go ahead, shoot your first arrow. Don't rush, get your posture right and get a feel for it. Got it. As Ping'an released his first arrow, the whole family watched intently. With a thwack, the arrow hit the target, not exactly on point, but it stuck firmly in. Not bad at all. Accuracy is just like when you practice throwing stones. You'll get better with practice. For now, don't worry about hitting the bullseye. Focus on how to use your hands while keeping your whole body relaxed. After speaking, Zhang Guoqing saw his son instinctively mimicking the motions and realized the boy was even more talented than he had been. He remembered when his own grandfather taught him, he'd missed the target completely at first. You've got it. Just keep practicing like this until your aim improves. Once you're accurate, I'll take you hunting. Remember to rest when you're tired. Ping'an just nodded, too absorbed to reply. With a determined little face, he drew the bow again. Thanks to his experience with throwing stones, he kept his eyes locked on the target. He glanced at the target, trying to hide his pride, though his eyes curved into happy crescents. Ping'an reminded himself not to get cocky. Compared to others who had to use all their strength, he could pull the bow with ease. Zhou Jiao was watching from the side, nodding approvingly. He said to his son-in-law, let him practice with the small bow for a few years to build patience. Don't agree if he asks for a bigger one. Okay. Dad, do you think he should work on his stance first? Zhou Jiao shook his head. Let's stick to the plan and take it slow. He's still young. If he learns too much at once, he'll get overwhelmed. In his view, with Ping'an's intelligence, the focus should be on strategy and cunning. With his natural strength, a few lethal moves would be enough. Zhou Jiao glanced at the sky, then went over to stop her son. Haste makes waste. You've been practicing for an hour, time to rest. You can practice again tomorrow morning. Come on, have breakfast with Grandpa, Zhou Jiao called. Wait for me, Grandpa. I need to put my things away first, Ping'an called back, tidying up as he went. His mother had told him he wasn't Grandpa's secretary, so he had to handle his own things. Ping'an had been looking forward to this. Before returning to the capital, he finally got his wish. His parents took him out for a trip. This time, he specifically asked to bring his little bow, eager to test his skills. Since they'd promised, Zhang Guoqing wouldn't go back on his word. For this trip, he'd managed to get in touch with his old classmate Mu and planned for them to stay at Mu's place for a few days. Even with all their careful planning, they couldn't keep it a secret from Yi Jiafeng, who was always following them around. In the end, both Yi Jiafeng and Wan Deong ended up joining them for the trip. So, for adults and a baby, after some twists and turns, finally boarded the horse-drawn cart Mu had sent. Sorry to trouble you again, Zhang Guoqing said. Mu grinned, showing off his white teeth. We're classmates, no need to be so polite. You've helped me plenty of times. Yi Jiafeng rolled his eyes and stretched out his legs. Old Mu, do you have room for the two of us? We're planning to stay a few extra days this time. Haha, as soon as I heard my nephew was coming, I made special preparations. Stay as long as you want best if we can all go back to school together. Ping'an's big eyes darted around, taking in the sights. He thanked Uncle Mu, but couldn't tear his gaze away. The horses were so fast, and there were so many sheep. Mama, I have a robe like that too. Ping'an tugged at Zhou Jiao, pointing at a child up ahead. Zhou Jiao understood what he meant. All right, we'll change you into it when we get there. Unlike her son, Zhou Jiao was struck by how much the area had changed since her last visit. There were many more yurts near Mu's village now. Noticing their gaze, Mu explained, those are refugees who couldn't stay in their old homes. Each family came with 4 or 5 kids. The clan leader let them stay, and now our people provide their food and shelter. Zhou Jiao was impressed. That was a dozen or so yurts. If each housed 7 people, that was over 100 mouths to feed. Isn't that a heavy burden? Mu shook his head, smiling. At first, every family had to share some coarse grains. But now they've learned our local language and adapted to life here. Their kids are hardworking, too, digging wild vegetables every day. Give them a bit more time and they'll be fine. Yi Jiafeng, who'd seen many refugees traveling north and south that summer, sighed, your place is really blessed, good weather, plenty of freedom. Zhang Guoqing patted him on the back, laughing. Then stay a few more days. It was exactly because this place was so good that Zhang Guoqing hadn't gone back to his own hometown. Otherwise, hunting would have been easier there. This trip was mainly for his wife and son to relax. The 5 of them were warmly welcomed by Mu's family. To avoid being a burden, Zhou Jiao had brought plenty of gifts, especially extra flour and cornmeal when she saw Yi Jiafeng and Wan Deong had tagged along. Food coupons didn't guarantee you could buy anything here, and rice wasn't popular either. Zhou Jiao had put a lot of thought into the gifts. Seeing that the hosts accepted them without fuss, she finally relaxed. She hated all the back and forth of polite refusals. In the days that followed, except for the occasional outing with Mu, they declined the family's offers to show them around. They were already familiar with many places. Zhang Guoqing had even visited twice before. Several times, when Mu took Yi Jiafeng and Wan Deong horseback riding, Zhang Guoqing would take his wife and son hunting. Ping'an's little bow still wasn't strong enough to hit anything. Besides, there were fewer wild animals on the grasslands, and he couldn't match their speed. Luckily, he was still a crack shot with stones, so he managed to bag a few small animals. Despite setbacks, the little guy only grew more determined. With a serious face, he vowed to his parents that one day, he'd bring down big game. Zhou Jiao had long coveted the medicinal herbs on the grasslands. This time, besides digging some herself, she finally got to buy some at a nearby town. What made her happiest was that, unlike everything else, these didn't require ration coupons. They'd planned to stay just a week, but none of the 5 wanted to leave. After sending a telegram home to delay their return, they spent their days roaming the hills and fields, having the time of their lives. When it was finally time to head back to the capital, Ping'an tearfully hugged Mu's big yellow dog, accepted the little bow gifted to him by Old Man Mu, and left the village he'd come to love, looking back every few steps as they departed. Oh my, our Ping'an is finally home. Grandma missed you so much. And who's this little Mongolian prince? As soon as Ping'an reached the doorstep, he dashed inside. He had to tell his grandpa how many animals he'd hunted. In the living room, Lin Lishan was chatting with several women. When she saw him come in, she stood up in surprise and delight. Ping'an immediately stopped in his tracks, glanced around, and realized he didn't recognize most of the people here. Grinning, he said, "I missed you too, Grandma." "Shan, is this your little grandson? He's so handsome." "Little one, what's your name? How old are you?" Ping'an looked at his grandma, only to find her grinning foolishly and hugging him, not bothering to introduce him. So how should he address these people? "Hello, everyone. Welcome to my home. My nickname is Zhou Ping'an, my full name is Zhang Mingxian, and I'll be 4 soon." The women burst out laughing at his grown-up way of speaking. "Little guy, why do you have 2 surnames?" Ping'an shot her a glance. "My mom's surname is Zhou, my dad's is Zhang." "What's so strange about that?" "Oh my, your grandson is something else. So young, but already so sharp-tongued." Ping'an didn't bother arguing. He glanced at his grandma and sighed inwardly. What should he do about his silly grandma? He was starting to worry. "Grandma, where's Grandpa?" Lin Lishan, seeing he wanted to get down, carried him toward the study. "Your grandpa's inside talking with someone. Be careful. Why didn't you let us know you were coming back so we could pick you up?" Ping'an glanced back at the women in the living room and replied, "Mom said Grandpa's been really tired lately and shouldn't be disturbed from resting." Lin Lishan didn't catch his meaning at all. She had no idea he was trying to send the guests away. She set him down at the study door and patted his head. "What's your grandpa tired from? Next time you go anywhere, make sure your parents send a telegram ahead of time." Ping'an nodded with a smile, waved at her, and knocked on the study door. "Come in." As soon as he entered, he saw 2 men sitting in chairs, and his grandpa in the big chair behind the desk. He thought, these must not be important guests, otherwise, why would they be allowed in the study? "Why are you alone? Where are your parents?" Ping'an bounced over and raised his arms. "Uncle Xiao Wu and Aunt Chin are still unpacking the luggage." Zhou Xiaozheng picked him up and set him on his lap. "Careful or your mom will scold you if she hears that." He turned to the 2 men. "This is my grandson. Ping'an, say hello, This is Grandpa Chen and Grandpa Wu. The chief is really blessed. You can tell this kid is clever at a glance. He's got a strong, sturdy look. He'll be a general one day. Ping'an greeted them with a smile and then stayed quiet, his big eyes watching and listening as they chatted. In the kitchen, Zhang Guoqing was putting away bags while eavesdropping. After a while, he asked Aunt Chen, "When did the guests arrive? Are they here for my dad or my mom?" Aunt Chen shook her head. Seems like they all know the chief, but they're pretty familiar with the madam too. They came right after lunch and have been chatting ever since. She peeked outside and lowered her voice. 5 women and 2 men came together, brought 2 bottles of special liquor and some pastries. The men didn't stay long before the chief took them into the study. The women have been in the living room, gossiping about who's doing what these days, just idle chatter. Zhang Guoqing curled his lip. These old ladies sure could talk, an entire afternoon of nonsense. Where did they find so much to say? In the East Wing, Zhou Jiao finally washed off the dust from the road and felt alive again. Everything was fine outside, but it was always inconvenient to bathe, which made her uncomfortable. When she finished changing and came out, she saw Zhang Guoqing waiting at the door. The living room's full of old ladies. If you don't feel like dealing with them, just wait until they leave before saying hello. Zhou Jiao asked curiously, "Did you already greet them?" Zhang Guoqing nodded, grabbed his clothes, and went inside. Wow, when had so many strangers ever been in their house? She had to go take a look. Thinking this, Zhou Jiao checked herself in the mirror, made sure she looked presentable, and then headed out. "Mom, hello aunties." The women in the living room instinctively looked toward the door and saw a pretty young woman walk in. "Shanshan, is this your daughter? She doesn't look like you at all." Haha, who would have thought Shanshan could have such a beautiful daughter? If I'd known, I would have brought my own daughter over to soak up some of that good fortune. Zhou Jiao smiled sweetly. "You aunties are too kind. If you keep praising me like this, I'll float away. You'd better hold me down." One woman nudged Lin Lishan. "This child looks 80% like Zheng Ji, not a bit like you. You really lost out there. Good thing her personality takes after you. Come sit with us and chat. If you didn't have such a grown son, you'd look just like a young girl. No one would believe it if you went out." Zhou Jiao sat down next to her mom. A sharp-chinned woman smiled at her. "My daughter is Wang Huihui, you know her, right?" Zhou Jiao was speechless. If she hadn't mentioned it, she would have forgotten about that girl with her nose in the air. She glanced at the woman and nodded. "I heard you two get along well. You should come visit Auntie's house often." Zhou Jiao could only agree politely. But as for actually visiting, she'd rather not. Her memory was too good. How could she forget the mocking look Wang Huihui gave her the first time they met? Even if the girl tried to cozy up to her later, Zhou Jiao never warmed up to her. She was just too much of a fair-weather friend. "Zheng Ji's family is so well off. You really should have had a son by now. Want me to introduce you to a good doctor?" Lin Lishan shook her head with a smile. "We're happy with just Jiao Jiao, no need for more. Xiao Wu is like a son to us anyway. I've given up on that idea." "How can that be? You really should give Zheng Ji." Zhou Jiao noticed someone nudging the speaker and glanced over. Some people just love to meddle in other people's business. She gave a sidelong smile and swept her gaze over the group. Their expressions were all different. When it was time to eat, the 2 men in the study got up to leave, taking the women from the living room with them. Zhou Jiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Dad, were those all your old comrades?" Zhou Xiaozheng patted her head. "What kind of look is that? Are you laughing at your old man?" "But I think they really are old comrades. I'd almost forgotten." Lin Lishan laughed. "Zheng Ji, those women will be so disappointed. They said it took several tries to arrange this get-together, otherwise, they would have come to see you long ago." Father and daughter exchanged a look, surprised that anyone would believe that. "Grandma, those women aren't good people." Father and daughter smiled at each other. "Oh? Ping'an, you don't like them? Why?" Ping'an looked at his grandma and hesitated. "Their smiles are fake. They don't like you. They're not real friends. I'll play with you from now on." Lin Lishan tapped his nose. "You little rascal. Grandma knows. They like your grandpa, so they don't like me. Now they're smiling at me because they want me to help their kids in the future." Zhou Jiao picked Ping'an up and laughed. Don't talk nonsense in front of the child. All right, let's eat. Zhou Jiao looked thoughtfully at her mother. Mom, you're the lady of this house. If people you don't like come over, just refuse to see them. Don't worry about making things hard for Dad. Let it go. People come and go. Just ignore them. Lots of people are like that. Now that your dad's shown his face, everyone's getting restless. If we refuse to see them, rumors will spread and affect your dad. Besides, except for weekends, we don't have time to see anyone anyway. What could Zhou Jiao say? She patted her mom comfortingly. When a man is too outstanding, it puts a lot of pressure on the women around him. Would she have to match Zhang Guoqing's status in the future too? Otherwise, if some woman thought she wasn't good enough for him, wouldn't that just drive her crazy? After leaving the library, Zhou Jiao strolled leisurely along the campus path, a few books cradled in her arms. Now and then, she'd nod in greeting to familiar faces. Comrade Zhou Jiao, something's happened in your class. You'd better go take a look. Just as Zhou Jiao was heading toward the dorms, a girl ran over, calling out to her loudly. What's going on? The girl waved her hand. No time to explain, just go see for yourself. It's that Lu Qiaoying from your class. She's been caught fooling around, and now the man's wife has come looking for her. Oh, that woman. Hearing it was her, Zhou Jiao didn't feel particularly anxious. Times had been tough for everyone these past 2 years. She remembered their first meeting. Lu Qiaoying had been dressed in patched clothes. Now, she looked rosy-cheeked, wore brand new wool, and went into the city every few days. After a while, everyone knew there was something fishy going on. Getting caught in the act wasn't exactly a surprise. But would her own husband be there? That thought made Zhou Jiao quicken her pace. She hadn't even reached the classroom before she saw a crowd gathered at the corner. Great, another campus spectacle. Zhou Jiao, Lu Qiaoying stunned for, Gu Xiuan said as Zhou Jiao approached. Zhou Jiao glanced at her. Why hasn't the crowd dispersed yet? There are 5 women who came looking for her. They asked who Lu Qiaoying was, and as soon as they found her, they yanked her to the ground by her hair. The other 4 stood guard, blocking anyone who tried to intervene. Where's my Xiaowu? He's still inside. One of the women scratched him, his neck's bleeding. The moment Zhou Jiao heard this, she immediately tossed her books into Gu Xiuan's arms and pushed her way through the crowd. Thanks to her agility, she quickly made it inside. She didn't even have time to look at the tangle of people on the floor. She saw right away that Zhang Guoqing's neck had been scratched and was bleeding. Without a word, Zhou Jiao grabbed a stool and smashed it down on the 3 people on the floor. The onlookers jumped in shock. Zhang Guoqing tried to reach out and stop her. Zhou Jiao shot him a fierce glare and shouted at the group, "Which bitch laid a hand on my man? If you don't fess up, none of you are leaving." Instantly, except for Lu Qiaoying, who was left lying on the floor in torn clothes, the other 2 women, along with the 5 who were standing, all started cursing and charged at Zhou Jiao. Zhou Jiao was furious. They'd hurt her man and still dared to act so arrogant? Nobody move. Today, I'll let you see whose turf this is. She kicked the woman in front of her hard in the stomach. With a spin, she landed another kick to a woman's chin. 2 women went down. The remaining 3 tried to rush forward, but a few male classmates blocked their way. What? You all want to kill us to cover this up, someone shouted. Zhou Jiao bellowed, back off. I'll take you all on myself today. You hurt someone and don't even apologize, fine, just don't regret it later. Everyone looked at Zhang Guoqing, who gave a slight shake of his head. The crowd immediately backed away. This time, Zhou Jiao didn't wait for anyone to make a move. She grabbed another stool and hurled it at them. When they dodged, she rushed forward, kicking as she went. Her leg hurt from the effort, so she finally grabbed one by the waist and slammed her to the ground. The last woman left raised her hands, trembling. Don't hit me. I didn't touch your man. It's not our fault. Your husband tried to stop us. My sister and her 4 kids can't survive anymore. That bitch forced her man to get a divorce. Wouldn't you be mad? As soon as she finished, the women on the floor, whether from pain or heartbreak, suddenly burst into loud wails and sobs. Seeing this, Zhou Jiao knew she couldn't keep hitting them, but she was even angrier. She'd just gotten started, and they'd already given up. What kind of fight was that? What, you'll die without a man? Why don't you go after that cheating bastard instead? What's the point of catching the mistress? A dog can't stop eating shit. Do you think you can catch every mistress in the world? The women were scolded like children, none daring to look up. One of them sobbed, "What about the kids? They don't have a father now." Zhou Jiao was exasperated. "There are plenty of men in the world. Are you really worried your kids won't have a father?" The classroom fell silent. Everyone was stunned. Was that really an option? Zhou Jiao looked at the dazed woman and waved her hand. "Forget it. Just my bad luck. My man got beaten up for nothing." "What are you all doing? You don't go after the cheating man, but take it out on my husband instead." Everyone burst out laughing. Who else could be so bold and righteous? She'd just single-handedly dominated the fight. "Honey, let's go." "Let them sort out their own mess," Zhang Guoqing said, finally finding a chance to pull her away now that she'd calmed down. Zhou Jiao glanced around, not seeing Yi Jiafeng. "Did Da Yi go get a teacher?" Zhang Guoqing grinned. Da Yi got scratched up too, his face is bleeding. Zhou Jiao shot him a sideways look. How could he be so gleeful with so many people hurt? Couldn't he wait to joke about it later? Now she had to hold back her own laughter. Just then, they heard the teacher's voice outside and quickly hid the broken stool. Counselor Xiao Wu looked exasperated. Couldn't they have caused any other kind of trouble? Why did it have to be a scandal like this? He glanced at the women wailing on the floor, then at Lu Qiaoying nearby. "Can one of you girls help cover her up?" But none of the female students stepped forward, too embarrassed. Counselor Xiao Wu didn't push it. He looked at the group on the floor, headache growing. "You've hurt several of my students. If I report this, you'll be in serious trouble. Let's just leave it at that. As for Lu Qiaoying, the school will deal with her soon. Think of your kids, go home, and live your lives. If this gets any bigger, your husbands could lose their jobs. Is it worth it? It's no use. My husband doesn't want us anymore. He took all our money and gave it to that bitch. I didn't want to fight, but we can't survive. Sir, can you send that woman far away? Otherwise, as soon as you kick her out, they'll get back together, and he'll just go home and beat his wife again." Zhou Jiao could only clutch her chest in frustration. How could these women still want that cheating man back? She wanted to shake them awake. Women's liberation? This is liberation? Yi Jiafeng asked. "Why don't you go to the Women's Federation?" Counselor Xiao Wu patted his shoulder and shook his head. "All right, class is about to start. Let's talk in the office. Those who are hurt, go get your wounds treated." Zhou Jiao tugged at Zhang Guoqing and hurried out. There was still a mistress lying on the floor. If they didn't leave now, they'd be roped into helping. Soon, the injured hurried off. Best to let the school handle this mess. After something like this, no one was in a good mood. No matter what, their class's reputation had taken a hit. On the way to the campus clinic, Yi Jiafeng, listening to the others' retelling, laughed so hard he could barely breathe. What rotten luck, he'd missed all the action. He ran up ahead, still laughing, and asked, "Jiao Jiao, do you know who that cheating man is?" "I bet you know him." Zhou Jiao rolled her eyes at him. "Laugh. Go ahead and laugh yourself to death, you fool." Yi Jiafeng glanced around and whispered to the couple, "It's Lin Dingxing's second aunt's younger brother. He's the one who helped Lu Qiaoying get her transfer." The three of them exchanged knowing, sarcastic smiles. What a small world. But this was good. Now that the scandal was out, that cheating man would finally get what he deserved. Sure enough, less than a month later, Zhou Jiao heard the news. The cheating man had been demoted and sent to work on a farm. Of course, the real reason for his transfer was kept quiet. As for Lu Qiaoying, she disappeared from Zhou Jiao's life. The only thing that left Zhou Jiao frustrated was that the foolish woman who'd caused the scene that day ended up taking her kids and following that cheating man to the farm. Sometimes, women act on impulse. That woman's decision had ruined her children's future. What was the point of following a mistress-stealing man? Zhang Guoqing had been having a rough time lately, feeling like he was caught between deep waters and raging fire. Every time his wife shot him a look of disdain, his heart shattered into pieces. And as if that wasn't enough, even the privilege of drinking meat soup had been stripped away. He felt so wronged. It's not like he could just kick his wife like she did him. But he didn't dare speak the truth, otherwise, he might not get to eat meat again until the end of the year. Jiafeng, hearing his buddy sigh, threw up his hands. Come on, man. Do me a favor and stop sighing at me all the time, will you? What's up with you these days? Just say the word and I'll do whatever it takes to help you out. Zhang Guoqing shook his head and looked up at the sky. He was suffering in silence. How could he tell his buddy he was being punished by his wife? Fine, don't say it if you don't want to. You're all smiles in the summer, but as soon as autumn hits, you wilt. I wonder what you'll be like in winter. Wait, I get it. Are you itching to go out for a walk? Zhang Guoqing shook his head again. How could he explain that in the summer? He'd been feasting every day, eating whatever he wanted, so of course he was in a good mood. Now, stuck in the school dorm, even the slightest noise could be heard by everyone. Otherwise, he would have long since taken his wife in hand. And at home, their son was always wedged between them, making mischief. He was at a loss. Xiao Wu, now that the village canteens have all closed, does that mean there won't be a shortage of meat and eggs anymore? What do you say we spend a few days in the countryside during winter break? Sure, just pick a good spot in the suburbs. But pigs don't grow that fast by this time next year, with private plots and chickens and ducks, and if the weather's good, life should really start looking up. Jiafeng clapped his hands and laughed. Great minds think alike. Next year or the year after, come with me to my hometown. The scenery's beautiful, there's plenty of fruit, everything's great. Zhang Guoqing smiled and nodded, then spotted Ding Dada sneaking around in the distance. He stood up and waved him over. When Ding Dada came over, Zhang Guoqing asked curiously, Who are you looking for? Don't tell me you've changed girlfriends again. No way. I just landed this one. I'm not letting go until I've had my fill. Jiafeng shot him a look of disdain. Careful you don't get her pregnant. By then, it'll be too late to switch. What's so great about women anyway? They all go bad eventually. Ding Dada glanced down at him. You little rookie. I used to think that way too. Wait till you've had a taste, then see if you can still talk so big about women not being worth it. Zhang Guoqing couldn't be bothered with their nonsense. When it comes to relationships, who really knows who's getting the better deal? The woman Ding Dada hooked up with this time was clearly no stranger to the bedroom. No way Dada didn't know that. Otherwise, who would brag about their woman's skills to everyone? Sure enough, the two of them started whispering together again. These innocent kids were always being led astray by the wild ones. Seriously, this one's even wilder than the last. Every time she gets going, I can't even get out of bed the next morning. Yeah, right? I'm telling you the truth. You see that girl with Yongji? They broke up, and if she comes after you, don't fall for it. She's even wilder than mine. Last time, she knew I was sleeping outside and still made a racket on purpose. You don't want a woman like that, no shame, impossible to shake off. I'm not looking for a girlfriend right now. I'll wait till after graduation to find someone I actually like. Who knows how clean these wild ones are? Just thinking about how many guys they've been with makes me sick. That's different, okay? Take me, for example, I'll only marry a clean girl. But before I settle down, I want to have some fun. Once I'm married, I won't go looking for excitement. But what decent girl would fool around with me now? I don't like forcing anyone, so I just find these women, give them some money or gifts, and as long as they're with me and don't see anyone else and make me comfortable, that's enough. Jiafeng said with contempt, If I had a sister, I'd never let her marry you. One day I'll take you out for some foreign fun. Otherwise, you'll end up in trouble when temptation comes your way. Yongji never used to play around either, but look at him now. Zhang Guoqing quickly cut in, not wanting another good kid to be led astray. Enough. What's the rush? What did you want just now? Ding Dada grinned at him. Bro, don't let my sister down. Don't blame me for not bringing you along. Zhang Guoqing couldn't help but laugh. Like I care? Careful you don't overdo it and wear yourself out. I'm in great shape. Hey, do you have a way to get me a couple of big pots? Zhang Guoqing didn't even ask what he needed them for and just nodded. Give me a couple of days. It's not convenient here at school. As he spoke, his eyes lit up. He'd just thought of something. How could he have forgotten? I've got something urgent to do, gotta run. Jiafeng stared after him, mouth agape. Datu, what's gotten into him? Ding Data laughed. What else could get Xiao Wu so worked up besides his wife? He's probably running off to fool around with her. Meanwhile, Zhang Guoqing hurried back to the dorm, opened the door, and saw Zhou Jiao lying on the bed with her eyes closed, resting. He didn't wake her, just locked the door, took off his clothes, and slipped into bed beside her. What are you doing? Don't know why, but I suddenly feel really sleepy, Zhang Guoqing said, glancing at his wife. She really did love him, he thought, barely suppressing a smile as he pulled her into his arms. He carefully chose his words, trying to coax her into a good mood. Jiao, Dada just said he wants to buy some pots. This is our chance. If even he's short, we can definitely trade them for good stuff. How about we hit the black market in a couple of days? Zhou Jiao shook her head. I only have a few dozen pots. It's fine to just keep them. Zhang Guoqing grew anxious. That wouldn't do. If we sell them, we'll have more space for other things. With the autumn harvest and everyone having their own plots, there'll be plenty of vegetables and fruit. We can stock up. Zhou Jiao opened her eyes and gave him a sidelong glance. Fine, we'll do it your way. Can we skip dinner in the cafeteria tonight? I want to get a good night's sleep. I'll go get it. You just sleep. Zhang Guoqing let out a dramatic sigh and hugged her tightly, pressing his body against hers. You rascal. Shoo, keep your voice down. The neighbors will hear. Zhou Jiao immediately shrank back in alarm. Seeing this, Zhang Guoqing cupped her face and kissed her. He didn't care anymore. If he didn't push a little, he'd never get any meat. He didn't believe his wife could really resist him. Footsteps and conversations echoed in the hallway, water running in the communal bathroom, the sound of chairs scraping next door. All of it made Zhang Guoqing hesitate, afraid the bed would bang against the wall and set his wife off. Taking advantage of Zhou Jiao's drowsiness, he quickly undressed her. Summer really was the best. He missed those days when they could go at it any time. He slowly kissed her from head to toe, until Zhou Jiao clung to him, powerless to resist, limp in his arms as he explored her. It wasn't until Zhou Jiao felt a chill and snapped back to awareness that she realized her legs were wrapped around his waist, and he was holding her upright. Startled, she glanced at the window. Don't worry, sweetheart, everything's closed tight. You can't back out now. As he spoke, Zhang Guoqing pressed her down quickly. Zhou Jiao clung to his neck nervously. Be gentle. Of course, baby, just relax. Hearing footsteps in the hallway, Zhou Jiao angrily tugged his ear. It was still broad daylight. He was really impatient. Before long, Zhang Guoqing heard his wife whispering, I'm dying, and felt secretly pleased. Looking up at her dazed eyes, her hair swaying with their movements, he thought, You're so beautiful. The delicate woman in his arms, eyes closed, unconsciously responding to him, her soft moans and flushed cheeks revealing a beauty that took his breath away. He was utterly enchanted by the sight of Zhou Jiao. In his past life, even the most stunning women couldn't arouse his interest, but Zhou Jiao seemed born to conquer him. When Zhou Jiao came to again, the room was dark. She was still clinging to him, the sound of water at their joining making her blush. Hearing voices and footsteps from upstairs and next door, Zhou Jiao didn't dare make a sound. She hugged his neck and whispered, Someone might hear us. They won't. This is the perfect time. Soon everyone will be asleep and it'll be inconvenient. Seeing how quickly she recovered, Zhang Guoqing stopped worrying about being overheard. He was already ready to go, and tonight was all that mattered. He picked up the pace, patting her gently. Don't be nervous. When you tense up, it hurts me. Baby, let's fly together. Stop talking, Zhou Jiao muttered, exasperated by his shamelessness. Zhang Guoqing got the message, less talk, more action. Another round of passionate lovemaking left Zhang Guoqing completely drained, utterly defeated by the waves of pleasure. In the darkness, he laid Zhou Jiao on the bed, turned on the light, poured her a cup of warm water, and fed her mouth to mouth. Zhou Jiao rolled her eyes weakly. You're such an eyesore. Most people don't get to see this body of mine. So, did I serve you well? You had 3 floods tonight. Be good, and I'll give you a feast every day. Every time you blush, I get all these images in my head. Let me clean you up, then you can eat. Zhou Jiao rolled her eyes again, so cheesy, so gross. After he groped her again, Zhou Jiao finally got to eat, grabbing her chopsticks and digging in with gusto. Zhang Guoqing was overjoyed. Eat up, the more you eat, the more energy you'll have for later. After tidying up, the couple lay in bed. Zhang Guoqing played with her hair and whispered, "Sweetheart, what do you think about renting a courtyard nearby? We're fine here. It's too much trouble." "It's not trouble, I'll handle everything. If there are school events at night, we'll stay here. Otherwise, if we don't go back to the compound, we can stay there. Some things are just inconvenient here." Zhou Jiao poured cold water on his idea. "It's almost winter. Without a heated bed, we'll freeze to death. Better to freeze than be driven crazy." "What did you say?" "Nothing. I just want you to be able to eat whatever you want. It's not convenient here." Zhou Jiao finally saw through his scheme. "Even if we rent a place, you won't get your way. Da-yi and the others will be over every day, never leaving." Zhang Guoqing shivered at the thought and grumbled, "Some friends they are don't even understand my suffering. Is it easy for us as a couple?" Zhou Jiao patted him. "The Women's Federation is moving out soon. Let's not rent out this courtyard, keep it in case family from home comes to stay. When things are quiet, we can spend a night or two there." Zhang Guoqing happily hugged and kissed her. His wife really was the best. So much meat to enjoy. He decided he had to ask his buddy's mom about the timing. "But, are you sure your wife isn't just stalling for time?" Another weekend had arrived. In the early hours of the morning, Zhang Guoqing smiled as he gently stroked the chubby little face of his domineering son sleeping in the middle. "Don't wake him up. Let's go. Bundle up." After washing up, the couple quietly left the compound, found a secluded spot, disguised themselves, and headed for the black market. Zhang Guoqing waited at the entrance of an alley, carrying a sack stuffed with 10 large pots on his back. Before long, 2 men appeared at the bridge, pushing a cart and looking around. "They're here." With that, he took Zhou Jiao's hand and walked over. "Brother, here's 100 gene of clean meat. The bones and scraps have all been dealt with, and the blood sausage is ready too. Can I take a look at the pots first?" Disguised as a middle-aged man, Zhang Guoqing glanced at the meat, then set the sack down on the ground. The stacked pots were revealed to the men. "Thank you so much. These are great pots, better than the ones we used before. Everything on the market now is junk. We really appreciate this." Zhang Guoqing didn't think there was much to thank him for. He wasn't giving them away for free. Watching the 2 men leave, grateful to the point of tears, he simply picked up his things and left. It was hard to say who was getting the better deal. When he bought these large pots, each one cost 17 yuan. Now, with demand outstripping supply on the black market, they went for at least 30 apiece. Currently, not only were large pots hard to find, but the quality had also dropped, though prices hadn't risen much. Once the market stabilized, it wouldn't be hard to buy them again. As for 100 gene of clean meat, it could fetch 300 yuan on the black market. Both items were rare and in high demand these days. Who could say who was losing out? In the end, it was a fair trade. Each side got what they needed. After walking a while, Zhou Jiao boasted proudly, "See how clever I am?" Zhang Guoqing smiled playfully. He'd always thought the iron pots Zhou Jiao mentioned were ones she'd bought herself. She had bought some, but he hadn't realized she'd mixed in some old ones as well. Zhou Jiao glanced around to make sure no one was nearby, then whispered, "What's with that look? Remember when our son cried and insisted we bring home those 2 big pots? I thought, why not, no need to lose out. Then I saw some good pots in a trash pile and accidentally took a few more. Nicely done. Better to stash them than let them go to waste." Zhang Guoqing praised her absent-mindedly, his eyes scanning their surroundings for a safe spot. He set down 2 sacks. "No matter if the rest of the pots are new or old, I don't plan to sell any more for now." Zhang Guoqing agreed. Last time he sold pots on the black market, buyers nearly came to blows over them. The impact was too great, better to be cautious. "All right, take whatever you want home, and I'll put away the rest." Without another word, Zhou Jiao stashed them all away. With a thought, She packed everything she wanted into a bag in her space. She took out the bag, shone a flashlight inside, and confirmed everything was there. Zhang Guoqing didn't bother to check what she'd taken. Knowing Zhou Jiao's cautious nature, it was probably just some offal and bones. As for the meat and blood sausage, there was no way she'd leave those out in the open. The couple removed their disguises, pushed their cart for a while, and, seeing nothing amiss, hurried home. By the time they got back, dawn was just breaking. Aunt Chen, who was preparing breakfast in the kitchen, lit up when she saw what was in the bag. "These bones are great, just right for making broth for Ping'an, and they'll make a good soup base." Zhou Jiao nodded. "You handle it. I'm going to lie down for a bit." They'd left in the middle of the night and had been on edge the whole time. Now that she could relax, Zhou Jiao felt a wave of exhaustion. She hadn't been in bed long before Ping'an, half awake, saw her sleeping soundly. He snuggled into her arms and closed his eyes again. Zhang Guoqing leaned against the headboard, watching the scene, gently patting his child. He couldn't help but think back to when his son was born, such a tiny bundle, waking up every night to feed. Now he'd finally grown up, raising him hadn't been easy. Morning light streamed through the window lattice, illuminating the room. Zhang Guoqing sat in bed, a gentle smile on his face, softly patting his wife and son. He'd never felt so content. Happiness was really quite simple. He didn't ask for much: a loving wife, a good son, a quiet family life. But he knew it wasn't easy. Once they got through this hurdle, they'd have to work even harder. By mid-morning, the rich aroma of braised food wafted from the kitchen, filling the air. Zhou Jiao and her son began to wake up. Ping'an sniffed instinctively, then opened his eyes wide. "Smells so good." Hearing the commotion, Zhang Guoqing came out of the study and said with a smile, "We've got your favorite pork ribs today. Time to get up. Want Daddy to take you to wash your face?" "Yes, my daddy is the best daddy in the world. And my son is the best son in the world." Zhou Jiao rolled her eyes at the pair's mushy exchange. Like father, like son, both so cheesy. "My mommy, wife, is the best mommy, wife, in the world." All right, I know I'm great. You two are great too." When the three of them came out, Zhou Jiao looked around curiously. "Where's my dad? Isn't it the weekend?" Lin Lishan yawned as she came out. "He got a call for a meeting early this morning and left before you woke up. He said if you need anything, call Secretary Chen." Suddenly, she remembered something and slapped her forehead. "Oh, my memory. Xiao Wu, old Master Zhuo, was hospitalized a couple of days ago. Do you want to visit? Is Zhuolin coming back?" Zhang Guoqing exchanged a glance with Zhou Jiao and asked Lin Lishan, "Do you know what illness he has?" "Your dad just heard someone mention it. He didn't want to pry. Since you and Zhuolin are close, he thought you could decide whether to visit." Zhang Guoqing smiled. "For Uncle's sake, of course I'll visit. I haven't seen them since they came back to Beijing, so I'll go now." "Silly child. Go on then." Cheng Honli wrote in her last letter that Zhuolin's family should be back in Beijing soon. "No time like the present. We'll go now. You and Ping'an eat lunch without us, don't wait. Son, hospitals aren't a good place for kids, and Daddy can't take you to the ward. Will you stay with Grandma?" Ping'an nodded obediently. "Come back soon." Zhang Guoqing ruffled his son's hair. "This afternoon, Mommy and Daddy are all yours. Promise." "Pinky swear." Ping'an hooked pinkies with them, stamped the promise, and waved happily as his parents left. As she watched them go, Lin Lishan hugged Ping'an, observing his expression. She thought she was being subtle, but Ping'an looked at her curiously. "Grandma, don't you recognize me?" Lin Lishan laughed. "Grandma just wonders why our Ping'an never cries or fusses for his parents or asks for things like other kids. You're such a lovable little boy. I'm a man." With that, Ping'an gave her a big thumbs up. He really did think he was great. After all, his parents always said he was the best kid in the world. They were so proud of him. Lin Lishan burst out laughing at his antics. Zhang Guoqing was riding his bicycle, with Zhou Jiao sitting sideways on the back. The two wheels spun swiftly along the street, not slowing their conversation one bit. "Say, we don't even know old Master Zhuo. Isn't it a bit rude to visit him out of the blue like this?" "Not at all. He'll be thrilled to see us. There aren't many people in all of Beijing who can get my wife to visit in person. Zhou Jiao smiled. Her man really knew how to talk. I'm a bit nervous about going to the general hospital. That place just doesn't feel lucky for us. That was a one-off. I'm not even traumatized, so what are you scared of? You should be thinking about how many people still remember that incident. Who knows, someone might ask you for compensation. That was ages ago. No way anyone still cares. But as it turned out, someone really did want compensation. Before they even reached the hospital gate, Yang Kun spotted the couple, Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao, zipping along on their bike like a pair of speed demons. At first, he hadn't noticed them while chatting with his colleague, but their speed was so eye-catching, and he remembered them so well that he couldn't miss them. Yang Kun's eyes lit up. He patted his colleague on the shoulder. I've got something to take care of. Let's talk later. He walked over, waving and calling out, Zhang Guoqing, Xiao Wu, over here. Zhang Guoqing looked ahead. Oh, it was the guy who'd almost ended up wearing a green hat. That's Yang Kun, he told Zhou Jiao, then quickly rode over and stopped beside him, grinning. Brother Yang, long time no see. Yang Kun nodded at Zhou Jiao, smiling. Why haven't you two come to visit me? What brings you to the hospital? Need any help? Actually, yes. Do you know which ward old Master Wandali is in? His son, Zuolin, is a close elder of mine. I heard his father's in the hospital and wanted to check in on him. Yang Kun's smile widened. Even if I didn't know, I'd help you find out. After all, you're Zhang Xiaowu. By the way, you kicked down a door last time and just left. Shouldn't you settle up for that first? Zhang Guoqing walked alongside him, pushing his bike, and laughed. Brother Yang, let's not bring up old debts. I was hoping you'd give me a red envelope instead. I hear you're doing great these days, lovely wife, adorable kids, the whole package. I knew it, my money was wasted. You owe me a drink. Zhang Guoqing nodded with a grin. Of course. Pick a weekend and we'll get together. Is Uncle Yang working today? I wouldn't dare go see him. Please give him my regards. Yang Kun laughed heartily, patting Zhang Guoqing on the shoulder. Deal, we'll definitely meet up. Leave your bike here, I'll take you to find them. Watching the two men with their arms around each other's shoulders, Zhou Jiao couldn't help but roll her eyes. How did they hit it off so quickly? Along the way, she noticed Yang Kun didn't mention his ex, Lin Xuelin, which she understood. After all, that woman's past had been the talk of the town. Who'd want to bring up such a scandal? But the way he deliberately avoided her own aunt, Lin Liang, showed he was a man with a plan. At the entrance to the ward building, Yang Kun pointed upstairs. I won't go up. If you need anything, just have a nurse call me. Zhang Guoqing nodded with a smile. Go on, get back to work. I won't come looking for you in the office. I'm usually home on weekends. Let's keep in touch by phone. Yang Kun nodded, watching Zhang Guoqing carry a net bag and carefully help his wife upstairs. He smiled. What happened back then had really given them a scare. Thinking of Zhang Guoqing, he couldn't help but grin. No wonder this kid was so popular. He was genuinely likable, and talking to him was always a pleasure. As he turned to leave, Yang Kun thought of Lin Xuelin and curled his lip in disdain. Up on the second floor, Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao reached the ward and knocked. The door opened to reveal a handsome boy of about 10. He tilted his head, sizing them up. Who are you? A calm female voice came from inside. Don't be nosy, let our guests in. The boy quickly opened the door wide and bounced ahead to lead the way. Zhou Jiao glanced around the ward. It was just as she'd imagined. 2 rooms, one inside and one out. No one was in the outer room, so everyone must be inside. She wondered what illness had brought them here. Inside, besides the elderly man resting on the bed, there was an old lady, a middle-aged woman, and a couple. They all looked curiously at the young couple at the door. Zhang Guoqing looked around, his gaze settling on the old man. He smiled and said, You must be Grandpa Zhou, right? My uncle's will looks just like you. I'm Zhang Guoqing from the northeast, and this is my wife, Zhou Jiao. Zhou Jiao smiled at them. Old Master Zhuodali looked surprised. Zuolin knows I'm in the hospital? Oh, you old man. The old lady beamed, waving them in. Such thoughtful kids, come in and sit down. She had her grandson fetch some stools. The middle-aged woman whispered to the old man, "These are Comrade Zhou Xiaojing's daughter and son-in-law, the ones in college. My little brother probably doesn't know you're unwell yet." The old man smiled. "So it's Zhang Xiaowu. I know this kid, I've heard of him." The old lady patted her husband's hand. "Don't worry, we didn't tell him. We knew you wouldn't want the kids to leave work and rush over." Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao exchanged a glance. Zhang Guoqing said, "Where are you feeling unwell, Grandpa? What did the doctor say? Even if you don't want Uncle Wu to come, you still need to take care of yourself." The old man grumbled, "Those doctors don't know anything. I said I wasn't sick, but they insisted on admitting me. It's infuriating. Kid, don't tell my son." The middle-aged woman smiled apologetically at the couple. "I'm Zuolin's older sister, Zhou Jiao. The old man likes to throw tantrums, don't mind him. He's here for a stomach bleed, but now he's cranky because he has to watch his diet." "Nonsense. Stomach bleed? Where's the blood? Let the doctor show me. It's just my leg acting up from rheumatism, not fainting." The old lady chimed in, "Exactly, and he got a bit tipsy too. Otherwise, he'd be as spry as a young man." The old man's bravado faded under his wife's glare. "Well, I just saw some good liquor, that's all." "Fine, from now on, just 1 cup a day, okay?" The old lady's voice rose. "You still want a cup a day? Dear, the kids are here, let's keep it down." Watching the family drama, Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao finally understood where the Zhou women's strong personalities came from. No wonder Aunt Zhou could keep Uncle Zhou in line. Zhang Guoqing quietly asked the young man beside him, "Did the doctor say it's serious?" "Chronic gastritis. The doctor said no more drinking or smoking, and to eat light. He'll be fine after some rest, so we didn't tell my uncle." "Tried any folk remedies?" "We've tried plenty, but nothing worked. That's how we ended up here. My eldest uncle's still asking around for advice." After chatting a bit, Zhang Guoqing was relieved to hear it wasn't serious. Having an elder at home is a blessing, and with old Master Zhou around, the family would be fine. Since it was their first meeting, there wasn't much to talk about. After paying their respects and expressing their concern, Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao soon took their leave. Ping'an flipped through his book, his eyes darting to the clock every so often. The moment the hour, minute, and second hands all pointed to 12, he immediately stood up, put his book away, and trotted out of the living room on his little legs. Lin Lishan noticed and advised, "Wait inside. They won't be back that quickly." Ping'an paused, turned back with a smile, and said, "My mom and dad said they'd be back before 12:30. They never lied to me. It's not time yet, though." Lin Lishan stood up and followed after him. Ping'an didn't want to say more. Just because he was small didn't mean he didn't know his parents always came back earlier than promised. He wanted to greet them at the door. Sure enough, before Ping'an even reached the front gate, Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao came in, one after the other. As soon as they saw their son, they hurried over and scooped him up. Ping'an lifted his chin proudly and grinned at his grandma. Lin Lishan shook her head with a smile and said to Zhang Guoqing and his wife, "Ping'an said you'd be back now, and he was right. He's missed you both, he's been watching the clock all this time." Zhang Guoqing hugged his son tightly, feeling a pang of guilt. He really didn't spend enough time with him. "Do you want to go to school with Dad?" He knew his son would probably refuse, but he couldn't help asking. "No. I get to see Mom and Dad every couple of days, and I want to keep Grandma and Grandpa company. Without me at home, Grandma and Grandpa say they get so lonely. I also have to keep Great-Grandma company and help Auntie look after the little kids. I'm super busy." Lin Lishan laughed. "Our Ping'an gives back rubs, chats with Grandma, and even goes shopping with me. When you're not home, I'm so worried. My son is so capable, it's amazing." Daddy wants to give you a reward. Is there anything you want? Just say it, and I'll make it happen." Ping'an frowned and thought hard. Snacks? Mom had hidden so many treats in the box, he hadn't finished them yet. Toys? He had everything the other kids had, and even things they didn't. Zhou Jiao smoothed out her son's frown and smiled. "All right, don't worry about it. Today, Mom and Dad will play with you. If you think of something later, write it down. We'll do them one by one." Seeing her son nodding happily, Zhou Jiao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If he asked for something they couldn't give, it would break his heart. She didn't want them to owe him time and also break their promises. Zhang Guoqing added, "You can also write notes and stick them in Mom and Dad's room. If we come home and don't see you, we'll see your message." "I know, just leave a note." "That's right, my son is so smart." Watching them chat, Lin Lishan reminded, "You'll all be starving. Let's eat first." At the mention of food, the little tattletale finally seized his chance. Sitting on Zhang Guoqing's lap, munching on meat, Ping An's eyes followed Lin Lishan and Aunt Chin as they bustled around. Finally, when the two women left to do their own things, Ping An started whispering. Aunt Chin brought 2 bowls of this for Great-Grandma, and Grandma saw it and took a bowl too. Great-Grandma returned the fish, and Grandma came back with an empty plate. Zhang Guoqing, seeing his son peeking around so much, didn't dare eat for fear of choking. Now, watching Ping An's chubby little finger point at the dishes as he whispered, he couldn't help but find it hilarious. Thank goodness he'd been cautious. Zhou Jiao didn't say much. Grown-up matters weren't for kids. But it was good for him to observe, as long as he didn't go around tattling outside. Grandma told me that Great-Grandpa likes this best. Mom, when you and Dad aren't home, Great-Grandpa always comes over with Grandpa Chung. He says he likes me, but he's never given me a single candy. Zhou Jiao said softly, "I know, sweetie. Just watch, but don't let anyone see what you're thinking." Ping An blinked and nodded. All afternoon, the couple told stories, napped with him, and played games, doing their best to make Ping An happy. To keep his laughter going, they didn't return to campus that night. The 3 of them squeezed together, Ping An in the middle, listening to his childish chatter. In the early morning, Zhou Jiao stroked her son's sleeping, smiling face, reluctant to leave as she followed Zhang Guoqing out. The more sensible her child became, the more guilty she felt. Old Lady Qing had urged her just yesterday to have more kids while she was still young, but Zhou Jiao really didn't want to. To give birth but not raise, or to raise but not teach, she'd rather not have another child at all. She'd only smiled at the time, but she had her own plans. She'd wait at least 2 more years until Ping An was older and then maybe have another boy. If she had another too soon, she worried the whole family's attention would shift to the new baby, leaving Ping An feeling neglected. She'd experienced that crushing disappointment herself and would never let her son go through it. She and her husband agreed 2 children would be enough. If not for her father's sake, wanting a grandson to carry on the Zhou name, Zhang Guoqing wouldn't want Zhou Jiao to risk childbirth again. Having more sons wasn't necessarily a blessing, raising them well was what mattered. Ping An already fulfilled all his hopes for a child, any more would just take away from their own time together. He didn't want that, nor did he hope for it. Zhang Guoqing was very satisfied with his mother-in-law. Compared to the one in his previous life, this one was perfect, except for one thing. Why hadn't she given him a little brother-in-law? Even if he had to raise him himself, he'd do it gladly. He admitted he was selfish, but when it came to Zhou Jiao, he'd rather be selfish. He couldn't bear the thought of losing her. Without Zhou Jiao, what would he live for? With this in mind, Zhang Guoqing was always calculating the timing, keeping a close eye on the situation. To get information early, he got close to Yang Kun, hoping to find out which OB/GYN doctors were truly skilled. He never told Zhou Jiao about these hidden worries, for fear of stressing her out. When she said they'd talk after graduation, he hesitated, wondering if he'd be in trouble if he went against her wishes. Who knew where Zhang Guoqing got the confidence that their second child would be a boy? Walking along the road to school at dawn, the sky just beginning to lighten, they saw villagers already working in the fields on the outskirts of town. The adults were sallow and thin, their noses running from the cold, while barefoot children helped out nearby. The sight only strengthened his resolve not to have more children. Suddenly, there was a loud slap. A frail little girl was knocked to the ground. "I told you to watch your brother. Where did you run off to, you good-for-nothing freeloader?" A skinny woman cursed as she pinched the child lying on the ground. Zhang Guoqing stopped, hesitating whether to intervene. Sometimes, Good intentions backfired. If he helped now, the adults might take it out on the child later. Zhou Jiao tugged his sleeve. Let's go. The scene brought back unpleasant memories for her. Zhou Jiao's face darkened, lips pressed tight as she hurried forward. She had suffered the same treatment as a child. The only difference was that she fought back. That was her mother's favorite tactic in her previous life. That's why she always had a special feeling for her mother, Lin Lishan. Even when she heard from Ping'an that her mom often secretly helped out old Master Lin, she just turned a blind eye. As she walked, Zhou Jiao tried to think about her father, Zhou Xiaozheng, how, before she left, he'd told her to wear more clothes and stood at the door watching her go. Gradually, a smile returned to her face. Zhang Guoqing's days lately had been sheer torment. Every time his wife shot him that look of disdain, his heart shattered into pieces. And as if that wasn't enough, even the privilege of drinking meat soup had been taken away from him. Zhang Guoqing shook his head again. How could he explain that in the summer there was a feast every day, he could eat whatever he wanted, so of course he was happy. But now, living in the school dorms, even the slightest noise could be heard by everyone. Otherwise, he'd have already pinned his wife down. And back home, their son was always squeezing in between them, making trouble. He was out of solutions. Yeah, right? Yi Jiafeng sneered. If I had a sister, I'd never let her marry you. One of these days, I'll take you out for some foreign flavor. Otherwise, you won't be able to resist temptation in the future and you'll get into big trouble. Yongji used to be straight-laced, but look at him now. Zhang Guoqing didn't even ask what he wanted them for, just nodded. Give me 2 or 3 days. It's not convenient at school. As he said this, his eyes lit up. He suddenly remembered something. How could he have forgotten? What are you doing? I don't know why, but I suddenly feel so sleepy. Zhang Guoqing said, sneaking a glance at his wife. She really did love him. Trying not to laugh, he pulled her into his arms. He carefully chose his words, wanting to get her in a good mood. Jiao, Dada just asked about buying pots. See, here's our chance. Even he's short on them, so we could definitely trade for a lot. How about we hit the black market in a couple of days? You perv. Okay, baby, relax, don't bite me. Baby, you're so beautiful. The soft, boneless woman in his arms closed her eyes, unconsciously responding to him, her moans and whispers full of passion, a stark contrast to her usual coolness, revealing a breathtaking beauty. This Zhou Jiao was irresistible. In his previous life, there had been stunning beauties who'd tried to seduce him, but he'd never felt a thing. But Zhou Jiao seemed born to conquer him. Whenever you blush, I get all these images in my head. It's not trouble, I'll take care of everything. If there's something going on at school, we'll stay here. If not, and we don't go back to the compound, we'll stay there. Some things just aren't convenient here. Zhou Jiao poured cold water on his plans. It'll be winter soon. Without a heated brick bed, we'll freeze to death. Freezing's better than dying of frustration. What did you say? Snowflakes drifted down from the sky. Zhang Guoqing looked up, wondering if his wife had made it home yet, and if his son had eaten. Everyone, come in. The meeting's about to start. A dozen or so people gathered together, talking over each other. Zhang Guoqing smiled quietly, keeping silent, only chiming in when someone pressed him for his opinion. When it was finally mealtime, they took a break. Yi Jiafeng pulled Zhang Guoqing aside as they walked, steering clear of the crowd. He grumbled, "What's that guy showing off for? Acting like his dad is the only big shot around. What a joke." Zhang Guoqing shot him a look. All right, I'm just venting to you," he said. Zhang Guoqing stopped, frowning. "Don't even say it to me in the future. Let me give you 2 words, watch your mouth." Yi Jiafeng grinned, dragging him forward. "Got it, I know when to keep my mouth shut." Zhang Guoqing sighed inwardly. This new batch of people coming in, each one could be a big deal or a nobody. He really didn't want his good buddies getting into trouble with them. Wang Deong glanced back and saw the 2 lagging behind. "Hurry up, you 2. The campus was empty, and the biting north wind made everyone shiver. A few people, clutching their enamel bowls, hunched their shoulders and hurried toward the cafeteria. "It's freezing in the daytime. Imagine how cold it'll be tonight." How about we all squeeze in together to sleep? It's too crowded, I won't be able to sleep. Where's Xiaowu? Zhang Guoqing shook his head. If he had nothing going on tomorrow, he'd go home tonight. He'd rather freeze than miss a chance to cuddle with his wife. But that wish didn't come true. As night fell, 2 unexpected guests arrived. Xiaowu, we almost died out there, but we finally found you. Zhang Guoqing stared in shock at Li Qinglin and Zhang Yuntao. How'd you two end up together, one from the north and one from the south? How long's it been since the 3 of us got together? Remember? I came from the northeast, waited at the train station all afternoon before I finally ran into Lindsay. I thought your school would be close by. Zhang Guoqing burst out laughing. Not far at all, we're both in Beijing. I said we should find a place to stay the night, but he just wouldn't let go, Li Qinglin complained, glancing at Zhang Yuntao. Zhang Guoqing hurriedly ushered them inside. Come in, come in. Good thing you got here now, I was just about to head home. Why didn't you go to my place first? It's not convenient coming here. Not just inconvenient, I thought we'd gone to the wrong place. Had to ask a bunch of people. Let's eat something first, then we'll head back into the city. The conditions here are what they are, so just make do for now. Upstairs in the dorm, Zhang Yuntao looked around. Just you and your wife living here? Way better than my school. Zhang Guoqing quickly poured some hot water, opened the stove vent, and got busy preparing some steamed buns to fill their stomachs. Li Qinglin took a few sips of hot tea, finally catching his breath before asking, Where's Zhou Jiao? Why are you here alone? We're on break already. She went home today to be with our son. What brings you guys here? If you want to have fun, wait for summer. It's too cold to go anywhere now. Li Qinglin pointed at Zhang Yuntao. Zhang Guoqing looked at him. Taozi, this isn't like you. Last time I wrote, you said you were swamped. He eyed him suspiciously. What's with that look? Can't I just miss my buddies? Zhang Guoqing and Li Qinglin exchanged a smile. This guy was still stubborn. They winked at each other, deciding to eat first and interrogate him later. Don't go back tonight. It's quiet here, perfect for a chat. Zhang Yuntao had no objections. He was feeling troubled himself and needed his 2 brothers' advice. After eating and washing up quickly, the 3 didn't bother looking for Yi Jiafeng and the others downstairs. They went to bed early. Zhang Guoqing patted Zhang Yuntao. All right, spill it. Something's up, isn't it? Is someone giving you trouble? Li Qinglin chimed in, Don't worry, you've got us. What? Am I that easy to bully? Zhang Yuntao lay with his hands behind his head, his expression shifting. Under their steady gaze, his face slowly turned red. A thought struck Zhang Guoqing. Why didn't Zhao Yuanyuan come with you to see Zhao Jiao? You. I guessed right, didn't I? You and Zhao Yuanyuan are together now? Hiding it well. Or wait, is there trouble between you two? Li Qinglin was confused, glancing at the 2 of them. Taozi, what's going on? You never mentioned this in your letters. Your mom always wanted you to marry that chubby girl. She's not against you too, is she? Zhang Yuntao's face turned bright red. He shook his head, stammering for a long time without saying anything. Zhang Guoqing shook his head at Li Qinglin. He'd been there, clearly. This was about Zhao Yuanyuan. What else could make him so embarrassed? Lindsay, how are things at your school? What about that girl you mentioned last time? Li Qinglin sighed and stood up. Got any booze? I can't talk about this without a drink. Of course, I've got 2 bottles of teku in my bag. Zhang Guoqing scratched his head, a bit slow to catch on. Since when did he become a relationship counselor? Well, looks like there'd be no sleep tonight. He got up, dragged a wooden box out from under the bed, and dumped out all the dried meat and peanuts. You two sure live well. Zhang Guoqing shot Zhang Yuntao a look. You're not doing so bad yourself. Let's hear about Lindsay's girl first, then we'll talk about my mess. Zhang Guoqing didn't say much more, opening the bottle and pouring them each a full cup, only giving himself a small bowl. He was afraid if he got drunk, he'd start calling these 2 darling. After a few drinks, Li Qinglin still hadn't started talking, but Zhang Yuntao couldn't hold it in any longer. Xiaowu, can people outside hear us in here? Zhang Guoqing shook his head. The neighbors and everyone upstairs had left for break. If not for his son, he wouldn't have let his wife leave either. What a perfect opportunity. Zhang Yunao picked up a bowl of liquor and downed it in one go. I never thought about anything happening with Zhao Yuanyuan before. We were just like buddies. She's good-looking, has a great personality, and a lot of guys liked her when we started college. She's so straightforward, she didn't even notice what those guys were after. Li Qinglin snorted. I never thought she was that pretty. And you never thought about it before? You're such a blockhead. When you saw those guys circling, you got anxious, didn't you? Lindsay, I swear, before this summer, I really never thought about it. Out of the 5 of us, the 3 of us are brothers. Jiao Jiao's our little sister, and I always saw Yuan as a sister too. Zhang Guoqing poured him another drink and nudged Li Qinglin. If Taozi had come all the way to Beijing, something big must have happened. Before anyone could urge him to drink, Zhang Yuntao grabbed the cup and downed it. After a while, he rubbed his face with both hands, looking dejected. You guys weren't home over summer break, and the Zhao brothers were in the provincial capital, so it was just me and Yuan left in the county. One day, she said it was too hot and asked me to go hiking in the mountains with her. Zhang Guoqing figured something must have happened between the 2 of them up there, but he didn't interrupt. Honestly, he thought they were a good match. Ever since they got into the same university and ended up in the same class, both he and Zhou Jiao thought they'd make a great couple. We didn't dare go to Dakingshan, so we went to the mountain by the reservoir. It was a drought that summer, and even the mountain was hot. We walked for 3 hours and finally found a shady little hollow at noon. There was a village nearby, so we planned to hang out until dark and stay overnight in the village. Zhao Yuanyuan was drenched in sweat, running her hand through her damp short hair as she stared intently at Zhang Yuntao. Zhang Yuntao sighed inwardly at his misfortune. How did he end up on this sinking ship? Want me to help you find some water to wipe off the sweat? He offered. Zhao Yuanyuan grinned from ear to ear. Let's go. I could do it myself, but I'm afraid there might be snakes around here. I don't know if the anti-snake sachet Jiao Jiao gave me is still working. If you're scared of snakes, why'd you run up the mountain? You really are a silly girl. You're the silly one. Want me to beat you up? You? Not to look down on you, but I could knock you over with one hand. The 2 young people bantered back and forth, chasing each other as they found a stream, filled a pot with clean water for cooking, and happily jumped into the creek. As soon as the cool water touched her skin, Zhao Yuanyuan forgot all about arguing with Zhang Yuntao. She lay down in the shallow stream, the thin layer of water just enough to cover her whole body. After a while, something didn't feel right. She spat out a mouthful of water and shouted upstream to Zhang Yuntao, "Come down here, let's switch spots. I'm not drinking your bath water." Zhang Yuntao had grown up in a well-off family, tall and athletic, over 1.8 meters, and a star athlete who'd won awards for his school. He looked down at the water, which was even shallower where he was. There was no way he could soak in it. He shook his head. No way. I'm a man, I'm not drinking your bath water either. Hearing this, Zhao Yuanyuan immediately stood up and walked toward him. At first, Zhang Yuntao didn't pay much attention. He often forgot Zhao Yuanyuan was a girl. If he'd remembered that before agreeing to this mountain trip, he never would have said yes so easily. But now, seeing her clothes soaked and clinging to her curves, he suddenly realized she really was a girl, different from him. Startled, he shouted, "Don't come over here." Zhao Yuanyuan was annoyed. She'd already come over, and this guy still wouldn't move. Just wait and see how she'd deal with him. She ran over without thinking. This silly, big-hearted girl forgot that Zhang Yuntao wasn't her brother she always roughhoused with, but a 20-something man full of hormones. Zhang Yuntao stared at her, her body barely covered, especially the 2 bouncing mounds as she ran. It was like a thunderclap struck him, his mind went blank. Zhao Yuanyuan rushed over, grabbing his arm to pull him out. Zhang Yuntao stared at her in a daze. Every time his arm brushed against those bouncing mounds, his scalp tingled. He squeezed his eyes shut, telling himself not to lose control, desperately wanting to cover himself below. Zhao Yuanyuan had no idea. She was just furious. When he wouldn't budge, she tried to pull him, but he even pushed her away. In a fit of anger, Zhao Yuanyuan threw herself onto Zhang Yuntao, pinching his face. "You stingy jerk. Let's see you try to stay put now. See if I don't teach you a lesson. Zhang Yuntao wanted to die. He was a normal man. He'd read his fair share of racy books. Now here they were, tangled up in the water, and she was a soft, real girl. With his face squished, he managed to mumble, Zhao Yuan. I'm a man. You'll regret this. Oh, threatening me now? You've got guts. See if I don't strangle you. How dare you threaten your big sis? Just wait till I'm done with you. She scolded him as she lifted herself up, freeing a hand to pinch his waist. Zhang Yuntao watched Zhao Yuan's body sway right in front of his eyes, struggling with himself. His rational mind told him to stop, or things would get out of hand. He wrapped one arm tightly around her. What are you doing, Yuntao? Let go of me. Zhao Yuan went limp in his arms, trying to get up but finding herself too weak. She didn't know much about these things, but she had a vague idea what was happening. Hearing the hint of tears in her voice, Zhang Yuntao looked up at her, his voice hoarse. Yuan, I told you, I'm a man. You started this fire, now you have to help me put it out. No way. My mom would kill me. Marry me. You like me too, don't you? As if. Who wants you? Yuntao, we can't do this. It's wrong unless we're married. Let's wait till we graduate and get married, okay? Yuan, I can't take it. Just let me hold you for a bit. Don't move. If you move again, I really won't be able to control myself. You really won't do anything? Zhang Yuntao sealed her lips with a kiss, feeling his heart race. He realized what a fool he'd been. He'd almost let someone else take her away. Sister, my ass. This was his woman. He recalled scenes from those racy books. Feeling Zhao Yuan struggle, Zhang Yuntao parted her legs and pulled her onto his lap. I won't go all the way. If you don't agree, I won't do it. Zhao Yuan's eyes were red. You said it. Yeah, I said it. We'll wait till we're married. Zhao Yuan shifted uncomfortably. I don't want to sit like this. Hiss. Zhang Yuntao sucked in a breath. Yuan, don't move. If you do, I can't promise I'll keep my word. Yuntao. Zhang Yuntao looked up to see her gazing at him, eyes hazy and dreamy. In that instant, something snapped in his mind. All at once, his reason vanished. He kissed her urgently. After their passion cooled, Zhang Yuntao held her, nervously watching her face. The more he looked, the more uneasy he felt. She was silent, not hitting him. What did that mean? Yuan, as soon as we get back, I'll have my parents come propose. We can get married whenever you want. I'll listen to you from now on. Yuan, are you worried about getting pregnant? I've read books. I was careful just now, so it should be fine. But even if you do get pregnant, it's okay. Don't you like Ping'an? We could have one too. Yuan, I didn't mean for things to go that far. You're just so beautiful I lost control. Hit me a few times, will you? You love hitting me. Go ahead, I won't fight back. Yuan, trust me one more time. If I ever break a promise to you again, you can punish me however you want. On the mountain, Zhang Yuntao held her all night, talking until his mouth was dry, but she never said a word. He was terrified she'd do something drastic. But the next day, once Zhao Yuan recovered and followed him down the mountain, she disappeared. Zhang Yuntao waited in the county all summer, hoping to see her, but she never showed up. Finally, when school started, Zhang Yuntao stuck to her side every day. In public, Zhao Yuan acted as usual, but when they were alone, she went silent again. Zhang Yuntao racked his brain but couldn't figure out what she was thinking. Sure, he'd broken his promise that day, but she hadn't refused him either. He could tell Zhao Yuan cared about him, and he liked her too. Ever since that day, he hadn't been able to forget her for a single moment. If he could think of a way, he'd never leave her side. Ping'an flipped through his book, his eyes darting to the clock every so often. The moment the hour, minute, and second hands all pointed to 12, he immediately stood up, put away his book, and trotted out of the living room on his little legs. Seeing this, Lin Lishan advised, wait inside. They won't be back that quickly. Ping'an paused, turned back with a smile, and said, my mom and dad said they'd be back before 12:30. They never lied to me. I know, it's leaving a note. That's right, my son is so smart. Zhang Guoqing, seeing his son peeking around, didn't dare put more food in his mouth for fear of choking. Now, watching his chubby little hand point at the dishes on the table and hearing his hushed voice, he couldn't help but find it amusing. He was glad he'd been cautious. Ping'an blinked and nodded. If she had another child too soon, she worried the family's attention would shift to the newborn, making Ping'an feel left out. She'd experienced that overwhelming disappointment herself and would never let her son go through the same. She and her husband agreed having a second child was enough. If not for her father, who wanted a grandson to carry on the Zhou name, Zhang Guoqing wouldn't even want Zhou Jiao to risk another pregnancy. As she walked, Zhou Jiao forced herself to think of her father, Zhou Xiaojing, how, before she left, he told her to dress warmly, standing at the door watching her go. Gradually, a smile appeared on her face. Zhou Jiao listened as the gate guard spoke on the phone, saying there was a female comrade named Zhao Yuanyuan waiting at the main entrance. What? Who did you say it was? Say that again. Zhao Yuanyuan. She's here alone, says she's looking for you. Please keep an eye on her and don't let her leave. I'll be right there. Old Madam Cheng, who was nearby, asked Jiao Jiao, who is it? Auntie, it's Zhao Yuanyuan. I'll go pick her up first. She didn't even tell me she was coming, and Uncle Dashan and the others didn't inform my dad either. I hope nothing happened. Oh, just let her come in directly. Don't rush, be careful, the road might be slippery. Before the old lady could finish, Zhou Jiao had already dashed off. She couldn't help but grumble to Ping'an, why is your mom in such a hurry? The person's already outside, it's not like she'll run away. Ping'an looked outside. Great-grandma, is it that loud-voiced Annie from our hometown, Zhao Yuanyuan? The old lady chuckled, of course it's her. You still remember her, Ping'an. She's my mom's best friend. She used to come over a lot and was always really nice to me. At the entrance, Zhao Yuanyuan, who had always been good to Ping'an, looked at the guards speechlessly. Was this really necessary? It's not like she was going to run off. Comrade, just wait a moment. Zhou Jiao will be here soon to pick you up. It's not that quick to get here from the Zhou house. They live at the very back. Zhao Yuanyuan rolled her eyes. What about Zhang Guoqing? Is he not home? No guests at his place today? And you are. I'm not just being nosy. I'm their classmate, went to school with them all the way through high school. A few of us agreed to meet up in Beijing, but I don't know if the others have arrived yet. Oh, I haven't seen Shou come back today. He should still be at school. Zhou Jiao, worried that Zhao Yuanyuan might feel lost in a new place, rushed over, panting, only to find her chatting away happily with the guard. Yuanyuan. Zhao Jiao, I missed you so much. I've been bullied. As soon as Zhao Yuanyuan saw Zhou Jiao, tears started streaming down her face. Who dared to bully you? What happened? Don't be scared. Come on, let's go home and talk. Zhou Jiao was startled by her friend's tears, gave the guard an apologetic smile, and led her away. The guard was dumbfounded. This woman was just laughing like a fool, and now she's crying buckets. Is she all right in the head? Zhou Jiao took a handkerchief from her pocket and handed it over. Why didn't you let me know you were coming? I could have picked you up. Was it a long way from the train station? Who bullied you? Is Uncle Dashan okay? Zhao Yuanyuan wiped her tears, glanced at the passers-by, and sheepishly rubbed her nose. Is your house still far? Let's hurry up. Zhou Jiao was speechless. She'd been worried for nothing, clearly a misunderstanding. How could she forget what kind of person this girl was? It's just straight ahead. Once you're at my place, do you want to send a telegram to your uncle? No need, my dad doesn't want me anymore. I told my mom I came with classmates to see you. I'll let that classmate send the telegram. Zhou Jiao shook her head at the nonsense. Better to talk at home. Auntie. From a distance, Zhao Yuanyuan saw a little kid waving at her from the doorway. With a shout, she dashed forward. Baby, Auntie missed you so much. Auntie, why haven't you come to see me? I've missed you so many times. The tall and the short one reunited, Zhao Yuanyuan squatted down to hug Ping'an, who was jumping up and down with joy. She grinned, I thought you'd forgotten me. No way. I look at your photo every day. You've grown taller and you're even cuter than before. Really? Auntie, you're getting prettier too. Zhou Jiao and old Madam Chung exchanged a smile and called out, all right, let's go inside and talk. Ping'an grabbed Zhao Yuanyuan's hand. Come on, Auntie. I saved some osmanthus cake for you, but since you didn't come, I ended up eating most of it. I have lots of good stuff now. Old Madam Chung looked at Zhou Jiao in surprise. Zhou Jiao smiled and nodded. Yuanyuan was the leader of all the kids back home. She and Ping'an get along really well. They're on the same wavelength. The old lady's doubts were put to rest. In the living room, Zhao Yuanyuan finally noticed old Madam Chung. She'd met her once before and vaguely remembered. Embarrassed, she said, Auntie, please don't mind me. My mom always says I'm a big silly girl. Ping'an comforted her. My great-grandma is the best in the world. She won't mind. Old Madam Chung laughed heartily at the two of them. Have a good time while you're here. Treat this place as your own home. This girl had an upright look in her eyes and was cheerful and open. She was glad her Jiao Jiao had such a good friend. You know, when I told my mom I wanted to visit Jiao Jiao, she said, go ahead, your Uncle Zhou isn't an outsider. So I'm not going to be polite. Zhou Jiao just shook her head with a smile, leaving the three of them in the living room while she went to the kitchen to ask Aunt Chen to make Zhao Yuanyu and a bowl of noodles with a poached egg. Should I get a guest room ready? Zhou Jiao shook her head and smiled. Don't bother, Auntie. Even if you do, she won't sleep there. Just have Xiaowu sleep in the study next door. Go on, I've got things here. Aunt Chen immediately understood. These two were as close as sisters. When Zhou Xiaozheng came home from work, he heard laughter coming from the living room before he even stepped inside. He raised his eyebrows in surprise. Uncle Zhou, I'm here. He looked up. It really was the Zhao family girl. He nodded. Why didn't your dad let me know you were coming? Is everything all right at home? Zhao Yuanyuan stuck out her tongue. Everything's fine. I came with classmates, so my dad's not worried. Since you're here, stay for a while. Shan, take the girls out shopping when you have time. Lin Lishan nodded with a smile. She didn't need to be told. With the relationship between the two families, she'd naturally take good care of this girl. Besides, she was a delight to have around. Before bed, Zhao Yuanyuan finally had a chance to talk to Zhou Jiao alone. Thinking of something hard to say, she sighed. Jiao, were you scared when you first married Xiaowu? Zhou Jiao shook her head. Zhao Yuanyuan stared ahead, not really paying attention to Zhou Jiao's reaction. It was less a question for Zhou Jiao and more like she was talking to herself. I really don't want to grow up. I never thought about getting married early. I always wanted to travel and see the world. If I get married, I'll just end up like my mom, spending every day looking after a man and kids. I don't want that. Zhou Jiao raised her eyebrows in surprise. Did something really happen? When we were filling out our college applications, I thought, since the five of us would be separated, except for Zhang Yuntao, the rest of you would be far away, so I might as well apply with him. Turned out to be a good decision. At school, he took care of me, looked out for me. He's a real friend. I originally thought we'd just stay friends like that. After graduation, if he didn't have a girlfriend, I'd ask if he liked me. If we got together, we could travel and visit you guys. If not, we'd still be friends. But then everything changed. My plans got interrupted, and he wasn't the same friend I remembered. I couldn't get used to it. Zhou Jiao was totally confused. Could her friend be any less clear? Actually, I secretly followed him onto the train this time. He should be at Xiao's place by now. Jiao, what do you think of him? Can I trust my whole life to him? Zhou Jiao looked at her friend's lost expression, puzzled. I don't know what happened between you two. But if you followed him all the way to Beijing, you must care about him, right? And what do you mean, trust your whole life to him? Even if you marry him, you're still you. He's a good guy and he suits you. Zhao Yuanyuan glanced at her, then mumbled, Don't ask me what happened. I can't say it. Just know that he came to propose. Zhou Jiao's eyes flashed. Don't overthink it, then it's settled. Tell him what's on your mind, have a proper talk. Don't play guessing games, it's exhausting. She glanced at her blushing friend, so shy and silly. Honestly, both families probably already know, or why else would he come to propose before graduation? I I'm embarrassed to talk to him. Zhou Jiao nearly choked. They'd gotten this far and she was still embarrassed? As if she couldn't see what was going on between them. Zhou Jiao felt a pang of sympathy for herself. Why did she feel like she was worrying more than Cheng Hongli? Can you write it in a note? Then, worried, she added, just remember to burn the note afterward. Zhao Yuanyuan's eyes lit up and she scooted closer. Will he laugh at me? Zhou Jiao smacked her on the head. Have you gone silly from being in love? If he dares laugh at you, beat him up. He's your man now, what are you afraid of? Zhao Yuanyuan covered her head and asked quietly, you guessed? Am I a bad woman? Jiao Jiao, I'm scared. I don't dare tell anyone. Zhou Jiao rolled her eyes. He's single, you're single, you like each other, and you're not hurting anyone. How does that make you a bad woman? Scared? Now you're scared? Be glad you didn't get pregnant. Settle the wedding before the end of the year. Be careful from now on, don't get pregnant. Zhao Yuanyuan watched her carefully. You're not laughing at me? Why would I? Isn't this normal? He's old enough to get married, and you two spend all your time together. It was bound to happen. It wasn't like that, it was an accident. Yeah. Life is full of surprises. Zhou Jiao replied perfunctorily. It must have been tough for you lately, you've lost so much weight. Get some rest. Talk things through with him tomorrow, have some fun, and then go home and settle the wedding. From now on, you'll have your own family. Be good to each other. Zhao Yuanyuan grinned. That's exactly what my mom said. Zhou Jiao rolled her eyes, speechless. She decided to ignore this silly girl. Just now she was all worried, and now she's grinning like an idiot. Such a big heart, she'd made Zhou Jiao worry for nothing. Jiao, when I have a daughter with him, let's have her marry Ping'an, okay? It's settled. My daughter can stay with you and learn from you, that'd be great. Zhou Jiao closed her eyes and ignored her. Yeah, right? With the way you two are, your kid will be a little rascal. My son wouldn't be able to handle her. With Zhou Jiao's comfort, Zhao Yuanyuan was in high spirits, chatting about family matters in her warm, lively way. She was the kind of woman even Zhou Jiao envied. At the sound of the morning bugle, Zhou Jiao opened her eyes and glanced at Zhao Yuanyuan and Ping'an, both fast asleep beside her. The two of them didn't budge an inch, not even thunder could wake them. Zhou Jiao smiled and shook her head. Still, she carefully climbed down from the Kong bed, trying not to disturb their sweet dreams. After washing up, she stepped outside and was immediately greeted by a biting chill. Winter was never a pleasant season. Sure enough, Zhang Guoqing and his two companions were trudging through the thick snow on their way to school, braving the cold wind. It was anything but comfortable. When Zhou Jiao entered the living room, she noticed a pair of her father's shoes missing. He'd already gone out to exercise. She shrugged regretfully and headed to the kitchen. Auntie, please heat up some more buns and steamed bread. Xiaowu might bring his classmates back later. All right, I'll make some more porridge too. After giving her instructions, Zhou Jiao hesitated for a moment before heading to the storeroom. She'd been so busy lately, she wasn't sure how much was left in their reserves. With guests coming and the new year approaching, it looked like she'd have to make a few more trips to the black market. She didn't bother going down to the cellar. With all those cabbages and radishes, plus the supplies she'd stockpiled in the fall, there was nothing to worry about. Unlocking the storeroom, Zhou Jiao waited a moment to let the air circulate before stepping inside. Aside from a few jars by the door and a couple of missing trays of dumplings, everything else was as it should be. After closing up, Zhou Jiao dusted off her clothes and returned to the kitchen to help out. Aunt Chen looked at her curiously. Why aren't you out practicing your forms? I'll go later. There are more people around today, so I thought I'd lend a hand first. How's my dad's appetite lately? He keeps eating the same 2 dishes every day. Has he mentioned wanting anything else? Aunt Chen paused, dumpling tray in hand. 5 different kinds of dumpling fillings, and that's still not enough? What does she expect, dragon meat? This child. She frowned in thought. Other than making a couple extra dishes when you all come home, the chief hasn't asked for anything special. I've been following your instructions, and he eats just fine. Zhou Jiao smiled. She must still be half asleep. Her dad would never let outsiders see through him. Thank you for your hard work, Auntie. Aunt Chin shook her head with a smile. It's nothing. Go do your exercises, I can handle things here. Zhou Jiao checked her watch. With this delay, it was getting late. She glanced at the stove, nodded, and headed out to the courtyard. The sky was overcast, and the wind rustled the leaves outside the yard, looked like another snowstorm was on the way. As Zhou Jiao warmed up, her thoughts drifted to her husband, Zhang Guoqing. Knowing his temperament, he was probably already on his way home. She couldn't help but worry about how things were going for him. At 7 in the morning, Ping'an woke up, blinking sleepily. He glanced at Zhao Yuanyuan beside him and quickly came to his senses. His little hand found the warm sweater and pants under the covers, and he grinned. He pulled on his sweater, fastened the buttons at his neck, and shot a look of distaste at the woolen pants. He hated wearing those, always felt like he was being picked on for being small, and he could never get them on right. Thinking this, Ping'an, still in his long johns, slipped off the kang, grabbed his cotton pants from the warming rack, put them on, and then donned his cotton jacket, lips curling in a satisfied smile. He glanced back at Zhao Yuanyuan, still curled up under the quilt, then carefully opened and closed the door behind him. After a few steps, he broke into a run toward the living room. Mama, why didn't you wake me? I still have to practice my horse stance. Zhou Jiao was chatting with her father when she heard his voice. She turned and waved him over. It's not time yet. I wanted you to sleep a bit more. And you're not wearing your woolen pants again, are you? Mama, you're so not cute. I'm not cold. Zhou Xiaozhang curled his lips in amusement. His grandson was just like him in this regard. But you'll freeze your legs practicing horse stance like that. Go get your woolen pants and let your mom help you put them on. Ping'an's eyes darted mischievously. He flashed his grandpa a sly grin, stretched his legs, twisted his body, and dropped into a perfect horse stance, eyes shining with determination. Zhou Xiaozhang couldn't help but laugh. You little rascal. I'll let it slide this time, but starting tomorrow, no more clever tricks. He shook his head at Zhou Jiao. He's still young, don't let him lose interest. Try to find a way to make the long johns work so he doesn't end up with them all bunched up under his woolen pants. Zhou Jiao nodded. Ping'an glanced at his grandpa and pursed his lips. He really wanted to explain. None of the other kids wore little underpants or long johns, they just wore cotton pants. After much hardship, Zhang Guoqing and his two friends finally made it to the compound. After checking in, they headed to the Zhou house. As soon as they entered the living room, they saw a little bean of a boy, face serious, squatting in a horse stance, while Zhou Xiaozhang, his wife, and Zhou Jiao sat nearby, watching. Zhang Yuntao stepped in first and called out, Uncle Zhou, Aunt Zhou, we've come to visit. What's up with little Ping'an? Did he get into trouble? Ping'an's eyes lit up with surprise when he saw the three of them, but when he heard that, his face turned red and he glared fiercely at Zhang Yuntao. If it weren't for the fact that his time wasn't up yet, he'd definitely give this silly uncle a beating. What kind of question was that? Zhou Xiaozhang nodded at them. He's practicing his horse stance. Breakfast is ready for you, go have something to warm up. Zhang Guoqing glanced at the clock. Dad, it's almost time for you to go to work. I'll take over with Ping'an. How much longer does he have? All right, less than 15 minutes left. Ping'an, Grandpa's heading to work. Remember to stretch when you're done. Zhou Xiaozhang figured the kids wouldn't relax with him around, so he took the opportunity to stand up at his son-in-law's suggestion. Don't be shy at home. If you want to go somewhere, let Xiao Wu show you around. Got it, Uncle Zhou. Secretary Chen at the door immediately picked up the briefcase and followed him out. Once they were gone, Zhou Jiao walked over to the others, giving Zhang Yuntao a meaningful look and smiling. I'll go wake Yuanyuan. We can all eat together. Jiao Jiao, about Yuanyuan, Zhang Yunao started, but his two buddies pinched him on either side, cutting him off. Zhang Guoqing smiled at Lin Lishan, who was helping serve breakfast. Mom, have you eaten? Your dad and I already ate. Jiao Jiao said you'd all eat together. Yuanyuan's probably still asleep, so you all go ahead and eat. Li Qinglin stomped on Zhang Yuntao's foot, grinding it hard to stop him from grinning like an idiot. He whispered, behave yourself. Zhang Yuntao quickly nodded, craning his neck to look outside. Maybe we should wait for them and eat with little Ping'an. Lin Lishan smiled. Up to you. Xiao Wu, I'm heading to work too. Keep an eye on Ping'an, don't let him squat too long. He's so little, what's he doing practicing horse stance anyway? Ping'an, Grandpa's gone, how about we call it a day? But even after she spoke, the boy didn't move a muscle. She shook her head helplessly. So stubborn. Lin Lishan checked the time, grabbed her bag from her room, and looked Ping'an over worriedly. Are you sure your little body can handle this? Want to come with Grandma to the troop? Ping'an was tempted, holding his breath. He was so tired, but he'd promised Grandpa. Nope, not listening, not listening. Zhao Yuanyuan wiped the sweat from her brow, running her hand through her damp short hair, and fixed her gaze intently on Zhang Yuntao. Oh? Threatening me now? Getting bold, huh? See if I don't teach you a lesson. As Zhao Yuanyuan pinched him, her hand accidentally grabbed something. Instinctively, she squeezed, felt it twitch, and was so startled she tried to let go, but a big hand pressed hers down firmly. Zhang Yuntao held her tightly. Yuntao, what are you doing? Let go of me. Zhao Yuanyuan collapsed against him in fright, trying to get up, but finding she had no strength. She didn't know much about these things, but she had a vague idea what was happening. Promise you won't go too far. Yuntao. Zhang Guoqing shot him a fierce glare. Aren't you something? You even know how to force yourself on a girl. Don't give me that, it was an accident, nonsense, I know exactly what's going on in your head. If it had been any other girl, would you have ended up bathing together? It wasn't like that. Zhang Guoqing stifled a laugh and cut him off decisively. It's not a big deal. If Zhao Yuanyuan hadn't been willing, she'd have beaten you to death on the spot. No way she'd let a greenhorn like you get your way. When you get back, immediately right away, have your parents go propose marriage. After all this fuss, everyone knows you two are into each other. Aside from the two of us, don't mention what happened to anyone else. Having this kind of thing before marriage isn't good for a girl's reputation. Especially don't mention it in front of your parents. Don't worry, once the engagement is set, there won't be any problems. Zhang Yuntao looked at him with puppy dog eyes. Xiao Wu, what if Yuanyuan still ignores me? You have no idea how weird girls can be. After all that, now she won't even let me hold her hand. Li Qinglin patted him on the shoulder. Taozi, be honest. If this hadn't happened, would you still be clinging to Zhao Yuanyuan like this? As your brother, let me give you some advice. Figure out what you really want, or you'll end up hurting both her and yourself. Zhang Yuntao poured himself a drink and downed it in one gulp, sighing, I think I've really fallen for Zhao Yuanyuan. I used to think her laugh was silly, but now when I see her smile, I'm over the moon. When I see her eating wild greens and cornbread, it makes me want to cry. If I don't see her for a day, I worry something's happened to her. Whenever there's something good at home, I want to give it to her. Even now, I'm here worrying about how she's doing. Zhang Guoqing and Li Qinglin burst out laughing. This Zhang Yuntao is so ridiculously sappy it's almost unbearable. But seeing two good friends end up together is something to celebrate. Did you tell her when you came over this time? Zhang Guoqing snorted. Do you even need to ask? I bet he went running to invite her to see my wife, only to get shot down. Zhang Yunyao put on a fawning smile and got to the point. Xiao Wu, can you ask Jiao Jiao to send a telegram to Yuanyuan and have her come over? Uncle Zhao already agreed. As long as Yuanyuan says yes, the marriage is set. Look at you. With women, once you've done it once, you can do it again. Keep at it and she'll listen to you eventually. Fine, tomorrow morning I'll have Jiao Jiao send an urgent telegram. But let me say this first, from now on, no matter how good another woman is, remember what you said today, don't let your wife down. Zhang Yuntao rolled his eyes at him, secretly thinking, if you're so capable, why don't you make Zhou Jiao listen to you? He hadn't met his match yet, so he didn't really get it, but now he'd finally been caught. Zhang Guoqing gave him a knowing smile. He and Zhou Jiao had always wondered if these two would end up together, but they never expected it to happen in such a dramatic way. His buddy was really something. Honestly, this take her by force move was more than enough to deal with Zhao Yuanyuan. Off to the side, Li Qinglin was watching Zhang Yuntao thoughtfully. What's up? If you've got something to say, spit it out. How did you find the right place that day? Li Qinglin's question made Zhang Guoqing spit out his drink. You didn't get lost, did you? Zhang Guoqing started coughing uncontrollably thanks to these two. The amount of information was just too much. He eyed Li Qinglin suspiciously. Li Qinglin's face turned red under their scrutiny. How could I possibly? Oh, it's possible. Just say it, there's no one else here. Li Qinglin rolled his eyes at them. There's nothing I can't say. Remember that girl I mentioned in my letter last time? It was her. We were this close. Zhang Guoqing frowned slightly. You broke up. Li Qinglin nodded at Zhang Guoqing. She left with her family, and there's no way for us to be together now. Zhang Guoqing nodded and patted him on the shoulder. Let's drink. Li Qinglin shook his head with a smile. I'm fine. It's not what you think. I wasn't head over heels or anything, just had a bit of a crush. Honestly, it's kind of embarrassing. The night before she left, she asked me out. I was clueless at the time, but when I got there, I realized something was off. The whole courtyard was empty, just the two of us, a man and a woman alone. What else could happen? Now I really admire myself. I never knew I could be such a gentleman. Seeing her naked, I actually wanted to run away, and in the end, I really did pry her fingers off and left. Zhang Yuntao eyed him skeptically. Are you sure you left because you're a gentleman, and not because you couldn't, you know? We grew up together, you'd know if I could or not. Careful how you say that, or people will get the wrong idea. I'm a real man, you know. Zhang Guoqing watched them, grinning from ear to ear. Xiao Wu, stop grinning like an idiot. I think we need to take Lindsay to see a doctor. This isn't a small matter. Lindsay, be clear. What do you mean by at the last moment? How far did it go? Seeing him getting louder, Li Qinglin quickly covered his mouth. Keep it down. I'm telling you, okay? I'm really fine. Like I said, we were this close. Zhang Yuntao blinked and whispered, so you really couldn't find the door? Li Qinglin shot him a look. What do you think? But in that moment, I realized that if I wasn't planning to marry her, I shouldn't go through with it. Zhang Yuntao's jaw dropped. Seriously? What Li Qinglin didn't say was that although he did pry her fingers off, he didn't actually leave. It was the middle of the night. In such a remote place, he couldn't really just abandon her. In the end, what was meant to happen happened. At the moment he took her virginity, he whispered a solemn promise in her ear. He'd marry her on graduation day. And what did she say? She smiled through her pain and said yes. But when morning came, all that was left was a letter, no address, nothing, just saying she'd left and telling him not to wait for her. Why? He'd tried to back out, afraid he couldn't handle the responsibility, but she'd clung to him. When he finally gave his all, she turned around and left without a word. After a night of passion, he'd fallen for her. How could she just decide it was over? If she doesn't show up on graduation day, he'll never let it go. Zhang Guoqing kept a close eye on Li Qinglin, subconsciously frowning again. He's not like Zhang Yuntao. There was a lot more going on in Li Qinglin's eyes. And from what he'd said, I wasn't planning to marry her at the time, but now he wants to, and she's gone. What happened that night was definitely more complicated than he let on. Something must have happened. After thinking it over, Zhang Guoqing decided not to press Li Qinglin for details, not even asking the girl's name. What does it mean to be a true brother? It means listening when your brother wants to talk, and quietly staying by his side when he doesn't. And when he needs help, you give it your all. Zhang Guoqing hoped his brother would have smooth sailing ahead, and not get caught up in any messy love-hate drama. And you are. Yuan. Jiao Jiao, I missed you so much. I've been bullied. The moment Zhao Yuan saw Zhou Jiao, tears started streaming down her face. Auntie. Old Lady Chung laughed heartily at the two of them. Have fun while you're here, treat this as your own home. This child had an upright look in her eyes, open and cheerful. It was good that Jiao Jiao had such a friend. You know, I told my mom I wanted to see Jiao Jiao. She said, go ahead, your Uncle Zhou isn't an outsider. So I won't stand on ceremony. Uncle Zhou, I'm here. He looked up, sure enough, it was the Zhao family girl. He nodded. Why didn't your dad let me know you were coming? Everything all right at home? Zhou Jiao shook her head. When we were filling out college applications, I thought, once the five of us split up, except for Zhang Yuntao, you all went pretty far away, so I just put down the same school as him. It turned out to be the right choice. At school, he looked out for me, cared about me. I thought he was a really loyal friend. I originally planned for us to just stay friends. After graduation, if he didn't have a girlfriend, I'd ask if he liked me. If it worked out, we could travel together to see you guys. If not, we'd still be friends. But then everything changed. My plan got derailed, and he wasn't the same good buddy I thought he was. I'm having trouble adjusting. Zhou Jiao was lost. Could her friend be any less clear? Actually, this time I secretly followed him onto the train. He's probably gone to see Xiaowu by now. Jiao, what do you think of him? Can I trust my whole life to him? Zhou Jiao rolled her eyes. He's single, you're single, you like each other, you're not hurting anyone. How does that make you a bad woman? Scared? Now you're scared? You should be glad you didn't get pregnant. Get the engagement settled before the end of the year. Be careful from now on. Don't get pregnant before the wedding. She didn't bother going down to the cellar. There were mountains of cabbages and radishes, more than enough thanks to their own autumn purchases and the regular supplies. No worries there. Unlocking the storeroom door, Zhou Jiao waited a moment for the air to circulate before stepping inside. Aside from a few missing strings of dumplings and the 3 big jars by the door, everything else was as it should be. After leaving the storeroom, she dusted off her clothes and returned to the kitchen to help out. Aunt Chen, noticing this, asked curiously, "Why aren't you out practicing your forms?" "I'll go later. There are a lot of people today, so I thought I'd help out first." "Has my dad been eating well lately? It can't be good for him to eat the same 2 dishes every day. Has he mentioned wanting anything special?" Aunt Chen paused, thinking, 5 kinds of dumplings and that's still not enough? What does she expect, dragon meat? This child. She frowned and replied, "Other than making a couple extra dishes when you're home, the chief hasn't asked for anything. I've been preparing meals just like you asked, and he's been eating just fine." Zhou Jiao nodded. Ping'an's eyes lit up with surprise at the sight of the 3, but then he blushed and glared fiercely at them. If it weren't for the time, he'd have given that silly uncle a good beating. What a thing to say. "Got it, Uncle Zhou." As Lin Lishan left, Zhang Guoqing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Having a mother-in-law like her nagging in front of his son, he really felt for the boy. He gave Ping'an a thumbs up, "Well done. Unshakable spirit." Seeing Lin Lishan finally gone, Zhang Yuntao couldn't hold back any longer. He stood eagerly at the living room door, eyes fixed on the east wing. After waiting a while, he finally saw Zhao Yuanyuan and Zhou Jiao come out. His face broke into a goofy, ingratiating grin, both hands waving at her nonstop. Li Qinglin, standing nearby, couldn't help but cover his face. With this idiot acting like that, he just couldn't believe Zhang Yuntao could behave himself at school. No wonder that girl Zhao Yuanyuan didn't dare talk to him. It wasn't just Li Qinglin, even Zhou Jiao across from him was taken aback. What an eye-opener. Was this guy just too open with his feelings? If they made up, it was bound to be fireworks. Zhang Yuntao hurried over to Zhao Yuanyuan and whispered, "Yuanyuan, when did you get here? Why didn't you let me buy your ticket? What if something happened on the way?" Zhao Yuanyuan shot him a look, face stern. Thinking she still had questions for him later, she finally said, "I was right behind you, watching you get on the train." Zhang Yuntao lit up with excitement, grinning, "Yuanyuan, you're talking to me. Why didn't you call out to me? I was worried you weren't doing well at home. I put ration tickets and money in your bag, did you see? Yuanyuan, they're your favorite fried dough sticks today, eat more later, you've gotten so thin." What a pitiful sight. Zhou Jiao hurried away. If she listened any longer, she'd get goosebumps all over. "It's time. Good job, son. Here, let Dad help you walk slowly. Lindsay, what do you think of my Ping'an? Impressive, right? Not to brag, but he's one of a kind." "Hello, Uncle. Ping'an's grown a lot." Li Qinglin watched the happy family of 3, and a tearful face flashed through his mind, saying, "I really want a child," a pain so deep it almost suffocated him. Zhang Guoqing caught a glimpse of his sudden pallor and quickly let go of his son to support him. Lindsay, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Li Qinglin took a moment to steady himself, then smiled. My stomach's been acting up lately, can't go hungry. I need breakfast. Really? Should we go to the hospital? Li Qinglin laughed. Just let me eat and I'll be fine. You have no idea what I've been eating at school. I even drank last night, starved me half to death. Zhang Guoqing looked him in the eye, silent for a moment. Lindsay, whatever happens, just say the word. The three of us agreed to stick together through thick and thin. Li Qinglin's heart trembled. He lowered his head, gripping Zhang's arm tightly, voice hoarse, okay. Xiao Wu, I want some porridge. All right. Zhang Guoqing squeezed his hand and called out to the chattering Zhang Yuntao, Taozi, you two lovebirds, hurry up. Breakfast is getting cold. At the table, Zhang Guoqing fed his son, all the while keeping an eye on his two childhood friends, the chatty Zhang Yuntao and the now-recovered Li Qinglin. So, where are we going next? Any plans? I'll go with whatever Yuan wants. TCH. Come on, man, don't rub it in. You're making me, a single guy, jealous. It's too cold to go anywhere fun. Let's stay a day and leave tomorrow. I need to get back to my family, and Taozi and his girl should get ready for their engagement. We can come back next summer and stay longer then. Zhao Yuan quickly tried to persuade him, Lindsay, just 3 days, okay? I want to go shopping. You need tickets for everything these days. 1 day plus tomorrow is enough for shopping. Be good, we're your big brothers, would we trick you? Go home and get engaged first, then you can do whatever you want. Zhao Yuan muttered, who wants to get engaged to him? Li Qinglin raised his hand to stop Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao from persuading them to stay. No need for pleasantries. You have things to do at school, and they need to handle their engagement. I haven't been home all summer. My mom must be waiting for me every day. There's always next time. Zhang Guoqing smiled. I won't stop you then. But don't decide just yet, let's go out and see first. Later, I'll go with you to send a telegram to your mom. Taozi, you and your wife keep Jiao company at home. Li Qinglin nodded. The two of them settled it just like that. Seeing the young couple had no objections, they exchanged a smile, no problems there. Once Zhang Guoqing and the others left, Zhou Jiao took her son, Zhao Yuan, and Zhang Yuntao to her study in the East Wing. After chatting for a bit, she excused herself and left. As soon as Zhou Jiao closed the door, Zhang Yuntao scooted over and squatted in front of Zhao Yuan, looking up at her. Wife, can we stop fighting? Zhao Yuan glanced at him and lowered her eyes. Who's fighting? I just wanted you to think things through. I don't want you making fun of me for not having self-respect if we argue in the future. Zhang Yuntao's eyes lit up. Silly girl, would I have rushed to propose if I hadn't thought it through? Would I have sworn in front of your dad? Yuan, I really like you. You know I'm slow to react and never liked anyone before. When I saw other guys trying to impress you, I got jealous, like someone was stealing my girl. He saw she was listening seriously. He grinned even wider. Xiao Wu was right, if I didn't like you, would I have bathed with you? If it were another girl, I'd have been scared to death. At that, Zhao Yuan immediately pinched his ear and growled, Are you stupid? Why do you tell them everything? How am I supposed to face people? Zhang Yuntao hurriedly slapped his own mouth and tried to soothe her. Don't be mad, I didn't tell them. They really don't know. I didn't say we did anything. I just told them we went swimming in the mountains, and I fell for you, so I asked my parents to propose early. But you wouldn't agree, so I asked them for advice. Xiao Wu was just teasing me, I never admitted anything. Feeling her grip on his ear loosen, he breathed a sigh of relief and made a mental note to warn his two brothers not to let anything slip. This was just covering one's ears and stealing a bell. Really? Really? Truer than gold. Even when your dad tried to trick me, I didn't say a word. I just said you're in high demand, so I had to make things official early. Zhao Yuan finally smiled. Smart move. Remember, don't you dare say a word, or I'll never forgive you. You have no idea how suspicious my mom was. Luckily, I managed to fool her. Zhang Yuntao beamed and happily scooped her up, sitting down with her on his lap. Don't get any ideas. Silly girl. Where do you think we are? Would I dare? I just want to hold you. You have no idea how hard it's been for me these days, missing you every day and worrying you might get pregnant and not tell me. Zhao Yuanyuan gave him a strange look. Are you crazy? You told me to read books, remember? I never even thought about that. I was just worried my mom would find out. Zhang Yuntao chuckled, stroking her cheek. She was so innocent and easy to fool. If he didn't keep an eye on her, who would? He remembered to be careful at first, but later forgot all about contraception. He only said that to keep her from worrying. Why else would he rush to propose? He was afraid she'd get pregnant. This time, listen to me when we get back. We can't get a marriage certificate yet, so let's just have the wedding first. That way, even if you get pregnant, there's no shame. Zhao Yuanyuan shook her head. I don't care about the wedding, but don't you dare try anything. I don't want to get pregnant before graduation, or it's over between us. Okay, I'll do whatever you say. After the wedding, I'll buy us a little house in the provincial capital. We can go home whenever we want, and I'll cook for you. Zhang Yuntao secretly rejoiced. As long as she agreed to the wedding, that was enough. Once they were married, who could just lie under the covers and chat? As for kids, they could wait until after graduation and enjoy a few years of peace. Zhou Jiao estimated that the conversation inside should be wrapping up. She stepped out of the living room and hadn't even reached the courtyard when she heard Zhao Yuanyuan's loud laughter. Shaking her head speechlessly, Zhou Jiao couldn't help but chuckle. Honestly, what a pair of fools. Thinking it over, Zhou Jiao deliberately made some noise to announce her arrival. She was genuinely worried these two young people might get carried away and forget where they were. Jiao, take me for a stroll around town. I'm leaving tomorrow night, Zhao Yuanyuan called out loudly, jumping out of Zhang Yuntao's arms as soon as she heard someone outside. Zhou Jiao raised her eyebrows in surprise, then realized it was about time for them to get married. She smiled. Let me know before the wedding so I can rush back for the celebration. It's fine if you can't make it, but you have to send 2 red envelopes. Zhou Jiao grinned and nodded. Congratulations to the happy couple. Just then, Zhang Guoqing and Li Qinglin came in after sending a telegram. Seeing Zhang Yuntao grinning from ear to ear, they knew things had worked out and were genuinely happy for him. Finally, he could stop agonizing over it. Can we head out now? Someone asked. Where to? Today, let's go shopping and try some Beijing delicacies. Tomorrow morning, we'll watch the flag-raising ceremony, visit a few scenic spots and take some photos, and then just wander wherever looks fun. How does that sound? Everyone agreed to Zhang Guoqing's suggestion. Walking down the street, Zhang Guoqing carried his son and chatted with Li Qinglin about family matters. Up ahead, Zhang Yuntao walked on the outer side of the road, protectively accompanying Zhao Yuanyuan, who was happily chatting with Zhou Jiao. See? That's the power of love. Tao Dao took a step forward and found happiness. Lindsay, some things just aren't worth waiting around for. If you want something, you have to go after it. Zhang Guoqing didn't know exactly what had happened between Li Qinglin and that girl, but he really didn't want to see him in pain. If someone leaves, you can always go after them. Why torture yourself? If it were him, Zhang Guoqing would have rushed over long ago, not wasted any time. Back when he was chasing Zhou Jiao, he'd felt hopeless, and so many people had told him to give up. But in the end, he still got the girl. I'll think about it, Li Qinglin replied. Yeah, and if it really can't work out, you have to be decisive and let go. If I'm not mistaken, Uncle Li is probably already looking for a daughter-in-law for you. Li Qinglin understood what he meant. If he had someone in mind, he'd better speak up before his father found someone else and made things even harder. Before I go looking for her, I want to have a good talk with my dad, Li Qinglin said. Uncle Li's only thinking of what's best for you. If the talk doesn't go well, don't get angry. Just share your thoughts and don't go against him for the sake of it. Li Qinglin laughed. You really are my dad's favorite. Don't worry, I know how to handle it. Zhang Guoqing smiled. That was the end of that topic, and he quickly changed the subject. If there was ever an example of suffering for a friend, this was it. Zhou Jiao had always known Zhao Yuanyuan loved shopping, that she could wander around every market without buying a thing and still have a blast, but she hadn't expected her stamina to be this impressive. From morning until noon, Zhao Yuanyuan never once complained about tired legs. By noon, Zhou Jiao was absolutely done. Let's eat first. I'll take you somewhere good. You're not even buying anything. What's the point of all this walking? The prices are about the same as in the provincial capital. I'd be crazy to lug things back. I just love the hustle and bustle, all these people. It's so lively. After lunch, Ping'an was the first to ask to go home. He really didn't like his aunt, she wasn't any fun. Seeing that the three men were also losing interest, Zhou Jiao suggested, let's go to Hohai to see the scenery and ride the ice sleds. Before Zhao Yuanyuan could answer, Zhang Yuntao was already thrilled. Skating meant he could hold his fiancée's hand. Great idea. We haven't gone skating together in ages. Zhang Guoqing had no objections. As long as his wife was happy, he was happy. Li Qinglin was even more agreeable. What did a grown man want with department stores anyway? The skating rink was always packed during holidays. Even on regular nights, it was crowded, especially now that it was winter break. But during the day, most people were at work, so it wasn't too busy. They played all afternoon, and even when it was time to go home, Ping'an was reluctant to leave. For 2 days straight, Zhang Guoqing and Zhou Jiao took everyone sightseeing around Beijing during the day. At night, Wan Deong and Yi Jiafeng, who had bonded with them during the trip to the northeast, played the perfect hosts and took everyone out for fun. Zhao Yuanyuan had the time of her life. If she hadn't promised Zhang Yuntao to go home and discuss the wedding, she would have stayed until after the new year and the start of the new semester. Finally, Zhao Yuanyuan and her 2 companions, with several large suitcases in tow, boarded the train. Watching the train disappear into the distance, Zhou Jiao felt a little reluctant to part. On the surface, she had plenty of friends, especially among the girls in the compound, but she knew none of them could compare to Zhao Yuanyuan and her 2 friends. Zhang Guoqing patted her. It's late. Let's go. Yeah. Who knows when we'll all meet again after they go back. Don't worry. I bet Zhao Yuanyuan will be back in the summer. That girl only listens to Tao Dao, but she's a handful. She hasn't sat still for a minute these past few days. Zhou Jiao laughed, remembering how Zhao Yuanyuan would sneak out to play with the kids whenever she had a spare moment. Tao Dao can handle her. They're not officially married yet, but once they are, that silly girl won't be able to escape his grasp. That's not certain. If anything, Tao Dao is the one caught up in her whirlwind. He's always watching her with that goofy grin. What's so great about that? With her energy, he's got his work cut out for him. Well, as long as they're both happy. Lin Lishan was standing at the living room door. Seeing them come in, she quickly called out, "Come in, you must be freezing." "We're fine. Why aren't you and Dad asleep yet?" "We're going to bed soon. You two should have some ginger tea and get to bed early." After Zhou Jiao finished her tea, Zhou Xiaoweng nodded in satisfaction. "Get some rest. Don't get up too early tomorrow. That Zhao girl is a real handful. You need a few days to recover." Lin Lishan laughed heartily. "Your dad says if you go out with her again, he'll have to kick her out. Ping'an said your legs were so tired you got cramps, is that true? Our house is always so quiet, but suddenly having such a live wire around was actually kind of fun." Zhou Xiaozheng shook his head. Fun? His Jiao Jiao was all he needed. Rest up. Xiao Wu, you too, no need to join me for morning exercises tomorrow. Take a few days off. Once school starts, you'll be busy again. Okay, I'll listen to you. Good night, Mom and Dad. Back in the bedroom, Zhang Guoqing noticed the sheets and quilt covers had all been changed. He looked at Zhou Jiao with a teasing smile. Zhou Jiao blinked, puzzled. What's so funny? Jiao Jiao, don't worry, I'd never let another woman get close to me. And I wouldn't want another man sleeping under the same covers as my wife, either. Zhou Jiao couldn't help but laugh. You have no idea how weird it feels to think of Lindsay and Tao Dao snuggled up in our quilts. Good thing you didn't let them bring their luggage back here, or I wouldn't know how to host them. Zhou Jiao rolled her eyes. You 3 slept with our quilts in the study these past few nights. That's different. Once they're washed, your scent is gone. With that, Zhang Guoqing scooped her up and carried her to the side room, whispering in her ear, "The school bedding is the closest thing to you. Let me help you with your bath, wife. I'm tired. You sleep, I'll handle the rest." Soon, the sound of running water came from the side room. mixed with Zhou Jiao's soft gasps and pleas. Gradually, all sounds faded. Over an hour later, two figures, bare as the day they were born, appeared in the dim light. It was a long, long night. The sun was already high in the sky, but there was still no movement from the east wing. Anshin finally gave up on trying to get the young couple up for breakfast. She picked up her cloth bag, locked the courtyard gate, and left. Inside the bedroom, Zhang Guoqing was sleeping soundly on the Kung bed, both arms tightly wrapped around Zhou Jiao under the covers, his legs tangled with hers. Every now and then, he mumbled a few unintelligible words in his sleep. Zhou Jiao slowly opened her eyes, but her legs, trapped by his, couldn't move at all. She smiled helplessly. This man was domineering to the core. Enduring the soreness and numbness all over her body, she lay motionless in his arms. It was a rare, beautiful day, sunlight streaming through the curtains. Zhou Jiao half closed her eyes, debating whether to wake him up. Sweet, flower. Hearing this, Zhou Jiao's face flushed red. She lost all sympathy and reached out to smack him on the forehead. Startled awake, Zhang Guoqing hugged her even tighter and gently patted her back. Be good. You were exhausted last night. Go back to sleep. Your son is calling for you. Zhang Guoqing kissed her on the forehead. Don't fuss. Go back to sleep. My whole body's numb, my legs are asleep. I can't sleep anymore, I want to get up. Zhang Guoqing pulled her legs up onto his waist and gently massaged them. Why get up? Stay here with me, let's chat. Wouldn't it be nice if every day was like this? It's nice for you, but not for me. You say one thing, but mean another. Last night you were. Zhou Jiao quickly covered his mouth and glared at him. Say one more word and you're sleeping in the study tonight. Getting bold, using that trick again? Let's see if you dare leave your man alone next time. A tussle broke out under the covers. Once again, Zhou Jiao was outmaneuvered by him. She pinched him in annoyance. You did that on purpose. With a smug grin, Zhang Guoqing sealed her lips with a kiss. And then his wife really was clever. When Zhou Jiao woke up again, she was alone in the room. She pounded the quilt in frustration. Next time, she'd have to drug him to get any peace. She picked up the neatly folded clothes by the bed, got dressed, washed up, and took a bun from her space to fill her grumbling stomach. She listened carefully but heard no sounds from the courtyard. After hesitating for a moment, Zhou Jiao left the room. Your dad definitely can't go back, but I wonder what Jiao will decide. I really don't want to go to the funeral. As soon as Zhou Jiao entered the living room, she heard this sentence and paused. Grandma Zhou passed away? Lin Lishan instinctively watched her expression, feeling a wave of frustration. Why did both father and daughter look so calm? What did it mean? Were they going or not? Zhang Guoqing stood up and pulled her to sit down. You must be starving. You talk to Mom. I'll go get some food from the kitchen. Zhou Jiao nodded. Just a little. Zhang Guoqing nodded in understanding. We got an urgent telegram from the Zhou family this afternoon. The old lady passed away late last night. Lin Lishan handed her the telegram. Zhou Jiao opened it and did the math. She'd actually passed away the day before yesterday. It seemed the Zhou family had hesitated for a long time before notifying her. Thinking of the old lady's passing, Zhou Jiao felt a bit lost. Jiao, do you want to go back? Zhou Jiao shook her head. When someone dies, everything ends. What would I go back for? Under what pretense? It's just as well she's gone. I hope she reincarnates into a better life. Lin Lishan asked uncertainly, you really won't go back? You know, if you leave now, you can still make it in time for the burial. If you wait, it'll be too late. Zhou Jiao shook her head again. For her, not even visiting Grandma Zhou the last time she went to see Uncle Zhou Xiaozuan meant the relationship was over. I just feel so conflicted. It's hard to decide whether to go or not. Your great-aunt is old too, and it's not easy to discuss it with her. Zhou Jiao patted her hand. The person's gone, who are we putting on a show for? Grandma never wanted us to visit her anyway, or she would have insisted on seeing Dad before she died. Dad was just a stand-in for her lost son. Once her illusion of a real son was shattered, he wasn't close to her anymore. I wonder what your dad thinks. He said he can't get away, and he'll visit her grave next time he goes back. Do you think he's sad? Of course he's sad. After all, she raised him and played the role of mother for so many years. Even if she didn't do a great job, there were still feelings there. But Dad thinks like I do. When someone dies, it's over. Besides, what status would we have if we went? Should he go as the Zhou family's long-lost son, dressed in mourning? That's a joke. That's true. So, let's not talk about this in front of Dad anymore. He didn't even wear mourning for his own parents. No need to rub salt in the wound. And as for Grandma hiding Dad's identity and keeping him from seeing his real parents for decades, I'm not happy about that either. Let's just drop it. Zhang Guoqing stopped Aunt Chern and personally made a bowl of noodles. When he brought it over, he saw Zhou Jiao and her mother had finished talking and moved on to other topics. Eat something first. Xiao Wu, Jiao Jiao's decided not to go back. Zhang Guoqing wasn't surprised at all and nodded to show he understood. With his wife's personality, it would be strange if she wanted to go back. He knew her too well, which was why he hadn't woken her up when the telegram arrived. After finishing her noodles, Zhou Jiao checked the time and stood up. I'll go pick up Dad from work. You two take care of Ping'an. Zhang Guoqing smiled. Go ahead, my sweet little cotton-padded jacket. I'll pick up our son. Mom will wait for us at home. Sweet little jacket? She hasn't come to pick me up from work yet. Zhou Jiao burst out laughing. Mom, are you jealous? Of course. Go pick up your dad. He'll be so happy. He loves showing you off. Zhang Guoqing took down the coats for the two women and smiled. Mom, we don't envy their father-daughter bond. Let's go pick up Ping'an and show off ourselves. Yes, let's go for a walk together. At the fork in the road, Zhou Jiao waved goodbye to them and headed to Zhou Xiaojing's workplace. She'd been there once before and still remembered the way. Standing at the gate, she asked the guard if her father was in. Since he hadn't gone out, she decided not to go inside. Checking the time, she declined the guard's offer to notify him. Zhou Jiao moved away from the gate and stood in an inconspicuous spot, glancing at the entrance from time to time. A few minutes later, Zhou Xiaozheng and a few others came out after work. The guard pointed out where Zhou Jiao was standing. Seeing her, Zhou Jiao happily skipped over to Zhou Xiaozheng. Slow down. Why didn't you come inside in this cold weather? I just got here and didn't want to disturb you since it was almost time to get off work. Zhou Jiao smiled at the soldiers beside him. Uncles, it's been a while. Why haven't you come to visit us? A burly, dark-skinned man boomed. Old Zhou, look at your daughter. She even invites us over. What about you? A bespectacled middle-aged man smiled and asked, Xiao Wu, have you gone hunting with those boys lately? Zhou Jiao instantly understood. He was craving wild game. She pretended to whisper, Uncle, we don't need Xiao Wu. Someone just brought a lot of meat from my hometown. How about it? Want to have a drink? Really? That's great. We'll come over tonight, but you have to cook yourself. No problem. And listen, my cousin Xijin still has a bottle of good liquor from Grandpa Chairman. Don't tell him I snitched. He treasures it, but if you... She winked at them. Everyone burst out laughing. Zhou Xiaoeng looked at his daughter fondly from the side. If his daughter wanted to build good relationships, her skills were every bit as good as his son-in-law's. After saying goodbye to everyone, Zhou Jiao happily linked arms with Zhou Xiaozheng and walked forward. The father and daughter tacitly avoided mentioning anything about the old Zhou family. Why did you decide to come pick me up today? Did Xiao Wu go to get Ping'an? Zhou Jiao smiled. He and Mom went together to the kindergarten. I just haven't strolled around the compound with you in ages. Dad, you love Ping'an the most now. You don't dote on me anymore. Zhou Xiaozheng patted the hat on her head. You're still acting spoiled at your age? Aren't you afraid Xiao Wang and the others will laugh at you? No way. My brother Wang and brother Chen are such honest guys. How could they laugh at me, right? Xiao Wang and the others nodded, trying to hold back their laughter. Dad, do brother Wang and the others get any annual leave this year? I don't think they went home last year. Shouldn't they go back and meet their future wives? Zhou Xiaozheng played along with his daughter. Yes. I was just about to let them go back for a visit. They're not getting any younger. It's time to settle their personal lives. The men behind them exchanged helpless smiles. Grandpa. Mom. Luckily, Ping'an appeared ahead, rescuing Xiao Wang and the others from the conversation. Grandma and Dad came to pick you up and take you home. Zhou Xiaozheng bent down and picked him up. All right, let's all go home together. Did you have fun in class today? I had a great time. The older boys in the big class asked me to play with them again tomorrow. On the way home, whenever they passed people, they'd greet them. Everyone looked on cheerfully as the family walked away, still able to hear the child's sweet, milky voice, drawing knowing smiles from passers-by. A single telegram did not cause the trouble the old Zhou family father and son had schemed for. The Zhou family in the capital was completely unaffected, living their own happy, carefree lives. In contrast, the old Zhou father and son sat in their bedroom, facing each other in silence. Outside, the wailing of Aunt Zhou, Zhou Liru, drifted in. Zhou Xiaozuan spat on the floor in irritation. Don't spit on the floor. Your mother doesn't like it. Zhou Xiaozuan glanced at old Zhou. Dad, do you really think that telegram will make that bastard and his daughter feel guilty? I doubt it. If anything, it just cuts things off cleanly. My target isn't them. Don't provoke them, you can't afford to. I just wanted to use the telegram to remind someone that I'm still alive. Zhou Xiaozuan suppressed his anger and lowered his voice. Dad, can't you tell me who that person is? What leverage do you have on them? Stop making decisions on your own, or we'll end up with nothing. Old Zhou stared ahead and shook his head. It's not that I won't tell you. Even if I did, you wouldn't be able to reach them. I'm hoping that person can help Xiaonan. The boy can't afford any more delays. When I'm gone, you'll have to rely on him. Names flickered through Zhou Xiaozuan's mind, one after another. He stared into old Zhou's eyes, exhaled slowly, and asked, Is it that old lady from the Lin family? Sure enough, old Zhou's face stiffened. Zhou Xiaozuan shook his head. I don't mean to look down on you, Dad, but it's useless. Even if you don't say it, I can guess you made some agreement when you brought that child back. But that girl is alive and well now. There's no leverage left. That's not it. Trying to get information out of me, are you? A glint appeared in Zhou Xiaozuan's eyes. He grabbed old Zhou's arm, suppressing his excitement, and whispered, If you really think of me as your son, just tell me. A strange smile appeared on old Zhou's face. Dad? Old Zhou chuckled softly. All right, I'll tell you, so that if anything happens to me, someone will know this secret. Your mother actually discovered it first. She's kind-hearted and thought she was just being paranoid. But as soon as I interacted with Gu Rui, I knew it was true. Zhou Xiaozuan leaned in, waiting quietly. When we got the news that Zhou Xiaolong was dead, your mother and I rushed over the next day. I went to help with the funeral arrangements, and your mother went to look after the daughter-in-law. One day, she came back looking very serious and told me she'd found something odd at the daughter-in-law's place. She was helping with chores in the kitchen and accidentally discovered that some of the food for the postpartum period had been soaked in certain medicines. She recognized them because her own mother had accidentally taken them before, and she was an only child. The strangest thing was that the pig's trotters soaked in birth control medicine had been left there for almost a month untouched. At the time, the Lin family's younger daughter-in-law was also doing her confinement, so there shouldn't have been any leftovers. I was suspicious, but I never thought Gu Rui would harm her own daughter. I heard her daughter-in-law already had 2 grandsons and now 2 granddaughters, so maybe she just didn't want more kids. But then I saw Gu Rui's face, and considering she was from the Gu family in Jiangnan, it all became clear. There's no way she didn't know Zhou Xiaozheng's true background. We made a private agreement then. I'd take the child back, but whether he lived or not was up to fate. No one could ever reveal Zhou Xiaozheng's origins. When she talked about the child, her eyes were full of poison. But I thought, after all, he's still a Zhou. I couldn't let him die at her hands. The most important thing was, with Zhou Xiaozheng dead, if Lu Shiji ever came looking, that child might inherit the Gu family fortune one day. I never mentioned this to Gu Rui. After we made our deal, I worried she might come after me, so I tested her by accusing her of giving my daughter-in-law birth control drugs. I made her write me a note, or else I'd expose the evidence. She panicked, really thinking I had proof, and wrote the note. After we formed our alliance, I took the note and the money and rushed home, afraid she'd try to kill me. Unfortunately, I was worried your mother would discover the secret, so I stuffed the money and note in my shoe in a hurry. It was so hot that day I didn't notice. The writing on the note was all smudged and turned to shreds by the time I got home. Zhou Jiao was deeply disappointed. It's fine. As long as I don't say anything, how would Gu Rui know the evidence is gone? I've kept this to myself for years. When you went to prison, I planned to use it to threaten Gu Rui, but then you came back. Besides, I didn't want that bastard Zhou Xiaozheng to catch wind of it. If he found out his own wife had been drugged by her mother, he'd probably just divorce her and remarry. But I'd never let him have his way. He thinks he's so great, but no matter how capable he is, he can't have a son to carry on the family line. Let's see how great he is then. Just a useless daughter, his line ends with him. What's he so proud of? Old Zhou looked at his son with satisfaction. He continued smugly, "Don't think you're smarter than your old man. You asked me to go to the Zhang family, and I went. Did you really think I had no agenda? I was planning to plant a thorn in their side, so old Zhang would never agree to adopt a grandson. Let's see what that bastard does then. The legitimate Zhou family? Huh. I'll make sure Zhou Jianyu's branch dies out with no descendants. If it weren't for the Gu family inheritance, I'd have let that bastard die long ago. Would he have all this glory now? Zhou Jianyu killed my parents, and he still wants descendants to honor him? I won't accept it. Everything is going according to my plan. In a few years, I'll make that useless girl go find Lu Shiji. With money and connections, our family can rise again. If it weren't for your idiot wife pushing that weakling to rebel, things wouldn't have gone wrong. If your mother were still here, how could she have escaped my grasp? My perfect plan was ruined. With the Cheng and Lin families on our side, what couldn't we achieve? Heaven is unfair. Why did Zhou Xiaozheng have to come back alive? Zhou Xiaozuan glanced at his crazed, rambling father, feeling utterly powerless. He stood up and walked out of the room. In the main hall, Zhou Degu, Zhou Liru, had stopped crying. She leaned against the wall, silently gazing at the old lady's body. The Zhou family's old house in Zhoujia village had been devoid of life ever since they moved out. The courtyard was overgrown with weeds, and a few of old Zhou's grandsons and granddaughters were busy cutting the grass and tidying up. Hearing the door open, Zhou Liru's eyes lit up. She stood and walked over to Zhou Xiaozuan. What did Dad say? When is he going to ask the clan leader? Zhou Xiaozuan suddenly realized he'd forgotten to ask. He's not in a good mood. Let's wait a bit. Big brother, are you and Dad thinking about moving back? It's not convenient for me to visit you where you are now. Zhou Xiaozuan looked around and shook his head. Let's talk about it in a few days. Where's your husband? I haven't seen him around. Zhou Liru hesitated for a moment. He's still busy with work in the team. He might come by tonight. How many days do you think we should keep the body before the funeral? Dad wants that person to come back and send Mom off. Let's just go with what Dad wants. If your husband's family doesn't want to come, forget it. Don't beg them. Zhou Liru curled her lip. Why bother letting that bastard come back? Last time he came, he didn't even greet me. And that damned girl, she saw me on the street and didn't even lift her eyelids, just walked off on her own. I was so embarrassed, people laughed at me for ages. When the eldest's family had trouble and went to the county to find her, she kicked them out, both rudely and formally. She even said not to dump every bit of trouble on her. That little brat has no sense of family at all. Her second daughter-in-law, standing nearby, sneered when she saw the burial clothes on the old lady. What a thick skin. Always going on about the eldest's family, like they're your ancestors. They won't come back, so stop talking about them. It's a buzzkill. See what else needs to be prepared and get the kids to help. Got it. I've already asked my niece-in-law to get things ready. Mom suffered all her life. No matter what, we have to make sure she leaves in peace. When Zhou Degu's second daughter-in-law saw her eldest brother-in-law leave, she said, the burial clothes on Grandma were all prepared by Zhou Jiao. I think they might come back. Zhou Degu glared at her. You shallow thing. With everyone watching, the second daughter-in-law's face turned red with anger at the mocking and pitying looks from the other daughters-in-law. She was just trying to comfort her, but now she was the bad guy. She snapped, maybe I am shallow, but did I say anything wrong? So, what if you act all high and mighty? You still can't get close to them, no matter how much you want to. Before she could finish, she grabbed her coat and stormed out. Zhou Jiao clutched her chest, pointing after her, unbelievable. How dare she talk to me like that? The other daughters-in-law, seeing things escalate, quickly scattered. The youngest grandson, Zhou Linen, witnessed the scene and shouted in a low voice, if you want to argue, go home. Grandma's still here. Do you want her to leave in unrest? At his outburst, Zhou Jiao finally fell silent. Zhou Linen pursed his lips and frowned at the sisters-in-law who'd left, and at the brothers in the courtyard pretending not to hear. He sighed to himself. As night fell, Zhou Linen looked worriedly toward the master bedroom. He wondered how his grandfather was doing. He hadn't come out all afternoon, and no one had checked on him. He stood up, walked to the door, and knocked. Grandpa, it's me. Old Zhou, half awake, heard the voice. Come in. Seeing his youngest grandson, old Zhou sat up and leaned against the king. Don't be sad. Your grandma's gone, but at least she's not suffering anymore. She held on for years as it was. Grandpa, are you all right? Old Zhou forced a smile. I'm fine. I'm still waiting to see you get married and have kids. Linen, Grandpa will make sure you have a good life. Zhou Linen climbed onto the king and took his hand. Grandpa, I'm grown up now. You don't need to worry about me anymore. All right. Grandpa, I want us to move back here. Old Zhou looked at his youngest grandson and, seeing how serious he was, thought for a moment. When your dad and I are gone, your brothers will all be in the neighboring county. If you're here alone and something happens, there'll be no one to help. Maybe you should think it over. Zhou Linen gave a bitter smile. Grandpa, you know what kind of people they are. Since Grandma came back to the village, I've been thinking a lot. No matter how bad the clan is, when something happens, they're the ones who come to help. Old Zhou knew this too. Moving out was easy, but moving back was harder. Seeing the hope in his grandson's eyes, he finally nodded. He was old now, it was time to return to his roots. He regretted following his eldest son's lead and leaving in the first place. Remembering how his wife wanted to return to the village before she died, he nodded again to his grandson. Once your grandma's funeral is over, I'll talk to the team leader. This time, it'll just be the three of us, grandfather, father, and grandson, moving back. Though he said this, old Zhou was already thinking about writing to Gurui. He didn't ask for much, just to get his youngest grandson a job in the county. Then, like Zhang Lauer, he could buy a house, live in the county with his grandson, and visit the old house now and then. With his savings and pension, he wasn't worried about finding a good granddaughter-in-law. Old Zhou peeked outside and whispered, "Don't tell anyone about this yet. Grandpa will make arrangements. Once everything's settled, we'll move back." Zhou Linen nodded. He knew that if Grandpa moved back with him, his brothers and sisters-in-law would definitely cause trouble again. When it came to the old man's private savings, they had no shame. After dinner, old Zhou used the excuse of discussing funeral arrangements to visit the clan leader's house. Jiaren, have you decided on the date? Don't make it too grand, it's not the times for that. She's gone, let it be. Your wife was a good woman, she wouldn't want you to make a fuss. Old Zhou wiped his tears and said sadly, I still want to wait for Xiaozheng. He hates me, but his mother loved him. He should come to send her off. The clan leader, exasperated by his act, shook his head at his wife, who was about to speak. Jiaren, let me give you some advice. Don't drag this out. The sooner the funeral, the sooner the kids can get back to work and earn work points. Don't even ask, you can take it or leave it. Your wife didn't even want you to notify Xiaozheng when she passed, so what's the point now? Old Zhou was at a loss for words for a while. She was worried about burdening Xiaozheng. The clan leader didn't want to say more. With things so tense between the families, how could Zhou Xiaozheng and his daughter possibly come? If old Zhou wanted to play dumb, so be it. Old Zhou stammered, I sent a telegram. If they don't come in the next couple of days, then forget it. Is that all right? The clan leader looked at him speechlessly. Luckily it was winter, what would they do if it were summer? Not even letting the dead rest in peace. Clan leader. Do as you like. Make as much trouble as you want. By the way, Lao San's family wants to borrow your house. What do you think? An empty house falls apart quickly. It's better to have someone living in it. Old Zhou watched his expression. I was just about to talk to you about that. My youngest grandson wants to move back. He feels his roots are here. It was my fault for leaving in such a hurry back then, without discussing it with you. Do you think it's okay if I move my grandson's registration back to the team? The clan leader closed his eyes to think. They were all Zhou family descendants, he couldn't refuse. Besides, their house was still in the village. How could he stop them? But now the village was under the team leader's management, so he couldn't really make the decision. He opened his eyes. That's fine. It's good for your branch of the family to have someone here to pay respects during festivals. Since you plan to move back, I'll tell Lao San's family to drop it. Old Zhou felt relieved, chatted a bit, then took his leave. On the way home, he wondered how to contact Madame Lin and Gu Rui. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Gu Rui had had a stroke and was in no condition to help. That's why Zhou Jiao never mentioned family matters in front of outsiders, and why Zhang's parents were never ones to gossip. Sometimes, coincidences pile up to reveal the truth. The next day, in the old Zhou family house in Zhou Jiao village, Aunt Zhou was keeping vigil over the deceased when a woman approached her, giving her a meaningful look. The two of them slipped out to the backyard, one after the other. Aunt Zhou frowned at her in-law standing before her. At her age, she was still acting so sneaky. If it weren't for the sake of her grandson, Aunt Zhou really wouldn't bother with her. The woman said, "In-law, didn't you say the old man was waiting for his youngest son's family to come back before the funeral? Listen to me, don't wait anymore. They're not coming back." Seeing the gloating look in the other woman's eyes, Aunt Zhou suppressed her anger and stared at her in silence. It's true. I heard from my sister-in-law's cousin's aunt's nephew-in-law that Mayor Zhang, Secretary Li's son, and Minister Zhao's daughter from the county just got back from the capital. Apparently, the three of them are close with Jinhua and his wife, and this time they went to visit your estranged brother's house. Goodness, they brought back a ton of gifts for old Zhang and his wife. I heard they're not coming back this year, and instead, old Zhang and his wife are going to the capital to celebrate New Year's. TSK. In-law, how did Zhang's family get so lucky? My sister-in-law said all 5 of Zhang's kids are successful and filial. Everyone's envious. How do you think they raised their children? Aunt Zhou's face darkened. Even though she told her older brother they wouldn't come back, deep down she'd still hoped they would. She hadn't expected them to really stay away. Her last chance was gone. This was truly a clean break. The woman secretly rejoiced. Serves you right for calling my daughter shallow. Who do you think you are? She didn't even look down on you as a mother-in-law, but you still put on airs. In-law, it's not that I'm shallow, but your estranged brother is no ordinary official. I heard he always has a whole entourage protecting him when he goes out. Oh, and his son-in-law is old Zhang's eldest son, who's apparently some kind of chairman at a university in the capital. TSK. I'm busy. I won't keep you, Aunt Zhou interrupted, striding away, wishing she could slap that smug face. What a piece of work, talking in that weird tone. Hey, in-law, don't rush off. Want me to help you get more news? Aunt Zhou quickened her pace, pretending not to hear. In her heart, she resolved to teach old Zhang's family a lesson when she got back, let them know not everyone can laugh at her. She went to the master bedroom, glanced at old Master Zhou, and said quietly, "Just got word. The bastard's family isn't coming back. That wretched girl's classmates just brought gifts to the Zhangs." Old Master Zhou nodded, unsurprised. He'd known they wouldn't come, but he wondered if Gu Rui, upon hearing of his wife's death, would remember those medicinal herbs. Aunt Zhou hesitated for a long time before asking in a low, timid voice, "Dad, did that bastard really become a big official? Is he higher than the county secretary?" Old Master Zhou shot her a mocking look. "County secretary? He's way above that. What, hoping to curry favor? Don't embarrass yourself. Not only that bastard, even that wretched girl is out of your league. Believe me, if you even think about approaching them, that girl could squash you like an ant. Did you forget what happened to Shui when she crossed her?" Aunt Zhou shuddered. "You're your mother's daughter," she intervened back then. Otherwise, do you think she'd have spared you? Aunt Zhou's eyes widened in shock. Now that mom's gone, will she come after me? I only hit her a few times with my sister-in-law, never really did her much harm. Only a few times? Every time your kids came over, didn't they bully her? Who broke her head when she was little? Who dislocated her arm? Who stole the cornbread your mother gave her? Who pushed her into the ditch? And your youngest daughter. Forget it. My advice, stay away. If that girl tells the bastard, he could destroy your family in a heartbeat. Remember, don't even think about it. Having given his warning, old Master Zhou didn't want to say more. A married daughter is like water thrown out. Whatever happens is the Li family's business now, not his. Dad, you knew all this? Old Master Zhou ignored his foolish daughter. He'd seen a lot with his own eyes, and his wife had secretly told him things too. That's why she'd protected that wretched girl all those years, afraid she wouldn't survive. Anyone would feel sympathy. He himself had, for a while, but then he remembered she was Zhou Jinyu's blood, and all he felt was hatred. His parents and brothers had died. He, once a rich young master, had been beaten to a pulp, reduced to working like a dog just to get pig slop to eat. And yet, Zhou Jinyu had lived well, with a loving wife and endless wealth. Fortunately, heaven had eyes and took him away, leaving his descendants in his hands. That bastard was indeed accomplished, almost too much for him to handle, but heaven intervened again and took him too. Seeing that wretched girl, the spitting image of Gu Mingzhu, being bullied by his own children and grandchildren, groveling like a servant, made him happy. He never thought he'd see the day. He wished Zhou Jinyu could see from the grave how his beloved granddaughter, who looked just like him, was treated. But alas, a wolf cub is always a wolf. No matter how much it pretends to be a sheep, it'll still bite you hard. He never imagined his wife would secretly raise a tiger in their midst. Thinking of this, old Master Zhou's face turned grim. He gritted his teeth and said, "Tell your brother to pick a good time tomorrow to take your mother up the mountain." Aunt Zhou had always feared her father. She knew his temper well, he'd always disliked her. Seeing his face flush and pale, she didn't dare say a word. Hearing his order, she turned and ran. Once she was far from the bedroom, Aunt Zhou let out a long sigh. She was angry at her own stupidity. Why hadn't she valued that wretched girl before? If she had, all that wealth and status could have been hers. If only she hadn't put on airs last time, waiting for the bastard to come to her. Now it was all gone, she'd lost everything. She slowly made her way to the morning hall, found Zhou Xiaozuan, nudged his arm, and whispered, "Dad said to pick a good time tomorrow to take Mom up the mountain." Zhou Xiaozuan glanced at her, nodded, and silently looked at old Lady Zhou's body. Aunt Zhou followed his gaze, and tears streamed down her face as she wailed, "Mother, oh mother." But no one knew that what truly broke her heart was that it was her mother who died, not her father. With her mother alive, she still had a home. With only her father, her family was as good as gone. What hurt most was that if her father had died, she could have taken her mother to the capital to find her brother. Now, all hope was lost. Grief spread. The children and grandchildren of the Zhou family, even the daughters-in-law, all had genuine affection for the gentle, kind old Lady Zhou. Even if they hadn't paid her much mind before, now they all remembered her goodness. For a while, whether their grief was real or feigned, everyone in the morning hall burst into loud wails. Even the young children, startled, joined in, and the sound of crying shook the house. The clan members helping at the door finally breathed a sigh of relief. Honestly, now that the old lady was gone, the Zhou family's children and grandchildren should have been crying their hearts out long ago. Now, at last, there were tears and noise. Early the next morning, at the old Zhou family home in Zhou Jiao village, a crowd of women and elderly folks stood outside to see them off. A strong wind had blown all night, but now the sky was clear, the wind had died down, and the snow had stopped. A few superstitious women muttered that good people are rewarded, and even the heavens were showing their favor. Old Madame Zhou, née Huang, was known for her kindness. After returning to Zhou Jiao village, she had helped cure many villagers in her younger years. Many of the women who came to see her off had benefited from her kindness. No matter how notorious the Zhou family had become, the villagers who had received her help still remembered her good deeds. They stood quietly outside the old house, determined to see her off one last time. Even if they were illiterate, the villagers had their own principles. They despised the Zhou family and refused to associate with them, yet they still kept vigil outside. Dressed in mourning clothes, Zhou Xiaozuan led his eldest son at the front. Behind them followed the remaining sons, grandsons, and granddaughters-in-law of the Zhou family, then the eldest aunt and her husband, with their children and grandchildren trailing behind. The mourners followed the hearse as the procession made its way up the mountain. On this day, old Madame Zhou, who had weathered a lifetime of hardships, disappeared from this world. The absence of Zhou Xiaozheng and his daughter made it clear to everyone, with the only good person in the Zhou family gone, there was truly no hope for reconciliation between the two branches. Less than a month later, another solitary grave appeared not far from old Madame Zhou's new tomb. No one knew what the Zhou family was thinking, arranging for the two women, who had never gotten along, to be buried so close together. Compared to the long-standing mourning hall for old Madame Zhou, Huang Zhaodi's funeral was held in utter silence. The day after receiving the notice, Zhou Xiaozuan and his eldest son secretly transported Huang Zhaodi's body back to the old house. Once plump, Huang Zhaodi was now nothing but skin and bones. The cause of her death was unclear, but it was obvious to Zhou Xiaozuan that his wife had been starved to death. The four sons glared angrily at their father, unable to understand how the rations they'd saved each month for their mother, who had taken the blame for their father, could have left her so emaciated. Thinking of their father's affair with the widow, and that woman's rosy, well-fed face, how could they not know where their rations had gone? No matter her faults, their mother's greed was always for their sake. To the four Zhou brothers, their mother had brought them shame, but she had also loved them deeply. Tears filled their eyes as they pushed their father aside and stood facing him, while behind them, their wives cleaned up Huang Zhaodi's body with looks of disgust. Faced with his son's anger, Zhou Xiaozuan was at a loss for words. He had indeed supported the pretty widow, and even considered marrying her. But he had never abandoned Huang Zhaodi. She was his wife, the mother of his four sons. Did he dare? He wasn't a fool. Compared to the widow, Huang Zhaodi had always been devoted to him. They had once been in love. Even as his wife aged and lost her looks, as long as she was alive, he had never thought of abandoning her. But now, even if he tried to explain that he had given her ration tickets, would they believe him? Of course not. The tickets had been secretly supplied by old Madame Zhou, who was now dead and couldn't testify. And where had old Madame Zhou gotten those ration tickets? They were given by that illegitimate child and that fool from the Zhang family. Once again, Zhou Xiaozuan wondered if this had all been a trap set by that father-in-law and son-in-law duo. Maybe even the widow's seduction had been part of their scheme from the start. "You're not fit to be our father." Zhou Xiaozuan heard his eldest son roar. He let out a bitter laugh and said quietly, "If I told you I never planned to abandon your mother, would you believe me? If I told you I never wronged your mother, would you believe me?" The eldest, Zhou Lidong, replied coldly, "If you have the guts, say that to my mother's face, that you never cheated, that you worried about her day and night, that you never snuck out in the middle of the night to someone else's house." Zhou Xiaozuan looked at his four sons, at their resentful eyes, and felt a wrenching pain in his heart. These were his good sons. Not one of them understood a man's normal needs, and now he had lost all dignity in front of his daughters-in-law. In that moment, he thought of his mother, the old woman who, even when he treated her coldly, would still stuff money and ration tickets into his pockets. "Mother, is this my retribution?" Zhou Xiaozuan slumped into a chair, bowed his head, and fell silent. Seeing this, the four Zhou brothers ignored him and gathered to discuss the funeral arrangements. They tacitly avoided mentioning how to retrieve their mother's body, given her status as a criminal. All they wanted was to bury her quickly, before the clan found out and could object. "Second and fourth brothers, stay with mother. Third, and I will dig the grave. At dawn, when the time is right, we'll send mother on her way." Second brother, Zhou Lishi, shook his head. The children didn't even get to say goodbye to their grandmother. You're the eldest, you should keep vigil. The three of us will do it. Zhou Lidong didn't argue further. He nodded and watched them leave. He waved his wife and sisters-in-law away, then quietly leaned against the cabinet, gazing at Huang Jiaoti's body. He remembered when he was little, his mother hadn't always been so unreasonable. She used to hold him gently and hum lullabies, doing everything she could to make sure he didn't have less than others. After his younger siblings were born, she told him he was still her favorite because he was the Zhou family's eldest son, and everything would be his one day. Then he remembered it was when that beautiful, generous young aunt appeared that his father began to resent his mother. Especially when he'd say that Zhou Lidong couldn't compare to his uncle, all because of his mother. After that, everything changed. His mother, once loving, became greedy and insecure, her body ballooning. His father started staying out all night, ignoring them. His gentle mother became fierce, fighting his father again and again. After that, it seemed force won out, and the family returned to normal. Then, after his uncle died, a pretty, obedient baby girl came to live with them. Everything changed again. His mother became a weapon for his grandfather and father, turning her anger from the aunt to the baby girl. They succeeded, but his mother was never the same again. His mother told them the baby girl's mother was a whore, and that she was the reason their father no longer loved them. What did he think back then? Oh, he remembered now. Everything started to go wrong from that day. His mother was destroyed by the Zhou family and by the Huang family. Her own family and her husband's family joined forces to turn her into a monster. Remembering all this, Zhou Lidong walked to Huang Jiaoti's body, took her hand, and tried to warm her cold fingers with his own. His mother had been foolishly used her whole life, left with a bad name, not even a spare coffin, let alone a proper funeral. In the early hours, the four brothers wrapped Huang Jiaoti's body in a new mat, and, with their wives, braved sleet and snow to secretly bury her, avoiding the eyes of others. If not for the sound of a few firecrackers, no one would have noticed the new solitary grave. When the Zhou clan found out that the criminal Huang Jiaoti had been buried in the ancestral graveyard, they were furious, but helpless. After all, they couldn't really throw out the coffin and abandon the corpse. Old Zhang returned from the village and, as soon as he entered the yard, went to look for his wife. Mrs. Zhang was holding her little grandson, silently working out some numbers in her head. When she heard movement, she looked up and saw it was her old man. She didn't pay much attention and went back to her thoughts. What's wrong? Why the frown? The child's grown now, it's time to send him to daycare. Our second son's mentioned it so many times, but you still haven't let him go. The past few nights, he's cried so much I haven't slept well. Interrupted, Mrs. Zhang forgot the numbers she couldn't figure out and chuckled. This little one is nothing like our Ping'an was. He was much easier to handle. You couldn't tell when he was younger, but now that he's older, you can see his temper. He's a real firecracker. Old Zhang glanced at his grandson and shook his head with a smile. This kid really is lucky, thanks to his little uncle, never lacking food or clothes. He sure picked the right time to be born. Meihao's mother-in-law came over at noon and brought us 2 fish. She said Xiaowu sent more things to his second sister. I've been thinking, the way Xiaowu spends, his monthly salary can't possibly cover it all. You should write to him, tell him to save a bit and stop sending so much home. Old Zhang felt like he'd forgotten to tell his wife something. After a while, he slapped his forehead. I remember now. Before the new year, Meihao's father-in-law managed to buy a lot of seafood. He sent 2 big baskets of yellow croaker and prawns to Xiaowu, and Xiaowu told me not to mention it so Uncle Chen wouldn't get in trouble. Mrs. Zhang shook her head. No, that's not what I meant. Never mind, I'll figure it out myself. Why are you back so early today? Everything okay in the village? Old Zhang took the grandson and set him on the kang, smiling. Big brother said the weather's been good since spring started, so this year shouldn't be too hard. I think things are fine now. Every family has their own plot again. It looks like we've finally pulled through. That's good. When I ran into Aunt Yi buying vegetables, she said a lot of kids have gotten sick lately, all because of food shortages. Old Zhang quickly said, "It's fine to talk about this in private, but don't go spreading it around." "I'm with you every day, you think I don't know?" Old Zhang didn't say anything more, and instead brought up some news he'd heard today. "I heard something big in the village today. Old Zhou's eldest daughter-in-law died, and the family secretly buried her in the ancestral grave. All the Zhous in Zhou Jiao village are up in arms, saying old Zhou's family went too far, not even discussing it with the clan. Good thing times have changed. If this were before, they'd have been kicked out of the clan for sure." Mrs. Zhang's eyes widened. "Nothing strange about it. That woman did a lot of bad things, but I didn't expect her son to still be so filial. At least she worked hard for her kids." Mrs. Zhang nodded thoughtfully. After a while, she said, "You should write to Xiaowu about this, too. Just because the two families aren't close anymore doesn't mean we ignore it. I heard from our second son that they're thinking about moving back again. Things are a mess." All right tonight." Mrs. Zhang glanced at the sky and stood up. "You watch the grandson for me. I'm going over to Meili's place. Since you weren't home today, Ziwen came by and said his grandma wasn't feeling well last night. I hope she doesn't end up like old Lady Zhou. Go ahead, just walk slowly and don't fall." Mrs. Zhang shot her husband a look. "You think I'm a child?" Old Zhang watched his wife bustle out the door, shaking his head with a smile. "She really is a force of nature." Mrs. Zhang strode out of the yard, walking steadily at first, all the while trying to remember where she'd left off with her calculations. As she neared Zhang Meili's house, she pulled herself together and pushed open the gate. Accountant Zhang was tending to seeds in the yard. Seeing her come in, he smiled. "What brings you here? Where's your grandson?" "The child's father's at home. I came to check on my sister-in-law. Ziwen said she wasn't feeling well. How is she now?" Accountant Zhang put down his work. "She's fine. You two chat. I'll go find old second for a talk. No idea how things are going in the team." Mrs. Zhang grinned. "Go ahead, you two old brothers can keep each other company." Watching her in-law leave, Mrs. Zhang cheerfully called out as she headed inside. "Coming." "Sit down." Lu Shi, Accountant Zhang's wife, waved her over. "You're speaking so much better now. I think you'll be back to full health soon, God willing. At least you won't have to suffer anymore." Lu Shi smiled and nodded. "All, thanks to Xiaowu." Mrs. Zhang helped her down from the king. "There's no need to be polite between our families. Don't even think about going back to the old house. You've gotten so much better this winter. We're getting older, we need to take care of ourselves. You still have to see Ziwen and the others get married and bring home granddaughters-in-law, right?" Mrs. Zhang had her reasons for saying this. Every winter, as soon as the cold set in, Zhang Chunming and Zhang Meili would bring Lu Shi to stay in the county. In the village, even firewood had to be rationed, and she often had to squeeze in with the eldest son's grandkids to keep warm, so she never got proper rest. Because of this, no matter how much his father objected, Zhang Chunming insisted on bringing his parents to the county for the winter. He was touched by his wife and her brother's filial piety. He couldn't provide for his parents as well as his brother-in-law Xiaowu, but he could still pinch some food from his own mouth, work extra shifts, and plant more sweet potatoes in the yard, anything to keep his parents well-fed. Mrs. Zhang fully supported her son-in-law and helped however she could. She wasn't one for big speeches, but she knew her eldest son-in-law was doing the right thing. It's only right for children to be filial to their parents. She also knew her eldest daughter and son-in-law were too proud to accept help from her side of the family, but she never forgot how much they'd helped her family in the early years. When they refused her direct help, Mrs. Zhang found another way. She had her 3 grandsons go home with Shizi and the others to do homework every day, and only let them leave after dinner. Because of this, Zhang Chunming's family didn't struggle because of his parents' arrival. In fact, as he and his wife kept getting promoted, their life only got better. Lu Shi happily agreed. Last night, her youngest daughter-in-law had also told her to stay and rest at home. Once she was better, she could help look after the kids. She knew full well how filial her children were. Her grandkids were all grown, and their maternal grandparents lived right next door. There was no need for her, who couldn't even work, to worry. As the workday was ending, Zhang Chunming hurried home on his bike. As soon as he walked in and heard his mother-in-law's voice, he cheerfully ran to his parents' room. "Mom, Meili's been transferred to the union. She won't have to work in the workshop anymore." Mrs. Zhang was overjoyed and clapped her hands. "Isn't that under your answer? That's wonderful. She won't have to work so hard." "What about you?" "Still working overtime every day. I just got promoted, so I have to work hard and keep the team in line. It'll get easier after a while," Zhang Chunming quickly reassured his mother and mother-in-law. He didn't mention that the main reason for all the overtime was to earn more money. In recent years, with his seniority and good performance, his salary had gone from 36 yuan to 52, but he still felt it wasn't enough. With 3 sons, a daughter, and his parents to support, the pressure was huge. These past years, their family had gotten through many tough times thanks to his brother-in-law. But no matter how good a relative is, you can't just take without giving. Xiaowu was generous, but they couldn't always rely on him for help. After exchanging a few words with her in-laws, Zhang's mother quickly got up to take her leave, politely refusing her son-in-law's offer to walk her out. It was just a few steps, she wasn't some frail old lady, so what was the point of being escorted? As she reached the intersection, she could see her second son grinning at her from a distance. "Why didn't you go home?" "I just left home and was thinking of picking you up from Big Sister's place." "Mom, Xiaowu wrote again, asking us to put you and Dad on the train. He says, why not go stay there for a while?" Zhang's mother quickly waved her hand. "No, I don't feel comfortable there. You have to go through 2 gates just to get in or out, and you need all sorts of documents. It's such a hassle." "Don't listen to him." Zhang's second son had expected this response. He wanted to go see the place himself, but never had the time. Ironically, his parents, who had all the time in the world, went once and never wanted to move again. They wouldn't even go to the provincial capital when Uncle Zhao invited them. This time Xiaowu said the courtyard outside has been fixed up. He wants you and Dad to enjoy the nice spring weather and stay for a while. Zhang's mother glanced around and lowered her voice. "I've seen that courtyard of his. It's even less suitable for living. Now that the 2 of them are both in school, what would your dad and I do there?" "I'm not going. They'll be back for summer vacation anyway." Heh. Her son couldn't help but laugh at how childlike his mother was acting. "Oh, I need to hurry. Your dad hasn't cooked dinner yet." Her son took her arm and slowed her down. "My wife and your eldest daughter-in-law are already busy in the kitchen. No need to rush." Hearing this, Zhang's mother relaxed a bit, but still asked worriedly, "Why did your sister-in-law come over today? Didn't she just get her grain rations? She hasn't borrowed any grain from your wife these past 2 months, has she?" Her son looked at her helplessly and whispered, "Mom, you don't need to be so guarded with her. My Meow is good at managing the household now, and that girl listens to her big brother. She's stingy to the core. The kids are all grown up now, so don't worry. My wife may be soft-hearted, but she listens to the kids. It's not that I'm guarding against her. I don't mind her being filial to her parents, but she can't be subsidizing her brother's family. I don't like old Huang, and he bullied my youngest son before. Besides, there are so many mouths to feed in old Huang's family. How much can she possibly help? Don't think I'm stingy. If she wants to use her own rations, I'll turn a blind eye, but if my sons go hungry, that's not acceptable." Her son listened patiently to her complaints, secretly amused. His mother had been burned once and was now overly cautious. He couldn't blame her for being wary of Huang Suilan. Huang Suilan would sneak a few kilos of food to her family from time to time, thinking Zhang's mother wouldn't notice since they didn't live together. But who was Zhang's mother? She'd been running the household for decades. She'd notice even if 2 sweet potatoes went missing, not to mention there were several grandchildren ready to tattle. In this respect, his wife was much smarter than his sister-in-law. His wife knew his mother was kind-hearted. Whenever her nieces and nephews came over, she'd send them to greet the elders. As soon as his mother saw them, she'd happily give them something, and his wife would get what she wanted without asking directly. Zhang's second son saw all this, but never intervened. As long as his wife didn't go overboard, he let her be. Otherwise, he would have stepped in long ago. Fortunately, Lin Jihua's sisters' families, though poor, always observed proper etiquette. Just before the new year, when the team divided up some fish, they immediately had the kids bring some to their parents. And whenever they harvested the first vegetables from their private plot, they'd send some to the county town. After all, relationships are a two-way street. Unlike his sisters-in-law, Zhang's second son had no interest in dealing with his in-laws. Poverty didn't bother him. Everyone was poor, but you couldn't just take without giving back. That was shameless. As Zhang's mother reached the doorstep, she stopped talking. Now that she'd vented to her son, she felt much better. Her own son really did have a good temperament. In the kitchen, Huang Zuelan saw her mother-in-law come in and quickly said, "Mom, Aunt sent a message through someone, inviting you and Dad to visit her." Zhang's mother knew her eldest sister-in-law's family lived near her daughter-in-law's family. She didn't doubt the message, but she did wonder why her sister-in-law wanted her and her husband to visit at this time of year. Did the messenger say how your aunt is doing? Huang Zuelan deftly handed a plate to her sister-in-law, picked up a bowl and chopsticks, and replied, "I asked. My mom said Aunt is very happy, so there must be good news. I'm guessing maybe the two cousins have found someone? Maybe she wants you to meet them." That's not it. Those two girls are still young, no rush to find a match. There were plenty of proposals during the new year, but they said themselves they want to help out at home for a few more years before settling down. Lin Juhua praised, "Those two girls are great. Your uncles are lucky. They're pretty, educated, and have jobs. There's no need to worry about them finding good husbands." Of course. Zhang's mother kept a straight face, but she was secretly pleased. Huang Zuelan sneaked a glance at her mother-in-law and lowered her voice with a smile. "Mom, I heard both cousins got their jobs thanks to Xiao Wu. Is that true?" Zhang's mother shot her a look. "See? She's up to something again." She smiled and said, "How could that be? Xiao Wu hasn't been back in ages. How would he have time to arrange that? But wasn't it right after Xiao Wu came back that the cousins started working? My mom says Aunt is exaggerating. How could it be such a coincidence, both girls starting work at the same time? It really had nothing to do with Xiao Wu. I only heard recently from your two aunts. Apparently, one of their classmates rushed over at night to tell them. The next day, along with their classmate, all three girls passed the exam. The kids are just capable, pretty, educated, and they stood out right away." What Zhang's mother really meant was, no matter how much you scheme, you have to be good-looking first. Your family's nieces don't stand a chance, they're just too plain. Huang Zuelan stood in the middle of the kitchen, holding her bowl and chopsticks, and joked, "You say my siblings and I aren't bad-looking, so why are my nieces and nephews so plain?" Lin Juhua shook her head. "The kids look fine, just a bit dark-skinned. And a bit short, especially my sister-in-law. She's not tall, so the kids aren't either." This time, her son failed the army physical again. Zhang's mother pretended not to notice her daughter-in-law glancing at her. In her heart, she thought, if he didn't pass, what, do you expect me to go ask Dashan's brothers for help? A good man doesn't become a soldier, just like good iron isn't used for nails. In her opinion, not joining the army was just fine. Back when the country was first liberated, every family needed to send a conscript, and no one wanted to go. Now things had changed. People actually wanted to join the army. Huang Zuelan finished setting the table and looked disappointedly at her mother-in-law. It seemed her own kids didn't stand a chance. If her mother-in-law didn't help, no one else could. Thinking about having to go back and report to her own mother, she frowned in frustration. Looks like she'd have to get her second brother to persuade their mother again. After dinner, Huang Zuelan and her sister-in-law finished washing the dishes and left early to visit Huang Yao's family. Huang Yao's wife was delighted to see her, happily pulling her sister-in-law into the house before leaving to give the siblings some privacy. This sister-in-law had helped her a lot, much more reliable than those freeloading relatives. Inside the room, Huang Zuelan carefully recounted her mother's requests and her conversation with her mother-in-law. After listening to his sister, Huang Yaoguo rolled his eyes at her. Brother, my foot. Didn't I tell you not to listen to Mom? Are you stupid or what? Life was finally peaceful and now you're stirring things up again? If you don't want to live like this, just say so. But Mom kept holding onto me and crying, begging me. I just couldn't refuse her." Huang Yaoguo laughed. Who told you to keep bringing food over to her? If she doesn't cry to you, who else would she cry to? You've spoiled her. You think she hasn't tried crying to me? But I just ignore her, and after a while, she gives up. Lately, she's been driving me crazy, always going on about some trivial nonsense at Big Brother's place. So many petty issues. He continued, sounding worried. You've been secretly giving food to Mom to help out Big Brother's family behind your husband's back. Don't you think your husband knows? Don't push a good man too far. If he ever gets really angry, no one will be able to help you. Do you really think that just because you've given him 3 sons, he'll never leave you no matter what you do? To be continued.